Chapter 1, a retired member of the Uchiha clan Hidden Leaf Village. The cherry blossom season, the breeze that carried the delicate petals with it, everything exuded freedom and spontaneity. The soft flower aroma spread in the air, inviting involuntary relaxation and drawing natural smiles on faces. With his presence, the town appeared prosperous and beautiful. The serenity of the environment completely relaxed those who lived there. Uchiha Funen rocked the deck chair, squinted his eyes, and lay under the cherry blossom tree with a lazy expression. He was holding a cup of steaming tea, sipping it from time to time. There is a birdcage next to it. A colorful bird is looking around curiously. This is life. He sighed contentedly. Definitely. Someone answered him. I remembered something you said, Funen. A figure suddenly appeared. This individual had an attractive physique and a relatively broad nose. Wearing dark clothes, there is a small sword behind him. Funen said lazily, What did I say? This man walked up to Uchiha Funen and sat down on the grass. You said that you are living, and that we simply exist. Funen laughed. I can't compare to you elites, especially you, TSK. The famous Shizui of the body flicker. What about me? I'm just a loser who gave up his companions to complete the mission. Shizui Uchiha buried his face in the shade of the tree and remained silent. From his slightly heavier breathing, you can feel that he is not calm at the moment. During the Third Great Shinobi War, 3 young and powerful shinobi emerged in Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village's Yellow Flash, Minato no Mikaze, Shizui of the body flicker, and the last one is Uchiha Funen of the blood flame. His mastery of the fire element surpassed standards, his fire as thick as blood, burning countless enemies. Many ninjas believe that these 3 people will inherit the legendary Sannin titles of Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade and become the new Sannin of Hidden Leaf Village. On the eve of the victory of the Third Great Shinobi War, a huge scandal about Uchiha Funen was reported. In order to complete the mission, he abandoned his companions. This kind of behavior is despised by everyone. Back in the village, Funen was the target of heavy public condemnation, ending up as a retired member in the clan. He stayed in the Uchiha clan all day long, holding a teacup and carrying a birdcage, either basking in the sun or wandering around, enjoying his retirement life in advance. A top genius, just fell silent. I believe you wouldn't do that kind of thing. Shizui's words were full of determination, and his hands were clenched tightly. He believes in his friends. He is definitely not the kind of person who abandons his companions for the sake of missions. Funen was noncommittal and said lazily, By the way, what's wrong with you? With a frown on your face, the goddess ran away with another man. Well, couldn't it have been an accidental injury during my recent indiscriminate killing? He subconsciously hit his waist. He had been exaggerating lately. But you couldn't blame him, you had to blame the young girls for being too charming. Accidental injury? Shizui almost choked, glared at Funen, and said helplessly, Be more serious, okay? Also, can't you be more careful in this regard? I remember you worked under Jiraiya-sama. Did I teach you that? Don't even mention it. Funen looked disdainful and said, Compare me to that old pervert? He's just a voyeur, I act directly. There is a level difference. Shizui massaged his temples, a pained expression on his face. The serious atmosphere has completely vanished. He was obviously very depressed just now. And now he was diverting the topic. Moreover, he really doesn't understand. Is this something to be proud of? Never mind. Yesterday's Uchiha clan meeting, you didn't participate? Huh? Funen was a little surprised and said, You participated? It seems that something interesting happened. Shizui glanced at him and sneered, You don't know? Funen said innocently, If you don't tell me, how will I know? Don't act like you're shy, speak directly. It's disgusting. Shizui pouted. He didn't believe that Funen didn't know anything. This guy seems to be doing nothing all day long, but in fact he is the top among the new generation of Uchiha. Within the clan, his prestige is definitely higher than his Shizui of the body flicker. I don't know how many young Uchiha admired him and listened to him. Everything that happens in the family, big or small, cannot escape his eyes and ears. Many major decisions within the family are also influenced by him. Sometimes, Shizui also wonders why so many clan members are willing to follow him even though such things have happened, and such scandals have spread. Based on past examples, shouldn't Funen be ostracized or even maliciously attacked? Compared to him. Committed to Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha but pleasing neither. Needless to say, the villagers' eyes changed as soon as they heard the word Uchiha. What about within the clan? Nowadays, many people don't like him. Shizui felt that he was suffering in his heart. And yet, he couldn't sit idly by. He had just completed a mission and was rushing towards Funen urgently. He sighed and said with a headache, The grievances accumulated by the clan members are getting heavier and heavier. Many people from the neutral faction and the Dove faction have begun to move closer to the Hawk faction, as well as the clan leader. Shizue scratched his hair irritably. The clan leader's attitude this time is actually leaning toward the Hawks. Their patience with the village has reached its limit. Oh. Funen sipped his tea and said lightly, armed coup? With the Uchiha clan as Hokage? Not a bad idea. Nonsense. Once Uchiha launches a coup, the entire village will be enveloped in the flames of war. Other villages cannot stand aside and watch. The entire Hidden Leaf village may be destroyed. Don't tell me, you can't think of this. Shizue looked at him dissatisfied and said, why are you still so leisurely? And what else can I do? Funen yawned. Apart from sunbathing, drinking tea and reading, I can only go see my girlfriends. By the way, aren't you older than me by several months? Are you still a bachelor? Although I don't understand what it has to do with him being single, but I feel like I was attacked. Funen looked serious. Believe me, you can be more confident, Shizue. Shizue frowned. Funen, I'm being serious. Please be serious. Okay, okay. Laughed Funen. Serious, serious. What do you need from me? Shizue said in a deep voice, Funen, we need your power. You should understand that Uchiha is now a volcano and may erupt at any time. For the sake of the village, I hope you can stand up. Us? Funen smiled playfully. Who us? Uchiha? Hidden Leaf Village? Or Hokage? What's the difference? Shizue's voice was slightly raised, his expression serious, and he said, Uchiha is part of the village. Hokage is the soul of the village and our supreme leader. We should obey his orders. Funen didn't answer, still sipping the tea. At this moment, a cold and gloomy voice was heard. The soul? The leader? Does that justify hurting others with impunity? Who? Shizue was startled and turned to look. A young man with black hair appeared behind him out of nowhere. Like a ghost. Those dark and deep eyes looked directly at Shizue. Itachi? Shizue took a breath of air. He is very familiar with the eldest son of the patriarch's family and has a good relationship with him. Itachi Uchiha is a recognized genius. He awakened the Sharingan at the age of 8, became a Chunin at the age of 10, and this year he became the captain of the Anbu unit. However, Shizue found that he still underestimated him. Because the conversation with Funen involved many sensitive topics, Shizue used his perception to the limit for fear of being overheard by others. Under such circumstances, a 13-year-old boy was able to approach him quietly. If it was an assassination, Shizue felt a chill in his heart. The strength of Itachi Uchiha is at least close to that of an elite Jonin. This talent is too exaggerated. Brother Shizue. Itachi Uchiha raised the corners of his lips and showed a smile, but there was no smile in his eyes. It was like a black hole, trying to suck in people's souls. Brother Shizue, what you just said put yourself completely in the Hokage line. Don't forget that you are an Uchiha. Hearing this, Funen nodded his head. Good boy. It's not in vain that I spent a lot of effort on you after you were born. You finally didn't grow crooked. But unfortunately, an accident happened with Shizue. Funen looked at Shizue and sighed in his heart. He obviously pays attention to this idiot, so why can people still manipulate him? However, it's not too late. Although I was an ordinary office worker in my last life, I have a certain understanding of the Naruto series. Furthermore, I was reborn in the body of an Uchiha genius. And I have a gold finger. The conditions are really good. He first became good friends with Shizue Uchiha and talked about everything, and then became Itachi's de facto teacher, subtly changing his thoughts. These two Uchiha problem children will definitely not be able to turn around this time. This year seems to be the night of the Uchiha genocide. But now it is not certain which clan will be exterminated. A red flash shone in Funen's eyes, a soft smile on her face. Chapter 2, Mangekyo Sharingan Itachi, what do you mean? Shizue's face was serious, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The words just now carried a strong sense of attack. This filled him with fear. Itachi's words were actually directed at that person. Is this the idea of Itachi alone, or the idea of most Uchiha? And if there are more people who think like that but keep their mouths shut? Originally, Shizue regarded Itachi as a companion and comrade in arms. He believed that the other party understood him and believed in him. He was a comrade who, like him, had broken away from the narrow thinking of family and would work with him to change the family and allow Uchiha to completely integrate into the village. What made him change? He subconsciously looked at Funen. Funen smiled and nodded to him. The corners of Shizue's mouth twitched. Why are you nodding if you don't even know what I'm thinking? Funen, why can't you be more serious? Itachi looked indifferent and said, Funen Annie once told me something. Is it really Funen? Shizue thought. Judge a person not by what he says, but by what he does. What do you mean? Shizue raised his voice subconsciously and said, hasn't Master Hokage done enough for Uchiha? Shizue, calm down. Funan said with a smile, don't be nervous, the three of us are friends, and this is a conversation between friends. Your words are aggressive and point directly at that individual. And you're asking me not to get nervous? I'm sweating everywhere. Shizue thought as he was in a mess. Shizue. Funan showed a sad expression and said, aren't the three of us friends? Oh, my heart hurts so much. Shizue rubbed his hair irritably. Funan, that's not what I meant. Don't make jokes. Be more serious. Okay. Funan spread his hands and said, Itachi also asked the same question as you at the beginning. I just asked a question in return. What question? Shizue stared at Funan nervously. Funan spread his hands. Please give an example. What? Funan looked at the dumbfounded Shizue in a funny way and said, didn't you say that that person has done a lot for Uchiha? Just give me an example. I don't need you to say a lot, just an example will do. Don't be like the old Hokage, all he does is talk and talk. What good is he if he only talks? Shizue opened his mouth to speak, but under the gaze of Funan and Itachi, he closed his mouth again. What has the Hokage done for the Uchiha? Surely he has done something. But all of that seemed so insufficient right now. Saying it now would sound weak and empty. He needs a decisive event to refute Funan. Were there any? It seemed not. Maybe Shizue was a bit soft in his personality and is quite naive, but he had a positive quality, he listened to others. Unlike Itachi Uchiha in a later period, he was really ruthless and would chop whoever he caught. Looking at Shizue who was speechless, Funan shrugged. Actually, from the perspective of a bystander, you will find that the Sandaime is just cooperating with Denzo. What? Shimura Denzo. Funan said slowly. What Saratobe Hiruzen did, traced back to the source, was just to keep appeasing Uchiha while letting Shimura Denzo punch Uchiha hard. The two brothers cooperated well. You punch him first, and I'll comfort him. When the Uchiha calm down, you hit him again, and so on. The Uchiha have been gradually pushed to this point. Otherwise, how would you explain the current situation of the Uchiha clan? Shizue was breathing faster. Funan continued, Shizue, some things, no matter how much they are explained, will remain what they are. The most acute conflict between Uchiha and the village was the Night of the Nine-Tails, the night when the fourth Hokage died in battle. That night, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina gave birth. An unknown Sharingan controlled the Nine-Tails, plunging Hidden Leaf village into an endless sea of blood. That night completely separated the village and the Uchiha. Funan said calmly, the Uchiha were the subject of suspicion and malicious slander, and eventually moved away from the original clan area and moved to a remote corner of the village. With your current status, you should be able to find out that that night had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. The question is, why did Hidden Leaf village's higher-ups, whom you trust, refuse to show up from the beginning to the end? Furthermore, they never said a word in favor of the Uchiha clan. They even keep putting pressure on the Uchiha clan constantly. Especially in the village, there are constant rumors that the Uchiha clan is the one who controls the Kyuubi, blaming Uchiha for the village's losses, causing the village's hatred and resentment towards Uchiha. Even if someone refutes it, they will say, Uchiha did not support the fourth generation, which resulted in Minato no Mikage's death in the battle. Makes me laugh, wasn't that an order from the third Hokage? Don't let the Uchiha leave your territory. Denzo and his people are staring at us to death. The two huge forces, Uchiha and Root, just acted as spectators, as if they were deliberately trying to kill Minato no Mikage. Huh? Someone really wants to kill Minato no Mikage, right? Funan touched his chin and fell into deep thought. He really never thought about this in the past. The third generation does not want to delegate power, and the fourth generation gradually begins to take power. This is the contradiction. Shizue said weakly, that's not Hokage-sama's order, it's Denzo's order. Funan glanced at Shizue and chuckled, I accused him unfairly, do I need to apologize to you? I assure you that I would do it sincerely. There's no need. Shizue said. Even if it was Denzo's order, the third Hokage didn't even do something as simple as speak in favor of the Uchiha clan. Tell me, he has done a lot for Uchiha. Funan shook his head. To be fair, as the Hokage, the Sandaime wanted to believe in Uchiha, and he also wanted to recognize Uchiha as a member of the village. But he felt more fear and caution towards the Uchiha. In their perception, the Uchiha, who are prone to extremes, are like a volcano that can explode at any time. But the Uchiha clan is too powerful. As Hokage, the old Saratobe Hiruzen hopes for stability. The best way to weaken Uchiha is, for example, rejection by the village. isolating the Uchiha, leaving them alone and facing the hatred of the people. That was the best way to weaken them. However, Funen is an Uchiha, and from his perspective he just wants to say, "Damn, what have I done to you to make you provoke me all the time?" Therefore, the two sides are destined to conflict. Shisui remained silent. After a long time, he murmured, "Is there really no way for the village and Uchiha to get along with each other?" Funen pouted. Even a scared rabbit can bite, but when an Uchiha's eyes turn red, it's much scarier than a rabbit. Shisui looked in a daze. Funen's words had a huge impact on him. He subconsciously touched his eyes. There must be a way. For example, these eyes. After Funen noticed Shisui's actions, he said nonchalantly, "Actually, there are ways for the village and Uchiha to coexist." "What?" Shisui's eyes widened suddenly, like a drowning man grasping at his last hope. He grabbed Funen and said eagerly, "What did you just say?" "Calm down, Shisui." Funen smiled and pushed Shisui away. "A stinky man, stay away from me. I don't want Hidden Leaf Village to be destroyed, and I don't want Uchiha to be harmed. It's the best of both worlds." Shisui nodded quickly. So, in the near future, listen to my words obediently. I will intervene and change all of this." Funen looks confident. "This?" Shisui was a little hesitant. "Intervention? Does this mean you want to take power?" He trusted Funen very much, but he was also a little afraid. He knew very well how decisive his friend was. As long as he makes up his mind, he will cut off any retreat and fight to the end. This point has been confirmed by countless enemies during the Third World War. Hidden Leaf Village's Yellow Flash couldn't compare with Funen in terms of the number of enemies he killed. Funen, the bloody fire. Will that bloody flame ignite in Hidden Leaf Village? With Funen's temper, he would definitely not mind starting a war. If Uchiha Funen is active again, the Uchiha clan's combat power will inevitably skyrocket. It is completely different from the period when Uchiha Fugaku was in charge of the Uchiha clan. That might as well be. Funen looked at him with a smile and said, "Shisui, unless there are powerful beings like Senju Hashirama or Madara Uchiha, no individual can change the status quo. You can only trust me, and besides, you are a human being, not a puppet. If any action I ask you to do hurts the village, you have the right to refuse. The decision is in your hands. Of course, you can also choose to use those eyes." Funen stared into Shisui's eyes and said, "Use it on the clan leader, use it on me. But, do you think this will solve the problem? I promise, the result will only be worse." Shisui glanced at Itachi subconsciously. He only told Funen about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi said calmly, "Shisui Aniki, I know everything about you. How much do you know about me? How much do you know about Funen Aniki?" He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the three Magatama's Sharingan was spinning rapidly, and finally turned into a shuriken-like pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. Shisui's hands were trembling, and his expression was horrified. "Itachi, you. Uchiha actually has 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. As the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he is very aware of the power contained in these eyes. If the clan members knew that the family had 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui didn't dare to think about it at all. Wait. Funen." Shisui turned his head sharply and looked at Funen, staring into his eyes. He has a strong intuition. Itachi trusts Funen so much. And Funen was talking about changing both the village and the clan. Funen chuckled and said, "Shisui, the look in your eyes is very scary." Shisui had a serious and unchanged expression. "All right." Seeing Shisui's persistence, Funen spread his hands, and 3 Magatama first appeared in his eyes. This is nothing. During the Third War, he and Funen already had 3 Magatama. What he wanted to see was the deeper power within those pupils. Funen did not disappoint Shisui. The 3 Magatama slowly merged to form a strange triangle pattern. A cold and desperate atmosphere filled the air, making it difficult for Shisui to breathe. The 3rd pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 3, I have a sacred tree. Looking at Funen's Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui suddenly had a thought. What will the Sandaime-sama's expression be like when he knows that Uchiha now has 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan? After a moment of silence, Shisui looked at Itachi, with horror and regret in his eyes, and said, "Itachi, when did you awaken from the Mangekyo Sharingan?" As the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui knew very well how heartbreaking the price of such a pair of eyes was. Although Funen also has a Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui was leaning more towards his awakening during the Third Shinobi World War. On that battlefield of blood and fire, nothing would be surprising. The death of a companion or a relative may become an inducement. But what about Itachi in peacetime? Why was Itachi forced to this point? A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on Itachi's face. He scratched his head and said, "Shisui Aniki, I understand what you mean. I have not experienced that pain. Huh? What do you mean by that? Itachi lowered his head and said nothing. Shizue came back to his senses and said sheepishly, "Sorry, Itachi, I was just too surprised." For a ninja, information is essential as it can mean life or death for a ninja. Exploring each other's secrets is the most impolite behavior, even if the other person is a very good friend. No, it's not that, it's just. Itachi opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Because of me. At this moment, Funan suddenly intervened. His words made Shizue's eyes widen again. Funan? Because of him, Itachi possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan? Can a Mangekyo Sharingan be made artificially? Haha, don't show such an expression, Shizue, we all have some special abilities, don't we? Funan was hinting at something. Shizue instantly thought of his pupil technique, Kodo Umatsukami. That supernatural ability surprised him, so it didn't seem strange to him that Funan also had special powers. Observing Shizue's shocked expression, Funan smiled and then sank deep into his consciousness. In the sea of his consciousness, there is a towering tree that seems to accommodate the entire world. It stands there, growing quietly. The big tree has a thick trunk and is full of vitality. The bark cracked, revealing shapes reminiscent of small dragons, showing an ancient air. At the base of the large tree, there was an old face with all his features, sporting a long beard, his eyes closed, as if he was sleeping. At the top of the tree grew 2 silvery fruits, resembling shiny gems. Funan's consciousness passed over the fruit. Level 3, Fire Style, Level 4, Pupil Power. This is Funan's golden finger after rebirth in the world of Naruto. Funan called it, World Tree. The World Tree absorbs life energy and grows. After the life energy reaches a certain level, fruits will be produced. The more energy, the higher the level of the fruit. As for how to obtain that life energy, both animals and humans can provide it. You just have to make them lose their ability to resist. During the Third War, Funan absorbed the life energy of the ninjas. After the war, he began to absorb the life energy of animals. The 2 fruits were the accumulated result of Funan's last years. They could become his power at any time. I am still a little short of reaching level 4 with the fire-style fruit. I will eat it when it grows to level 6. Moreover, the 3rd fruit is about to appear. Funan focused on the center between the 2 fruits. His gaze was deep. There is a special force gathering. When he first came to this world, he was confused and scared. If it weren't for Goldfinger, he would have died long ago. After killing the first enemy and absorbing the opponent's life energy, the first fruit awakened, and he set it as the fire-style fruit. Although it is only the initial level of level 1, it also greatly increases the power of his fire style. After consuming a few more level 1 and level 2 fruits, he transformed into Funan, the blood flame. For the 2nd fruit, he chose Uchiha's bloodline, the Sharingan. He thus awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had already planned for the 3rd fruit. Although Shizue would not completely obey his orders, at least he would not do anything bad. Everything was prepared, the plans could be put into motion. An evil smile appeared on Funan's handsome face. According to the plot of the Naruto series, the fateful night of the Uchiha clan massacre seems to be approaching. Does that mean that Shizue is close to dying? In this case, let's take action. I can't let him die, right? Moreover, once Denzo gets Kodo Umatsukami, it will be very troublesome. After dealing with Shizue and Itachi, Funan slowly enters a quiet courtyard, carrying a bird cage and a cup of tea. The courtyard has a simple appearance, and the heavy and cracked gate is full of traces of time. The yard is very big, but there are not many people there, so it looks empty. Funan knew this place well and headed straight towards the backyard. The servants and guards on the road greeted him respectfully after seeing him. By the pond, under the cherry blossom tree, an old man was sitting with tea in front of him, as if he was admiring the flowers. His face was thin, his eyes were sharp, and his body exuded a cold and icy aura. The air seemed to freeze around him. Hey, old man, what are you thinking about? You can't even hide your murderous intent. Funan wandered up to the old man and said teasingly, maybe you're remembering when you rebelled and Saratobe Hiruzen beat you up? The old man's face darkened, he stared at Funan fiercely, gritted his teeth and said, you little bastard, your skin is itchy, isn't it? Funan sat down, picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it by himself. The old man's face turned darker, and he looked at the empty teacup in front of him. Where's mine? Funan looked surprised. What I just said didn't make you full. Old man, have you become more able to bear it? Bang! The old man without hesitation grabbed the cup in front of him and smashed it hard on Funan's head. The next moment, the teacup was back in front of him, and it was already filled with hot tea. The old man never saw the whole process clearly. The scent of tea floats in the air. Elder Setsuna, despite his age, he still has such a hot temper. Setsuna stared at Funan for a moment, the anger on his face slowly subsided, and he looked thoughtful. Ganjutsu? As an elite Jonin, when did he fall for the trick? Looking at the smiling Funan, his heart moved. This kid's strength has become stronger again. Tell me, why are you willing to come see an old man like me today? What nonsense are you talking? Funan responded innocently. You're my grandfather. It's not strange that I visit you, right? Setsuna sneered instantly. Do you think I'll believe that? I don't believe it either. Funan spread his hands and said, but don't blame me. You are the representative of the Hawks, causing trouble all day long. Being your grandson is too dangerous. What if one day someone puts me in a sack and then beats me? I wouldn't have anyone to cry to. The veins on Uchiha Setsuna's forehead throbbed. This grandson, who made him proud, was still so good at irritating people. He almost wanted to strangle him to death. Hee hee. Funan chuckled and said, by the way, old man, I'm going to do something recently. Please remember to cooperate. Setsuna frowned slightly for a moment and said in a deep voice, right now? At this troublesome time? The relationship between the village and Uchiha has become increasingly tense. Small-scale conflicts have already occurred in some places. The three major factions within the Uchiha clan have frequent accidents with each other. At this time, Funan, who has a sensitive identity, jumped out. Aren't you worried about becoming the target of public criticism? It's precisely because there are so many things going on that I have to come out. Funan curled his lips and said angrily, old man, I have a hunch that something big is going to happen, and Uchiha may be wiped out one day. Who will be destroyed? Setsuna said disdainfully for a moment, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen? I knew you had this tone and this expression. No wonder they exterminated the clan. Why couldn't they understand? How many times have they fought with Hiruzen overtly or covertly, and how many times have they not been beaten by him? Why can't they wake up? Don't look down on others. Funan said lazily, look at us Uchiha, even our clan has been forced to move. I haven't seen you organize any decent counterattack. That's because Fugaku, as the clan leader. Don't make excuses, old man. Funan interrupted Uchiha Setsuna's words, with a slightly serious expression, and said, isn't what Uchiha Fugaku did influenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others? Maybe, every move he makes is subconsciously based on other people's thoughts. You are all simply pawns on his board. Setsuna's expression turned even gloomier in an instant. After a long time, he slowly said, what do you want to do? I did it. As expected from my biological grandfather, choosing you as the breaking point was a good choice. Chapter 4, Clan Meeting. The cherry blossoms were slowly falling. The tea has cooled down. Funan was long gone. Uchiha Setsuna was still sitting there, looking at the petals falling on his palm, lost in thought. Elder. With a soft call, a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared in front of Uchiha Setsuna. Suta, what do you think? Setsuna paused for a moment and sighed helplessly, with a look of exhaustion on his old face. I'm old. I'm not as cautious as before when I do things. Alas, I understand Sarutobi Hiruzen a little bit. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third-generation Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, is known as the god of shinobi and the professor. When he was young, he was courageous and powerful. During the Shinobi World War, he defended Hidden Leaf Village alone against 4 enemies, defeating them without hesitation. However, even someone like the Uchiha, who is not skilled in interpersonal relationships, can sense discontent among the village's clans and ninjas. The reason Hiruzen retired back then, letting Minato no Mikaze become the 4th Hokage, besides age, he had to take the blame and resign. Hidden Leaf Village was clearly the victor in the Shinobi World War, but the contract signed by the Sandaime Hokage seemed to be the loser, with no benefits and a lot of sacrifice. Suddenly, all the ninjas who had made huge sacrifices could no longer hold back any longer and pointed their fingers at the Sandaime. Then there was the 4th generation Hokage. Suta smiled slightly and said, he is not as good as Funan. The young master is very good. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Setsuna, who was famous for his ruthlessness, couldn't help laughing, his expression full of pride. That kid just doesn't fit. The haze was swept away. Yes. Look at those sons and grandsons of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although they are not bad, they are not as good as Funan. During the Third War, there were only 2 ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village who made their enemies fearful. Hidden Leaf Village's Yellow Flash and Bloody Flames. Those 2 caused panic among the enemies. If it weren't for that incident, how would Shisui become famous? As for what happened, everyone knew in their hearts that the shadow of Shimura Denzo, the darkness of the shinobi, was indispensable. Of course, there is a high probability that it also has something to do with himself. Setsuna's eyes instantly turned cold. Shizue Uchiha is the grandson of Uchiha Kagami. In the eyes of the Hokage faction, he is barely half one of their own. What about himself? The representative of the Uchiha Hawk faction, who rebelled many years ago, and is the absolute enemy of the Hokage faction. By forcing Uchiha Funen to retreat and elevating Shizue Uchiha, it not only suppressed the Uchiha Hawks, weakened their influence, but also appeased other Uchiha. Perhaps, they also want to intensify the conflict between the Uchiha Doves and Hawks. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku also played a big role in it. That damn thing, he should not have been elected as the clan leader in the first place. Setsuna immediately raised his head and said, "Tsuda, what's going on?" Brothers Tetsui and Komi requested a clan meeting. Uchiha paused for a moment and murmured, "Are you so eager?" Uchiha Tetsui and Uchiha Komi, two famous powerful jonin of the Uchiha clan. They were originally the clan leader's people, members of the Hidden Leaf Village military police force. Later, for some unknown reason, it became Funen's eyes, which made people think that the two of them were under an illusion. Now that these two people are requesting a clan meeting, the powerful figures in the three major factions must know whose intention it is. Tsuda chuckled and said, "Take vigorous and decisive actions, he has the same behavior as you had back then." Haha. Setsuna couldn't help but laugh again. Then go and have a look and see what that kid can do. The core area of the Uchiha clan. The patriarch's house. Uchiha Fugaku was sitting upright, listening to his subordinate's report with a calm expression. "That's too much." Uchiha Kuroko said angrily, "Tetsui and Komi, what qualifications do they have to hold a clan meeting?" And the other elders actually agreed. The Uchiha clan has extremely strict requirements. Only 3 people have the right to hold a clan meeting. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, the representative of the Hawk faction, Uchiha Setsuna, and the representative of the Dove faction, Uchiha Soji. However, the proposal of the brothers Tetsui and Komi was approved without problems this time. Undoubtedly, this represented someone's influence. Uchiha Funen. Uchiha Fugaku murmured to himself. As the patriarch, he knows more. He wasn't surprised that Uchiha Setsuna agreed with Funen, but that Uchiha Soji did so certainly surprised him. Soji should have the same opinion as him and should not be able to accept Funen's requests. Because Funen perfectly inherited Setsuna's iron-bloodedness and ruthlessness, which was inconsistent with Soji's philosophy. What happened that I don't know about? I remember there was a report that Funen also visited Uchiha Soji recently. Fugaku mused silently. Uchiha Kuroko at his side kept talking non-stop, completely disapproving of the brothers Tetsui and Komi, considering them a disappointment for having betrayed Fugaku's trust. They were obviously loyal to the clan leader, how could they so easily change sides? Clan leader, these 2 people are completely betraying you. You must. The remaining words were drowned out under Fugaku's calm but authoritative gaze. They have betrayed who? They were members of the police force and remain loyal to the Uchiha and the people. Uchiha Fugaku stood up and said calmly, "Let's go, I also want to know what that person wants to do." Naka Shrine. When Uchiha Fugaku walked into this secret meeting place, he happened to meet Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Soji. The 3 of them greeted each other and then looked at Uchiha Funen, who was already sitting, enjoying his tea without worry. He had that lazy attitude as always. But strangely, his position was directly in front of the clan head, and he didn't even raise his head when the 3 of them entered. Tetsui and Komi stood up right behind him, like 2 javelins, not sitting at all. Except for Uchiha Setsuna, the other 2 seemed to be silently reflecting as they sat in their places. The Uchiha clan worships power, so clan members with the 3 Tomoe Sharingan automatically gain the right to participate in clan meetings. The 3 Tomoe Sharingan represent Jonin level strength. Soon, 25 people gathered here. This is the strength of the Uchiha clan. And that was after excluding those who were on missions or patrolling. The actual total number has exceeded 30, accounting for almost 1/10 of the Jonin of Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, Uchiha's Jonin has more combat effectiveness than ordinary Jonin. That was also one of the reasons why Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups feared the Uchiha clan. Every time he thought about this, Funen also felt filled with mixed feelings. Having so much power and still being eradicated by someone without suffering any casualties could only mean that both sides cooperated exceptionally well. Once everyone was seated, Fugaku looked at Funen and said, "Why are you holding a clan meeting?" He didn't want to talk nonsense. Since he knew that Funen was secretly instigating it, he should just ask him directly. As an Uchiha, why do you do so many twists and turns? Funen continued drinking his tea, without even raising his head. Fugaku frowned slightly, his eyes gradually showing a fierce light. He is the clan leader. He has absolute authority and power. Funen's status is not equal to his. How dare he ignore him? Cough, cough. It's better for me to say it. A dry cough sounded, inserting into the tense atmosphere. The representatives of the three major factions looked at the man and were shocked again. Uchiha Yashiro. Why is it him? Fugaku couldn't help but froze, staring blankly at Setsuna sitting next to him. Uchiha Yashiro has extremely strong analytical skills and strong leadership. He is an extremely rare talent. At the same time, he also serves as the captain of the Hidden Leaf Village military police force. Even Fugaku respects him very much and often has to consider his attitude. Was he part of Funen's group? Many Uchiha eyes were about to pop out. They looked at Yashiro blankly, and then at Funen. How many people had this carefree Uchiha managed to attract? Chapter 5, Seizing Power. Why? Yashiro. Uchiha Fugaku looked puzzled, even a little confused. First it was Tetsui and Komi, and now even Yashiro. These people were once regarded as his confidants, his right hands. Is he such a failure? One by one they all left him. Uchiha Yashiro secretly smiled bitterly. He must stand up. He knew Funen was dissatisfied with Fugaku. If he didn't intervene soon, the leader of the Uchiha clan would be in trouble. Uchiha Yashiro did not answer Fugaku. He stood up and said directly, I, Uchiha Yashiro, am the Jonin of the Uchiha clan and one of the 4 captains of the Hidden Leaf Village military police force. I have held this position for more than 10 years. I have noticed a major deficiency in the current police force. None of the Uchiha present spoke but looked at Yashiro silently, waiting for his next step. Uchiha Yashiro continued, let's not mention some minor problems for now. The most important point is that with the development of Hidden Leaf Village, the strength of the police force is obviously insufficient. Many areas are lacking personnel and management is chaotic. Therefore, I suggest that we expand the 4 divisions of the police force to 8. Uchiha Setsuna, Uchiha Soji and Uchiha Fugaku's expressions all changed. The atmosphere became tense instantly. Expand the power of the Uchiha clan? And it is directly doubled? At this critical moment? Are you crazy? At least Saratobe Hiruzen and other high-level village officials will go crazy. Fugaku looked angry, looked at Funen coldly, and asked, Uchiha Funen, what exactly do you want to do? Funen said innocently, what do you mean what am I trying to do? What have I done? Stop talking nonsense. Fugaku shouted, don't you know the current situation of Uchiha? You actually want to expand the armed forces? Uchiha has been targeted by the village. At this time, he actually wants to expand the strength of the police force? Is this an attempt to directly ignite the war between the village and Uchiha? Chief Fugaku, I, Uchiha Funen, as a member who loves Hidden Leaf Village, I wholeheartedly serve the village. Funen looked aggrieved. To hell. The same sentence appeared in the hearts of many Uchiha. Especially Fugaku, Setsuna and Soji. The fierce gleam in Fugaku's eyes became even stronger. He is the famous Wicked Eye Fugaku. He is also a ruthless character on the battlefield. At this moment, his anger became more ferocious. Funen can't help but shrink his neck, looking pitiful and very scared. Ahem. Uchiha Soji, the representative of the Dove faction, coughed dryly and said, Funen, this is a clan meeting, be serious. Do you really think anyone will believe you after all the things you've done? Do you think we don't know how many times you and Denzo have fought overtly and covertly? Funen blinked and said, that's not right. Why are you all looking at me? It's not my suggestion. This is obviously the Yashiro brothers' suggestion. Talk to him. Yashiro also cursed Funen in his mind and said despite the many strange looks, everyone, my proposal is entirely based on overall considerations. Uchiha shoulders important responsibilities and maintains the security of the village. Now it is no longer possible to fulfill it. The dignity of the Uchiha name does not allow me to evade my responsibilities. That's enough. Fugaku said coldly, I will report this matter to Hokage-sama and increase some manpower appropriately. A flash of anger flashed in Setsuna's eyes. Reporting to the Hokage again. When did you, Fugaku, become the Hokage's dog? Always informing the Hokage about matters that concern the Uchiha clan itself, does he still remember that he is the leader of the Uchiha clan? Immediately, Uchiha Setsuna, who was furious when he heard the word Hokage, said calmly, I think what Yashiro said is very reasonable. Hidden Leaf Village is developing and the population is increasing. How can the police force remain in the same state as it was decades ago? I am in favor of increasing personnel and the number of divisions. Uchiha Soji smiled bitterly. This was going to be a problem. Once Uchiha Setsuna spoke, the nature of the situation changed completely. He is a representative of the Hawks and an elder of Uchiha. His status is completely different. Furthermore, his identity is too sensitive. Sure enough. Fugaku's anger subdued, and he regained his composure, saying, "Elder Setsuna, do you agree?" His words were calm, but there was a chill that seemed to freeze the soul. A huge pressure hit Uchiha Setsuna. His complexion changed slightly in an instant. He has a lot of dissatisfaction with Fugaku, but he still quite recognizes his strength. He is definitely one of the strongest men in Hidden Leaf Village. Hee hee. A chuckle rang out, and a stronger pressure appeared, pushing back Fugaku's pressure. It was Uchiha Funen. His gaze was hostile as he looked at Fugaku. "Who are you? How dare you bully my old man?" Cough, cough. Uchiha Yashiro smiled bitterly and interjected, "Clan leader, my proposal not only includes the addition of 4 divisions, but also the appointment of corresponding division leaders. Furthermore, it is also better to appoint a deputy minister of the police force who can also serve as the deputy head of the Uchiha clan to help the leader with his concerns and can resolve the chaos in management." Silence. The room became completely silent. Many people looked at Yashiro blankly, and then at Funen. Damn it, isn't this getting out of hand? Deputy minister and deputy clan leader? Oh, be a good boy. Are you trying to usurp the throne? Most people's mouths are so wide open that they can't even speak. Haha. Fugaku sneered after a period of silence. "Uchiha Funen, is this your purpose?" Just when he thought that Funen would shirk again and kick the ball to Yashiro's head, Funen said lazily, "That's right. You. However, no one can decide on such a big matter. How about we all vote by a show of hands? What do the Uchiha Jonin present here think about Yashiro's proposal, and do they think that I, Uchiha Funen, am suitable to be the deputy leader of the Uchiha clan? If the majority of the Uchiha agree, then I will be the deputy leader. If you don't agree, consider me a joke." At that moment, Funen was like a sharp sword, showing its edge. Before Fugaku could refuse, brothers Tetsui and Komi raised their hands first. Immediately afterwards, Yashiro raised his hand. Fugaku sneered, and just as he was about to speak, several more people raised their hands. In the blink of an eye, the number of people raising their hands actually exceeded 10. A total of 11 people. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked. Setsuna was stunned for a moment. Uchiha Soji was shocked. How was it possible? There were only 25 Uchiha present, and 11 agreed to Funen becoming deputy clan leader. Is it close to half? It can be said that except for the die-hard subordinates standing behind them, almost all other Uchiha agree with Funen. Don't forget, Fugaku, Setsuna, Soji and Funen, these 4 people can't raise their hands. Excluding the 4 of them, more than half of the Uchiha Jonin present agreed with Funen. Uchiha Setsuna was about to raise his hands with the Hawks, but he was stunned in place. Uchiha Soji preferred not to raise his hands but wanted to arrange for a few people to raise their hands to save Funen some face. After all, he was an outstanding junior in the family. Okay, now, the number of people is already over half. It's better not to raise your hand, to save some face for Fugaku. But, this little brat Funen actually got so many people's approval? He is too. Uchiha Soji looked at Funen in shock. Funen chuckled and winked at him mischievously. Uchiha Soji. You deserve a beating. Chapter 6, Duel You. Uchiha Fugaku's chest rose and fell violently. He looked in disbelief at the Uchiha in front of him. Almost all the young Jonin in Uchiha sided with Funen, and... Why? Itachi. Fugaku looked towards the corner. A young man stood there silently with his hands raised. Itachi Uchiha. His son, his pride, sided with Funen? Fugaku stared at the boy with a complicated expression. To stand with Funen now is to oppose him. Itachi stared at his father calmly, without saying a word, but with an extremely firm look on his face. He listened to Funen's words, and he also listened to his father's words. Finally, he looked at the family and the village with his own eyes, and he made a choice. Cough, cough. Uchiha Soji coughed twice, glanced behind him, and shouted, "Shizui, what are you doing?" Shizui had a stern expression, turned his head, pretending not to hear, and did not put down his raised hand. Uchiha Soji glared at Shizui, feeling both curious and helpless. Is the backbone of the Dove faction, the grandson of Kagami Uchiha, also on the side of the Hawk faction? Ha ha ha. Setsuna was instantly happy. After coming back to his senses, he immediately motioned to the Hawks to raise their hands. He and the 2 people behind him gave Funen the absolute upper hand. Of the 25 Jonin, 4 voluntarily abstained, 13 sided with Funen, and 8 did not raise their hands. Among them, there must be neutrals. If all the Uchiha Jonin are counted, there are 15 Uchiha Jonin, nearly half of them, standing on Funen's side. And who could guarantee that those clan members who did not come would not join Funen? It's amazing. Unknowingly, he managed to win over so many Jonin in the family. Fugaku had regained his composure. He looked directly at Funan and said, "Funan, do you want to launch an armed coup?" The atmosphere in the place suddenly became tense. Including Shizui, many people looked at Funan. How is that possible? Funan laughed and said, "Clan leader, I promise you that I will never take the initiative to start a war. I will only cause those who are watching the Uchiha to die in agony." Funan thought. Funan's words made many people feel relieved. Instead, Setsuna curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Not taking the initiative? Fugaku did not back down at all, saying, "Continue to expand the power of the Uchiha clan and then force a village to take the initiative? Clan leader, you know what? In some ways, you are really naive." Funan shook his head. Fugaku, deep down, was someone who loved peace. Therefore, he subconsciously worked in that direction. This is what Funan cannot understand the most. When someone in the Uchiha clan wants to destroy the peace of the village, Uchiha Fugaku will punch them hard and crush them all. So, here comes the problem. When Saratobe Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo were destroying them, why the hell didn't you go up and bite them? Absurd. To put it harshly, you who are only ruthless to your own people are a bastard. As a clan leader, you, Fugaku, are not qualified, especially according to what happened in the Naruto series plot. When faced with Itachi's butcher knife, you actually decided to surrender without wanting to kill each other. Go to hell. Are you really worthy of being Uchiha? Oh, am I naive? I would like to know more details. Fugaku's expression remained calm. Funan was speechless and said, "The clan has a limited number of members. Even if I expand 100 teams, we would still be the same number of people. So the only way to increase the number of the police force is to invite shinobi from other clans or civilian shinobi." Fugaku was silent. People who knew him noticed a slight embarrassment in him. Forgive him, he also had an instinctive reaction. When he heard that Uchiha wanted to expand his power, he couldn't help but want to object. "It was the Sandame and the others who forced me." Seeing this, Yashiro quickly said, "Clan leader, do you agree with this result?" "He can only be because there is still one last step to take." Funan suddenly took off his casual jacket, revealing a smart outfit, and walked towards the open space aside. "Chief Fugaku, let's compete. The Uchiha clan respects strength. If I defeat you, I think you will have nothing to say, right?" Everyone was startled, and their eyes were gradually filled with excitement. As Funan said, what the Uchiha clan admires most is strength. On the contrary, Fugaku, Setsuna and Soji frowned slightly. They didn't understand why, in such a favorable situation, Funan would challenge Fugaku. Even if you are confident in your own strength, why bother? Moreover, Fugaku, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, was known as Wicked Eye Fugaku during the Shinobi World War. His power was not much worse than that of the Blood Flame, but he was not in the same period. During the war Funan was only 15 years old, far from his prime. Once Funan is defeated, everything he has done may be in vain. Unless, he is completely sure? Facing Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha family. Who can be completely sure? What's wrong? Leader Fugaku, are you afraid? Faced with Funan's provocation, Fugaku snorted coldly, stood up and walked towards Funan, saying, "Boy, don't get too arrogant, or you will regret it. Then you come and teach me a lesson." Funan chuckled, 3 Magatama appeared in his eyes, and the powerful pupil power began to spread. The same 3 Tomoe appeared in Fugaku's eyes. Looking at Funan, he suddenly said, "Speaking of which, Funan, I have never fought against you." Fugaku, as leader of the Uchiha, had trained many young Uchiha, especially Shizui and Itachi. However, Funan, who once overshadowed the two of them, has been avoiding him. He always thought that Setsuna had said something to Funan, but current events showed that this young man had been following his own path for a long time. The two looked at each other. The pressure was already at its peak. Sensing the tension, other Uchiha became even more excited. One was the leader of the Uchiha clan, considered the strongest among them. The other was a new Uchiha talent, Funan, the blood flame on the battlefield. Who is stronger? Suddenly, the two of them started to form seals at the same time. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The same skillful seals, the only difference is the color of the flames. A ball of blood-colored flames reflected in everyone's eyes. After hitting Fugaku's fireball, it pushed the flames back without stopping. Overwhelmingly powerful. Fugaku's complexion changed slightly. He had heard the name Blood Flame for a long time, but this is the first time he felt the power of that strange blood-colored fire style. Boom, the bloody flames hit Fugaku, causing a huge explosion and swallowing him instantly. Funan did not hesitate to form another seal, facing behind him. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Countless bloody flames, like meteor showers, scattered and fell to the earth. Fugaku's silhouette appeared exactly where the flames were going to hit. Body flicker jutsu. However, the flames were already too close. Bang. 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 Fugaku's body was hit by the phoenix fire, as if hit by bullets, leaving multiple holes before turning into smoke. Shadow clone jutsu. Here. Fugaku's deep voice sounded behind Funan. He formed a seal with his hands, and the fire style was ready. Here. The same words appeared behind Fugaku. Fugaku's pupils contracted violently. Rich combat experience allowed his body to subconsciously use the body flicker jutsu. Too late. Funan's lips curved into an evil smile. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation Jutsu. A huge flame rose into the sky and instantly covered Fugaku. Chapter 7, Pride is not affected by time. Boom, the blood flame slowly dissipated. Fugaku's figure appeared a few meters away. He was kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily and looking a little embarrassed. He stared at Funan with shock in his eyes. Rich combat experience. Extremely active chakra. The powerful blood flame. Skillful use of seals and ninjutsu. The most terrifying thing is that those eyes completely saw through his actions. Even among the elite Jonin, Funan's skill was at the top. That series of blows, seamlessly connected, made him unable to breathe. Clan leader, do you want to continue the fight? Funan's light voice echoed. He stared at Fugaku with a lazy expression, but his eyes were extremely cold, and the bloody three tomoe brought astonishing oppression. I have to say, Funan, you surprised me so much. Fugaku's breathing slowed down and he said in a deep voice, you are an absolute genius, but you are too dangerous. His eyes became cold, and he said, if the Uchiha clan is left in your hands, you will lead them to destruction. Endless killing intent instantly surged out of Funan's eyes. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation Jutsu. Boom, the flames, even more powerful than before, rushed towards Fugaku. Funan's murderous intention was completely undisguised. No. Seeing this, Uchiha Kuroko couldn't help but exclaimed. The power of Funan's fire style was so powerful that it scared even him. Even the clan leader's fire release can't compare. He subconsciously wanted to rush forward but was stopped by Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, what are you doing? That's your father. Kuroko was furious. Itachi said calmly, you are a subordinate of my father, you should have faith in him. Of course, don't underestimate Funan Aniki. In the last sentence, Itachi's voice was very soft, and his eyes were very complicated. The scene in front of him was something he didn't want to happen, but it was bound to happen. This was his helplessness. Swish, at this moment, Fugaku's movements suddenly accelerated, and he narrowly avoided being extinguished by the powerful fire. Funan looked at Fugaku coldly, thinking. The chakra became more active and predicted my attack. What's wrong, Funan? You're angry for telling the truth. Fugaku raised his head and faced Funan with a calm look. What was surprising was that he had his eyes closed. Humphrey. Funan sneered and said, I am indeed angry, but it's not because I was told something that was wrong to me. Oh. What makes me angry is that you are obviously destroying Uchiha, but you don't know. If you were an ordinary clan member, it would be fine, but you are the clan leader. You tell me how dangerous this is. Funan took a deep breath and said, to be honest, I have no interest in rights at all. If it weren't for your stupidity, Uchiha Fugaku, why should I stand up? Uchiha clan leader, look what you have done. Funan pointed at his feet. Under your leadership, the Uchiha have been forced from their ancestral land, they can't even maintain their homes. Don't look for excuses. Funan saw that Fugaku wanted to explain, so he interrupted him unceremoniously and said coldly, the Uchiha clan has lost its pride since you have been in charge. For how many years our Uchiha heritage has existed, how many dangers we have faced. We have always been proud, it is only under your leadership that the Uchiha have been brought to this point. The breathing of the surrounding Uchiha became heavy, and the three tomoe appeared in the eyes unconsciously. Being forced to relocate to a remote corner of the village is a great shame for any Uchiha. Even the Dovish Uchiha are angry about this. Their home. They lost their home. Those people sneered as they walked away in shame, then greedily seized what belonged to them, stealing the Uchiha's honor. I understand your anger, but we cannot lose our minds because of anger. Fugaku said solemnly, now is no better than before. Funan opened his hands and said loudly, Uchiha are a proud clan at all times. We are the strongest ninja family. While we are Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, it does not hinder our pride as an Uchiha. Pride will not be bound by time. He pointed at Fugaku and shouted angrily, only the weak will find reasons for their own failure. The Uchiha watched Funan with burning eyes. They agreed with his words from the bottom of their hearts. Including Kuroko and others, They couldn't help but feel excited. No matter whose side they are on, they are all orthodox Uchiha. You are indeed very dangerous. Fugaku said coldly after a brief silence, you will bring Uchiha to the opposite side of the entire village. You are not arrogant enough to think that the Uchiha clan alone can defeat the entire village? That's absurd. Funin scolded and said, when did I say that Uchiha wants to go against the entire village? We have shed countless blood and sacrifices for Hidden Leaf Village. We just want to fight for our own interests. We have paid so much, not to mention being treated fairly, but we are still being suppressed. It's ridiculous. Why do Saratobe Hiruzen and the others do this? Just because we are strong? Besides, has the negotiation worked? All these years, Uchiha Fugaku, do you still not see it? The enemy has only intensified its hostility, has not shown even an ounce of goodwill towards us. So, if you seek peace through struggle, you will survive in peace. If you seek peace through compromise, you will perish in peace. Your complacency has failed, so it's my turn. Let's take back our pride and honor. Funin clenched his fists and raised them high. The Uchihas were breathing heavily and followed him subconsciously, clenching their fists and raising them high. Fugaku was a little frightened. In just a few words, Funin actually aroused the emotions of the tribesmen to this extent. It seems that as long as he raises his arms and shouts, the tribesmen will immediately follow him to the Hokage building. Dangerous. Too dangerous. Fugaku slowly clenched his fists and said coldly, Funin, your thoughts and your actions are too dangerous. Your path only leads to darkness, I must stop you. Ha ha ha. Funin laughed. He stared at Fugaku and said playfully, although you say you want to stop me, in fact, clan leader, you also agree with my words. After all, you are also an orthodox Uchiha. The Uchihas all looked at Fugaku. Indeed. In front of everyone, facing so many eyes, Fugaku couldn't lie. He said calmly, I was very moved after hearing what you just said. If I were an ordinary Uchiha, I would follow without hesitation. But I am the leader of the clan, I must consider the whole family. Then stop talking nonsense. Funin moved his fingers and said, you and I, the one who falls, the one who stands, will bear the hope and glory of the clan. After Fugaku was silent for a moment, he nodded and said, okay. The momentum of the two people increased again. Chapter 8, The Same Eyes. Funin, you have great ideas and talents. A young man like you will definitely become a big tree in Hidden Leaf Village in the future, protecting the village, and your family will be proud of you. Fugaku suddenly said to Funin, however, just because you are too young, you have only seen the surface of many things. There are many things in this world that your eyes at this stage cannot see through. Is that so? Funin chuckled and said, can't I see through my eyes? Could it be that the patriarch's eyes can see through? Don't you have a few more tomoe than me? Fugaku smiled faintly and said, is it really like that? Then why don't you see? Are our eyes the same? He slowly opened his closed eyes. A pair of strange eyes appeared in front of everyone. It wasn't a simple 3 tomoe, it's a bit similar to the pattern of a pinned wheel. Seeing these eyes, many clan members felt a little confused. Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Soji suddenly stood up in shock. How is it possible? Mangekyo. Uchiha Setsuna murmured to himself, Fugaku, you actually have such eyes? He was excited, eager, and a little angry. Fugaku is fighting Funin. He has eyes like this. Can Funin still win? Absolutely impossible. Funin's original advantage will be gone. Uchiha Setsuna, who had met Madara Uchiha, knew all too well the power contained in these eyes. However, Fugaku had such eyes and actually allowed the Uchiha clan to be persecuted to this point. What a bastard. Uchiha Soji was shocked and began to have random thoughts. Fugaku, who has eyes like this, has been hiding it. What does he want to do? Do something dangerous? After all, the price for obtaining these eyes was extremely high. If Fugaku is seriously stimulated and does something extreme, there will no longer be peace between the village and Uchiha. This is the advanced state of the 3 tomoe. Fugaku said in a calm voice, Mangekyo Sharingan. 3 tomoe advanced? The Uchiha were shocked. Some of them have heard that after the 3 tomoe Sharingan, there is a deeper Sharingan, but no one has ever seen it. Their clan leader actually has one. They looked into those eyes excitedly and passionately. How is it? Funin, do you agree with what I just said? I can see further than you. Fugaku's momentum was increasing, like a ferocious beast, pressing heavily on Funin's body. Funin chuckled. His expression remained the same, and his smile even became brighter. He was not shocked at all because Fugaku revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan. Nonsense. He already knew it, how silly to feel surprised now. Is he mentally ill? However, Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan technique is still unknown. I remember that in the past life, some people said that Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan was an illusion, a top illusion that was no worse than Tsukaimi. Some people say it is the ability of time and space. Whatever it was, Funan was ready for it. Our eyes are indeed different. Fugaku smiled slightly, crossed his arms, and said in a somewhat condescending tone, then. I remember, this is how you open the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Let me try. Funan imitated Fugaku's behavior just now and closed his eyes. Fugaku. I was just building up pressure. Yes, building up pressure. Demons. Funan, stop it. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Could you take this seriously? Could you show some respect for the Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku, with fierce and expressionless eyes, intensified his gaze. Ready. Funan said suddenly, and then slowly opened his eyes. A pair of strange eyes appeared. It's not three Tomoe. Of course, it was different from Fugaku's eyes, which were a strange triangle symbol. The people who were fixed by those eyes felt a chill, as if a snake was staring at them. However, there is no doubt that even those who have never seen a Mangekyo Sharingan will conclude at this moment that this is a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. The second pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Setsuna's voice trembled for a moment, and he murmured, the Uchiha are about to ascend. 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, 2 pairs. Funan took one look at the old man and thought to himself, how exaggerated. So excited for 2 pairs? If you knew that both Itachi and Shizue had these eyes, would you collapse right here? He looked at Fugaku and said, Clan leader, did I open my eyes? I used my Sharingan to copy what you just did, a perfect copy. Some wanted to laugh. There was someone who actually followed Funan's actions just now, closed his eyes, and was kicked hard by the person next to him. Fugaku looked at Funan blankly and said, Funan, you. Funan chuckled and said, Clan leader, do you still need to fight? After Fugaku was silent for a while, he said, have you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan a long time ago? Funan didn't hide it either, yes. When? After I complete my last mission. Fugaku swallowed back the rest of his words. Others also had complicated expressions. Funan laughed and said, it's a pity, isn't it? I didn't awaken on the battlefield, but after the war. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, if I say it, it is so. Do you have evidence to contradict me? I tell you that I ate a fruit and evolved the Mangekyo Sharingan, do you believe me? That Itachi Uchiha in the corner, why are you rolling your eyes? Your eyes must be red, you understand? Funan sighed, removed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and said, under the will of fire, I went to the battlefield at the age of 6. Until I was 8 years old, I participated in the Third Shinobi World War. Although I did not make many military exploits, Hokage-sama did not dislike me, and encouraged me as always. He believed that I would be able to make meritorious deeds on the battlefield, and for this reason, he gave me many opportunities. Hearing this, the 3 top Uchiha officials couldn't help but twitch their faces. This sentence has too many faults to complain about. One of the core of the will of fire is to protect children, but Funan started going to the battlefield at the age of 6. This situation was very common in Hidden Leaf Village during the Third Shinobi World War. As for the opportunities the Hokage gave him, the most dangerous tasks were initially almost monopolized by the Uchiha clan. The most ridiculous thing is that Bloody Flame has no military exploits. That is a powerful ninja alongside the Hidden Leaf Village's Yellow Flash. The result was that at the end of the Third Shinobi World War, the Hidden Leaf Village's Yellow Flash became Hokage directly, but the Bloody Flame was despised by everyone. 2 extremes. The 3 top Uchiha leaders were silent, but the other Uchiha were a little commotion. Who could be so naive? Funan continued to say in an admiring tone, when I was despised by everyone, only Hokage-sama did not despise me. He comforted me in private. Although the trivial achievements I made on the battlefield were erased, he kept it in mind, and one day he will openly announce my contribution to the village. Although I didn't see his actions, it was because he was preparing a detailed plan. Whether it takes 3 years, 30 years or 300 years, he will remember this promise even if he dies. Puha spat contemptuously, sorry, I was so excited that my throat felt uncomfortable. Funan laughed sheepishly. Actually, I don't need these things, really. Funan said with emotion, as long as I can see the peace in the village and the smiles on the children's faces, I will be satisfied. For example, Lord Hokage's grandson smiles all day long. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. Finally, someone couldn't help but coughed. This is too ambiguous. Chapter 9, Deputy Leader of the Clan. Even Uchiha Setsuna was a little bit dumbfounded. Since what Funan said cannot be refuted. At least Uchiha couldn't refute. They were the ones affected. What? Did I say something wrong? Funan blinked and said strangely, Master Hokage's grandson. Okay. Fugaku quickly interrupted him and said, Funan, we don't need to fight anymore, but I want to ask you one last question. The use of Mangekyo Sharingan has a heavy price, so there is no need to waste it here. That's right. Setsuna couldn't help but said, why do you always mention the Hokage-sama's grandson? Chuckle, finally, someone couldn't help laughing. Funan smiled and gestured to Fugaku, please tell me. Fugaku looked at the people present, stayed on Uchiha Setsuna for a long time, and said, many people in the family want to have an armed coup and regain everything Uchiha has lost by force. What do you think of this? I'll watch from a distance, should I watch lying down? Funan. Fugaku's tone worsened. Faced with Funan's rise to power, he had no choice but to do so. The opponent had the support of a large number of Jonin and was the grandson of the representative of the Hawk faction. More than half of the power of the entire Uchiha was in his hands. What was the difference between being the leader and the sub-leader of the clan? Even so, Fugaku still wanted to ask one more question. Okay. Funan shrugged and said, I firmly oppose armed coups. Anyone who dares to carry out armed coups is my enemy. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Some people are dissatisfied, and some are relaxed. Dissatisfied people make up the majority. Why? Fugaku couldn't help but ask, you have strength that is not inferior to mine. There are so many Jonin in the family supporting you. Although there are still more than 10 Jonin who have not participated in the clan meeting, there must be people who support you among them. You have obtained the right to speak in Uchiha. So, I should stage an armed coup? Funan asked back. No, I mean. Fugaku looked hesitant. Funan is the grandson of Uchiha Setsuna. Logically speaking, he should inherit the other's will. Some of his actions also confirm this. Why at this moment, he made a completely opposite decision to the others. A coup is the last resort. I will not take this path until the end. Only an idiot would carry out an armed coup. What was Hidden Leaf Village's strength? During the 1-on-4 Shinobi World War, Hidden Leaf Village was still able to prevail. The Uchiha clan, even if it was powerful, would definitely have a head bleed when it collided with Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, people have already prepared for Uchiha. In the original work, Itachi Uchiha was successfully brainwashed and became a sharp sword in the opponent's hand. Who dares to say that there is only such a person in the entire Uchiha? Following the urination patterns of Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo, there are definitely other chess pieces, and more than one. Everyone knows your plan, so what coup are you trying to do? People are not taking action now. One reason is because of Saratobi Hiruzen's indecisive character. On the other hand, they just want to get rid of Uchiha with a minimum loss. Now that Funan has taken over all of this and the power of the Uchiha clan is unprecedented. It's the strongest state except during Madara Uchiha's period, so let's have fun. Let's see who can outplay whom. Funan shook his head and said, use your brain, people guard against Uchiha just like they guard against thieves. An armed coup? Do you really think that the Anbu who monitors Uchiha from the outside grew up eating shit? If they are well prepared and their strength is almost 10 times greater than ours, how can we carry out an armed coup? A hawkish Uchiha said coldly, so what? We are not afraid. Who said you were afraid? Funan said strangely, come on, stand up and point it out to me. Who said you were afraid? I'll beat his teeth to pieces. The Uchiha was choked. Fugaku asked, then what are you going to do? That's something for later. Funan looked at Fugaku and said, leader, it's your turn to make a choice now. Fugaku sighed, looked at the Uchiha around him, and said softly, I agree with Funan becoming the deputy leader of the Uchiha clan. At the same time, he also serves as the deputy minister of the Hidden Leaf Village Military Police Force. Hidden Leaf Village Military Police Force, established specifically for the Uchiha by Senju Tobirama. Uchiha has all the power of appointment and dismissal, and only needs to report to the Hokage. However, Fugaku could already imagine what kind of turmoil Funan's appointment would cause when it came into the hands of the Hokage. This is a clear signal to the Hokage faction. The Hawks are about to take charge of Uchiha. He can't stop all this. Funan still left some room. As long as he was a deputy, if he insisted on becoming the clan leader, he might be able to achieve it today. This involved not only Funan's skill and strength, but also the disappointment and anger of his own clan. In the past few years, the resentment and anger of the clan members have already reached their limit. I thought I could continue to suppress the clan with the Mangekyo Sharingan, but who would have thought that Funan also had a Mangekyo Sharingan, disrupting all his plans. He can no longer see clearly what the future will be like. Fugaku sighed in his heart and said, Funan, please say a few words. Good. Funan cleared his throat and took out a stack of papers, and before the astonished gazes of the people, he spoke in a powerful voice. First of all, I want to thank my family for their recognition and praise of my abilities. Thank you to the higher-ups of the clan for your care and training over the years. I thank all present members of the clan for your trust, support, understanding, kindness and help. I sincerely thank you. Setsuna rubbed his face for a moment. He wants to go up and whip this grandson. Yashiro also sighed helplessly. Is this guy the one I support and be loyal to? Tetsui and Komi both twitched. Cough, cough. Uchiha Soji coughed heavily, looked at Funan helplessly, and said, Funan, just tell me what you are going to do? Funan looked at Uchiha Soji pitifully and said, Elder, I have been writing the manuscript for 3 days and have written more than 100,000 words. At least let me read the beginning. Hundreds of thousands of words? Many people's eyes went dark. Deputy Leader. Okay. Funan curled his lips and said, first of all, change the secret security methods and increase the number of secret sentinels and patrol personnel in the family. The previous methods have been obtained by other interested people. If someone wants to do something, we will be passive. Even the protective barrier has been compromised, so I will also change the way it operates. The Uchiha clan has its own barrier, so they don't pay much attention to patrols and secret sentries. That was a serious mistake. Why did Itachi Uchiha, in the original story of the Naruto series, accomplish the feat of almost dismantling the entire Uchiha clan alone? It was because all of the Uchiha clan's protection methods were already known to the enemy. In that situation, it would be too easy for the enemy to do whatever he wanted. How did that information get leaked? Fugaku was furious. He loves peace and constantly compromises with the village. This does not mean that he is stupid. He still values the safety of his family. The security of the clan was crucial, it was the foundation of the clan. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Setsuna and Soji also had stern faces. Funan grinned and said, I leaked it. You. Damn it. Fugaku still couldn't hold it back and cursed in his heart. Don't get excited. Funan said with a smile, the current barrier has been in operation for many years, and it's time to change it. The same goes for the secret sentries and patrol personnel. It's been so long, and I'm 90% sure that people already know about it. Fugaku and the others looked gloomy and did not speak, so they seemed to agree with this. It costs a lot to change the operation of the barrier, and... Don't worry about this, I'm ready. Funan laughed and blocked Fugaku's words. The barrier's method of operation will only be known to the 4 of us, you, me, Elder Setsuna, and Elder Soji. As for the secret sentry and patrol method, it is controlled by you and me. We will change it daily and will not reveal this to anyone else. A conservative elder said dissatisfied, the deputy leader doesn't trust us? You are very insightful. Funan looked at the elder curiously and said, how do you know I don't trust you? As he spoke, the triangle symbol appeared in his eyes again. Many Uchiha felt like the air around them was getting thin. Chapter 10, 4 Orders to Confront the Uchiha. Funan is too experienced. For over 3 years, he wandered the clan's territory every day, focusing entirely on understanding the Uchiha, from their character to their daily lives. He was very sure of one thing. In Uchiha, anything you want to do must be based on one thing. Power. What the Uchiha I identify with most is power. 1,000 words are worse than a punch. At this moment, Funan, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, was towering like a mountain, drowning the Uchiha present. However, not only were they not angry at all, but their expressions were full of excitement. Even the dovish elder lowered his head in front of the Mangekyo Sharingan. There are various reasons why Uchiha is bullied like this, one of which is because he talks too much. A family that talks too much is not a good sign, right, elder? Funan looked at the Dove faction elder with a smile. The Dove faction elder's face turned red. He wanted to refute, but under Funan's pressure, he couldn't say a word. What's your name? Shin. Shinjiro. The elder of the Dove faction whispered, I am Uchiha Shinjiro. Very well, Elder Shinjiro, the Hidden Leaf Village military police force is about to expand. Are you interested in serving as a squad leader? Funan said with a smile on his face. Uchiha Shinjiro fell into silence. Being a squad leader is a good thing, but it is equivalent to putting yourself under Funan. He can do whatever he wants with you. What? You don't agree? Don't you want to contribute to the Uchiha clan? Funan narrowed his eyes, and the triangle symbol slowly turned in his eyes. The cold and sharp breath made the elder's head sweat. Understood. Uchiha Shinjiro lowered his head. Ahem. Fugaku coughed dryly and said, Funan, keep talking. Okay, the changes in the barriers, secret sentries and patrol personnel are just my first order. My second order is that the Hidden Leaf Village Military Police Force is, from now on, prohibited from interfering in trivial matters. Forbidden to interfere in trivial matters? The senior executives were moved. The reason why Uchiha is resented by others is inseparable from the duties of the Hidden Leaf Village Military Police Force. As a law enforcer, he was not lovable in the first place, and because of his own personality, Uchiha's reputation became worse and worse, and in the end he almost became a public enemy of the village. The tasks of ninjas are divided into levels. In the future, when the police forces enforce the law, they will also be divided into levels. Except for important things, such as the loss of human life, such things must be dealt with. Other small things do not need to be investigated. How can this be done? Some Uchiha questioned. We are a security force, and this is our duty. If we give up our responsibilities, will the police force still be a security force? Will we still be Uchiha? Others also talked in low voices. They were obviously very resistant to Funen's order. Fugaku and others were silent. They are also aware of this problem. It is precisely because of the strict law enforcement that Uchiha has a poor reputation, and combined with Uchiha's arrogant temperament, he is hated by everyone. This is the mine that the village laid for the Uchiha from the beginning. After manipulation by Hidden Leaf Village's upper management over the years, strict enforcement of the law and not letting go in the slightest has almost become a habit for the Uchiha. Silence. Funen clapped his hands and said, "The reason why I ask you to stay away from trivial matters is because there are more important things." What's more important? The Uchihas looked at each other. Is there anything more important than your own responsibilities? Untie. Funen formed a seal with his hands, and in a puff of smoke, several scrolls appeared in front of everyone. This is my third and fourth order. The third order is to learn these ninjutsu. Your strength is too weak. If you have time to chase those thieves, it is better to strengthen yourself. What do you think? Fugaku stepped forward and opened a scroll. He looked a little surprised and said, Funen, where did you get these scrolls? All of them are advanced ninjutsu above level B. Water, fire, thunder, earth and wind are considered ordinary, but there are also some introductions to yin-yang release and there were even some secret techniques. The Uchiha family mainly focuses on fire style, but also collects other ninjutsu. But who would think that his family has too many ninjutsu? Battlefield. Funen calmly said, during the Third Shinobi World War, I captured many shinobi from other villages and used ganjutsu to force them to write these ninjutsu. The Third Shinobi World War? Wasn't that 3 years ago? He had acquired so many jutsu but kept everything a secret for 3 years? All this for today? This surprised Fugaku secretly. Meanwhile, Funen continued to smile. Not only from the enemies, but also from the mouths of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Those ninjas who were hostile to Uchiha were automatically judged as enemies by Funen. Funen had no pressure at all to attack them. Among them, Saratobi, Shimura, Mitakato, and Utatane are the most popular. Naturally, it is impossible for the ninjas of these families to go to the battlefield to fight. They come here for the merits of the war, to go through the motions, or simply to grab the merits. The ninjas of these 4 families are not very strong, but they have a lot of ninjutsu in their minds. Of the hundreds of ninjutsu in front of them, they contributed at least close to 1/3. They are good people. Funen mused in his mind. Not only did he contribute these ninjutsu to Uchiha, but he also enhanced the life energy of his fruits. If they weren't really kind people? So what were they? Seeing these scrolls, the Uchiha were eager to try. Of course. Who would want to catch petty thieves when they could be learning powerful jutsu? The last point. Funen's expression became serious and said, I give you a very important task. The expressions of the Uchihas were cautious. The same goes for Fugaku. He thought to himself, is Funen's ultimate goal about to be exposed? At the same time, he felt a little strange and didn't understand why Funen hadn't put away the Mangekyo Sharingan yet. The consumption of these eyes is not a small amount. Help the Uchiha. Funen said suddenly. What? Everyone was startled. What does this mean? What does it mean to help Uchiha? Because of the Shinobi World War and some dangerous missions, there are many old, young, women and children in Uchiha without anyone to take care of them. This is the mission I give you. This. The Uchihas looked at each other. They never dreamed that Funen would mention this matter. Click, bang, another puff of smoke. A huge box appeared in front of everyone. Shizue Uchiha is responsible for this matter. Funen pointed to the box in front of him and said, this is the fund, a total of 500 million ryo. Wow! The Uchiha people all exclaimed. They are considered a wealthy ninja family, and 500 million ryo is still a huge number. The clan leader cannot afford such a large amount of money without affecting the operation of Uchiha. Uchiha Setsuna stood up directly, Where did you get so much money? Do you think I've really been free of charge these past few years? Funan asked back. He stood up at this time because he was ready. Now is the time to sound the clarion call for counterattack. He needs to stabilize himself, and then punch out hard. Chapter 11, Uneasiness. Setsuna grinned for a moment and said, in the past few years, in addition to raising birds and taking walks, you also... Okay. Funan interrupted Setsuna's words and said lightly, don't take those trivial matters to heart. Does anyone object to the 4 orders I just gave? Everyone looked at each other, including Fugaku, and shook their heads in unison. They have no reason to refuse such a great thing. Taking care of the old, young, women and children of the same clan is what they should do. Now that Funan is paying them back, is there anything better than this? Who would have a grudge against money? As for the police force, as Funan said, is catching a few thieves more attractive than learning advanced ninjutsu? Uchiha has a large number of stored ninjutsu, mainly fire style. However, if you want to learn those ninjutsu, it is not without restrictions. It also requires contribution to the family. The ninjutsu that Funan took out was given away without any price. Even the Dove faction cannot say no. Funan has not done anything to harm the village. If he talks about increasing the power of the Uchiha clan, he is harming the village. I'm sorry, no matter how close the Dove faction is to the village, they will never agree. Just because they are close to the village does not mean they are stupid. If Uchiha loses his power, will the village be polite to them? There are more than 1 or 2 people who covet the Uchiha bloodline. So, unanimously approved. Well, I have a problem. At this time, a pair of hands were raised. Everyone turned their heads to look and couldn't help but be shocked. Shishui. He grimaced and said, Funan, why did you leave this matter to me? I'm worried that it won't be done well. 500 million ryo. What a huge number this is. If something happens, even if I sell myself, I can't return it. As a ninja, it only costs 1 million ryo to complete the top S-level mission. Funan said seriously, because Shishui, you are serious and responsible in your work, I trust you very much. Hee hee. Shishui smiled dryly inwardly. If he believed those words, he would be a fool. You Funan really think I'm easy to fool? If you don't understand, just ask the elders, even the clan leader. Funan waved his hand and said, this is the first order I have issued since I took office, you are not allowed to object, understand? Look, not even the clan leader has spoken about my 4 orders, he wants to give me respect, don't you understand? He looked at everyone with his Mangekyo Sharingan and instantly, the Uchiha nodded. The corners of Fugaku's mouth twitched. He wants to object, will you give him a chance? He really thought he couldn't feel the killing intent you unleashed. Fugaku was sure that if he stopped Funan today, he would definitely kill him. As the chief of the Hidden Lee Village Military Police Force, Fugaku belongs to the upper echelons of the village. Although he is afraid of the Hokage, he still knows things that many people don't know. For example, Funan's character. During the Shinobi World War, Funan showed surprising determination in making decisions. Since Funan chose to take action today, anyone who blocks him will be kicked away without mercy. What's more, Fugaku has been exhausted physically and mentally from maintaining the village and family for many years. Funan actually wants to stand up and try a different way, so let's try it. When he was in charge of the family, Funan unknowingly won over so many people, catching him off guard. Such a person, after taking charge of Uchiha, might really be able to surprise him and the Hokage. Okay, everyone, let's start taking action. Yes. The Uchiha Jonin shouted loudly and used the body flicker jutsu to leave here. With this, the Uchiha clan meeting ended. However, the shock this would cause to the Uchiha clan, and even the village, was unimaginable. Above the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, there was even a Mangekyo Sharingan. According to reliable information, the Uchiha who awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan will have Kage-level strength. Doesn't this mean that the Uchiha clan has 2 Kage-level experts? This alone is enough to cheer up the Uchiha clan. In addition, Funan became the deputy leader of the family and the deputy minister of the police force. The 4 detachments of the police force will gradually be reorganized into 8. This represents the reshuffle of Uchiha's top management. Now Funan is in full command of Uchiha. As for the changes in family boundaries, secret sentries and patrols, the Uchihas did not reject them and were very cooperative. This is to protect yourself and your family. Uchiha senior officials should be more cautious. It is not a bad thing. The most important thing was that Funan offered a large amount of ninjutsu and money. This is a selfless contribution that will comprehensively enhance the power of the Uchiha clan. Now some Uchiha have made a voice, hoping that Funan will directly become the clan leader. The Hokage building. The third Hokage held a pipe in his mouth as he looked in the direction of the Uchiha clan, his eyes expressing deep reflection. He got the news that Uchiha held another clan meeting. Were these frequent meetings an indication that they were planning some action? Thump. 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 Along with the sound of crutches, the door to the Hokage's office was slowly pushed open. An individual with half of his body wrapped in bandages, emanating an icy aura, entered. Denzo, what's the matter? The old voice of the Sandaime Hokage sounded. In all of Hidden Leaf Village, there were not many who entered the Hokage's office without announcing their arrival, and this individual was the only one who carried such a cold atmosphere with him. Denzo said indifferently, the Uchiha clan, how are you going to deal with it? The number of clan meetings they have held recently has become more frequent. The Sandaime Hokage was silent. Denzo said coldly, how long are you going to hesitate? Will you wait until they act directly against you? Denzo. The Sandaime Hokage said in a low voice, the Uchiha are the shinobi clan of Hidden Leaf Village and our companions. Without evidence, I will never agree to attack them. Denzo's indifferent words were mixed with unconcealable anger, and he said, by the time they take action, it will be too late. Evidence? Haha, if you want evidence, I have it. Denzo, give up those little tricks of yours. Uchiha have incredible power. If you underestimate them, you will definitely regret it. The third generation Hokage had a serious expression. Of course I know. You and I both know very well the evil power of Uchiha. Denzo showed a terrifying smile. The Sandaime Hokage had a gloomy face and kept smoking. As time passed, Denzo showed impatience on his face. Sarutobi, you are old. A mere Uchiha makes you so hesitant. Evidence? Do you need that kind of thing? Anyone who posed a danger to the village would have to be dealt with. From the big ones like Madara Uchiha to the small ones like the Senju Nawaki, they are all the same. You are no longer qualified to sit in the position of Hokage. Only he, Shimura Denzo, is the man who will lead Hidden Leaf Village to the top of the shinobi world. Denzo turned around and walked out of the room. Denzo. The moment the door to the room was about to close, the deep voice of the Sandaime Hokage sounded. Don't mess around, remember, I am the Hokage. Denzo paused for a moment, then walked away without showing any expression on his face. Chapter 12. Avoid fighting. The Sandaime Hokage stared at Denzo's leaving figure and sighed deeply. Denzo, you are just the root of Hidden Leaf Village. You don't need to think so much. I am different. I am Hokage. There are too many aspects that I need to consider. Depending on where you stand, the things you consider are also different. He is the Hokage, so he must consider issues from the Hokage's perspective. Even though Uchiha doesn't have a good reputation in the village, he is one of the oldest families in Hidden Leaf Village. If the Hokage attacks a ninja without any evidence, what will the other ninja think? After the efforts of several generations of Hokages, Hidden Leaf Village's civilian ninjas have gradually emerged, but it is the various ninja clans that really support Hidden Leaf Village. To attack the ninja clan is to dig up the roots of Hidden Leaf Village. Also, is Uchiha that easy to bully? As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku must have hidden some power. Although Shisui and Itachi have aligned themselves with us and oppose the clan, I'm not sure to what extent they can influence. The most important point is that more than 3 years have passed since the Third Shinobi World War, and every village has recovered a certain amount of vitality. Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village began to eye Hidden Leaf Village again. Even Hidden Sand Village had many small-scale conflicts with Hidden Leaf Village on the border, which gave him a splitting headache. At this time, the civil war in the village started. No matter what Uchiha did, Hidden Leaf Village was defeated. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked to the side of the room, where there was a photo of a young blonde man. The young man in the photo is majestic yet friendly, young and energetic. The fourth Hokage. Maybe I was really wrong back then. The face of the Sandaime Hokage was gradually shrouded in smoke. The atmosphere in the whole village was tense. Because of Uchiha. They suddenly sealed off the entire family and cut off all contact with the outside world. Many ninjas began to have random thoughts and fell into uneasiness, especially the top brass of each ninja clan. News about the possible rebellion of the Uchiha had already reached their ears through various channels. Now the Uchiha were so quiet. This had not happened for many years. Are they going to take action? Once a civil war breaks out in the village, what should they do? The Anbu under the Hokage and the Root under the Hokage's assistant Shimura Denzo have begun sending more manpower to the Uchiha clan. This undoubtedly intensified the atmosphere. Funin, what do you want to do? Fugaku stared at Funin with a dissatisfied expression. Regarding the barrier, the materials are in place and the manpower is available. However, Funin ordered to block all information and cut off the connection between the family and the village. If it were him, he would have issued a statement long ago to avoid misunderstandings, but Funan secretly added fuel to the fire, causing the whole village to be in turmoil. Fugaku couldn't understand. Is this because you're afraid that the world will not be in chaos? You still say that you have not inherited Uchiha Satsuna's will? Funan glanced at Fugaku and sighed, clan leader, no wonder you can only be the clan leader and not the deputy leader. This is the gap. Fugaku was stunned for a moment before he realized, I'm really sorry that I can't be the deputy clan leader. Setsuna and Soji were also dumbfounded. That being said, why does it seem like the deputy leader is more attractive? Make it clear, you are their subordinate. Do you think a conflict will break out? What? Funan asked again and said, I said, will the village and Uchiha fight? There won't be. Uchiha Soji said with certainty, even if they distrust the Uchiha, they are not likely to act under these circumstances. That would be nice. Making them feel nervous, sweat a little, that's not a bad thing. Funan seemed relaxed, completely unconcerned. A few people frowned at first, and then thought deeply. Make them feel nervous, sweat a little. Speak clearly. Setsuna looked at his grandson coldly for a moment, his tone displeased. Sometimes, he wants to beat this grandson. Okay. Funan said helplessly, wait until they realize it was a false alarm. What will they do then? They will be greatly relieved. At this time, they will understand how much they don't want to be enemies with Uchiha. I'm not exaggerating because I'm an Uchiha. Everyone participated in the Shinobi World War and fought side by side, so they know the power of Uchiha very well. Even if they can destroy Uchiha together, are they willing to be enemies of Uchiha? How great are the benefits of this? I don't need to continue talking about it, right? The three of them suddenly looked at Funan with some confusion. It's a very simple thing, but if it were the three of them, they wouldn't do it. However, they also have to admit that Funan's way may be better. It seems that the whole village is tense, but in fact it is avoiding war. Of course, no one knows whether a certain hidden leaf village route will take the opportunity to do something and ignite the flames of war. After all, no one can predict the lower limit of Denzo-sama. Funan spread his hands and said, so, I asked Itachi to report to the Sandaime Hokage. With Hokage-sama's temperament, he will definitely give Denzo an order not to act recklessly. Itachi? Funan looked at Fugaku with a smile but not a smile, and said, clan leader, Itachi is a double agent, don't tell me, you don't know. Double agent? Setsuna and Soji were startled and looked at Fugaku coldly. Fugaku frowned. Of course he knows, but he has confidence in his son, and he believes that his son will understand him. Looking at Fugaku's expression, Funan seemed to understand what he was thinking, and complained crazily in his heart. Itachi will eventually collapse and kill the family. Uchiha Fugaku will definitely bear the greatest responsibility. What the hell, is that your son? Why can't you give him less responsibilities and more affection? You took him to the battlefield at 4 years old. Is he really your son? Look at Saratobe Hiruzen saying, apostrophe. Itachi, he can think like Hokage at the age of 7. Is that even possible? Anyone who was praised like that would feel dizzy, red-eyed, wanting to sacrifice themselves for his friend. Funan just wanted to ask, if you can think like Hokage at the age of 7, will you have the chance to become Hokage in the future? Absolutely not. It's the same even if Itachi's surname is not Uchiha. Itachi himself probably understands, but that doesn't stop him from being loyal to Hokage. So in this sense, Fugaku can only be Hiruzen's younger brother. Fugaku, do you have anything to explain? Uchiha Setsuna's voice was cold. No. It was Funan who answered him. Funan smiled and said, old man, why are you so nervous? A double agent will only be better. Itachi is loyal to the clan and is in a position where he could convey some of our news at any time, some of the news that we would like to send to the Hokage faction. For example, 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 13, Blood Flames Soaring to the Sky, 1, 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan? The pipe in Saratobe Hiruzen's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He didn't bother to pick it up, he just stared at Itachi Uchiha who was kneeling on one knee in front of him, and asked in a quick voice, are you sure they are 2 pairs of Mangekyo? Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Funan launched a clan meeting and openly challenged Uchiha Fugaku. Both of them showed different Sharingan. According to Fugaku, it is determined that both of them are Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi Uchiha calmly repeated the information without raising his head. Saratobe Hiruzen was silent. After a long time, he slowly said, the Uchiha clan is truly blessed by nature. Itachi said nothing. The Sandaime Hokage suddenly said, go and find Hamura and Koharu, especially Denzo. No matter what he is doing, let him come to me, immediately. Understood. A voice rang through the air. Saratobe Hiruzen picked up the pipe and started smoking again. But his brows were furrowed, and he looked worried. After a while, Koharu and Hamura, who were sleeping, came over and looked at Saratobe Hiruzen with puzzled expressions. Hiruzen, in bringing us here in such a hurry, is it because Uchiha wants to make a coup? Koharu's voice was cold as she turned to Itachi, and her indifferent eyes looked at Itachi, who was still on one knee with his head lowered. Itachi lowered his head even further, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Sure enough. Funan Aniki is right. These people have never thought of accepting Uchiha from the beginning to the end. No. The Sandaime Hokage said immediately, this time, the Uchiha have cut off all communication with the village primarily to perfect their clan barrier. Then why? Ah, take a look at this first. The third Hokage handed the information to the two of them. The two of them just looked at each other a few times and immediately exclaimed. Two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku and Funan? These two people actually have the Mangekyo Sharingan? For these two people, Koharu and Hamura are not strangers. One is the Uchiha clan leader, their number one enemy. The other one is Bloody Flame, who was active in the Third Shinobi World War. He is the representative of the new generation of Uchiha and the grandson of Setsuna, the representative of the Hawk faction, for whom they had devised numerous methods to suppress him. Funan's military exploits were too great. In the end, Denzo used a little trick. Hiruzen carried Kagami's grandson out again, and the matter ended successfully. These two people actually have the Mangekyo Sharingan? As disciples of Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage, they knew Mangekyo Sharingan all too well. Even their teacher was wary of Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan and warned them more than once. The two of them immediately couldn't sit still and shouted to the third Hokage, Hiruzen, we need to take action immediately. Don't worry, I have already asked someone to call Denzo. The third Hokage said calmly, we will discuss it when he arrives. The two looked at each other and could see each other's anxiety, but what could they do at this moment? Deep in Hidden Leaf Village, Shimura Denzo had a cold expression as he gave off a sinister aura. In front of him, several rows of ninjas stood neatly. Their aura was similar to Denzo's, but not as strong. At the same time, they wear strange animal masks on their faces. They stood there quietly, exuding a strong ominous atmosphere. We are the roots of Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo stared at the ninjas in front of him with one eye and said coldly, our mission is to protect the village. Any existence that threatens the village will be wiped out by us. Now, Uchiha intends to use an armed coup to overthrow the village. Such a ninja clan cannot be tolerated. I order all undercover agents of the ninja clans to activate. Trigger the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. In the end, we will gather all the forces of the village to eliminate the Uchiha. Yes. Many shinobi responded with a shout. Wait a moment. A ninja also wearing an animal mask appeared in front of Denzo. His attire was similar to the ninja in front of Denzo, except that the patterns on the mask were much drab. He knelt on one knee in front of Denzo and said in a deep voice, Denzo-sama, Hokage-sama orders you to go to his office immediately. Denzo's eyes were cold, now. Yes. The Anbu ninja said in a deep voice, the Hokage-sama's order is extremely urgent. Put down whatever you are doing and go to his office. Elders Hamura and Koharu have already arrived. Denzo's expression moved slightly. I thought it was just Saratobe Hiruzen's old habit, and he simply wanted to stop himself, hoping to use his ridiculous peace concept to solve everything. Now it seems that something unexpected happened. Understood. Denzo replied calmly, I'll go right away. The Anbu ninja used the body flicker jutsu to leave here. After Denzo thought for a moment, he said coldly, no matter what happens, the danger must always be eliminated, or at least reduced. Bring Uchiha Funan's head to me. Yes. The root ninja disappeared. It was a shame to let all this Uchiha fuss go by without doing anything about it. Just thinking about Uchiha Funan made Denzo furious. After he pulled Funan off the altar and became the object of hatred in the village, this guy has been against him. Over the years, the two have fought countless times, overtly and covertly. Every time, the other party took advantage, but he couldn't grasp his hands and feet. Although his loss was not big, this feeling was very irritating. Just remembering that stupid smile from back then made Denzo's blood pressure rise. It is indeed the evil Uchiha. But, among Uchiha, that guy Funan is also a weirdo. Denzo gritted his teeth and seized this opportunity to kill him, definitely. Funan, the battle between you and me ends today. Meanwhile, Funan, who was originally in the Uchiha territory, was moving around the village. Finally, he came to a relatively remote corner of the village. Good boy Denzo, if you can't seize such a good opportunity, then are you still a human being? You are worse than a pig or a dog. Hurry up, where are the roots? Why haven't you come to me yet? I've been hungry for a long time, and on top of that I'm very thirsty. Funan whispered softly as he walked. Who is Denzo Shimura? In Funan's opinion, he is an absolutely good person. Whether it was Saratobe Hiruzan, the Uchiha clan, or other ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village, if there was any problem, it would be immediately blamed on Denzo. He is the #1 public toilet in Hidden Leaf Village. Damn Denzo. More than half of Hidden Leaf Village's middle and high-level people have said this, and the remaining half have most likely said it in their hearts. Sometimes Funan wondered. If Denzo is more ruthless, he will definitely become a great ninja comparable to Hashirama. What does it take to unite a group of people with different ideas? Not a brutal ruler, but a common enemy. Denzo has been walking on this road, but it branched off halfway. Funan's goal was to help Denzo find the right path and turn him into someone truly great. Chapter 14, Blood Flames Soaring to the Sky, 2, Uchiha Funan. Several figures surrounded Funan, and one of them said coldly to Funan, "Come with us." Funan sighed in relief. They had finally arrived. Weren't these the guys in masks he had been waiting so long for? It's so slow, I almost died waiting. Funan fiddled with his fingers, humming to himself, "Who sent you to my side?" As he sang, he also twisted his body. Root Ninja. Is this the bloody flame that once terrified enemy ninjas? A feeling of mental retardation came over me. Uchiha Funan. Fire style. After singing a sentence, Funan formed a seal with his hands without waiting for the Root Ninja to continue speaking. Great Fireball Jutsu. Boom, the raging bloody flames rushed towards the Root Ninjas and swallowed 2 of them instantly. Where the flames passed, only 2 charred bodies remained. You. The other Root Ninjas were shocked. This attack came too suddenly, without any warning. Moreover, Funan actually dared to attack Anbu members directly under the Hokage. Sure enough, Denzo-sama is right, you Uchiha have betrayed the village. A Root Ninja shouted. Kill him. Swish, a Root Ninja drew his sword and, in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of Funan, ready to attack. Funan raised his head, the 3 Tomoe Sharingan in his eyes. The Root Ninja stood rigid in his place. Swish, Funan's hand slid smoothly, and the Root Ninja's head flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, 3 companions had been killed, and the remaining 3 Root Ninjas were shocked. Every ninja who can enter the Root is an elite. In front of Funan, they are actually powerless to fight back. Fire style. Earth style. 2 Root Ninjas were about to launch their ninjutsu. Swish, Funan's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the 2 Root Ninjas, and the heads of the 2 Root Ninjas had already flown into the sky. Blood spurts out. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. Actually, my body flicker jutsu is no worse than Shizui's. Instant blood flame, how about this title? Funan looked at the last Root Ninja. The man's body was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Funan. Even if he is a member of the Root, it did not mean that he is not afraid of death. They just have faith greater than death. You. How dare you kill Anbu members? You are from the Root, not the Anbu. Funan said with a smile, the Root Ninjas have become independent from the Anbu. You are loyal to Denzo, and the Anbu is loyal to the Hokage. Are the Hokage's orders worth more than Denzo's in their minds? The Root Ninja was silent and stared at Funan fiercely. I'll give you a free ride. Bye. Funan chuckled lightly and formed a seal with his hands. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation Jutsu. Boom, the pillar of fire surrounded the Root Ninja and shot into the sky. The momentum was so great that it instantly attracted a lot of attention. This is also Funan's original intention. If the Uchiha clan wanted to change, he had to act too. He could not be without noise. This was the signal he sent to the village. Soon, a large number of ninjas arrived. Looking at Funan, who was standing there with a lazy expression, they frowned. A large number of them knew Funan. Just like many ninjas know Minato no Mikaze, not because he is the 4th generation. He first became famous as the Hidden Leaf Village's Yellow Flash, followed by the 4th generation Hokage. He really became famous during the Shinobi World War. The identity of Hokage is the icing on the cake. The same is true for Funan. During the war, he made such a profound impression on people. Both the enemy village ninjas and Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were shocked by the bloody flames. Funan, what are you doing here? The higher-ups hadn't arrived yet, so Narashikaku, as the Jonin squad leader, had no choice but to step forward. He looked at Funan, his eyes full of helplessness. It's so annoying. The village has only been peaceful for a few days, can't we live a peaceful life? They have to cause trouble. Of course, Shikaku's greatest dislike was not towards Funan. As the most powerful brain in Hidden Leaf Village, he has his own judgment. He has had contact with Funan. Although this person is hard to see through, he is not someone who likes to cause trouble. But that doesn't mean he's someone who avoids trouble. Funan looked at Nara Shikaku and said with a smile, "Hello, Senior Shikaku, I just killed a few people." "You killed some people, and that's it?" Nara Shikaku felt a splitting headache. Especially the corpses of the ninjas on the ground looked like Anbu members. Are there problems with Anbu? This is also what other people think. Related to the Uchiha clan suddenly cutting ties with the village, this made them even more worried. Swish. 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 At this time, Hidden Leaf Village's senior officials finally arrived. Looking at the corpses on the ground, several people's expressions tightened. Denzo was the first to attack, and he shouted angrily, "Uchiha Funan, you actually killed Anbu members, damn it, are you going to betray the village?" He had just been called to the office by the third Hokage and felt nervous after seeing the latest information about Uchiha. Uchiha Funan has a Mengekyo Sharingan? Doesn't that mean those sent to confront him would be in danger? At that moment, a blood-red flame surged forth, ascending over the entire village. Denzo. The third Hokage is indeed Denzo's good partner. When he saw the massive blood flames and looked at Denzo, whose expression changed slightly, he immediately understood. He looked at Denzo angrily and yelled, "What did you do?" Without waiting for Denzo to answer, he hurried over. Denzo and others followed closely. Then, they saw this scene. They saw Funan and several burned corpses on the ground. "Yes." Funan said with a smile, "I betrayed the village, what are you going to do? Destroy the Uchiha?" Wait. No one would have thought that Funan would answer like this. He actually admitted it. Is he crazy? Many people's faces turned pale. Is the village going to have a head-on confrontation with Uchiha? Okay, since you admit it, then. That's enough, Denzo, stand down. The third Hokage shouted coldly, looking directly at Denzo with a majestic gaze. Denzo snorted and took a step back. The third Hokage looked serious, stared at Funan, and said, "Funan, what happened? What happened to these people? I don't believe you will betray the village, so give me an explanation." The smile on Funan's face never disappeared, and he said, as expected of Hokage-sama, he is not like some people who only know how to blame others. I guess playing with machinations and conspiracies has become an instinct for them. Denzo's face turned a little blue. Funan continued, "To be honest, I don't know what happened. When I was walking, these Anbu people suddenly appeared and attacked me. I had no choice but to fight back. Alas, I'm still wondering, could it be?" He looked at the third Hokage with a smile, his eyes full of meaning. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt nervous. Swish. 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 At this time, figures appeared one after another. Looking at these figures, the frown on the third Hokage's face deepened. The Jonin of Uchiha. Deputy leader. The group leader, Yashiro, bowed respectfully to Funan. Deputy leader? Shikaku looked surprised. The most recent information about the Uchiha was only known to Hidden Leaf Village's 4 higher-ups, including Hiruzen Sarutobi. Nara Shikaku, as leader of the Jonin squad, was not even aware that the Uchiha had added a deputy clan leader who was also deputy chief of the Hidden Leaf Village Military Police Force. Chapter 15, Leader of the Police Force. What's wrong? Funan looked at Shikaku with a smile and said, "Senior Shikaku, don't you know yet? Uchiha has just passed the clan meeting, and I am now the deputy leader of the Uchiha and deputy chief of the police force." There was a slight commotion among the surrounding ninjas. They know very well what this means. Are the bloody flames of the past about to emerge? The yellow flash couldn't suppress him back then, but now that Namikaze Minato is dead, doesn't this Uchiha, among the younger generation, want to dominate the family? Although there was still Shizue Uchiha, but he was also one of the Uchiha. Funan is an excellent sharp knife on the battlefield. His surname is Uchiha, so the only place many people want him to appear is on the battlefield. After 3 years of silence, why choose this moment to emerge? Uchiha suddenly cut off contact with the village. Was it because of him? Nara Shikaku's face stiffened for a moment. He really didn't know the news. As the Jonin squad leader of Hidden Leaf Village, he also belongs to the top. But, during the time when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power, how could he be considered a high-ranking person? He was only a high command of the village in name. In terms of rights, the 4 people don't have enough to share. Who is willing to give him some? Fortunately, he is not very interested in rights. Well, he is just not interested in rights. But, can his workload not be so heavy? Resisting not to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, Nara Shikaku complained in his heart, but smiled on his face and said, "Congratulations to you, Funan. However, are you saying that these ninjas who suddenly appeared came to assassinate you?" "Yes." Funan said pitifully, "Shikaku-senpai, don't you know? It was terrifying. I was just walking around calmly and not looking for trouble, How come someone wanted to take my life? If she hadn't reacted quickly, she wouldn't be here to tell it. This sentence made many people glance at Denzo subconsciously. If anyone had a problem with Funen, the mission Funen carried out back then was so strange, especially the time. On the eve of the victory of the war. It was almost as if it was synchronized, as if the hero Funen was suddenly accused of it in a single day, and that news spread throughout the village, being condemned by everyone. The resentment between Funen and Denzo had become deeply rooted. At this time, Funen is about to come out of retirement and serve as deputy leader of the Uchiha clan. This almost means that he will become the clan leader of Uchiha in the future. As an enemy, it seems natural for Denzo to take action at this time. However, when he met Funen, a master who was not afraid of trouble, he directly killed all the people who dealt with him and made such a huge noise. The ninjas present were thinking quickly in their minds. Walking? Denzo sneered, a place as big as the Uchiha clan is not big enough for you to walk? Go to such a remote place? Funen, you wouldn't have done something that would betray the village and the Anbu members would catch you, right? Shut up, Denzo. The third Hokage scolded, it's still impossible to tell that these are Anbu. Denzo glanced at the third Hokage coldly. He knew that this old friend still did not want to break up with Uchiha. How stupid. Couldn't he see the dangers of Uchiha? Funen chuckled and looked at Denzo with a smile, one-eyed, what you're saying just doesn't make sense. One-eyed? Many people almost laughed out loud. Funen's expression, with that tone. Although the situation was a bit wrong, they couldn't stand it any longer. Damn, what did you say? Yutain Koharu was furious, scolded him and was about to continue speaking, but was stopped by a cold and piercing gaze. Funen's pupils transformed into a somewhat unusual triangular pattern. Different from the common form of a Sharingan. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan? The hearts of the third Hokage and others sank. Although they had known it for a long time, they still had some illusions in their hearts, and now they were completely shattered. The other ninjas also saw this, and their hearts trembled. They did not recognize the Mangekyo Sharingan, but they felt a strong sense of danger in the strange patterns. It seems that they will be torn apart at any time. At this time, please don't provoke me. Funen said with a calm expression, I have shed blood for the village, made countless military exploits, and have never done anything to disgrace the village. But still, within the village, I have been the target of an assassination attempt. And yet, they judge me? Who do you think you are? Do you think you have flowers on your face? Funen looked at Koharu with cold eyes. As for the mission back then. Haha. Do we need to send someone to investigate? There are many shinobi clans, each sending people. How about a thorough investigation? Many people's expressions changed slightly. No need. Denzo interrupted coldly and said, what happened back then has been settled for a long time. The villagers died because of you. Oh, I understand. Funen suddenly laughed. He looked at a person in the crowd, focusing on his dead eyes, and said with a wry smile, I suddenly thought of a person. A bad premonition suddenly welled up in the third Hokage's heart. The huge fear made him lose his composure. He shouted, shut up, Funen. Sakamo Hatake. Funen said the name word for word. Hearing this sentence, the place became completely quiet. Many people have shortness of breath. There are also many people with completely gloomy expressions. Haha. Funen said with a smile, the one gave up the mission for the sake of his companions. In your mouth, I gave up the companions for the sake of the mission. Both of us were wrong, right? Everyone present remained in an awkward silence. Denzo and his group of friends were the only ones whose expressions were gloomy. So now I understand. Funen said with a smile, it turns out that all ninjas must complete their missions while protecting their companions. Otherwise, they will be a failed ninja and should be cast aside by everyone. That's enough, Funen. The third Hokage said with a cold voice, the Anbu will take away these corpses and conduct a thorough investigation to find out what happened. The Anbu will give everyone an explanation. During this period, I hope you can stay quiet and be available when called. As if he did not hear the strong threat in the words of the third Hokage, Funen said with a smile, mods are underway for the Uchiha clan, barriers, secret sentries, patrols. Everyone is very busy. As a high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan, I naturally seek calm and tranquility. Narashikaku began to sweat. His tone was urgent, and he said, Deputy Leader Funen, what do you mean by this? The Uchiha barrier, secret sentry and patrol have all changed? Others also looked surprised. Yes. Funen said with a smile, the previous one was too old. It was an old thing from decades ago. Now it's time to update it. Narashikaku's face was trembling a little. Shikaku. Okimeki Choza behind him spoke in a whisper. He didn't understand what happened to his old friend. Several Anbu appeared and took the body away. Funan looked at it with a smile, saying nothing, and had no intention of stopping it. Everyone can disperse. The third Hokage looked around, his voice cold and tired. Please wait for a moment. At this time, an Uchiha stood up. The third Hokage frowned and looked at the Uchiha. Are you Yashiro? What's going on? Too many things happened today, and he didn't know what the impact would be in the future. He was filled with impatience. Funan also looked at Yashiro in surprise. He didn't remember that he had arranged anything else. Yashiro smiled and said, I bring an order from the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. According to the appointment of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan leader has all the power to appoint the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village military police force. Therefore, clan leader Fugaku officially issued an order. The leader of the Hidden Leaf Village military police force is served by deputy leader Funan. Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Deputy leader of the Uchiha clan, chief of the Hidden Leaf Village military police force, Uchiha Funan. Chapter 16, Denzo's Malice Impossible. Minakato Hamura shouted angrily, what do you Uchiha think of the Hidden Leaf Village police force? Has it really become your private property? Funan also looked surprised. Who holds the position of department leader does not matter, it is just a title. True power remains in the hands of the one who possesses the strength. He has the support of a large number of Uchiha Jonin, which technically made him the leader of the police force. Any order related to the police force had to go through him anyway. However, Uchiha Fugaku's decision undoubtedly represents his attitude. He supports Funan. Funan chuckled. After all, after being a clan leader for so many years, he had no shortage of courage. Yashiro said calmly, this was the policy of the second Hokage back then. If the current Hokage disagrees and the elders do not agree, the Uchiha clan is willing to hand over the police force. The Uchiha clan is the Uchiha of the village and naturally obeys the village's orders. You! Hamura glared at Yashiro. Inside, he was burning with rage, but he couldn't do anything about it. If you are willing to follow the old policy, then follow the rules. If you don't want to, then Uchiha will hand over the police force. It's a choice. We Uchiha are very cooperative with the village's senior officials. At this time, if they talk about others again, what will the other shinobi clans think? Especially those ninjas like Hyuga who pursue the old system. They would think that if the top management of Hidden Leaf Village can intervene in Uchiha's affairs today, will it be Hyuga's turn tomorrow? Enough. The third Hokage looked sternly and said, since this is the decision made by Uchiha himself, we will not interfere. Let's just do it. Funan, I hope you can manage the police force well and perform your duties well. Funan nodded with a smile. In an instant, he also became a high-ranking official in Hidden Leaf Village. Although this new status made him the object of enmity from the other higher-ups in the village, at least he had official recognition and can now make many more decisions with ease. Representatives of other ninja clans also stepped forward to congratulate Funan. Then under the orders of the Hokage, everyone dispersed. It really surprised me. Funan looked at Yashiro, that person actually made such a decision. Yashiro smiled slightly and said, clan leader Fugaku is talented and courageous. He doesn't want anyone to instigate Uchiha to have a civil war. The current situation will only get worse. Funan shook his head. A department leader, a clan leader. Who is older and who is younger? For those with bad intentions, this is an opportunity. Yashiro smiled slightly. The current Uchiha's problem seems to be more serious, but in fact it is not. Uchiha Fugaku gave up the position of chief to express his attitude to the outside world. The Uchiha Jonin also felt relieved. At least, these two will not have a head-on conflict in a short period of time. The Hidden Leaf Village Council returned to the Hokage's office angrily. Bang! Hamura was the first to slap the table. He gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious expression, Uchiha. Calm down, Hamura. Koharu said in a deep voice, we all know that the police force has actually been controlled by Uchiha Funan, and now the title is simply being added to it. You are so naive, Koharu. Hamura said coldly, it seems to be just a title, but in fact it is very important. Just like the fourth Hokage back then, it was because of his great status that he almost let him. Hamura. Several voices intervened, interrupting the rest of Hamura's words. Humphrey. Hamura snorted coldly and stopped talking. Denzo, who had not spoken until now, he opened his closed one eye, looked at the third Hokage, and said coldly, do it, Hiruzen, Uchiha has become a cancer and must be eradicated. The third Hokage took out the cigarette stick and said, Denzo, it's impossible. Don't say this again. Moreover, Uchiha now has 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Do you realize the terrible losses that an internal war would cause in the village? Did you forget our teacher's words? Koharu sighed and said, what's more, What happened today? Even if we take action, what will other ninjas think of us? Don't forget that Uchiha's barriers, secret sentries and patrols have all changed. Now we don't understand the Uchiha at all. Humphrey. Denzo snorted angrily and said, I told you a long time ago, start as soon as possible, and it is all your responsibility if you miss the opportunity. The third Hokage smoked a cigarette and ignored Denzo. Call Itachi. He ordered. Yes. Itachi Uchiha walked into the Hokage's office. Itachi, can I trust you? The third Hokage sighed, looking lonely, and said, You've had the mentality of a Hokage since you were 7 years old. You should be able to see that the village at this moment is suffering from internal and external troubles. If a civil war breaks out, the whole village will be destroyed. Itachi Uchiha knelt on one knee and remained silent, just looking at Hiruzen with eyes full of determination. I will do my best to prevent this from happening. The third Hokage nodded secretly. How much do you know about Uchiha Funen? I don't know what he is thinking. I only know that he is very strong, even stronger than Fugaku. Itachi Uchiha said in a low voice, in this clan meeting, his battle with Fugaku showed an overwhelming force forced Fugaku to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, but when he also used the Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku chose to avoid the battle. The third Hokage's frown deepened. This is the answer he least wants to hear. Itachi, you are a real ninja, a ninja who loves the village. Denzo suddenly interrupted and said, Tell me, can you deal with Uchiha Funen? Denzo. The third Hokage's voice was stern. Denzo didn't even look at him but stared at Itachi Uchiha tightly. Can't do it. Itachi's answer was equally decisive. Why? Denzo's voice was low, and there was a faint murderous intent in his eyes. For the sake of the village, as a ninja of the village, I am willing to take action and kill those who threaten the village. Itachi first said something to ease the atmosphere, and then said, but he can't do it with Funen, because he doubts me and is alert to my actions. He is very cautious with me and never turns his back on me. If I face him head-on, I have no chance of winning. It was a discouraging response. Continue to monitor Funen and monitor Uchiha. With this order, Itachi Uchiha left the Hokage's office and returned to his job without looking sideways. In the Hokage's office, Denzo said with cold malice, Itachi Uchiha, is he trustworthy? The third Hokage said solemnly, there is no need to doubt Itachi and Shishui's loyalty to the village. They are both outstanding ninjas who firmly implement the will of fire. So what are we going to do with Uchiha Funen? Denzo's expression was cold. He lost a lot of people today. He lost 6 root ninjas. Of those 6 ninjas, there is 1 Jonin, 2 special Jonin, and 3 elite Chunin. Even he felt a pain in his heart because of that. He stared at the third Hokage, showed a malicious smile, and said, Don't forget, what he said today involved 1 person. Tsukumo Hatake. In an instant, the third Hokage's pupils contracted to the maximum. Chapter 17, A Coincidence. Anbu attacked Uchiha Funen. This incident has placed a big question mark and exclamation point in the hearts of all the shinobi clans and jonin in Hidden Leaf Village. Some shinobi clans were wary. Obviously, either Uchiha wants to cause trouble, or Hidden Leaf Village's top brass wants to cause trouble. They don't want to be affected. Neither side has anything interesting to say. Needless to say, Uchiha, the same goes for the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, Minato no Mikaze would not have become the 4th Hokage. At the same time, just like Funen thought. When the ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village knew that Uchiha had cut off contact with the village and was replacing their own barriers, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, they recalled the fear they felt when they were ruled by the powerful power of Uchiha. The strength of the Uchiha clan is truly terrifying. An ordinary Uchiha ninja can fight 2 equal ninjas, and the higher they go, the stronger they become. How many ninjas can Uchiha pull out? Jonin level ninjas must be at least 30. And Chunin level ninjas must be at least 200. If so many people make trouble in the village, what huge price will they have to pay to put it out? And also, Uchiha Funen's pair of Sharingan eyes are very strange. They began to consciously and unconsciously investigate those eyes. At this time, a piece of news reached the ears of various ninja clans by coincidence. Mangekyo Sharingan. The state after the evolution of the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. With these eyes, you can have Kage level power. There are 2 pairs of eyes like this in the Uchiha clan. 2 powerful Kage-level individuals? After getting such an answer, the village became more afraid of Uchiha. 3 Tomoe Sharingan is already so powerful that it is terrifying, and to think that there is still a more advanced form. However, Uchiha also avoided danger. Funen looked at the menacing 3 men in front of him and spread his hands. Danger? What kind of danger does Uchiha face? Setsuna said angrily, Yours and Fugaku's eyes are the greatest pride of the Uchiha, and the biggest secret of our clan. How could you take the initiative to expose them? You are worried that others will not be able to find a way to deal with you, right? Funan put his hands in front of his face to cover the old man's spit, with a look of disgust on his face. Itachi, you say something too. Yes. Funan and Aniki. Itachi came over and said to the three. Funan and Aniki took the initiative to spread the news about Mengekyo Sharingan just to warn some people, because the top leaders of Hidden Leaf Village are already preparing to take action against Uchiha, and he needs to scare those who are interested. Fugaku frowned and said, Itachi, are you sure? His expression was grim. If Funan hadn't come forward forcefully, he would still maintain the village's status quo and suppress Uchiha. From this point of view, isn't he helping outsiders to deal with his own people? He was the head of the clan. This would be a great embarrassment. If Funan hears Fugaku's inner thoughts, he will definitely tell him, you can be more confident and have no doubts that you will do it. I'm very sure. Itachi said solemnly, after Denzo and the others got the information about clan barriers, secret sentinels, and patrols from my mouth, they hinted to me many times about the Uchiha's dangers to the village. They expected me to join them in destroying the clan, regardless of whether they are men, women, old people or children. Funan added on the side, Itachi is a very good ninja, and his judgment is trustworthy. These bastards. Setsuna's expression turned gloomy for a moment. Uchiha Soji also had a displeased expression, her eyes fixed on the last person present. Shizue Uchiha. Shizue nodded with difficulty. Soji was taken aback. They, the Dove faction, wanted to get closer to the village and for the Uchiha to be fully integrated into Hidden Leaf Village, but they only wanted its complete annihilation. Uchiha Soji didn't dare to believe Itachi Uchiha's words, but he had to believe Shizue's words. Shizue Uchiha is the grandson of Uchiha Kagami. He has watched the other person grow up since he was a child. He knows Shizue very well, and this child will never deceive him with such words. Why? Soji suddenly shouted angrily, why do they treat us like this? We have made such a great sacrifice. For what? He was furious. As a representative of the Dove faction, he suffered an unprecedented blow this time. For the village, did Uchiha pay too little? Being one of the oldest clans in the village, and due to the special nature of their power, many Uchiha went the extra mile on missions and on the battlefield. Maybe they had several reasons, but nothing can change. They sacrificed for the village. The results of it? They want to wipe out their entire clan. For fear of the power of the Uchiha, because the Uchiha were in their way. Funan glanced at the old man and gave a simple reply without bothering to say more. Some words were meaningless no matter how many times they were said. You can only think about it yourself. Act according to the plan. I will not give Sarutobi Hiruzen and others the chance to harm Uchiha. Do it, Funan. Setsuna said in a moment of sadness, let them see the power of the Uchiha clan. Of course, if some people don't like it, they can try it. He stared at Uchiha Soji and Uchiha Fugaku with a cold expression. They already treat Uchiha's meat on the chopping block, and you still want to help them. The two were silent. Let's talk first, Funan, what are you going to do? Shizue sighed and asked, if necessary, we can also provide some help. Help? Funan glanced at Shizue and chuckled in his heart. If he talks about ruling the village by force, Shizue will probably throw the Koto Umatsukami at him immediately. This is also the reason why he has endured it until now. Of course, Funan is not afraid of Koto Umatsukami now. Funan gently covered his left eye. There is something the clan leader must do. Fugaku raised his head in surprise and said, me? Tell me. Kato Funko is an excellent sensory ninja. On the surface, he is just an ordinary special Jonin, but in fact he is an Anbu, affiliated to the Hokage's Anbu. Although Uchiha made a lot of noise, Hokage-sama obviously did not want to make a big fight, so Kato Funko was still enjoying his rare vacation. Suddenly, Kato Funko, who was shopping, had her pupils shrink and her heart beating violently. But his face remained the same, with a faint smile, and without any pause in his steps, he walked slowly with the things he just bought in his arms. He saw it. A figure walked into the tea house next to him. Uchiha Funan. The person currently in charge of the police force and deputy leader of the clan. He can't be wrong. Despite using the transformation technique, that catastrophic chakra tide could not be hidden. Not long ago, Kato Fuko saw with her own eyes that Uchiha Funan revealed his chakra, intimidating Elder Utatane Koharu. Fortunately, it's this distance, and fortunately my recent abilities have improved, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to find him. At this time, Uchiha Funan is still in the mood to drink tea? Furthermore, why use the transformation technique? Kato Funko was a little confused. Suddenly, his hands and feet became cold. This tea house is actually the property of the Hyuga family. Coincidence? Hyuga? Uchiha. Chapter 18, Invitation. Beads of sweat ran down Kato Funko's forehead. He felt that he had grasped the point. Uchiha Funin used advanced transformation techniques to personally visit the Hyuga family's property. What does this mean? Under normal circumstances, there would be no suspicion. Go have a cup of tea, what's the big deal? Even if he goes to the Hyuga family's property, it's possible that Uchiha Funin is here to spread suspicion. But there is one of the biggest coincidences. Kato Funko's abilities have improved recently, and he saw Uchiha Funin's power today. Only then did he find him. Otherwise, an elite Jonin who is good at perception may not be able to discover that Uchiha Funin has been here. These two coincidences made Kato Funko's heart beat violently. I have to inform the Hokage immediately. Kato Funko strode toward her home with a relaxed smile on her face. Bang! Suddenly, a figure hurried over. Because he was walking too fast, he accidentally bumped into Kato Funko's arm. I'm sorry. This man wore a bamboo hat and a broad robe, and his voice was deep. Outsiders couldn't tell who this person was. They could only tell from his voice that he was a man. No problem. Kato Funko smiled and didn't care. Kato Funko then continued on his way home, while the individual with a bamboo hat on his head entered the tea house without stopping. From this point, it can be seen that the other party is very familiar with the tea house. Oh heavens. Kato Funko suddenly slapped her forehead and murmured, I almost forgot, I also want to buy some tea. With that said, he walked into the tea house. The Hyuga family's tea house not only allows you to drink tea, but also sells some tea leaves. The moment he entered the tea house, Kato Funko realized that he was being watched. He could vaguely sense that he was the person wearing a bamboo hat just now. Kato Funko's expression remained unchanged. She bought some tea leaves in the tea house with a smile on her face and left there. In the private room on the second floor of the tea house, two figures stood side by side, watching the leaving figure of Kato Funko. Awesome. Fugaku sighed and said, how did you do it? How could you actually make the other party regard you as a member of the Hyuga clan? The two people Kato Funko discovered just now were Uchiha Funin and Uchiha Fugaku. It's just that Kato Funko got the order wrong. The first person to walk into the tea house was Uchiha Fugaku. The person who had contact with Kato Funko was Uchiha Funin. Even Fugaku couldn't help but be amazed. Funko was an elite sensor ninja and had been disturbed by Funin. As it did. To be more precise, he thought I was Hyuga Hayashi. Funin smiled and said, he thought you were me, and he thought I was Hyuga Hayashi. The two of us hid our identities and appeared in the same tea house. What will the Hidden Leaf Village Power Quartet think when they find out? Fugaku didn't know what the Hidden Leaf Village Power Quartet was, but he said in a low voice, Hyuga and Uchiha, these are two equally ancient families, with a transcendent status in Hidden Leaf Village. The Hyuga clan have considerable power, only slightly below the Uchiha clan. Once these two families join forces, Saratobe Hiruzen's brain will explode. Be careful. Fugaku said in a deep voice, be careful if Saratobe Hiruzen goes crazy and really attacks us. Saratobe Hiruzen is known as the god of shinobi. Even if he gets older and loses his previous drive, who can guarantee that the other person will not go crazy? Let him do it if he wants to do it. Funin didn't care and said with a smile, if you were Saratobe Hiruzen, would you like to deal with Hyuga or Uchiha? Or deal with both at the same time? If it were me, I would deal with Hyuga first. There was no hesitation in Fugaku's words. The Hyuga clan has also had a glorious history. Even Madara Uchiha had paid attention to his strongest shinobi. However, since that person passed away, the Hyuga clan has never produced a decent strong man. There are many Hyuga Jonin, no less than Uchiha, more than 30, but most of them are just ordinary Jonin, and the elite Jonin barely have about 5, and we can't even mention the Kage level. Uchiha is different. To put it bluntly, one Uchiha clan is more than enough to defeat two Hyuga clans. Even without the Mengekyo Sharingan, Fugaku and Funin's strength has reached the Kage level. There is another Shizui who also has a Mengekyo Sharingan. Fugaku glanced at Funin. If this guy hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known that Shizui had also awakened the Mengekyo Sharingan. He felt very tired. In the hearts of the new generation of the clan, am I so untrustworthy? Fugaku shook his head and stopped thinking about this. No matter how poor the Hyuga clan's top-end military power is, they still have more than 30 Jonin. This is a powerful force that no one can ignore. Otherwise, in recent years, the Hyuga clan would not have been brought out by the top management of Hidden Leaf Village to compete with Uchiha. Over the years, the Hyuga clan has been competing with Uchiha, and both clans are the blood successors of the pupil technique, which has greatly distracted Uchiha's attention. If the Hyuga clan suddenly changes direction and turns from being hostile to supporting Uchiha, then Uchiha will instantly have more than 60 jonin. Fugaku couldn't help but gasp. How many jonin are there in Hidden Leaf Village now? About 300 people. Once the two major clans join forces, led by Uchiha Funen and Fugaku, they will be almost invincible. If they want to deal with Hyuga, then go ahead and deal with them. What does it have to do with me, Uchiha? Funen spread his hands. Fugaku glanced at him and asked, I just used the transformation technique to look like you, why did it have to be me? Funen chuckled and said, Clan leader, haven't you noticed? Your ocular power, like mine, is filled with an ominous aura. And what about Shishui? Isn't his eye power like this? Fugaku asked back. Although Shishui was quite innocent, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was not something light. Funen said calmly, Shishui is too naive. I'm always worried that he will reveal his flaws. The clan leader is more experienced in this aspect. Clan leader, I'm not afraid to tell you that the power contained in my right eye was what disturbed the other party just now and made that Kato Fuko think of you as me and me as Hyuga Hayashi. The triangular symbol of disaster appeared in Funen's eyes. The suggestive Ganjutsu of my pupil technique is very useful, but it has a fatal weak point. If the opponent finds any disharmony, it will be broken like an illusion. Fugaku frowned and said, You don't trust Shishui. How could it be? I trust Shishui very much, but the clan leader is more suitable to play me. Funen spread his hands and said with a smile, Shishui of the body flicker, this title is not to say that it is highly praised, but at least it is a normal one. But I, Funen, am a blood flame. Do you hear that? So sinister. Several black lines appeared on Fugaku's forehead. Damn it, why are you looking at me strangely? If you dare to use my title, I will beat you to death. When you say your own title, just say it yourself, what are you looking at? Fugaku looked at Funen fiercely. Funen coughed dryly and said, Okay, the bait has been set. The rest depends on whether Hokage-sama cooperates with us. In the meantime, complete the orders I gave as soon as possible. Chapter 19, Coldness and Hypocrisy. Hearing this, Fugaku looked at Funen and sneered, Didn't you say that your pupil technique is a kind of mental suggestion power? Why don't you use your suggestion technique on the Hokage and the others? Everything would be solved if they were on our side. Funen sneered and said proudly, Do you think I haven't tried it? It's useless. I wanted to try a few more times, but I was worried about being caught. If I get caught doing something like this, I'll definitely get beaten up. Fugaku took a deep breath. Then why are you so confident? Why do you act like you are great? After glaring at Funen, Fugaku turned and left. He is not the one who has the final say about Uchiha now. Funen has too much power. Almost all the new generation belongs to him, and nearly half of the strength of the middle and young generation obeys his orders. The representative of the Hawks is his grandfather, so there is no need to consider who he will help. The Dove faction was hit hard by the news brought by Itachi. Now Soji is completely at a loss. In just a few hours, he looks obviously older. Although Fugaku also had his own power, he did not want to compete with Funen. He also wanted to see what Funen could do. After all, when Itachi said that the top brass of Hidden Leaf Village had some plans to exterminate Uchiha, he, Uchiha Fugaku, was already a loser. Even making too many excuses can't change the fact that the family was almost destroyed at his hands. However, he was worried. Funen sometimes does things too violently without considering the consequences. As long as he decides something, he will do it to the extreme. That kind of determination can only be said to be worthy of being an Uchiha. But mental suggestion? Fugaku murmured to himself. The power that resides in his eyes is great and difficult to control. In comparison, Funen's pupil technique seems easier. However, who can guarantee that that is Funen's true power? No, it's definitely not his real power. This is a cunning little devil. Crack, the cigarette rod in the hand of the third Hokage fell to the ground again. Like last time, he didn't pick it up, but looked at the person in front of him in a daze. Kato Fuko. What did you say? Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Funen secretly met in the Hyuga clan's tea house. Yes. Kato Fuko said solemnly, the subordinate discovered it by coincidence. The third Hokage took a deep breath, calmed down his turbulent heart, and said in a deep voice, Go. Go quickly, bring Koharu and the others, and Denzo. Especially Denzo, bring them here. Yes. A voice echoed in the empty air, and an Anbu had already left quickly. You, Kato Fuko, say what you just said again. The third Hokage's eyes were fixed on Kato Fuko. At this moment, how much he hoped that Kato Fuko was lying. Kato Fuko repeated how the meeting between Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Funen had been discovered. The Hokage was silent. After a while, Hidden Leaf Village Power Quartet gathered in the Hokage's office again. It was already late at night, and Koharu and Hamura were ready to rest, so they hurriedly got dressed and came here. Only Denzo was still thinking about the overall situation of Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village was meant to be his, and he would lead the village to the top of the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he just stole his position and is just a thief. What did you say? After Kato Fuko told the news again, Koharu and Hamura couldn't sit still. Uchiha, actually united with Hyuga? Impossible. Hamura said flatly, how is it possible for Hyuga and Uchiha to cooperate? For so many years, the Hyuga clan has been hostile to Uchiha, and the relationship between the two parties cannot be eased. Hyuga is the opponent they found for Uchiha. They had the power in their hands to trigger conflicts between the two clans. It was too easy. As long as a little bit of trivial interest is mixed in, and then slowly allowed to ferment and expand its influence, the two clans will naturally become hostile to each other. Especially since these two clans are the heirs of the Dujutsu Kekkei Genkai. During this time, they needed to subtly guide. It is not only concealed and safe, but also achieves their purpose. That's right. Koharu said solemnly, it is absolutely impossible for these two clans to unite. Even if the Hyuga clan is not an enemy of Uchiha, given their temperament, they will not cooperate with Uchiha. What is the temperament of the Hyuga clan? We won't touch your cake, so don't bother us. That's their philosophy. Cooperate with Uchiha. What are they planning? Weren't they happy to snuggle up on their own little acre of land? No. Denzo's cold voice sounded. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sneer on his face and said, you are wrong. If it is Hyuga Hayashi, then it is possible to cooperate with Uchiha. Don't forget, Hyuga Hayashi, there is deep resentment hidden in his heart. Koharu and Hamura felt their hearts skip a beat and instantly thought of someone, Hyuga Hayashi. The younger brother of Hyuga Hayashi, who was sacrificed by the Hokage not long ago to avoid conflict with Hidden Cloud's village. Because of Hyuga Hayashi, who had always been calm, lost his composure for the first time and exploded on the spot. If it weren't for Hyuga Hayashi's decisiveness, the situation might have gotten out of control at that time. In the end, under the high pressure of the Hokage and the Hyuga clan, and looking at the established facts, Hyuga Hayashi remained silent. No, I don't believe it. Hamura said solemnly, Hyuga Hayashi is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. It is impossible for him to do such irrational things. What he should consider is the issue of the entire clan. He should be on our side and consider the overall situation of Hidden Leaf Village. The alliance between Uchiha and Hyuga was too shocking. The two old men did not want to believe what they were told. Denzo sneered, too lazy to pay attention to the two elders, but stared at Kato Fuko, who was kneeling on one knee, and said coldly, is everything you just said true? Yes. Kato Fuko's answer was very confident. I do not believe. Denzo said with a cold voice, this matter involves too much, so I want to see it myself. Swoosh, two Anbu with strange masks on their faces appeared. Roots. They subdued Kato Fuko instantly, and then, one person put his hand on Kato Fuko's head. Ah! Kato Fuko's eyes widened for an instant, and they were bloodshot. Her body was shaking and twisting, as if she had endured endless pain. Denzo. The angry voice of the third Hokage sounded. That's enough, Hiruzen, put away your innocence. Denzo said coldly, we now have to determine whether what this ninja saw is true and whether he was affected by an illusion. Hiruzen. Koharu and Hamura also urged the third Hokage. It's a big deal. We need to make sure of this. Ninjas have to face sacrifice at any time. The third Hokage had a gloomy face and remained silent. In response, Denzo smiled sarcastically. How hypocritical. This is the Hokage's office. If the other party wants to stop him, how can he succeed? It can only be said that the other party is also hesitating. Or maybe he was waiting for him to take action. Otherwise, why would the Anbu secretly leave after he and others entered the office? Kato Fuko's fate has long been determined. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are old. Your heart is full of hesitation and uncertainty. You want to keep your appearance, you want to keep your glory, but in reality you are the rotten root of Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 20, Uchiha, they. This root member under Denzo is a member of the Yamanaka clan. The ninjas of the Yamanaka clan are good at controlling the minds of their enemies. They can invade and read the memories of others, including the dead. They also have the special ability to transmit messages to their companions. They also have excellent sensory abilities, which allows them to sense the chakra of others and know where they are as well as analyze said chakra. In order to confirm Kato Fuko's words, Denzo adopted the most violent method, directly destroying his mind and cutting off the possibility of the other party lying at the root. Moments later, the scenes that happened today were transmitted to the Hidden Leaf Village Power Quartet by the Yamanaka clan ninja using secret techniques, so that they could see them with their own eyes. Denzo also kept asking questions. Every question was answered accurately. This made the Hidden Leaf Village Power Quartet's expressions become increasingly grim. Does Hyuga really want to join forces with Uchiha? When the last question was asked, the answer made Denzo's face twitch unnoticeably. How do you determine that those two people are Funin Uchiha and Hyuga Hayashi? My perception ability has been greatly improved recently, and I have reached the Jonin level. I happen to have met Funin Uchiha and Hyuga Hayashi, so I remember their chakra. A Jonin level sensor type ninja. The third Hokage felt his heart twitching. He looked at Denzo angrily. What type of ninja is the least common? Sensor type and medical nin. Even in Hidden Leaf Village, which has a lot of money, there are definitely not many ninjas of these two types. Not to mention a young Jonin like Kato Fugo. This is definitely a talent. He can enter the Anbu without having to consider his loyalty. And now he has sacrificed himself like this? It's not that the third Hokage is soft-hearted, but that they clearly have a way to get the answer without hurting Kato Fugo, but it will just waste more time. Are there many Jonin in Hidden Leaf Village? Are there many Jonin who are loyal to him? Just to save a few more hours, sacrificing a censor Jonin? This is a fucking Jonin. The third Hokage felt like he couldn't hold himself any longer. Denzo. The third Hokage roared from his throat. Okay, Hiruzen. Denzo said lightly, he is just a Jonin. By sacrificing him, we can be sure that Hyuga and Uchiha want to unite, so we can prepare countermeasures as soon as possible. This is a good thing. He waved his hands quickly, and the two root ninjas quickly took Kato Fugo and left here. Humphrey. The third Hokage snorted heavily. Now it's confirmed. What are you going to do? Denzo said coldly, if I want to attack these two clans directly, I guess you are not willing to do so, right? Of course. The third Hokage said without hesitation, these are the two oldest clans in Hidden Leaf Village. Without evidence, do you plan to attack them? Are other ninjas willing to help you? Also, do you really think these two clans will just wait for you to wipe them out? Do you really think they won't fight back? Then let's change our approach. Denzo said calmly, to put it bluntly, all this fuss is just because of two people, Hyuga Hayashi and Funin Uchiha. As long as they are dealt with, everything will naturally recover to how it was before. The third Hokage was not happy at all and was still smoking. How easy you make it sound. He laughed inwardly. Are those two people easy to deal with? Each member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan is more protected than the last, let alone the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi. If it were possible, those members of the main branch would like it if every time they eat something, someone would test if there were poison in their food. As for Funin, the third Hokage glanced at Denzo. That one has a grudge against this one. The two have secretly fought several times over the years. Isn't Funin still alive and well? On the contrary, Denzo suffered a considerable loss. For a moment, Denzo felt deep malice. He looked at the third Hokage angrily. Hiruzen, what do you mean? What can I mean? You are overthinking. The third Hokage shook his head and said, Denzo, it's time to temper your temper. Look at me, I just lost a censor Jonin, and I'm not even angry. Denzo. Ahem. Hamura coughed dryly and said, I have an idea. Denzo turned to him and looked at him with disdain in his eyes. It's hard to imagine that you two can come up with any good ideas. If you don't make things worse, that will be enough. Koharu. I feel offended. The third Hokage looked as usual. Hamura, you tell me. Itachi Uchiha. When Hamura said this name, everyone present was silent for a moment. Finally, Denzo nodded slowly and said, let me handle this. It will be a good opportunity to test Itachi's loyalty. The third Hokage continued smoking, with a worried expression. He admired Itachi very much. At such a young age, he has such a fiery will of fire and is definitely a very good ninja. But, for the good of the village. Denzo glanced at him, smiled coldly, and was about to speak when suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door. What happened again? The third Hokage raised his head. Come in. Hokage-sama. The person who came was a Jonin. He knelt on one knee in front of the third Hokage and said in a low voice, Uchiha, Uchiha. Sure enough, it's Uchiha again. The eyes of the four people present all flashed with coldness. The last bit of hesitation in the third Hokage's heart disappeared. For Hidden Leaf Village, anyone can be sacrificed. There was another sentence deep in his heart, a sentence that he deliberately ignored. Let alone an Uchiha. Explain. A low voice came from the mouth of the third Hokage. At this moment, the young god of shinobi seems to have returned. His imposing aura caught everyone's attention. The Jonin calmed down his turbulent heart and said in a deep voice, the Uchiha have been smiling. There was a moment of silence in the entire Hokage's office. Uchiha. Smiled? What the hell is this? What does Uchiha smile mean? The 4 people present had a row of question marks neatly hung on their foreheads. The Jonin also realized that there was something wrong in his words, and quickly said, "The Uchiha of the police force are now smiling every time they see us. We. The Jonin didn't say the rest, he was really embarrassed. As a Jonin, can he say that he is afraid of being laughed at? What a mess." Denzo said coldly, "Speak clearly." "Yes." The Jonin was silent for a short time, and after organizing his words, he slowly spoke out. After listening, Hidden Leaf Village Power Quartet fell into silence. It turns out that the Uchiha in the past, when they were enforcing the law, their face was mocking, expressionless, or full of provocation. Anyway, there is no positive image. Hidden Leaf Village hates Uchiha. In addition to the village's mischief, their own reasons also play a big role. It's different now. Today, when the Uchihas were patrolling, they had smiles on their faces. They smiled at everyone they saw. That smile was disturbing and scared people. Some thought they had done something wrong and ran to save themselves. Even those without problems were frightened by the smiles and trembled, shouting, "Don't come close." Those with health problems fainted almost instantly. Some even shouted, clutching their heads, "Don't hit me." The whole village was in chaos. Those who fled knocked down the vendors' stalls, the frightened waited for medical treatment, and those who stayed still also disrupted order. Enough. You don't need to continue. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his brows with a headache. For the love of God, what is happening? This world is crazy. Chapter 21, Prelude Absurd. Koharu was furious and shouted, "You are Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, and this is Hidden Leaf Village." The Uchiha just smiled, they just smiled, and you actually made a big fuss, aren't you ashamed? Ahem. Hamura coughed dryly and looked away. With his status, he didn't have much contact with the Uchiha. Then, after thinking for a moment, he imagined Fugaku Uchiha smiling at him. Oh my god, that's scary. Humphrey. Denzo snorted coldly and said, "From this we can see the harm Uchiha brings to the village. It's completely impossible to refute." The third Hokage and the others were all speechless. Just by smiling, he could cause such damage. It can only be said that he is worthy of being an Uchiha. Do the Uchiha have nothing to do? Why are they laughing? The third Hokage asked with a headache. No one can answer this question. The Jonin knelt on one knee and remained silent. He was also scared by the other party's laughter. Koharu guessed, could it be that Uchiha has achieved some goal, so? Purpose? Several people looked at each other and a phrase came to mind at the same time, cooperation with the Hyuga clan. This is not right either. Even if he joins forces with Hyuga, how could an ordinary Uchiha know? Funin Uchiha is not stupid. The less people know about this kind of thing, the better. Unable to understand, Denzo snorted and turned to leave. He was about to deal with Funin. As for why Uchiha was laughing, leave it to Koharu and the others. With their abilities, they could only do this kind of thing. Yes, exactly like that. Funin looked at the Hidden Leaf Village police forces in front of him with a smile on his face. In front of him, there was a group of Uchiha with stiff smiles on their faces. Shishui said with a headache, "Funin, what are you doing?" Not to mention the forced smiles of the clan members in front of him, even he felt uncomfortable. How could a normal person's smile feel fatal when placed on Uchiha's body? Laughter means a happy mood. People who are in a happy mood will not create conflicts. Funin rolled his eyes at Shishui and whispered, "Don't you want Uchiha to integrate into Hidden Leaf Village? So, they need to smile more, thus increasing the empathy of the clan members. Plus, smiles can be contagious. If everyone is in the same good mood, Shishui, can you imagine that scenario? Exciting, right?" Shishui nodded subconsciously, and then, seeing the smiles on the faces of the clan members, his face became expressionless for a moment. Contagious? You want to destroy Hidden Leaf Village, right? If the smiles of the Uchiha in front of them spread to the village, it would be a natural disaster. Madara Uchiha and Senju Hashirama couldn't save him even if they worked together. I don't believe a word of what you just said. I always feel that you are conducting some kind of terrible experiment. Stop this nonsense. Funin ignored Shishui, looked at the Uchiha in front of him, and said, "Remember, when patrolling, you must be smiling, do you understand?" Understood. So out of energy? Funin chuckled and said, "You won't be dissatisfied with me, right?" "No." The Uchiha roared hysterically. The Anbu who were watching outside were frightened for a while. What's going on? The distance is too far to see clearly. Uchiha won't come out directly in the next moment, right? Funin nodded with satisfaction and said, "If you are dissatisfied with me, just tell me. If you don't tell me, how will I know? Only by knowing can we resolve the conflict. To then be controlled by your illusion, and then run naked through the town, right? The Uchiha forced their smiles, cursing Funan over and over in their minds. Just now, someone questioned Funan's actions. The Jonin was then controlled by a glance from Funan and did a pole dance in public. Painful to look at. Then, Funan said implicitly that in order for Uchiha to integrate into the village as soon as possible, it would be best for someone to make sacrifices and run naked in the village. Damn it, the Uchihas don't understand. Why do they have to run naked if they want to integrate into the village? Moreover, aren't they already members of the village? What is integration? Some of the lower-level Uchiha didn't even know what was happening. Chief, do we still need to go on patrol? An Uchiha looked hesitant. Nonsense. Funan rolled his eyes and said, what are you doing if you don't patrol? Learn ninjutsu. The Uchiha shouted in response. The clan that worships power the most, now that they have a large number of ninjutsu provided by Funan, they almost dream of practicing it. The number of ninjutsu stored in the family is quite large, but there is a threshold. Learning ninjutsu is learning ninjutsu, and work is work. Funan said angrily, you must do both without delay. The Uchihas looked at each other, and finally said feebly, yes. Let's go. After Funan made arrangements, he motioned to Shizue beside him to leave with him. I thought you would tell them what to do. Shizue looked at Funan. Funan curled his lips and said earnestly, we should give them some space and trust their strength. We shouldn't focus everything on one person to make him seem great, right? What an arrogant idea is this? Shizue. Why do I feel like there is some other meaning in your words? Itachi Uchiha, who had just arrived, also felt deep malice. Funan laughed internally. I'm talking about you two. In the Naruto series plot, Shizue and Itachi Uchiha took full responsibility. At that time, if they had found a few more companions, even some ordinary jonin, would they have ended up like this? What the hell, I'm speechless just thinking about it. Shizue Uchiha, who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, also possessed the power of Koto Umatsukami and was definitely a Kage-level ninja. In the end, he committed suicide by jumping into a river? It is estimated that when other Kage-level experts find out, they will also shout at you that you are awesome, and then kick you out of the Kage-level team. Shame on you. As for Itachi Uchiha, how great is this obedient son who does not communicate with anyone and took responsibility for everything. All the members of the clan including the elders, women and children who were killed by him, must have been moved to tears. Damn it, you're retarded. Something on your mind, Itachi? Funan is too lazy to say more about what happened in the original work. Anyway, he came to this world, and everything changed. The current Uchiha, although there are other voices, mainly acts according to his thoughts. Itachi Uchiha looked at Funan and said in a deep voice, Denzo is going to attack you, Funan. Shizue's expression changed slightly. As expected. Funan was not surprised. Denzo Shimura is such a person. He opened and shut his mouth for Hidden Leaf Village, but actually it was for himself. Perhaps, in his eyes, he represents the will of Hidden Leaf Village. Anyone he didn't like was considered someone to be eliminated for the good of Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, if the current Funan were obediently marked with the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal and followed Denzo's orders, he would immediately become a good ninja who loves the village. Damn it, my throat feels uncomfortable again. Puha. Spat contemptuously. Chapter 22, The biggest boss in the shinobi world. Denzo ordered me to trek you out of the village and find an opportunity to kill you. Itachi said calmly, he will send root shinobis to assist me. He added, this time, I think Denzo is very confident and will send powerful shinobis. Oh. Funan raised his eyebrows and smiled, his teeth shining. Denzo wanted to take action against Funan, which was not surprising to Shizue, not to mention Funan himself. If there is any surprise, it is that Denzo decided to take action only now. According to what several people knew about Shimura Denzo, he should have taken action immediately last night. Maybe it was because of his failure last time that he became cautious. Shizue said in a deep voice, Funan, we can't let Denzo mess around. We're going to find the Hokage right now. To the Hokage? Funan looked at Shizue as if he were an idiot, and said, you think the Hokage won't find out if Denzo acts now? Are you playing dumb here? Shizue wanted to speak but stopped. He really wanted to say that Hokage-sama didn't know. However, when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. Although all signs indicate that Denzo approached Itachi without authorization, using Hidden Leaf Village's name to force him to attack Funan, it was a personal matter. However, Itachi's identity is so important. Shizue and Itachi are the only ninjas in Uchiha who join the Anbu, and they are the bridge between Hidden Leaf Village and Uchiha. Itachi is the son of the Uchiha clan leader, surpassing Shizue in status. The Hokage only has one such chess piece, and it is unique in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. It is impossible for him not to pay attention to Itachi, but to allow Denzo to issue such an order. Shisui. Funan showed a malicious smile and said, "This is the measure of Hidden Leaf Village's top brass." Shishui's whole body was cold. The third Hokage praised them many times for their extraordinary abilities and qualifications as Hokage. He sighed at Uchiha's narrow-mindedness. He regretted that the Uchiha clan did not have the capacity to carry Hidden Leaf Village. "What about your measurements? Where is your will of fire?" Funan's low laugh rang in his ears, and he said, "Shisui, give up your naive thoughts, otherwise, you will suffer infinite pain, although this may enhance your pupil power." Shisui said confusedly, "Funan, do you think I was wrong all along?" Although he supports Funan to a certain extent, he still has expectations for the Hokage. "I don't know," Funan answered simply. "But I know something." He raised a finger and said, "The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed Denzo to corrupt the roots, he had betrayed the will of fire." Sarutobi Hiruzen was ordered to become Hokage when the village was in chaos. At that time, he was indeed ambitious and wanted to change Hidden Leaf Village and bring prosperity to Hidden Leaf Village. He even wants to change the entire shinobi world. Unfortunately, reality slapped him hard. When he became the third Hokage, many elders from the Sengoku period were still alive. They opposed Hiruzen Sarutobi and did not approve of him becoming Hokage. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was far from the first and second generation Hokage in terms of combat power. He only ascended to the position of Hokage with the support of a woman, Uzumaki Mido. The shinobis in the village also looked down upon him. The Sarutobi clan was not a prominent shinobi clan and could not provide him with much support. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult to secure the position of Hokage. Perhaps, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already turned dark in the process of establishing himself as Hokage. Paying a huge price, he led Hidden Leaf Village to win the war. In the process, he made huge sacrifices on the surface, but he didn't know what he paid secretly. All he knew is that Denzo became the darkness of the shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know that at that moment, he also fell and became the darkness of the shinobi. As for the children being sent to the battlefield, that is a question for later. After that, the Senju clan was broken into pieces, integrated into Hidden Leaf Village, and gradually disappeared. So far, only Tsunade is left. Was that normal? Did integrating into Hidden Leaf Village mean becoming fertilizer? Isn't there something strange about the deaths of outstanding ninjas like Senju Nawaki and Kato Dan? After that, Sakamo Hatake committed suicide, Orochimaru betrayed, Tsunade and Jiraiya separated from the third generation, and almost completely separated from Hidden Leaf Village. During this process, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt helpless at every turn, and aged dozens of years at every turn. So much sacrifice for Hidden Leaf Village, sacrifice after sacrifice. What rubbish. All of Hidden Leaf Village's talents reached this point. Some say it's because the third Hokage is incompetent, others blame his personality. Some people say he is old. And the reality? Funan would never underestimate Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his opinion, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the greatest boss in the ninja world. He has been a Hokage for 30 or 40 years, and no other Hokage can compare to him. The Sarutobi clan gave birth to thousands of shinobis and became a first-class clan, so Orochimaru launched the Hidden Leaf Village collapse plan. Otherwise, Hidden Leaf Village would have been changed to Sarutobi Village. Such a proper winner in life. Compared with him, Madara Uchiha and Senju Hashirama, they are nothing. Some weaklings. Denzo. Haha, he's just a clown, jumping on the third Hokage's fingertips, but Denzo doesn't know that Hiruzen can crush him to death with just a wave of his hand. Of course, not only Funan discovered this, but also many people in Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise in the Naruto series, how could Orochimaru, being a rogue ninja, lead a group of second-level henchmen together with the weakest shinobi village, to cause chaos in Hidden Leaf Village? The confrontation between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen was also interesting. And surprisingly, no one helped. 4 Jonin from Hidden Sound Village, who were not even very strong among shinobi of the same level, managed to stop them all. Where are the many famous shinobi clans and shinobis in Hidden Leaf Village? Jiraiya was actually held back by a 3-headed psychic snake beast. He only needs to summon Gamabunta and the others, as well as the 2 great sage toads. Without the need to enter sage mode, a couple of slaps can end the battle. Just look at who died in the Hidden Leaf Village collapse plan. Anyway, none of Hidden Leaf Village's important characters died, except Sarutobi Hiruzen. Some people who are looking for death will not be counted. Shisui murmured, "The will of fire?" Itachi glanced at Shisui, with a trace of pity in his eyes, and said, "Funananiki, what are you going to do? Step into his trap?" Funan smiled slightly and said, "You can take this opportunity to gain Denzo's trust, But you must remember that this time you must not appear in front of me. Denzo knows that I have the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he still dares to attack me. He surely has prepared enough traps, so I have to be more serious. Don't worry. Itachi smiled slightly and said, I don't want to die in your hands for no reason. Hee. Wait, Funen, you. Shizue was stunned. You want to walk into the trap? Why not? Funen glanced at Shizue and said, Shizue, you said there are 2 tigers in a mountain, how can we maintain peace? Before Shizue could speak, Funen said, first, there needs to be enough external pressure. Second, the power of the 2 tigers is very close. We have external pressure now. Other villages have recovered a lot of their strength after recuperating in the past few years. What I want to do now is the second point, which is to weaken the power of the Hokage faction and gradually make it equal to the power of the Uchiha. It's too dangerous. Shizue said solemnly, I will go with you, I am also the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Funen looked at Shizue unexpectedly and said, have you made up your mind? Shizue smiled bitterly and said, I'm not stupid. The Hokage and the others only talk but do nothing. Even a fool can tell that they don't mean well. Now they are attacking you again and again. I can't trust them. Chapter 23, Stupid Funen looked at Shizue with emotion and sighed. Child, you have grown up. Get out. Shizue remained expressionless. Haha. Both Funen and Itachi couldn't help laughing. Thank you, Shizue, but there is no need for you to take action. Funen waved his hand and said, it is best to use the Mangekyo Sharingan technique in moderation. Furthermore, your power is truly unique. It is a true trump card of the Uchiha clan. Shizue's expression instantly became strange. Funen suddenly thought of something, turned to look at Shizue, and said word by word, Shizue, don't tell me, have you told the Hokage and the others about your Mangekyo Sharingan technique? Shizue looked embarrassed. This expression says it all. Funen was speechless. Shizue, you are really stupid. Will they take action against me? Shizue said in a very low voice, almost inaudible, after all, I am a member of the Hokage faction. If you speak louder, you can still look more confident. Funen sighed and said, I'll tell you directly, for those 4 people, there can't be power in Hidden Leaf Village that they can't control, especially this power, which belongs to the evil Uchiha, do you understand? Itachi also said on the side, Shizue Aniki, they will definitely attack you, without a doubt. Shizue remained silent. If Funen is dissatisfied with the Hokage and the others and has prejudices in his heart, but what about Itachi? Furthermore, he himself was beginning to have doubts in his heart. Some of what Funen said recently, as well as some of the things that happened, really opened his eyes. Fortunately, he was still willing to listen to others. Funen glanced at Shizue. According to the plot of the Naruto series, by now Shizue should have already committed suicide by jumping into the river, becoming the first Kage-level shinobi to drown in the history of the shinobi world. Shocking the world. Because of Funen's arrival, everything changed. He consciously reversed the thoughts of Shizue and Itachi, so that they would no longer be extreme, no longer bear heavy burdens, and move forward alone. He succeeded. Although most of the attention was focused on Itachi, the filial son. Funen did not overlook Shizue either. Shizue lost his absolute trust in the Hokage and the others. Furthermore, the butterfly effect caused by Funen has changed too many things. For example, in the Third Shinobi World War, Hidden Leaf Village won the victory more than a year in advance due to Funen's strong intervention and his powerful power comparable to Minato no Mikeiji. Naruto and the others were also born a year early. This year, Naruto, Sasuke and the others are nearly 5 years old. However, these are not enough. Many things need to be done in advance. For example, the death of Denzo and the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi. It is better to die today, bury tomorrow, and spread the ashes the day after tomorrow. Shizue, be careful these days. Denzo will most likely attack you with his men. Remember, he will act personally. Funen looked serious. I know. Shizue's voice was low, don't worry about me. Anyway, I have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. If Denzo really attacks me, I won't be kind. I will let him know that I am not easy to mess with. Good. Very powerful. If they hadn't removed one of his eyes in the original plot, Funen would definitely have applauded. Funen really admired Shizue's ability to manifest the Susanoo with just one eye, although he doubted he could do the same. What he admired more about Shizue was the color of his Susanoo, which was so green that it made people panic. The power of Uchiha comes from the heart. The power responds to the master and materializes, so they awaken various abilities. Does Shizue have any desires in his heart? According to the information I got. Funen said slowly. Denzo has conducted many human experiments. Both Shizue and Itachi's expressions changed slightly. Isn't human experimentation strictly prohibited? There's no need to make such a fuss. This news can't be false. Many high-level officials in Hidden Leaf Village know about it, including Inoshikacho. Funan said calmly, the Hokage is no exception, but he didn't stop it and even gave some help. The expression of both of them became gloomy. The more things they learned, the more disappointed they became with Hidden Leaf Village. They only saw the corrupt side of Hidden Leaf Village's top management. They were not the successors of the Will of Fire, but they asked others to become the successors of the Will of Fire. How ridiculous. However, neither of them spoke, but listened to Funan continue. They knew that Funan must have something to tell them when he mentioned this at this time. Denzo is very ambitious. To realize his ambition, he must have power. What he wants most is the power of Senju and Uchiha. Therefore, he once conducted experiments on hundreds of children and even secretly kidnapped many members of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Even though he knew that Funan would say some shocking words, Shisui was still shocked. Is he crazy? Senju and Uchiha represent the most powerful force in Hidden Leaf Village and even the shinobi world. The representative figures are Senju Hashirama, the god of the shinobi, and Madara Uchiha, ghost of the Uchiha. People have only admiration and fear for these two people. Naturally, everyone desires that kind of power. While the two of them were still alive, countless people secretly studied the power of the two clans. In the end, everything failed. Even the second-generation Hokage has done similar experiments, still ended in failure. Despite all this, Denzo continued his experiments. This is a disregard for life. I have to say that Denzo is very lucky. Funan looked at the two of them and said, his research was half successful. He obtained some of the power of the Senju and Uchiha, hiding it in his bandaged artificial arm. He succeeded? Shisui and Itachi were in disbelief, saying, so many people have failed? How could he succeed? Funan rolled his eyes and said, thanks to these two people, forget it, let's not talk about them. Senju Dobirama and Orochimaru, these two are really powerful in the field of scientific research. Funan was not born in the Sengoku period, otherwise he would have slapped Senju Dobirama to death, and thus avoid leaving so many problems for the future. At the very least, it should not have allowed the creation of the summoning, impure world reincarnation. According to the information I have received, Denzo can use wood style to a certain extent, as well as Uchiha's forbidden technique, Izanagi. I told you about this technique. Funan looked at the two of them and said, I warn you to be careful with this technique, it could be used to snatch your eyes. Shisui looked at Funan suspiciously and said, it's as if you saw it with your own eyes. Funan, your pupil technique, could it be precognition? You're overthinking. Funan said angrily, that's not my technique. To be honest, my eye techniques are a bit similar to yours, but not as dominant as yours. As for precognition, it's possible that Leader Fugaku's eye techniques be. Father? Itachi was startled. It's just a guess. Funan shook his head and said, the techniques of the Mengekyo Sharingan is top secret. What fool would tell others foolishly? Shisui, I'm not talking about you, don't leave. Chapter 24, Tension Hidden Leaf Village, in an underground root base. Denzo-sama. Itachi knelt on one knee in front of Shimura Denzo and whispered, the mission is completed, there was just a little accident. Shimura Denzo's one eye stared at Itachi coldly and said, accident? What accident? Why did it happen? Itachi whispered, Funan Uchiha will appear in the Death Forest tomorrow night, but I can't go there. The original plan was for Itachi to attack Funan first and then Denzo's men would surround him. If possible, Itachi will kill Funan alone to prove that he did not betray Hidden Leaf Village. To Itachi, this order seemed ridiculous. Would killing Funan be proof of loyalty to Hidden Leaf Village? Had Funan betrayed Hidden Leaf Village? Where is the will of fire that you talk about? Tell me why. Denzo's voice was low, and he looked at Itachi indifferently with one eye. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Itachi could even feel the cold murderous intent coming from the air around him. Probably because Shisui and I are Anbu members, he distrusts us a lot and has now started sending people to follow us. Denzo frowned slightly. Shisui and Itachi are members of the Anbu and take orders directly from the Hokage. Therefore, they are hated by many Hawks in Uchiha. Funan is the grandson of Setsune Uchiha and the heir to the Hawk faction. Now that he is in power, it seems natural to target Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. However, Denzo was still worried. The ambush on Funan wouldn't fail just because one Itachi Uchiha is missing. This was nothing, but Denzo, who was suspicious by nature, was worried that they were plotting against him. Itachi, tell me, why does Funan go to the Death Forest? How strong is he? What is his pupil technique? Itachi said, no one knows about Funan's pupil techniques except himself, not even Setsune Uchiha. I am very sure of this. He is such a careful person. As for the Forest of Death. When Itachi said this, his expression suddenly became strange. Denzo noticed something keenly and shouted, "Speak." After a slight silence, Itachi said, "I personally think it is probably related to Inoshikacho." Denzo's hand holding the cane tightened tightly. "Keep talking." "Inoshikacho? Why is it Inoshikacho? What does Funin Uchiha want to do? Or is Itachi Uchiha up to something?" Funin Uchiha discovered a kind of herbal medicine in the Death Forest, which seems to be very precious. Therefore, in recent years, he has often sneaked into the Death Forest secretly and seems to be cultivating it in large quantities. Denzo nodded slightly. He already knew that the Uchihas had been entering the Forest of Death. Uchiha's spies also sent this matter to the hands of Hidden Leaf Village's senior officials. However, they always thought that Funin was going to practice. After all, the Death Forest is Hidden Leaf Village's training ground. Many powerful shinobis will go there to practice. This is not a rare thing. They also sent people to follow Funin but found nothing. Over time, they put the matter aside. Now, from Itachi's mouth, I actually got such an answer. "Herbs? What kind of herbs?" Denzo asked, but his mind instantly thought of the Nara clan, leader of Inoshikacho. The Inoshikacho clans are considered some of the strongest clans in Hidden Leaf Village. What's even more terrifying is their union. Together, they do not fear even the most powerful clans in Hidden Leaf Village. In addition, the leader of the Nara clan serves as the Jonin squad leader in Hidden Leaf Village. After 2 generations of Senshu, the position of Hokage was passed to the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then to the hands of Minato Namikaze. However, Hidden Leaf Village's Jonin squad leader has always been a member of the Nara clan. Hidden Leaf Village military advisor, the most powerful brain in the ninja world. From this point of view, we can imagine the status of the Nara clan in Hidden Leaf Village. The Nara clan is good at raising deer, and deer antlers are one of the main materials for making military rations pills. Therefore, the main business of the Nara clan was these types of pills, which provided a large amount every year for the village. They even developed several secret medicines. The Nara clan is also a clan that is good at using medicine. Funin discovered excellent medicinal herbs, and it was even possible to plant them on a large scale. He is planning to cooperate with the Nara clan? Or, the two parties have already cooperated. Denzo's breathing could not help but become rapid, and his gaze became ferocious. Damn it! How is this possible? The Nara clan is so important. The Nara clan is too crucial. They are the brains of the Inoshikacho, leading the 3 clans. The Nara clan also has considerable prestige in Hidden Leaf Village. These 3 clans were originally the core supporters of the Hokage. Once there was a problem, they even went to the Uchiha faction, plus the Hyuga clan. Well, that's not right. Denzo quickly calmed down. The people of the Nara clan are all smart people, and they are also loyal to the Hokage, so they are not easily won over by the Uchihas. But who can say for sure? Denzo became restless when he thought that Funin might come into contact with the Nara clan. If it were other Uchiha, Denzo wouldn't be so worried. But it turned out to be Funin, that Funin who has caused him so many problems. Yesterday, he also lost several elites in Funin's hands. He came into contact with the Nara clan, and the possibility of changes in the Nara clan was too great. Looking at Denzo, who was obviously anxious, Itachi felt a faint sense of pleasure in his heart. "Scared, Denzo? Aren't you the darkness of the shinobi? You're afraid of Funin now, right? It's okay to be afraid. If I told you that every move you make now is planned by Funin, you would probably collapse. No, we can't go on like this." Denzo gritted his teeth and looked ferocious. "Funin, this Uchiha is too dangerous and must be dealt with as soon as possible. If he kills him, the matter with the Hyuga will be resolved, and everything will return to normal. Then, deal with Uchiha slowly. This time, we must not follow Hiruzen's wishes. The Uchiha clan should not exist. They should be completely destroyed. Itachi Uchiha." Denzo's voice sounded. Although he was still indifferent, Itachi heard something different. "Here I am. Tell me the power of Funin Uchiha." "Yes." Itachi said without hesitation, "Funin is the strongest person I have ever seen, the absolute strongest person. Even Fugaku Uchiha is far behind him." Denzo frowned slightly and said, "Fugaku Uchiha has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even so, he is still no match for Funin Uchiha." Itachi's words were extremely certain. "I can't see through him. I only know that he is very powerful, but I can't see his limit." Really bad answer. Denzo's mood became more and more impatient. "Withdraw, don't arouse his suspicions about you." "Understood." Itachi used the body flicker technique and left here. Chapter 25, The Change of Uchiha. Swish, a figure appeared on the Hidden Leaf Village Hokage Rock. Itachi looked down at the entire village quietly. In the past, When he stood here, he would feel his blood boiling and his heart filled. For the peaceful and beautiful village below, he is willing to do anything, even if he is the enemy of his father, Fugaku Uchiha. He even had the idea of making Uchiha disappear completely like Senju. However, Funen told him that since he decided not to be narrowly focused on one clan, why not open his eyes and look at the entire village, and even the entire shinobi world. From that moment on, Itachi felt that he had truly opened his Sharingan. He saw the real world. A completely different world than before. The three Tomui slowly rotated, connected together, and turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan, staring at the village coldly. The amazing pupil power of the Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him to clearly see the children running and playing in the village, the lovers looking at each other tenderly, the young people training hard, and the shinobis working hard for the mission. Itachi's eyes were filled with complexity. Was this what was seen on the surface of Hidden Leaf Village, or was there something else in the shadows? The Saratobi clan, like the Saratobi district located in Hidden Leaf Village, is full of nobility and pride. The four ugly-looking senior officials greedily sucked the blood of the village. Their faces were filled with proud and ferocious smiles, and they kept talking about the will of fire. Those who do not have the will of fire are not worthy of being ninjas. The ugly faces of those four individuals kept appearing in his mind. They screamed and roared constantly, crying out for the will of fire. Itachi covered his eyes. As long as you are in power, Hidden Leaf Village will have no future. He murmured to himself, somewhat confused as to what he was thinking at this moment. Melancholia? Sadness? Why do I think so much? Itachi sighed and said, I don't have the ability to change this now, but Funanaki, let me see how hot your bloody flames can be. Swish, he disappeared from there. He went to complete Denzo's mission, a mission that Funen had expected. Watch over the Uchiha clan. Denzo had never trusted Itachi. He didn't trust any Uchiha. No. Except in himself. He didn't trust anyone else. Therefore, he will not let Itachi participate in his operation to kill Funen, unless only Itachi can perform this task. Therefore, Denzo would surely give the order for an Uchiha to keep an eye on the Uchiha. None of this matters. Funen had only one purpose, to prevent Uchiha from participating in the siege against him, because he was worried that he would go crazy. Swish, Itachi appeared in front of Funen, watching him drink tea. Itachi spoke seriously, Funanaki, everything is going according to your plan. Denzo ordered me to monitor other members of the Uchiha clan, and I am no longer allowed to participate in the operation against you. Well. Funen continued to sip the tea without raising his head and said, the Uchiha keep an eye on each other. Also, he will send the root to keep an eye on the Uchiha. That's Shimura Denzo, the eternal darkness of the shinobi world. He trusts no one, but he longs to become Hokage. Haha. Itachi ignored Funen's sarcasm and just frowned, are you still going to act alone? This time, Denzo will definitely send out a large number of elites. I have already told him that you are stronger than my father. I am already stronger than clan leader Fugaku. As for the elites, the more elites are dispatched, the better, because I am the highest elite. Funen smiled slightly. The next day, Funen didn't do anything special, he just wandered the streets. The atmosphere in the village became even weirder. The Uchiha not only wore strange smiles on their faces every day, but they also constantly muttered something under their breath. Watching this scene, many people were frightened, wondering what Uchiha was up to. Funen was also surprised. He called a member of the Uchiha clan and, after asking, understood that although the Uchiha had received the ninjutsu of Funen, they lacked time to train. Therefore, while patrolling, they reflected on ninjutsu. It's not that the Uchihas are really obsessed with power to this extent, but that they really don't have time. They usually patrol, which is essential. After the patrol, they still had to follow Funen's order to help the orphans and widows of Uchiha. They were also his people. Their parents, husbands, wives, sons, and daughters died on the battlefield, or during missions, and the surviving Uchiha had to take care of them. In the past, due to various reasons, no help was given, but now it is different. Funen provides money, ninjutsu, land and houses. In return he only asks the current Uchiha ninjas to put in a little effort and lend a hand to the other members of the clan. If with all those conditions they still don't do it, that doesn't make sense. Uchiha has always been at the forefront of the battlefield or performing the most dangerous missions. There are many orphans, widows, or people with physical disabilities. Now that poverty alleviation has just begun, the Uchihas really can't find time to practice ninjutsu. So, some smart people suggested that when patrolling, you should first think about and analyze ninjutsu. When practicing, you will naturally get twice the result with half the effort. After all, Funen had said not to sweat the small stuff, so they were following orders. Hee hee. Funan smiled. This was what I wanted. He saw with his own eyes that two people from Hidden Leaf Village were arguing, making loud noises, and even starting to fight, but the patrolling Uchiha just glanced at them and turned around to leave. They didn't care. Farther away, someone was yelling to catch the thief. The patrolling Uchiha turned around and walked in the other direction. They still didn't care. Funan smiled. Excellent. This is how it should be. Funan looked at the dissatisfied villagers, secretly sneered, don't you think that Uchihas like to meddle in other people's business? Just like before, when the Uchiha caught a thief, the thief's family was very dissatisfied. They loudly reprimanded the Uchiha. Some older people would even kneel on the ground and cry loudly, as if they had been greatly wronged. Then, a classic scene appeared. Countless people began to criticize Uchiha, thinking that their law enforcement was harsh and inhumane. The person who was stolen said that he did not want to pursue the case, and asked Uchiha to let him go with a cold expression. Ultimately, the Uchiha were to blame. Funan understood that someone was secretly manipulating everything. However, the villagers are not children who don't understand anything. Who is right and who is wrong, don't you understand? Okay, if you don't understand, then we will follow your ideas. Uchiha is the Uchiha of Hidden Leaf Village, and we respect the ideas of the villagers of Hidden Leaf Village. After thinking for a while, Funan waved his hand and called an Uchiha, and whispered, find me some clansmen who are eloquent, preferably the kind who can convince the dead to come back to life. This. The Uchiha was dumbfounded on the spot and asked subconsciously, may they be like you? Funan looked at him expressionlessly and said, am I like that kind of person? It's not like that. The Uchiha replied without hesitation. Then, he hesitated and said, are you asking me to find someone who is the opposite of you? What the hell? Funan looked at this Uchiha for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, find the ones that fit my standards. And you, boy, what's your name? The Uchiha chuckled and said, boss, the subordinate's name is Hayamaru Uchiha. Chapter 26, Action. Itachi informed Denzo that Funan would enter the Death Forest the next day. He indeed disappeared from surveillance the next day. However, he did not enter the Death Forest. It wasn't until the third night that Funan quietly entered the forest. Denzo was shocked when he heard the news, and immediately ordered his men to prepare, enter the Death Forest, and surround and kill Funan Uchiha. Could it be a trap? The subordinates were hesitant. This is not consistent with Itachi Uchiha's information. Incorrect. Denzo said with a cold smile, it is precisely because of the inconsistency that I confirmed the authenticity of this information. Uchiha Funan did not trust Itachi Uchiha, and everything was as he said. Proves Uchiha Itachi is not trustworthy. Understood. The ninjas at the root have been brainwashed for a long time. After hearing this, they stopped talking and started to prepare immediately. That night, Funan wandered back and forth in the Death Forest without any purpose. But Root's ninjas latched onto him and chased him deep into the Death Forest. TSK, TSK, TSK. Get out of there. Funan looked around and said helplessly, sometimes Denzo is really admirable. The user of nanometer-level insects in the Abdurrahim clan is something very valuable, unique even within his clan. However, he possesses it. Right, Shikoro of the Abdurrahim clan? A young ninja wearing sunglasses slowly walked out, do you know me? His voice showed surprise. Once you join Root, you must abandon all of your previous identity. In the original clan, not only will it be judged dead, but all data will be erased. What's more, the identities of Anbu are top secret, and the Roots are even more secretive than Anbu. Except for Denzo, no other person will know their identity. Funan is an Uchiha, how could he know about the Roots? A traitor? Shikoro felt alarmed. There is a very high-ranking traitor at the Root. It's because of you that Denzo can grasp my whereabouts, right? Funan smiled slightly. Swish, Funan's face moved slightly, his figure flashed, his body flicker technique was activated, and he disappeared from the spot. In the dead of night, shadows crept closer to Funan, like a snake stalking its prey. In the end, the prey escaped, leaving only a detonating talisman in place. Boom, there was a muffled roar in the explosion, and the battle officially started. The Nara clan is very good at sneak attacks in the dark. Unfortunately, it's of no use against me. Funan appeared on a big tree and looked down coldly. What about me? A deep voice sounded. Partial multi-size technique. A huge palm slapped Funan fiercely. Huh? Funan was surprised. Has the Akimeki clan also joined Root? Akimeki Torafu is not dead yet, how could he agree? Fire style, great fireball technique. The bright red bloody flames rushed towards the giant arm. Boom, the flame was scratched to pieces, and the owner of the huge arm also let out a muffled groan and quickly retracted his arm. Buzz, Countless insects flew toward Funan in an overwhelming manner. Parasitic destruction insect technique. The insects surrounded Funan in the blink of an eye, and began to bite his flesh and blood, devouring his chakra. Succeeded? Several root ninjas looked happy. No, that's not him. However, Shikuro received the message from the insects and exclaimed, "Be careful." Boom, Funan, who was being consumed by the insects, turned into a cloud of smoke. A clone? Is it useful to be careful? A low voice sounded behind the root ninja, and then, the ninja was surrounded by bloody flames. Ah! The ninja let out a shrill scream, fell to the ground, and struggled wildly until it turned into ashes. What I hate the most are ninjas with secret techniques, like this ninja from the Yamanaka clan. Funan looked at the dead ninja in his hands coldly, looked up at the people surrounding him, and smiled. Do you want to dance? The root ninjas looked at him coldly. Countless bugs appeared on Shikuro's hands. The bodies of the ninjas of the Akimaki clan began to swell. The shadows of the Nara clan began to change. Shadow clone technique. Funan created 4 replicas, each pointing in a different direction. Come, let's dance. Funan's eyes were as bright as the stars in the dark night. Fire style, great fire annihilation. 4 bloody flame pillars spurted out in all directions. The surrounding area was instantly surrounded by flames, and wherever the flames passed everything turned into ashes. Swish, in the Hokage's office, Saratobe Hiruzen, who was preparing to go home from get off work, frowned when he looked at the Anbu that suddenly appeared in front of him. There's been a problem? Too many things have happened in the past 2 days, and he has become impatient. Hokage-sama, there is a battle in the Death Forest, suspected to be Bloody Flame Funan. The bloody flames were so eye-catching that they couldn't be covered up at all. The extreme temperature could be clearly felt from a distance by the sensor-type ninjas. Funan Uchiha. The Hokage's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of Denzo. He put his hands behind his back and walked back and forth in place. Finally, he made up his mind. Call the Anbu and let's go. Where to go? A low and cold voice sounded. Denzo appeared in the Hokage's office, staring coldly at the third Hokage. Denzo. Hiruzen said coldly, what did you do? Clean up the cancer in Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo said indifferently, Funan Uchiha is too dangerous. As long as he is still alive, Hidden Leaf Village may be enveloped in the flames of war at any time. Is this what you want to see? I think you want to start a war between the village and Uchiha. The third Hokage's voice was stern. Funan Uchiha is now the spokesperson of the Uchiha clan. He is also the chief of the Hidden Leaf Village military police force and has an important position in Hidden Leaf Village. If something happens to him, even for the sake of face, the Uchiha clan will never give up. What's more, Funan Uchiha has many followers. Hee. Denzo sneered secretly in his heart. He had already made his position clear last time. Didn't the third Hokage know? Now he is assuming such a posture again. Hypocrisy. Denzo felt sick. If he wants to rescue Funan, how can he stop him by force if he is alone? In the end, Hiruzen still hasn't made up his mind and at the same time wants him to take the blame. Okay, if that's what you want, I'll take it on. Denzo's eyes were cold and disdainful. He is destined to become the Hokage. What kind of things can be difficult for him? The two faced each other coldly. Knock, 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 someone knocked on the door. Then Koharu and Hamura entered. Hiruzen, this time, we stand with Denzo. Yes, Funan Uchiha is too dangerous. Not only Funan Uchiha, but all Uchiha are evil. Koharu said maliciously. Hiruzen, have you forgotten what the teacher said? Uchiha are inherently evil. Chapter 27, the same situation enough. The third Hokage shouted loudly and said coldly, I have said that the Uchiha are also members of the village. As long as they do not betray the village will not betray them. Swish, after saying that, the third Hokage disappeared from the office. Outside, more than a dozen Anbu were ready. The third Hokage appeared in front of them and then said, let's go. Yes. Everyone used the body flicker technique to leave the place. Hiruzen, he is too stubborn. Hamura looked angry. Funan is an Uchiha, an Uchiha. Don't worry, Hamura. However, Koharu was not worried at all and said indifferently, it will take a long time to go to the Death Forest from here. With this time, Denzo's men will be enough to take care of everything, right, Denzo? At Koharu's gaze, Denzo coldly snorted without saying a word, turning around to leave. How smart. Could it be that what you can think of cannot be thought of by Hiruzen? If Uchiha doesn't betray the village, then the village won't betray Uchiha. According to that argument, what does this action by Denzo mean? Wouldn't he become a rogue ninja of the village? Is Hiruzen prepared to sacrifice Denzo for an Uchiha? Unless he is crazy. You can't understand such a trivial matter, and you're still just pretending. Therefore, Hiruzen is the Hokage, and the two of you can only become elders under his appointment, and your destiny is in Hiruzen's hands. If he is unhappy, you will lose everything. I am different. I have already freed myself from Hiruzen and I have my own power. Even if I lose the battle with the Uchiha, Hiruzen will try his best to protect me. Hiruzen and I, neither of us can lose the other. Denzo's footsteps paused slightly. Why am I thinking about failing in the fight against the Uchiha? It can't possibly fail. Lose against the Uchiha. Took took took, the sound of the cane hitting the ground became disordered, losing the stable rhythm it had before. Strange flames burned in the forest of death. The sensor-type ninjas were the first to discover this and reported it to the Hokage. Other ninjas also gradually discovered it. Especially the Uchiha, they were completely shaken. Bloody flame? It's Funan. Their deputy leader, the chief of the police force, is fighting. Without the need for a summons, the Uchiha were gathering, emanating a murderous aura. Whether it's a hawk, a dove, or the Patriarch's faction, people must gather together first. Funan is now the face of Uchiha to the outside world. He was attacked, which is provoking the entire Uchiha. After Funan's work these days, Uchiha, who was originally stubborn, became full of energy. Fugaku frowned and looked at the gathered Uchiha. He knew Funan's popularity among Uchiha, but now Uchiha was like a dynamite barrel that could explode at the drop of a hat. This is definitely not a good thing. Clan leader. When an Uchiha saw Fugaku, he immediately shouted. Then all the Uchiha turned to look at him. Obviously, they were waiting for Fugaku to issue an order. At this time, it is most appropriate for the clan leader to lead them. Funan was attacked. The Uchiha, under the leadership of the clan leader, let's make a big fuss. Fugaku gave a bitter smile and said, so many people? What do you think? Ahem, Tetsui and Komi, Yashiro and Kiroko, you come with me, and the others will disperse on the spot. There are so many elite Uchiha, and the 4 people Fugaku named are all elite Jonin. Fugaku is a powerful Kage-level ninja. Unless Hidden Leaf Village is really ready to attack Uchiha, there is really nothing they can't solve. Swish, an Anbu appeared and said to Fugaku, clan leader Fugaku, Denzo-sama ordered Uchiha not to leave the clan territory. These words made Fugaku's face darken. The Uchiha became even more agitated. Denzo. Fugaku said indifferently, who is he? He dares to order me? Denzo is the Hokage's assistant and has a very high status. But Uchiha is the strongest family in Hidden Leaf Village, and Fugaku Uchiha is the previous chief of police force and the leader of the Uchiha clan, with enormous rights granted personally by the second Hokage, which meant that the Hokage's assistants did not have the authority to give him orders. The Anbu ninja said in a steady voice. Denzo-sama said, if leader Fugaku insists on having his own way, you will be responsible for the consequences. One figure after another appeared, staring at Uchiha. The opponent's momentum is astonishing, and a battle may break out at any time. A fire was lit within Fugaku's heart. This scene is so similar. The attack of the Kyubai, that night that changed the Uchiha clan, the same thing is repeated now. While a fierce battle was raging elsewhere, they were being cornered by Denzo. They were not allowed to take a step away from their clan, and they were just standing there as spectators. Afterwards, it was proved that Fugaku's choice was wrong. On the night of the Ninetales, the 4th Hokage, who was preparing to ease the relationship between Uchiha and the village, died in battle, and the responsibility was pushed to Uchiha. The orders of the 3rd generation were never mentioned again. Uchiha was forced to move his clan and lost a lot of resources. The clan members were outraged, their morale dropped to the extreme, and they were filled with anger and resentment towards him. This time, wasn't the reason why Funan came to power so easily because of what happened that night? Now, we are here again. Moreover, Funan is probably besieged by Denzo. This is simply. It's too daring. You besieged our deputy leader and asked us to stand aside and watch. What do you think Uchiha is? Does he really think he can do whatever he wants with the Uchiha clan? He remembered how Furan had curiously asked him once. The Hokage back then was obviously the 4th Hokage, so why did he obey the orders of the 3rd Hokage? Could it be that the clan leader had a conflict with the 4th Hokage and wanted to support the 3rd Hokage to regain power? These words shattered Fugaku's last persistence. The 3 Tomoe appeared in Fugaku's eyes. His voice was cold and murderous, and he said, really? I really want to know what the consequences will be. You. Although wearing a mask, it was obvious that the Anbu was confused. Was he really Fugaku Uchiha? Although he had always been strong, he used to have certain worries, which made him like a tiger tied by a chain. As long as you keep the distance, you can tease him however you want. Now, the tiger chain is untied? Not to mention them, the Uchihas all murmured when they felt the murderous aura in Fugaku. Did the clan leader take the wrong medicine? Why is it so firm today? Could it be that Funin, the deputy clan leader, infected him after he came to power? However, this is a good thing. Immediately, several pairs of red eyes looked at the Anbu with malicious intent. As long as Fugaku gives an order, these Uchiha, who have long wanted to test the strength of the Anbu, will swarm them and tear them apart. Ahem. A dry cough sounded. Took took took, the sound of crotches hitting the ground was heard. Chapter 28, Fugaku's Change. Fugaku Uchiha looked coldly. From the voice, he knew who arrived. It's Denzo again. After seeing that figure, Fugaku took the lead and said sarcastically, Assistant Hokage, whose order is it this time, ordering the Uchiha to stay in their place and not leave. The fourth generation died last time, this time, it couldn't be the third generation, right? TSK, should I call you the fifth Hokage? Denzo stiffened. Caught off guard, the defense was almost broken. The person who said this is Fugaku? He can't make a mistake, right? The person who entered the forest of death was Fugaku. The sharp-tongued guy in front of him is Funin using the transformation technique, right? After a brief silence, Denzo said slowly, Fugaku Uchiha, what do you want to do? You are not blind in both eyes, are you? Fugaku said coldly, I am going to support the deputy leader of my clan. Denzo almost choked to death at these words. What does it mean to be blind in both eyes? He is not blind at all. Others also looked at Fugaku in shock. Isn't only the vice leader of the Funin clan supposed to say something so offensive? Opening and closing your mouth is enough to make people angry to death. In the corner, Itachi Uchiha looked at his father strangely. Too strange. If it is said that his father changed because of Funin's appearance and it caused some mood swings, this would be normal, but it is a bit abnormal to have such a big change. Shizue appeared next to him with a strange look on his face. Has the clan leader been stimulated by anything? You should ask Funin Aniki about this. Itachi curled his lips and said, anyway, every time I face him, I am scolded openly and ridiculed secretly. When he stimulates people, he is completely the god of ninjas. Shizue agreed. You are not allowed to leave. Denzo said coldly, Fugaku Uchiha, as long as you dare to leave the Uchiha district even one step. Boom, a ball of flames blasted over, beating the unsuspecting Denzo into a state of disarray. Denzo-sama. The root ninjas hurriedly stepped forward, surrounded Denzo in the middle, and confronted Uchiha. But, facing the Uchiha in their own territory, his aura was far from dominant. Denzo, you overestimate yourself. Fugaku stared at Denzo coldly and said in a cold voice, last time, Uchiha was controversial because of your order. This time, the deputy leader of our clan is fighting. You actually dare to restrict us? What? Is Hidden Leaf Village going to take action against Uchiha? Then let's have a fight. Fugaku's last sentence was very strong. Because many shinobi were already present. Upon hearing this, their faces changed drastically, staring coldly at Denzo. The disgust in their eyes was undisguised. They don't like Uchiha, but to be honest, compared to Denzo, Uchiha are good people. At least the Uchiha wouldn't put their lives in danger. Denzo. The darkness of the shinobi. You may not know which day you will die in his hands. Among them, the Yamanaka clan and the Aburame clan are the most important. They are all secret techniques families, and there are children in the family who were taken away by Denzo for various reasons. The Yamanaka clan was relatively well off, at least Inoshikacho was united, and Denzo did not dare to be too shameless. But the Aburame clan was not so lucky. If it weren't for the emergence of an elite Jonin, Aburame Shibi, in the family in recent years, the family would almost be a breeding farm. Now, there is a dispute between Denzo and the Uchiha clan, forcing Uchiha Fugaku to even say such words. Do you really want to start a fight? People who have been frightened by Uchiha recently have cast angry glances. They don't want more at all. To this, Fugaku responded calmly. Anyway, it is impossible for Uchiha to be liked by people in the village. It would be great if they could drag Denzo with them. Uchiha, what are you up to again? An angry scolding sounded. Koharu and Hamura were then seen appearing. Koharu looked at Fugaku Uchiha with eyes full of disgust, and said coldly, do you really think you can do whatever you want in Hidden Leaf Village? It's you who do whatever you want in Hidden Leaf Village. Fugaku looked at Koharu coldly and said, Elder Koharu, before you became an elder, Utain was just a little-known small clan. What about now? Elder Koharu, would you dare to say how many ninjas the Utain clan has? You. Koharu's expression changed drastically. She never imagined in her wildest dreams that Fugaku, who couldn't do anything for a long time, would say such a thing to her. Hamura's complexion also became unnatural. He always had the feeling that the other ninjas were watching them. Many things are understood but not said. As long as you don't mention them, they can remain friends. If you become an elder and don't seek the welfare of your family, do you still count yourself as an elder? But if that disguise breaks, it will be a great loss. Fugaku looked up at the ninjas present and said coldly, "The deputy leader of our clan is being besieged. Everyone, do you want to stop us?" Uchiha Yashiro said coldly, "The Uchiha fear no enemy. Let's fight. Let's fight. Let's fight." The Uchiha began to scream. Many Uchiha have amazing auras about them. That aura is extremely sharp, like a sharp blade. The expressions of many people present changed drastically. Is this the true strength of the Uchiha clan? The strong killing intent erupted by those Jonin, even the elite Jonin, almost suffocated them. If a fight breaks out, how many people will die? Koharu and Hamura were speechless. They looked panicked and at a loss. How could the Uchiha, who used to be obedient, be like this? Where is Hiruzen? Where was he? By the way, Denzo. They still have Denzo. Denzo's face was extremely gloomy, and he really wanted to give the order to attack directly. But he couldn't do it. The ninjas around him would not listen to his orders. All the elite members of the route went to besiege Funan Uchiha, and the third Hokage also took the Anbu there. There were only a few ordinary route members left here and Denzo looked at the horrified expressions of Koharu and Hamura and wanted to kick them to death. You might as well not come. Shame on you. Ahem. Narashikaku stood up. He had noticed that Denzo didn't dare to attack and that Koharu and the others didn't dare either. But the Uchiha do. Something was wrong, very wrong. Denzo didn't dare to fight because there was no one around. Koharu and the others didn't dare to fight. Let's not talk about them anymore. But why do Uchiha dare to fight? This is not like Fugaku Uchiha's character. Fugaku-san, calm down, things have not developed to this extent. Fugaku turned his head fiercely, looked at Narashikaku, and said coldly, Jonin Commander, the deputy leader of my clan is fighting, but we are maliciously stopped here. How do you want me to calm down? If it is Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage assistant who is being people are attacking me, but I can stay calm. Narashikaku was speechless. Has Fugaku taken any medicine today? Others also looked at Fugaku in shock. I'll tell you something. Fugaku said coldly, don't cross the line. Do you really think that Uchiha have no temper? Will they allow themselves to be manipulated? Humphrey. Uchiha never fear battle, much less total ruin. He led the people and quickly rushed towards the place where the blood flames soared into the sky. This time, no one stopped him. They all feel that if they stop Fugaku at this time, a war will really break out. When the others saw this, they simply followed. Why not follow them? Anyway, they don't want to be with Denzo. Chapter 29, Teasing Shikaku. After Fugaku walked away with the Uchiha clan members, Koharu let out a low growl. Shikaku had a headache, but he still stopped and turned his head. Uchiha is so presumptuous, and as the Jonin commander, you just watch from the sidelines? After hearing Koharu's words, Shikaku was truly speechless. Now I am the Jonin commander, why wasn't I before? There is something good and you four are guarding it jealously for fear of being discovered by me. You kick me out of meetings and hide things as if you're afraid I'll find out. Now, Uchiha is out of control. Narashikaku, take office quickly? Shikaku sighed and said, Elder, don't push too hard, otherwise, you will really get backlash. One sentence made the faces of Koharu and Hamura turn blue. Shikaku, could it be that even you? Enough. Denzo growled, shooting them an impatient glance before turning around and leaving. Do these two people really have no brains? The Uchiha are the oldest clan in Hidden Leaf Village and have exceptional abilities, each of them takes pride in it. But the night of the Kubai made Uchiha hit rock bottom. He was criticized, ridiculed, and ostracized. They had long suppressed their anger. This time, Denzo came to stop them again. Moreover, this was while Funan, the deputy leader of the Uchiha clan, was fighting. This is completely challenging Uchiha's bottom line. It would be weird if they didn't break out. The Nara clan is still on their side, otherwise, wouldn't it be better if the other party just didn't show up? It seems that Fugaku Uchiha's bottom line is here. Denzo said silently in his heart. Koharu looked at Denzo's back, looked at Shikaku with cold eyes, and said pointedly, Shikaku, you are also an old man in the village. The Nara clan has a long heritage and is a famous family in Hidden Leaf Village. I hope you don't make wrong decisions, otherwise, no one can save you. Please. Shikaku was speechless. This person wouldn't think that Denzo was angry because of him and that's why he left, right? In short, it is better to avoid problems. Stay away. Fools are so scary. Why don't the village elders understand that it's not about wishing the Uchiha gone just because they fear them? You are afraid of Uchiha's power, and they are also worried. Your fear will not make the Uchiha disappear, you just want to maintain control over the village. Except for you, no ninja clan would have such thoughts. On the contrary, they hope that with the existence of powerful clans like Uchiha, the village will be safer. With such a premise, why should they fight Uchiha? If you kill the force protecting the village, your own strength will be damaged. They are fools. Especially after Uchiha made a few troubles recently, they remembered how powerful Uchiha was, and they no longer wanted to fight. Because they understand what they will gain after the battle. Nothing good will come of it except blood and tears. The harvest after destroying Uchiha will not fall into their hands. The Uchiha are really powerful. Shikaku muttered. The Uchiha are definitely strong. Okimaki Chosen on one side nodded in agreement. Don't interrupt, Choza. Yamanaka Inoyachi said in a deep voice. He didn't understand what Shikaku meant when he suddenly said this, but he understood that Choza had definitely understood it wrong. Shikaku looked at his two companions and said, what Uchihas like most is power. They always measure everything by strength, and it has always been that way. Therefore, Fugaku is the leader of the Uchiha. The fundamental reason is that in the past he was the strongest warrior of the Uchiha. In the past. So what? So, when someone emerges in the Uchiha clan who enjoys manipulating people, Hidden Leaf Village will undergo catastrophic changes. Uchiha has been moving a lot lately. While stimulating various families in Hidden Leaf Village, it also retains a certain bottom line so that the two sides will not really resort to using force to solve the problem. This scale is very delicately grasped. Uchiha. Funin? There is no need to think too much, it must be the Uchiha deputy leader who took office quickly and forced Fugaku to regress. His attack on the roots and his provocation to the Hokage were definitely part of the plan. It's really awesome. A few small actions suppressed the offensive momentum of the Hokage faction and helped everyone in Hidden Leaf Village recall the power of Uchiha, making each ninja clan reluctant to start a civil war. Shikaku looked at the bloody flames in the distance again. This battle must have been planned by Funin. The purpose is probably to weaken the strength of the root. Although the Anbu is subordinate to the Hokage, they also have their own ideas and will not blindly obey them. Only the roots are different. They are tools through and through. Shikaku's face also flashed a hint of coldness. There are members of the Inoshikacho clans in the root, who would want their own clanmates to be under control. Inoyachi has expressed his dissatisfaction with Denzo to him many times. What will Uchiha do next? They will probably show the Hidden Leaf Village ninja clans that the Uchiha are not a threat, to reduce hostility towards them. Shikaku mused. Step by step. Can you cope with the aging Hokage and the gloomy Denzo? Boom, a ball of flames like blood surrounded the root ninja. In just a few breaths, the ninja turned into ashes, and even the kunai melted. Ultra-high temperature, this is the bloody flame. Funin hummed and danced, steadily approaching the root ninja. There was a playful smile on his lips, but the killing intent in his eyes was enough to freeze his soul. Despite being the party that attacked first, the root ninjas, whose goal was to assassinate Funin, were forced to retreat. Initially, they were a 10-person assassination team, now there were only 4 left. One of them was seriously injured. The depletion of his chakra was tremendous. Aburame Shikoro suppressed the chill in her heart, gritted her teeth and looked at Funin, this monster. Monster? Me? Funin pointed to his nose and said with an aggrieved look, you, a guy who puts insects in his body, actually call me a monster? How can you not be ashamed to say that? You are too shameless. However, the power of the root is really surprising. Funin looked at Shikoro and sighed, there are only more than 300 Jonin in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. This time Denzo sent 10 Jonin. Oh, 2 of them are special Jonin. That's a pretty impressive amount of power. 2 days ago, Funin had already eliminated 6 members of the root. It's a pity that such power is not enough. Funin said with a smile, Minato no Mikaze can instantly kill 50 Jonin and secure the victory of a big battle. I, Bloody Flame Funin, was as strong a warrior as him back then. You little things are not a problem for me. The ninja at the root stared at Funin coldly. Funin Uchiha, do you think you will win? Hey, what do you mean by this? Is there any backup plan? Funin waved his hand and said, come on, let me see how capable you are. Do it. Following Shikuro's loud shout, the 4 root ninjas launched a desperate attack on Funin. Are they giving it their all? Funin laughed, and the Sharingan in his eyes began to spin slowly. Come on, let's dance one last time. Counting the time, it's almost time for Saratobi Hiruzen and the ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village to arrive. Funin said. I'm waiting to see something real from you guys. At least make me try a little. Chapter 30, Scared Me to Death. Super multi-size technique. The powerful Akimeki clansman roared, and his body began to expand. The giant, who was tens of meters tall, let out a roar and rushed towards Funan, his expression filled with determination. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. A huge fire dragon rose into the sky, larger than the root ninja of the Akimeki clan, then engulfed him in fire and began to burn him. Heartbreaking screams echoed. The Akimeki clan ninja returned to his original size and then lost all signs of life. What a terrifying chakra, it's even stronger than before. Aburame Shikuro's steady hands were forming seals, but her heart was trembling. After fighting for so long, the opponent still has such a large amount of chakra and can perform such a powerful fire-style technique. Although the chakra of the Uchiha clan is extremely active, the amount of chakra of Funan Uchiha has exceeded that of the Senju clan. Could it be that the other party still has the blood of the Uzumaki clan? Fire style, ash pile burning. Huh? Funan looked at the black smoke floating towards him in surprise, and sneered, "It's a good idea, use black smoke to cover up your nana-level bugs, but unfortunately, have you forgotten Uchiha's Sharingan?" The three Tomoe slowly rotated to see through all the secrets in the opponent's ninjutsu. The distinctive tiny chakra within the black smoke could not be hidden. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Boom, the unbridled flames consumed all the enemy's black smoke. Shikuro struggled to avoid them, sweating profusely. The difference in level was overwhelming. Until now, the enemy barely moved, repelling all attacks with the bloody flames. This is in line with Uchiha's style. However, before the size technique, the opponent stood in place and with the fire style counterattacked head-on, which made the opponent feel desperate. What the hell, are you still a human being? As an elite Jonin, Shikuro had a thought in his mind. Is the Hokage a match for the person in front of him? Funan advanced towards the three remaining root members and said with a smile, "Where are your trump cards? Didn't they want to dance?" Aburame Shikuro looked at Funan with hatred and suddenly said coldly, "Is over." Whoosh, a light purple seal enveloped Funan. 4 ninjas suddenly appeared around Funan. The seal began to rotate and contract. "Go to hell, Funan Uchiha." Aburame Shikuro roared angrily. His face showed satisfaction. "Sealing formation?" Funan frowned slightly and murmured, "When did it happen? You actually avoided the Sharingan?" Although the Sharingan was not as powerful in chakra perception as the Byakugan, it was still sensitive to it. The 4 Jonin who were hiding in the dark actually avoided his detection. As expected of Denzo, he worked very hard to deal with me. Aburame Shikuro said coldly, "Funan Uchiha, be obedient and accept the sealing." Haha. Funan smiled and said, "You did all this because of the current situation. Even after killing so many of your companions, none of you have attacked." Aburame Shikuro said that classic saying, "Everything is for Hidden Leaf Village." Funan chuckled, looked up into the distance, and murmured, "Is it almost done?" About 5 kilometers away from where Funan fought, a figure was sitting quietly on a tree. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. This figure opened its mouth and spit out a stream of flames, shooting towards the sky. What's surprising is that the flames he spits out are also scarlet in color. I've been throwing fire for so long, how come it hasn't come yet? Could I have made a mistake? This person turned out to be Funan too. He looked around and murmured to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, figures appeared around him. This is a group of people wearing masks, the leader of whom is the 3rd Hokage. This. Saratobe Hiruzen's eyes widened, and he looked blankly at Funan, who was alone. "Funan, what's going on? Aren't you fighting? What about people? Why is there only one? What happened to Denzo's root ninjas? Furthermore, there are no signs of combat in this area." Funan didn't answer, just smiled slightly and formed a seal with his hands. Dispersion. Bang, a cloud of smoke exploded, and Funan disappeared. "Shadow clone technique?" Saratobe Hiruzen exclaimed, "Damn, we fell into their trap." The remaining words caught in his throat. What kind of trap? He just saw Funan fighting, so he came to support him. That's it. The 3rd Hokage looked at the Sensor Ninja angrily and shouted, "What's going on? Didn't you say that Funan Uchiha is fighting here? When did I say that and how come I didn't know?" The Sensor Ninja muttered in his mind, but said, "Lord Hokage, I did sense the aura of Funan Uchiha here, and this is the only place." "Stop talking nonsense." The 3rd Hokage shouted angrily, "Continue your detection, find the real place of the fight." "Yes." The Sensor Ninja quickly closed his eyes. Hokage-sama's current expression is so scary. I can't even look at it. Why is he so angry? The Sensor Ninja inhaled deeply, trying to calm his pounding heart before he began to perceive his surroundings. He was calm at first, but then he started to worry. It was different than before. Before, he at least could sense Funan Uchiha's blood flames, but now he didn't feel anything at all. In desperation, the sensor ninja opened his eyes and said, "Hokage-sama, I could feel Funan Uchiha's presence before, but now I can't find his presence." The Hokage had an icy expression on his face and said, "Did you need to perceive it before? I could see that blood flame even if I was in Hidden Cloud's village. Keep using your perception." "Yes." The sensor ninja closed his eyes again and tried to sense his surroundings carefully. The scene became quiet for a moment. After waiting and waiting, many Anbu looked at the sensor ninja and murmured in their hearts, "This guy is not asleep, is he?" Suddenly, with a shocking aura, a huge figure appeared in the distance. The third Hokage turned his head, looking at the huge figure with a dumbfounded expression, feeling an intense cold on his body and instantly remembering the forbidden power. Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. I found it. At this time, a loud shout rang out. The third Hokage, who was staring eagerly at the huge figure, was so frightened by the shout that he almost bit his tongue. But this sensor ninja didn't have any consciousness at all, and said ecstatically, "Hokage-sama, I sense." He only saw the expression as if he was going to devour him. The surrounding Anbu were also speechless. Do you need to feel it? They can spot the huge figure dozens of meters high from several kilometers away. Saratobe Hiruzen stared hard at the sensor ninja, then gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Chapter 31, he came crying, boom. Boom, fire style, water style. All kinds of ninjutsus flew towards Funan. Funan didn't seem worried at all, his expression was carefree. He crossed his arms and stood there, motionless. A huge scarlet skeleton protected him. All ninjutsu are ineffective when struck on this skeleton. Funan's pupils transformed into an evil triangular symbol. Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. At this moment, Funan is like a god overlooking the human world. What exactly is this? A Barameshikuro collapsed. Just now, it was clear that Funan Uchiha had been trapped in the ceiling formation and was about to complete the capture, but the opponent suddenly burst out and a huge scarlet arm appeared out of thin air. The ceiling formation was completely destroyed by that arm, as if it were made of paper. It was torn apart in an instant. A root jonin was also torn apart. Then, Funan Uchiha waved his arm again, and the bone arm followed suit, splitting a root jonin in half. He swung his fist, and a root ninja was completely crushed. Is he really a human? A Barameshikuro brought 10 root jonin, almost all of them possessing secret techniques. The original plan was to consume Funan Uchiha's power, as in fact he did not intend to eliminate him directly. Then, 4 hidden jonin jumped out and sealed Funan, who consumed a large amount of chakra. In this situation, Funan managed to free himself from the seal with overwhelming force, killing his companions. A Barameshikuro couldn't imagine how powerful he really was. Even the Hokage couldn't do it, right? Is this the end? A Barameshikuro, let's continue dancing. Funan's expression changed. The cloning technique has been lifted. Is Saratobe Hiruzen coming? The others are almost there too. A playful smile appeared on Funan's lips. The show is about to begin. It's almost time to finish. Funan stretched out and said with a smile, "I will remember you, a Barameshikuro. I, Funan Uchiha, would like to call you the strongest insect user. As for a Barameshibi, if you are not convinced, go down and find a fight with a Barameshikuro." Funan formed seals with his hands, and the huge chakra began to circulate crazily. The Mangekyo Sharingan also slowly rotated. The scarlet giant of bones began to engender muscles. His momentum became even more powerful, giving a Barameshikuro the feeling of suffocation. Humanity seemed insignificant in front of this giant. "No, it's impossible." A Barameshikuro exclaimed. "How can you be stronger?" 14 jonin cooperated with each other, and under siege, they were unable to force out the true power of Funan Uchiha. Sometimes, I wonder, where is my limit? The triangle in Funan's eyes is like a poisonous snake, biting a Barameshikuro's flesh and soul. Under Funan's control, the Susanoo slowly opened his palm. A bright scarlet magatama appears in the palm of the hand. "It's over, a Barameshikuro. Let me end your life." A Barameshikuro glared at Funan, trying not to appear so scared. He is a subordinate of Denzo-sama, and everything he does is for Hidden Leaf Village. He is not afraid of the evil Uchiha. He is righteous. "No, stop, Funan." At this moment, a loud shout sounded. And then, countless ninjas appeared in Funan's field of vision. They are approaching rapidly. Hee hee. Funan gave an imperceptible chuckle and gave away the red magatama in his hand without hesitation. Boom, a Barameshikuro and other remaining root ninjas were instantly devoured. An immense wave of energy swept in all directions. The ninjas who had just arrived were inadvertently knocked down. Even the powerful ninjas backed away. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked horrified. This is the forbidden power of the Mangekyo Sharingan that teacher Tobirama warned them many times, Susanoo? When everything calmed down, everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at everything in front of them blankly. A huge pit. Around the pit, white smoke was rising, and there were many places burning with fine blood flames. Aburameshikuro and others completely disappeared. There is no trace at all. Only the aftermath of the explosion devastated the surrounding trees. This terrifying destructive power shocked all the surrounding ninjas. Is this the true power of Bloody Flame Funin? A ninja was muttering to himself. During the Third Shinobi World War, Funin, who was only in his early 10 years, possessed the power to frighten enemy ninjas. That scarlet blood flame seems to be able to burn everything. Even Minato no Mikaze, who learned the Flying Thunder God technique, still couldn't suppress him after getting the title of Yellow Flash. However, Funin is an Uchiha after all, and the village's top management deliberately suppresses his fighting situation. Therefore, many people have only heard of Funin and have not really seen his power. This time, they really saw what he was capable of. This guy is not a human at all. The ninjas who fought side by side with Funin once again recalled the fear of being dominated by the blood flames. The scene became quiet for a moment. It was only when Utatane Koharu and Mitakato Hamura, under the protection of Anbu, arrived at the scene and saw the traces of the battle that they exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on here?" No one replied, they just looked at Funin with complicated eyes. Of course, there are also those who dare not look at Funin, and there are quite a few of them. This time, Funin really shocked many people. The third Hokage's lips trembled, and after a while, he spoke in a low voice. Funin. Funin turned his head and looked at the third generation with a strange expression. This makes many people feel nervous. Could it be that Funin Uchiha is going to take action? Although it is not clear what is going on, from the traces around it, it can still be seen that Uchiha Funin is under siege. In Hidden Leaf Village, the deputy leader of the Uchiha clan was besieged. This matter is worth pondering no matter how you look at it. Especially when the Hokage ordered Funin to stop just now, Funin launched the attack without hesitation. This is a head-on confrontation. Fugaku Uchiha led 4 Jonin, and his expression became solemn. If Feng Nan really takes action, what should they do? Oh, wait. It should be him and Kuroko, the ones who should think about what to do. Yashiro and the others will most likely follow Funin to kill without hesitation. Wow. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. Funin patted his chest, looked at the third Hokage pitifully, and screamed, "What the hell, he scared me to death." What the hell? Many ninjas looked at Funin blankly. Just like a demon, what happened now? Having convulsions? Especially the Anbu, they were cursing in their hearts. They were no better than the others. This scream made them think that Funin was about to attack, so they jumped out one by one to protect the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, help me." Funin continued to shout, "Denzo-sama, he wants to kill me." Woo sniffle. Funin rubbed his eyes for a while, as if he was about to cry. What's going on? The ninja's hearts tightened again. Was he pointing at Denzo? As for Funin's exaggerated performance, forget it. We're really not in the mood to applaud you. The third Hokage smiled stiffly and said, "Funin, Denzo wouldn't try to kill you. We are all companions in the village. I think he would protect you, but killing you would be impossible." "Damn, do you really believe that?" Funin almost spit. "I thought my acting was quite exaggerated, but you, with that expressionless face, just played the soul of this scene." Sure enough, Hiruzen Sarutobi is the great boss of the ninja world. Damn Denzo, I curse you to continue being his lackey. Other people in the village were also a little speechless. Are you too embarrassed? An exaggerated performance, a word that touches people's souls, you both are talents. Chapter 32, Backlash. Funin's eyes widened, and he stared blankly at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't know what to say for a moment, and he had 10,000 words in his mind. I'm sorry. It was already embarrassing enough for me to perform this play. I was actually forcing myself to act when I was actually feeling terrible. Funin complained in his mind. You old boy is even more ruthless, talking about cross-talk with me here in an understatement. I don't know what others think, but I am truly convinced. With what kind of will did you say these words? Oh, will of fire? It is indeed great. Denzo protects me? Go to hell. Look at the ninjas behind you, what are their expressions? They look like an abstract painting. Oh, right, you don't dare look back. You are embarrassed too. Damn it. Who are you to say that Denzo is protecting the village? Since Denzo took over, has there been any ninja clan that hasn't been bullied by him? It's just a matter of which clan was bullied more than another. In short, I, Funan Uchiha, am too serious, and you, Saratobe Hiruzen, are a real dog. Huff. Funan took a long breath and said, Hokage-sama, you win. It was a very incomprehensible sentence, but everyone present understood it instantly, and their expressions became strange. Saratobe Hiruzen also looked embarrassed. However, he is the one who can become Hokage, and he is the one who has been in power the longest and has become Hokage twice. He said without changing his expression, what have I gained? Funan, what are you talking about? Tell me quickly, what is going on here? Who have you been fighting? Funan smiled and said, who am I fighting? Of course it's Inoshikacho. Looking at Narashikaku and the others whose expressions changed grayly, Funan waved his hand and said, how is that possible? Okimaki-choza breathed a sigh of relief, but Yamanaka Inoyachi and Narashikaku still had gloomy faces. Funan added, the Aburame clan. The atmosphere is tense again. Haha, what a joke. Funan smiled, looked around a few times, and said, isn't there anyone from the Aburame clan? Deputy leader of Uchiha, I'm here. A low voice said from the corner, coming from Aburame Shibi. Ah, sorry. I didn't see you. Funan smiled and felt speechless. With the Aburame clan's invisibility effect, which is comparable to Gekko Hayate's invisibility shield. This time I didn't really see it. Damn it, even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, I couldn't find you. How did you do it? Funan, stop joking and tell me what's going on. The Hokage intervened. His eyes stared at Funan, his pupils had an inexplicable shine. Due to the Mangekyo Sharingan, Funan can clearly see that the third Hokage's chakra is very active, his hands are relaxed, and he can form seals at any time. This is a state of attack at any time. A warning? Funan smiled slightly and said, actually, I don't even know what happened. I was practicing ninjutsu here when suddenly more than a dozen ninjas jumped on me. I got quite scared, see this cold sweat on my forehead. It hasn't stopped flowing since then. Funan patted his chest and said, Hokage-sama, with so many enemies entering Hidden Leaf Village, the defensive barrier team has to be severely punished. What do you think? Hokage hesitated and said, although the barrier team is indeed responsible, but... Hokage-sama. Funan directly interrupted Saratobe Hiruzen's words. He still had a smile on his face and said, the error of the protective barrier team must be treated seriously. You think that this time even I, the deputy leader of the Uchiha clan and the head of the Hidden Leaf Village police force, have been the victim of an assassination attempt? How many people in Hidden Leaf Village could avoid being killed if they are attacked like me? If they were to attack the geniuses of several ninja clans, how many of them could avoid being killed? You don't just think about yourself, you also need to think about the ninja clan in Hidden Leaf Village, big and small, and even more so the Saratobe clan. These words made the Hokage's face darken. The expressions of other ninjas also became heavy. As expected of an Uchiha, he was indeed crazy, actually threatening him in front of so many ninjas. Humphrey. Koharu snorted coldly and said, Funan Uchiha, according to you, are the Uchiha clan, as the Hidden Leaf Village police force, also responsible? Funan looked at Koharu and said, Elder Koharu is absolutely right. If we expand the scope of responsibility, certainly the Uchiha clan has its share. But what about Hidden Leaf Village's censors? Don't they have some responsibility too? If we continue investigating. Alright. Let's investigate how the enemy entered Hidden Leaf Village first. The third Hokage interrupted Funan's words and said in a low voice, Funan, how do you think we should handle the barrier team? Leave it to the Uchiha clan. Funan said with a smile, Uchiha will definitely give everyone an explanation. Hamura's expression also changed, and he said, if you really want to find the problem, then Anbu. Elder Hamura must carefully remember the responsibilities of the Anbu. Funan interrupted Mikado Hamura's words unceremoniously, and his words became cold for the first time, saying, everyone must assume their responsibility in Hidden Leaf Village. His breathing became heavy, and he was obviously impatient. Just do it. The third Hokage had a heavy expression on his face and said, Funan, it's up to you to investigate the barrier team and give me a solution to the barrier as soon as possible. Understood. Funan returned to his smile. A brief confrontation came to an end. All ninja clans, big and small, know that this is just the beginning. Saratobe Hiruzen and Funan Uchiha were practically on the verge of a direct confrontation. So what should they do? Looking at the traces of fighting around them, each ninja left with a heavy heart. Funan Uchiha and Fugaku looked at each other without saying a word and returned to the clan with Yashiro and the others. The third Hokage waved his hand towards Unitane Koharu and said, let's return to the Hokage's office building. The Anbu will notify Denzo to go as well, Plus they will make sure that everything here is handled properly. Yes. Sarutobe Hiruzen looked at some broken limbs on the ground and sighed heavily. Denzo's assassination failed. So, there must be a backlash from Uchiha Funen. However, why does Funen need to intervene in the barrier team? Is there something on the barrier team? If one of the teams in charge of the barrier is lost, it could be easily replaced. At most, a few dozen ninjas would be lost. What exactly does Funen want to do? Hiruzen frowned slightly, feeling a little headache. Because of Uchiha, he hasn't slept for 3 days. He is getting older, and now he really can't hold on anymore. Hamura saw something was wrong and stepped forward. Hiruzen, are you okay? I'm just a little tired, let's go. The third Hokage took the lead and returned to the Hokage residence. The Anbu quickly cleaned up the place. There really wasn't much to clean up. Funen Uchiha had been thorough. He reduced all the root ninjas to fragments or ashes, leaving only a few limbs and dust. The identity cannot be found, which is the reason why the two sides avoid a head-on confrontation. The Anbu leader was thoughtful. Not only is the Hokage unwilling to start a civil war, but is Funen Uchiha also unwilling? Since when did Uchiha people become so calm? And also, the Anbu leader looked at the Hokage residence and then at the Uchiha clan. Both sides cannot be reconciled, and one side is destined to be completely destroyed. Chapter 33, The Choice of Inoshikacho. Denzo gripped his staff with trembling hands, his face showing a mixture of anger and indecipherable fear. Failure. He had thought about failure, but he never thought that it would be so miserable. 14 Jonin, even if there are some special Jonin among them. Being a special Jonin means reaching the level of Jonin in a specific field. They are not as well-rounded as real Jonin. They only possess unique talents in certain aspects. There are some special Jonin that can completely crush real Jonin in some specific situations. This time, the abilities of these several special Jonin that Denzo sent were aimed at restraining Funen Uchiha. It was supposed that when they face Funen, the effect is even better than a real Jonin. They were real talents. And yet all 14 of them were annihilated. This was a huge blow to Denzo. The blow to the root was also severe. The Jonin in the root were almost wiped out, and there were only a few Jonin who could take action. Especially the Nana-level insect user Shikoro. His death in battle made Denzo's heart twitch. That is a real trump card in Denzo's hand. Damn Funen, damn Uchiha. Denzo looked ferocious. Out of control, the crutch in his hand was pressed into the ground. He didn't want to admit that he was already afraid of Funen. 14 Jonin specifically targeting their weaknesses were eliminated by Funen flawlessly. How strong was he really? In his impression, it seems that only 2 people can do it. Senjudo Birama and Minato Namikaze. These 2 Hokages are the fastest in the ninja world. Can Sarutobe Hiruzen do it? He didn't know if he could before, but he definitely can't do it now. After all, Hiruzen, once he became Hokage, barely showed his power. Swoosh, an Anbu appeared in front of Denzo. I understand. Tell Hiruzen I'll be right over. Denzo spoke quickly without waiting for the Anbu to speak. If Hiruzen didn't send someone to ask him to meet, he would go meet him on his own? Understood. Anbu paused for a moment, then used the body flicker technique to disappear again. Uchiha, just wait. Denzo murmured with cold eyes, it won't end, this is just the beginning. You evil beings will cause unimaginable harm to Hidden Leaf Village. You must be eliminated. Everything is for Hidden Leaf Village. Shikaku, Inoichi, what's wrong with you? The Nara clan, Shikaku's family. Inoshikacho are drinking tea. Okimeki Choza looked at the gloomy 2 people suspiciously. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi looked at each other. Nara Shikaku said, Choza, we are thinking about what Funen Uchiha said. Funen Uchiha. Okimeki Choza scratched his head and said, which sentence? The phrase related to us. Shikaku explained. Ah. The murder was carried out by the Inoshikacho trio? Okimeki Choza understood, but became even more confused, and said, didn't Funen Uchiha say it was a joke? Yamanaka Inoichi looked helpless and said, if it's really a joke, that would be fine. No way. Okimeki Choza's eyes widened, and he said, we don't. Wait, the members of our families who were kidnapped by Denzo. That's right. Nara Shikaku said with a gloomy and somewhat urgent expression, of the 3 Inoshikacho clans, Denzo has stolen the members of each clan. Yamanaka Inoichi laughed at himself, our family is the most useful to him, so he constantly takes away my clan members. Hearing this, Chozo was silent. He kidnapped our members to train them in the route, using them for his missions. If they succeed, Denzo benefits. If they fail, like this time, Uchiha Funen channels some of his resentment onto us. It is truly worthy of him, the shinobi of darkness. Narashikaku's expression became increasingly gloomy. The three were the leaders of their respective clans in the Inoshikacho trio. Narashikaku, especially, was the main leader of the trio. There are many things that they simply cannot avoid. Forget it, after so many years, I have already become accustomed to it. Inoichi looked helpless and said, should we face Denzo directly? Why not? Shikaku's response was surprising. Shikaku. Inoichi and Choza stared at Shikaku, unable to speak. Are you crazy? The Inoshikacho trio has always been strong supporters of the Hokage. Is Denzo the Hokage? Shikaku asked back. No, but... It doesn't matter. Shikaku interrupted Inoichi and said, Inoichi, the Roots have suffered a great loss this time and Denzo will definitely look to replenish the lost members. The Inoshikacho trio will surely have a large number of members selected by him. Wait, it won't be long before the pressure is on us. Is this what you want? This. Inoichi and Choza both frowned. Although Inoshikacho has been following the Hokage, how many more years can Sarutobi Hiruzen remain the Hokage? Shikaku looked indifferent and said, he is already over 60 years old and should have retired from the position of Hokage long ago. If it hadn't been for Minato's death. His fists clenched. Inoshikacho has been following the Hokage. After Minato no Mikaze came to power, Inoshikacho became his supporter and received special care. Because of Minato no Mikaze's youth, he who had just become Hokage was ignored by the third generation and others and became a mere decoration. Narashikaku was keenly aware of the opportunity, and decisively led Inoshikacho to join Minato. Minato valued him and entrusted him with important tasks. Things were just as Narashikaku thought. With the help of Inoshikacho, Minato no Mikaze gradually began to take power. Inoshikacho benefited accordingly. Everything seemed to be going in a positive direction. It just happened that at this moment, Minato died in the battle. The third Hokage actually came back to power. This became a problem for the Inoshikacho trio. Although he did not reach the point of being harassed by Hiruzen, his attitude and words towards the Inoshikacho trio were extremely favorable. But was it really like that? As a Jonin commander, Narashikaku felt cold all over. He saw the situation too clearly. Denzo used his power to overwhelm others and snatched the ninjas of the Inoshikacho clans. The Hokage had left them out of direct power. Although the Inoshikacho trio always followed the Hokage, there was a big gap between them. Now, we have to take action. Narashikaku's words were full of determination. Why? The other two people asked in confusion, is it because of Uchiha? Don't you understand yet? Shikaku sighed and said, today, Funan Uchiha mentioned Inoshikacho and the Aburame clan, that was a warning. Members of our four clans attacked the deputy leader of the Uchiha clan. No matter who gave the order, the other party could ignore it and impose the crime on the four of us, because they are members of our clans. Inoichi and Choza also frowned. If it was just that, it would be fine. Narashikaku smiled bitterly and said, think about Shimura Denzo. Is he trustworthy? Even that person. Is it worth facing Uchiha head-on for him? I can guarantee it. Narashikaku raised a finger and said, if the Hokage and the Uchiha clan start a war, we will be at the front. From the beginning to the end, the Hokage and the others have never regarded us as their own. In their eyes, only the four of them are their own. The value of our existence is to sacrifice for them. From another perspective, if we continue to follow the Hokage, the Uchiha clan will also consider us targets of attack. We have no choice. What do you want to do? Inoichi said solemnly, help the Uchiha clan? Uchiha. Narashikaku murmured to himself, as if thinking. His eyes gradually became firm, and said, Uchiha cannot be the Hokage, this is inevitable, and Inoshikacho must stand by the Hokage. The two looked at Narashikaku in horror, and they vaguely understood each other's plan. Narashikaku smiled slightly and said, it's time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to abdicate, let's elect the new Hokage. Chapter 34, Plot Twists and Uchiha Debates. A group of people with red eyes were sitting together for a meeting. Funan took out his standard equipment again and sipped tea on the side. He also took out a recliner, but was kicked out by Setsuna, almost flying out with him. Are you playing here in the Uchiha's most crucial meeting? Funan. Fugaku suppressed his anger and said, the whole family is following your orders. You need to be more serious about it. Funan said in shock, am I not serious? Fugaku resisted the urge to roar, what do you think? I feel like I'm doing well. Funan responded. At this moment, Setsuna and Soji also looked at him with evil gazes. Okay. Funan reluctantly put down the teacup in his hand and said, let me say a few words. First. You dare to try this nonsense? Fugaku activated his Mengekyo Sharingan. Clan leader, are you particularly irritable today? Funan said timidly. Nonsense. Fugaku said angrily, do you know how my day was? I almost got into a fight with Denzo, and the civil war in the village almost started today. Thinking about it, even he was surprised by his behavior today. Incredible. Was it really him? Reviewing his actions of the day, he began to sweat, but of course, he wouldn't admit it. Yes. Setsuna nodded repeatedly and said, Funan, don't you know, our patriarch finally showed some character. I thought someone was controlling him with Genjutsu. Fugaku looked at him coldly. What did he mean by that? Was he implying something? He was the head of the clan. Thinking of Denzo's blue face today, Fugaku felt secretly happy. He had wanted to slap that face for a long time. He would have the chance. Fugaku looked at Funan. With this guy here, there was no need to worry. Nuisance. Soji sneered and said, what kind of Genjutsu can a Mangekyo Sharingan control? A few glances imperceptibly passed over the head of a certain guy with his head lowered. Funan really wants to know if the Kodoa Matsukami with the strongest illusion can control someone with the Mangekyo Sharingan. If the Kodoa Matsukami could truly control anyone, there would be no need to do anything but calmly wait for someone like the Black Mosaic, focused on saving his mother, to rescue Otsutsuki Kaguya and then a Kodoa Matsukami. Oh, forget it. It's not that Funan looks down on Shizui, but it's just that he absolutely can't do it. Even the Dance King, when facing the Kodoa Matsukami, would probably just laugh and say, don't stop, keep dancing. So, what are the limits of the Kodoa Matsukami? Could an experiment be done? Funan touched his chin. Fugaku is impossible. The filial son is no longer the number one filial son of the ninja world. Him himself is even less likely. Wait. There is still another Mangekyo Sharingan. Funan's eyes lit up. According to Funan's speculation, the great stupidity that is Obito Uchiha, he definitely couldn't sit still after such a big thing happened in Hidden Leaf Village. The other party should come to visit him in the next few days. There is absolutely no pressure to use the Kodoa Matsukami on that bastard. Obito Uchiha, the villainous mini-boss of the Naruto series. Funan doesn't have a good impression of this guy at all. Itachi Uchiha could at least explain that he was lost on the road of life. After all, having a father like Fugaku Uchiha was under pressure from the Hokage. After all, having a father like Fugaku Uchiha and being under the pressure of the Hokage, under the double pressure, anyone would have collapsed. That's understandable. Not so thought. My disciple Itachi is so pitiful. You, Obito Uchiha. You're just an idiot. If the person you love dies, you can avenge them. You kill everyone in Hidden Mist Village, and no one will say anything. Even those who find out might give you approval. You might as well find a way to resurrect her. What has Hidden Leaf Village done to make you so angry? The town where you grew up, the family that raised you and gave you life, how have you turned them into a disgrace? On the night of the nine-tailed demon fox's attack, almost half of Hidden Leaf Village was died due to your actions. Minato Namikaze was sincere with you, right? You killed his wife and left a small child to survive alone. The Uchiha clan are your family and have the same blood as you, but you joined forces with the one-eyed bandaged and Itachi to destroy them. Just thinking about that person makes Funan feel a toothache. Sometimes you can't just blame the Hokage line, the problems also come from the Uchiha. What left Funan speechless the most was that after obtaining the eyes of Nagato, Obito's grandson, he did not seek to find a way to resurrect Nohara-rin and was instead obsessed with the infinite Tsukami. So the fate of the world depends on the life or death of your little girl? Does the world have to restart if she dies? Speaking of which, how does the plot develop if I revive Nohara-rin? I hold Nohara-rin in my arms in front of you every day, and I constantly make you witness our displays of affection. I don't think you can keep your composure. By the way, you are Madara Uchiha now, you are not Obito Uchiha. Like Madara, you don't have to care what he does with Rin. Funan smiled with a holy expression. Funan. Setsuna lowered her voice, with a threatening look. What are you thinking about again? Funan sighed and said, I'm thinking about Uchiha's future. How can I believe you? Look at that mean smile on your face. Looking at the cold gazes of several people, Funan explained, I'm really thinking about the future. Forget it. This time, I almost destroyed the root. Denzo will be very honest in a short period of time. The Uchiha, as I said before, should meddle less in other people's business, learn more ninjutsu, and express our goodwill to the villagers. Everyone was speechless. Do you still want to torment them? What level of Genjutsu would the Uchiha smile have according to the classification of jutsus? Anyway, it disturbed the minds of quite a few villagers. These past few days, the villagers have begun to get used to it to a certain extent, so there haven't been many incidents. On the first day, There was quite a lot of chaos. It seems that it even reached the Hokage's ears. By the way, why did I hear that the clan members encountered difficulties in learning ninjutsu? Funan said in surprise. It should be easy for Uchihas to learn ninjutsu, right? What's the point of having the Sharingan? Can't they just copy ninjutsu? According to Funan's understanding, the Uchiha's learning of ninjutsu should be absolutely smooth. One person learns a ninjutsu, and the others copy it. They should finish learning in a few days. After all, what he brought out was not any particularly advanced ninjutsu. There are only a few A-level ones. It's not as simple as you said? Fugaku said angrily. One member learns, the others copy, that's fine. But what about the first to learn? It's only been a few days since the jutsus came into the hands of the clan members. Furthermore, copying with the Sharingan differs from person to person, and not everyone can copy it perfectly just by looking at it. Funan pursed his lips and said, "You mean they are worse than an outsider?" Fugaku's eyes twitched, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Kakashi Hatake became a jonin at the age of 12. At that time, Hidden Leaf Village was in a period of war, and yet he was the only one. Not to mention now in times of peace. If all the clan members were that level, would we still need you to lead the Uchiha clan? I would have beaten a old Hokage a long time ago." Cough, cough. Soji Uchiha couldn't help but cough. In the past 2 days, not only have the ordinary clan members changed, but Fugaku has also gone wild. Soji Uchiha became more and more convinced that Funan is different from them, from his thoughts to his actions, and now it's starting to affect them. "Alright," Funan said without worry. "That's not urgent, anyway, we're not going to start a fight." From beginning to end, Funan's purpose of strengthening the Uchiha clan and weakening the Hokage line was to avoid civil war. What's so good about the civil war? It is better to play little by little. Funan. Fugaku looked serious and said, "Will there be war between the Uchiha clan and the village?" Chapter 35, Everyone has a meeting. Funan raised his head and said seriously, "Clan leader, I have said it before, everything I do is to avoid war. Ask yourself something. On a mountain, there are 2 old tigers, how would you stop them from fighting?" "I know this answer." Shisui seemed eager to respond. Fugaku thought for a while and said, "If the 2 tigers have similar strength, it would be better if there is a third enemy that forces them not to start an internal war." "Wrong." Funan flatly rejected it. "Huh?" Shisui was startled. "Is this answer not correct? Isn't that how you explained it to me before, Funan?" Funan chuckled and said, "There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, unless there is 1 male and 1 female." Everyone was startled, and then, "Fugaku, get out. Soji, get out. Shisui, get out." Itachi was about to speak when Funan glanced at him and quickly lowered his head. In an instant, he directly picked up the chair. Okay, just kidding, why don't you have any humor at all? Does it really bother you that much? It was just a bad joke, was that really worth getting angry about?" Funan waved his hands repeatedly. Fugaku rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Funan, be more serious. Your joke is in bad taste but full of provocation. Didn't you see that each of them was tense? They are discussing about the Uchiha and the village, whether or not there will be a war. This is a serious problem, so save your bad jokes. Or else they will really hit you." Shisui glanced at Fugaku with sympathy in his eyes. This sentence has been said by him before, and he is very clear about the helplessness when he said it. "If you keep bothering me, I'll hit you, brat." Setsuna Uchiha said this very proudly. The old man has been very happy these 2 days. Although his grandson is the deputy leader, he has taken charge of the power of Uchiha, and the Hidden Leaf Village police force is also firmly in his hands. This is equivalent to the victory of the Hawks. Furthermore, the changes that Funan brought to the Uchiha clan had disturbed many people. Setsuna was secretly enjoying this. Especially after the confrontations with the Hokage faction, where Funan emerged victorious. This made Setsuna even more happy. After Madara Uchiha left, as his follower, Setsuna Uchiha did not remain silent. He continued Madara Uchiha's style and attempted to gain the village by force. In the end, Setsuna Uchiha was defeated by the 3rd Hokage Saratobe Hiruzen. However, Saratobe Hiruzen did not kill him, but allowed him to continue to lead the Uchiha Hawks. This is undoubtedly a great shame and humiliation for Setsuna. He understood what Saratobe Hiruzen meant. It's just that the Uchiha Hawks led by him are easier to deal with. From the beginning to the end, the other party never took him into consideration. Now there's a new player, Saratobe Hiruzen. How do you feel? How much of the confidence you had back then is left? Setsuna showed a sly smile. Seeing this, Funan murmured in a low voice, "Old man, with that smile, you look like a movie villain. If someone sees you on the street, they will most likely slap you to death." Setsuna rolled his eyes and was too lazy to pay attention to this grandson of his. You talk like you're a saint. Back then, I too. Funan interrupted and muttered, Saratobi Hiruzen. Bang, the veins on Setsuna's forehead began to pulse rapidly, and the table in front of him broke into pieces. Fugaku and Soji almost laugh. That's his beloved grandson. A fierce backstab? Humphrey. Setsuna snorted coldly and said indifferently, I really have to thank Saratobi Hiruzen for showing mercy back then, otherwise a grandson like you would never have had the chance to be born. This is also okay. Soji is speechless. Ahem, Funan, I'm not talking about what you plan to do to the village. Fugaku brought the topic back and said, my concern is whether the village will do something against us, the Uchiha clan. The others nodded. There are only about 10 people here at the moment. All of them are the core members of the Uchiha clan. Key members of the clan leader's faction, as well as the Hawk and Dove factions, in addition to Shizue and Itachi, along with Funan and some of his subordinates. These are all trustworthy Uchiha. It is these people who keep Uchiha running. Facing these people, Funan did not hide anything and said bluntly, no. There won't be any head-on conflicts in a short time. There may be some small tricks in the dark. This is unavoidable. Why? Funan curled his lips and said, only those with big fists have the right to speak. The Hokage faction does not have this strength now. What do you mean by this? Fugaku hesitated. Although our clan has become vigilant, there is a high probability that the Hokage faction does not trust the Hyuga clan. What about the other ninjas? There are hundreds of ninja clans, large and small, in Hidden Leaf Village. In recent years, civilian ninjas have gradually become more prominent. Several years have passed since the Third Shinobi World War. Not only have other villages recovered to a certain extent, but so has Hidden Leaf Village. Funan raised 2 fingers and said, these past few days, I've eliminated 20 jonin of them. 20 jonin, not even the village can produce that many jonin at once. They must have brought in some Anbu. Root is a branch of Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu training subdivision. After Saratobi Hiruzen became Hokage, he was handed over to Denzo. Because Saratobi Hiruzen had just become Hokage and had a weak foundation, he acquiesced to the expansion and darkness of his roots. It can be said that Denzo played a crucial role in Saratobi Hiruzen establishing himself as Hokage. But, as one of the most manipulative and oldest people in the ninja world, Saratobi Hiruzen could not allow Root to expand without restrictions. Therefore, Root's power is very strong, but it was limited to a certain range. If Denzo could pull out 20 special jonin and jonin from the Root at once, he would have reached heaven long ago. Even the Hokage would have trouble sleeping at night. What? Fugaku and the others stood up in shock. Setsuna stammered, you said you killed 20 jonin this time? Don't talk nonsense. People will misunderstand that I am too cruel. Funan glared at Setsuna and explained seriously, I only killed 14 ninjas this time, including a few special jonin. Fuck you. When has it been? Are you still pretending? The place was in an uproar. In the small conference room, the Uchihas were in chaos. Some people had witnessed the Suzunu's manifestation, while others had heard from word of mouth how their vice-clan leader had demonstrated his power by turning enemies into pulp, but no one knew who the opponents were or how many they were. They thought Funan was making such a big noise just to scare the Hokage and the others. Who knew that the enemy was also so powerful? Setsuna couldn't hold it back on the spot. He turned to look at Fugaku and said, can you do it too? Fugaku. What are you implying, old man? Ahem. Setsuna coughed dryly and said, don't look at me like that, Fugaku. I was just asking if the Susanoo is that powerful. Humphrey. Fugaku snorted coldly, looked at Funan solemnly, and said, the Susanoo, a forbidden dujutsu, a technique so powerful in both attack and defense. I have only used it once, although it is powerful, but... Setsuna immediately said, in other words, you can't do it? Fugaku, puha. Stubborn old man, I've been putting up with you for a long time. If you want to praise your grandson, do it, why try to put me down? Because I once suppressed you? Is today the day of your revenge? Chapter 36, 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha looked at Funan excitedly. There are only more than 30 jonin in the entire Uchiha. And Funan killed 20 root jonin in one go. Although there are special jonin among them, although those ninjas are incomparable to Uchiha jonin, this still proves Funan's combat power. The Uchiha are counting on their fingers. Is there anyone in Hidden Leaf Village who is Funan's opponent? The answer is no. The third Hokage would never be able to do it, facing a combination of 20 jonin and special jonin at the same time. Furthermore, Funan has the Mangekyo Sharingan and has the power of Susanoo, and Fugaku also has it. Even if it's a little bit different, it's not too far behind. With two such powerful ninjas in the Uchiha clan, what else do they have to fear? One of the Uchiha shouted on the spot, defeat the evil Sarutobi Hiruzen, kill the dark Shimura Denzo, and capture him alive. Funen looked at the Uchiha with a gloomy expression and said with a half-smile, what a strong impulse, go ahead and do it if you want. The Uchiha immediately lowered his head. Okay, okay. Funen waved his hand and said, is this little thing worth getting so excited about? It seems like we Uchiha haven't seen the world. I still like their rebellious looks, get back to normal. The Uchihas pouted. Pretend. Keep pretending. We can't believe you weren't excited when you first got this power. Funen is right. Fugaku suddenly said, the Mangekyo Sharingan is a forbidden power. If it's not necessary, it shouldn't be used, it's a card up your sleeve, not a power that can be used casually. The Uchihas were surprised. But Funen knew that Fugaku was pointing at himself. He must have used the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan many times, so he knew the consequences of using it. Maybe Fugaku's eyesight was already impaired. That would explain why Funen, being the sub-leader of the clan, could so easily control the family. However, that did not apply to Funen. He could use the Mangekyo Sharingan at will. He was not afraid even if he used Susanoo every day. Funen gently covered his eyes with his hand. He thought that he would need to constantly raise the level of the Sharingan until he reached the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to use the power without restrictions. Who would have thought that after awakening the exclusive techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan would really give him a surprise? Continue with the topic just now. Fugaku said solemnly, if the Hokage faction loses 20 Jonin and special Jonin, they really don't dare to act rashly. After all, Uchiha still has 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. 3 pairs? The Uchihas were startled. Fugaku has a pair and Funen has a pair. How can there be a third pair? Fugaku did not hide anything and said, Shizui Uchiha has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku glared at Shizui. This news was told to him by Funen. Every time he thought about this, he felt very angry. Hadn't he contributed enough to the family? Nobody trusted him. Shizui. Soji Uchiha opened her eyes in surprise. He didn't even know about this. The information about the Mangekyo Sharingan was only for Funen and... Huh? Shizui was surprised, he was beginning to understand. Funen explained, Shizui has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and has informed the Hokage and others. Therefore, the Uchiha clan has 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, which is enough to keep the people of the Hokage faction quiet. May the Uchiha be blessed by the heavens. The surprise came too quickly and the Uchiha fell silent. They were bewildered. It turns out that the power of their own clan was greater than they imagined. So why are they holding back? There are not just 1 or 2 people who have such thoughts. However, in Funen's playful eyes, everyone remained silent. Fugaku is extremely tough in Uchiha. Both hawks and doves have been suppressed by him. Therefore, many people are afraid of him. But with Funen, the Uchiha were even more afraid of him. Because you can't imagine what kind of method he will use to deal with you. Like last time, he controlled an Uchiha with a Ganjutsu and made him dance seductively on a steel pipe. This is simply worse than death. That person has become depressed and is now hiding in his room, refusing to go out. Remember. Funen pointed at the Uchiha and said in a deep voice, you are all high-level Uchiha, not little children. Don't act impulsively, otherwise you will end up getting beaten. Setsuna Uchiha had a gloomy expression on his face. He felt like he was being attacked by a Mangekyo. The glances that fell on him were the most numerous. This bastard grandson, I must find time to deal with you. Funen continued, the Uchiha clan is very powerful, and the village is even more powerful. We want to avoid civil war, since if it happened it would not be good for anyone. Moreover, other villages are also looking at the lineage of the Uchiha clan, you must know this very well. Without Hidden Leaf Village, would we be able to survive the attacks of those villages? Please keep a clear head, we are in a good situation now. Don't destroy our own hopes. Yes. Funen's face softened a little and he said, follow my plan step by step, steadily. If you take too big a step, you will break your balls. In the end you will be the one who will get hurt. The Uchiha looked at Funen speechlessly. As the deputy leader of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the Hidden Leaf Village police force, Uchiha Funen, you are so down to earth. Okay, you all go and do your own thing. Yes. Yashiro and others left one after another. Only Fugaku, Setsuna, and Soji were left, along with Funen, Shizui, and Itachi. These 6 people are the core layer of the Uchiha clan's power. The Patriarch faction, the Hawks, the Doves and the new faction, headed by Funen. Needless to say, Shizui and Itachi automatically changed their factions and sat closer to Funen. The plan went very smoothly. Funan said, "The confrontation between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction has been made clear. Now, we will see who comes out on top. I think most ninjas are not willing to get involved in this mess. No one is stupid, especially the clan leaders. They all know that if they join now, they will only become cannon fodder. What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others are no longer trustworthy. In a few days, I will find a way to aggravate this." Fugaku said, "You must pay attention to the several big clans. Their power cannot be underestimated. Hyuga, Inoshikacho, Aburame, Inuzuka. I can make most of them remain neutral, and Hyuga and Inoshikacho are no exception. We can even make them stand on our side. It depends on whether Sarutobi Hiruzen cooperates or not." This sentence, not surprisingly, received a lot of surprised looks. Hyuga is fine, but Inoshikacho is a stalwart of the Hokage faction. Can they be persuaded? Fugaku glanced at Funan and said, "I believe that during these years of peace, you have not only been influencing those of our clan. It's okay, I'll leave you in charge of everything." Funan didn't pay attention to Fugaku's lukewarm words. It is understandable that the old man was knocked down by him and felt embarrassed. Actually, he has already saved Fugaku a lot of face. Otherwise, why would there be any need for the transition of the position of deputy leader? He could have been the leader directly. It's just that Fugaku has a lot of prestige within the clan after all, and the attitude of the village must also be considered. Funan first became the deputy clan leader and took over the power. After a few years, he became the new clan leader smoothly. Everyone looks good, and you, Uchiha Fugaku, don't give me any trouble. Everyone is quite clear in their hearts. Are your eyes okay? Fugaku suddenly asked. Setsuna and Soji also looked over. They are all the core members of the Uchiha clan and also know some of the family's secrets. For example, the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan Madara Uchiha had encountered this kind of dilemma back then, but what about Funan? It sounds very powerful to take down 14 Jonin at once. How much pupil power was consumed? Funan covered his eyes and smiled slightly. He didn't respond to Fugaku, but instead looked to the side and said slowly, "Dude, you've been here for so long spying on us. Don't you want to say something?" Hearing this, the expressions of Fugaku and others changed drastically. "Is anyone here?" They turned their heads and looked where Funan was pointing. There. After a distortion in space, a person wearing an orange spiral-shaped mask appeared. "Hello to all the Uchiha." Chapter 37, Infiltration and Revelation. "Who are you?" Fugaku shouted. His expression was cold. "How is it possible?" In the central area of the Uchiha clan, an unknown person managed to enter. How has he managed to evade surveillance barriers and patrol teams? Especially the current patrol teams. Under Funan's orders, sensor ninjas have joined the patrol team. Although the number is not large, it ensures that each patrol team has at least one. A new type of barrier has also been added, the configuration of which is only known to Fugaku, Funan, Setsuna and Soji. Furthermore, the people present were elite ninjas at worst, and there were 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Before Funan opened his mouth, neither he nor Shizue noticed each other. This is too strange. Funan intervened before the masked man spoke. "Clan leader, he is also an Uchiha, but he seems to be a missing nin." "A missing nin of the Uchiha clan?" Fugaku and the others frowned, as if remembering. There aren't many missing nin of the Uchiha clan, only a few in total, and he can also hide around him without anyone noticing. Who could it be? The masked man's entire face was in shadow, but Funan could sense that the other man was sizing him up. Unconsciously, Funan gave a thumbs up and smiled at the masked man, showing his shining teeth. The masked. This classic shape reminded him of someone familiar. He couldn't help but feel a little restless. Furthermore, being discovered by Funan was not in his plans, which increased his alert level. Facing the 6 strongest Uchiha, which included 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, the masked man would flee as soon as someone made a move, otherwise they would beat him to death. Damn, I haven't been here for just a few days, and the Uchiha clan has become the most dangerous place in the entire ninja world. Except for the god of shinobi and the ghost of the Uchiha, whoever comes will die. Obito Uchiha took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "You can actually find me. It seems that great talents have been born in the clan. Avoid the sensor ninjas and protective barriers to reach us without being detected. You are not an ordinary Uchiha, are you a wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Funan looked at Obito Uchiha and chuckled. That smile had a profound meaning, which made Obito even more uncomfortable. He had a vague feeling that Funan knew more than he imagined. Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku and others were really shocked. Despite the long history of the Uchiha clan, documented wielders of the Mangekyo Sharingan were truly few. This man actually has a Mangekyo Sharingan? Obito was also shocked. He looked at Funan with cold eyes and said, "How does someone who hasn't left the village in years know so much? Are you really Uchiha Funan?" "Haha. I was discovered by you." Funan showed the 3 tomoe in his eyes, crossed his arms over his chest, and said arrogantly, "In that case, I will tell you my real name. I'm Madara Uchiha." He stretched out his finger fiercely, pointed at Obito Uchiha, and said, "Want to dance?" Damn it. The corners of Fugaku's lips twitched. "Just you? Madara Uchiha? Out of here. After raising the tension like this? And now you come with this? When will the bad jokes end?" Especially Setsuna and Soji, they had both met Madara Uchiha in person and followed his teachings. Is there even a Funan hair that looks like Madara Uchiha? A guy who carries a cage of birds and drinks tea all day, in addition to flirting with the girls of the clan. Is this what Madara Uchiha is like? What the hell, when Madara Uchiha died, he was still a virgin, meanwhile this guy has almost killed 100 people. Funan ignored the people rolling their eyes at him and said to Obito, "Boy, tell me your name." "Obito Uchiha." Obito complained in his mind. "Who the hell am I supposed to say who I am now? What?" Funan raised his eyebrows and said, "You courageous rat, don't you even dare to say your name in front of me, Madara Uchiha." Obito Uchiha said in a low voice, "That's enough, Uchiha Funan, let me ask you, do you hate Denzo?" Funan didn't even think about it and said directly, "I don't hate it." Funan thought, "I really love Denzo to death. You wouldn't believe it. If it weren't for the bastard Shimura Denzo and Saratobe Hiruzen himself, the village might be a different place, much more dangerous for the Uchiha. Now, everyone hates Denzo. If there is any dirty thing, they will all throw it at Denzo. How great. Everyone's slogan is, 'Damn Denzo.' Therefore, the Uchiha have a chance." At the same time that Denzo was defeated, Denzo was succeeded. That's why when Funan has nothing to do, he will create some small problems and throw them at Denzo's head. In recent years, due to the good relationship between Denzo and Saratobe Hiruzen, the ninja clans, large and small, did not dare to make a sound, and they swallowed a lot of bitter fruits. In reality, many hate Denzo deeply. This is the reason why Funan dared to cause trouble at this time. Otherwise, even if Funan can use the Susanoo indefinitely, he wouldn't dare to be so reckless. Yes, he can defeat Hidden Leaf Village, but what about the other 4 villages? A bunch of them will pile on him to death. Humphrey. Obito snorted coldly and said, "You have been fighting with him for several years, and now it is even more obvious. It is already a life and death situation, so why bother pretending in front of me? It seems like you don't believe me no matter what I say." Funan spread his hands and said, "Okay, stranger with the Mengekyo Sharingan, what's your goal?" Obito looked at the others and said coldly, "Now is not the right time, just wait, we will meet again, Uchiha Funan." The space was distorted and Obito disappeared. Damn it, from the beginning to the end, he was suppressed by Funan. He didn't even dare to say his name. This caused Obito to choke back all the rest of his words. He wants to leave, calm down and find his drive again. Besides, there are many things he cannot say in front of others. Disappeared? Fugaku frowned and said coldly, "Time and space ninjutsu? This kind of ninja is the most troublesome. It should be his Mengekyo Sharingan technique." Funan smiled faintly and said, "Itachi, go and check on the barrier team and the sensor ninjas. They must have had an accident." "Understood." Itachi used the body flicker jutsu to leave. After a while, Itachi returned and then reported, "Funan Aniki, you are right. Some of those in charge of the barriers fell into Ganjutsu and deactivated the barriers. The sensor ninjas are also unconscious. When I arrived, the patrol teams had already found them and were about to come to report." Funan nodded, looked at everyone, and said, "Now you know why I changed the barrier, the secret sentry and the patrol team, right? The Uchiha clan has almost become a tourist attraction. Anyone who wants to come can come." Fugaku took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "Funan, you only need to worry about external affairs. You don't have to worry about internal matters. I will personally take care of it, and Elder Setsuna and Elder Soji will also help me." Setsuna and Soji nodded. In the past, even if Itachi admitted personally that he informed the Hokage and others of all the barriers, patrols and secret sentries, Setsuna and the others still didn't care. This is the pride of the Uchiha clan, self-confidence. They don't believe that anyone dares to break into the Uchiha clan. Saratobe Hiruzen and the others are no exception. Just like the Uchiha is divided into 4 factions, if you include the Funan faction, Hidden Leaf Village as a whole has many factions. It is not so easy to wage a civil war. In the Naruto series, during the night of the genocide, The Hokage faction and others had already completely infiltrated the Uchiha clan. With two Mangekyo Sharingan that cooperated with the actions of Root and Anbu, in addition to the fact that the Uchiha clan had Fugaku, a beast, as its leader, who decided not to resist. Otherwise, destroying the Uchiha clan would be just a dream for them. Just like now, after Uchiha became vigilant, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately did not dare to move. If they really start a battle, the Uchiha will definitely be defeated, but how much will Hidden Leaf Village lose? Conservatively speaking, they would lose hundreds of ninjas. Will the other 4 ninja villages still just watch and not take action? The result of the civil war was that everyone died together. That's okay. Someone helped share the work, and it was too late for Funan to be happy. Fugaku, Setsuna and Soji are very experienced. If they simply carry out family defense, they will definitely be able to guard the Uchiha clan as if it were protected by a solid iron wall. And having just his say in external matters made everything more manageable. Be careful. You also know that the relationship between the village and Uchiha has become even more tense. They could attack us at any moment. Once Uchiha is careless, the other party will definitely not mind setting off a fire. Don't worry. Fugaku smiled coldly and said, however, I want to correct you. The relationship between Uchiha and the village has eased a bit, but the relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others is more tense. That makes sense. In just 3 days, the Uchiha had greatly reduced their intervention in trivial matters. This surprised many villagers, who watched the Uchiha with curious looks and did not understand why they seemed lazy all of a sudden. Fugaku had a hunch that if he continued according to Funan's method, he might be able to remove Uchiha from the whirlpool of everyone's disgust. Hokage Residence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. The Hidden Leaf Village Corrupt Quartet is also having an intense meeting. Leave it to me, Hiruzen. Denzo said with a cold voice, I will make Uchiha feel the pain. Hearing this, the third Hokage and others first felt the pain. Denzo, why are you always so confident? You have lost 20 people. 20 Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, no, it's 21. There is also a Kato Fugo. A Jonin had a censor. How rare they are in the village. Thinking of the censor ninja who made many mistakes when he was looking for Uchiha Funan last time, Hiruzen Sarutobi began to have random thoughts for no reason. If it was Kato Fugo, such a problem might not occur. After all, Kato Fugo is a Jonin, and while the censor ninja who went with him to find Funan is just a special Jonin. With this thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi became increasingly dissatisfied with Denzo. Although he is the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, not everyone obeys his orders unconditionally. For example, if he now orders all the ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village to attack Uchiha and start a civil war, then many ninjas will have a question mark. Uchiha didn't rebel. Even though they were unpleasant, they were still companions of the same village, and they were so fierce. Why attack them so severely? You can say that Uchiha has done a lot of bad things, but Denzo seems to have done more. Today you attack the Uchiha, and tomorrow us? In this situation, loyal ninjas were vitally important. Due to Denzo's failure, the Root Jonin suffered heavy losses, several Anbu Jonin also lost their lives. And now he wants to repeat it? Koharu said, Denzo, you also have to consider the impact. There is already a lot of discussion in the village. This matter is easy to handle. Denzo said coldly, they were just a group of spies from other villages. They saw the deputy leader of the Uchiha clan entering the Forest of Death alone, so they took action. Maybe it was to obtain information, or maybe to obtain the Sharingan. Bang, that's enough, Denzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table and said angrily, do you think the ninjas in the village are fools? 20 foreign shinobi appear in the village, causing such a stir with Funan. You. Cough, cough. Hiruzen. Seeing this, both Koharu and Hamura exclaimed. Although Denzo looked indifferent, he also cast a worried look. The third Hokage cannot die at this time. He was not ready to take over as Hokage. After coughing several times, the third Hokage regained his breath and gritted his teeth and said, Denzo, stop all your actions, at least don't use force. The ninja clans are already starting to question us. I cannot do this. Denzo refused without hesitation. Seeing Hiruzen's angry look, he briefly explained, I'm not going to attack them inside the village. I just need to lure them outside the village and then take action. That's easy for you to say. The third Hokage calmed down a bit. Funan hasn't left the village for several years. Damn, he's too careful. He doesn't look like an Uchiha at all. The third Hokage finally stopped hiding his hatred. Uchiha Funan, this guy is completely different from other Uchiha. Those who are familiar with Uchiha, whenever they think of them, they will immediately think of a few words, arrogance, strength, and the supremacy of force. However, Uchiha Funan is only lustful, Lazy, cautious and cruel. Whenever he had the chance, he would bite you mercilessly, and he would not tolerate a loss. Even though Denzo was the first to attack this time, they lost 20 Jonin. Even so, Uchiha Funin still insisted on being assigned a sealing team. They are all Chunin or higher. Furthermore, ninjas who specialize in sealing are extremely rare. Pain in the heart. Headache. The tricks used to deal with Uchiha in the past are completely ineffective against Funin. TOC, 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 there were knocks at the door. Hiruzen changed his expression again. At this time, unless there is something very important, the Anbu will never dare to disturb the meeting between them. Come in. Yes. A teenager walked into the conference room. Itachi Uchiha. The Hokage and the others couldn't help being startled, but they quickly recovered. Itachi, why are you here? The Hokage smiled. Itachi Uchiha said seriously, Hokage-sama, I want to kill Uchiha Funin. This. Hokage and the others were completely stunned. Why did Itachi Uchiha show so much killing intent? Hiruzen couldn't help but ask, why? Denzo-sama is right. Itachi Uchiha said solemnly, the existence of Uchiha Funin will only destroy the peace and stability of the village. He should not exist. Hiruzen was silent and looked at Itachi Uchiha with strange eyes. Itachi, you are a real ninja. Denzo said slowly, you have discovered it, right? Yes. Itachi said solemnly, because of Uchiha Funin, a civil war almost broke out in the village. Even now, there are undercurrents in the village, all because of Uchiha Funin. Denzo nodded slightly, very well, Itachi, for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Funin must be eliminated. Denzo. The Hokage shouted and said coldly, it was you who attacked a fellow villager without authorization, incurring Funin's wrath. I haven't held you responsible for that yet. Hiruzen, you are always so naive. Denzo said coldly, Uchiha Funin, even among Uchiha, is special. He has never even integrated into Uchiha, let alone the village. Faced with the performance of the two, Itachi kept his face imperturbable as he thought, can I say, Funin can even guess what you will say? Would it shock you too much? Shut up. The third Hokage shouted coldly, then he looked at Itachi and said in a deep voice. Itachi, you are a ninja who has had the will of fire since you were a child, so if you can understand me, I want to ask for your forgiveness. Hokage-sama. Itachi raised his head and looked at the old face of the third Hokage, his expression full of astonishment. Hokage apologized to him? The third Hokage sighed deeply and looked out the window at the prosperous village. Following his gaze, Itachi's expression changed again. Due to Denzo's unauthorized actions, there is no room for relaxation between the village and Uchiha Funin. However, he has taken over the power of Uchiha. As the Hokage, I can only... He did not say the rest. Itachi nodded heavily and said, that is precisely my purpose here, Hokage-sama. I am from Hidden Leaf Village, the Uchiha are from Hidden Leaf Village, but Uchiha Funin. He is not. Therefore, eliminating him is inevitable. Chapter 38, Everything is for Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked at Itachi Uchiha with regret and a hint of guilt in his eyes. Itachi, I'm sorry. As Sarutobi Hiruzen, I really want to apologize to Uchiha Funin, but as Hokage, I must be responsible for the entire village. The Hokage is destined to put his heart on the whole village, not on any one person. This is the Hokage's responsibility. After Uchiha Funin seized power of the Uchiha clan, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village became increasingly intense. I feel it too. Itachi spoke in a deep voice. So, first, let's kill Funin so that the Uchiha return to how they were before, and then I will continue to guide them. Once the Uchiha clashes head-on with the village, the final result will be that the entire Hidden Leaf Village is enveloped in flames of war. Itachi's voice was firm, I definitely won't allow it. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed again, yes, we absolutely must not allow it. Itachi, did you come here with information about Funin? Mitakato Hamura asked. Itachi replied, I have 2 reports. What? The Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet's spirit lifted. Including Denzo. Although the assassination attempt on Funin had failed, he would not blame Itachi for it. He clearly remembered Itachi telling him more than once that Uchiha Funin was incredibly strong, the most powerful he had ever seen. Therefore, how could he blame Itachi if the assassination attempt failed? He could only say that Funin was too strong. The first information is about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi said gravely. According to my investigation, the Mangekyo Sharingan has extremely side effects. The more times it is used, the blurrier the vision becomes, eventually leading to complete blindness. In addition, the user suffers immense pain when using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Saratobe Hiruzen and others looked at each other and nodded slightly. They were already aware of that. As disciples of Senju Tobirama, they had a deeper knowledge of the power of the Uchiha clan than the clan itself. Of course, the Mangekyo Sharingan, that terrifying forbidden force, was no exception. However, although it was news that had been known for a long time, it had a different meaning when it came out of Itachi's mouth. Undoubtedly, in the eyes of the four of them, Itachi was more trustworthy. Second information, Uchiha Funen is likely to leave the village for a while. The Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet immediately became nervous. Hamura said, "Leave the village? What is he going to do?" "I don't know," Itachi said regretfully. "He doesn't trust me, or in other words, he doesn't trust anyone. Even his direct subordinates, Yashiro and others. Uchiha Funen only forbade them from talking about it in private." The eyes of those present shone. To Denzo and the others, this information was worth more than the previous information. When the ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village leave the village, they must pass by the Hokage and others, and Funen can't hide it at all. Unless he wants to become a missing nin. If that were the case, it would be perfect. To the Hokage and the others, this would give them a reason to deal with him, or even the Uchiha. As for the secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan, they have known it for a long time. However, what Itachi said casually at the end contained important information. Funen was suspicious by nature and did not trust his subordinates. This means there is a lot of room for manipulation. Humphrey. Denzo snorted coldly and said, "A guy full of darkness." Huh? Huh. Including the third Hokage, everyone couldn't help but look at Denzo. Itachi almost bit his tongue. Denzo said that people are full of darkness? Wow, that's something new. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Denzo snorted angrily. Does everyone think I'm so? Humphrey, everything I do is for Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone's looks became even more strange. The Hokage looked at Itachi and said gently, "Itachi, on behalf of Hidden Leaf Village, I would like to thank you. You are a great ninja. You have made a huge sacrifice for the peace of Hidden Leaf Village. Thank you." Itachi felt a little overwhelmed. You are too kind." He looked at Denzo and said, "It's all for Hidden Leaf Village." Denzo. Hokage. Hamura and Koharu. Why do you have a bad feeling? Every time Denzo said this phrase, to justify his actions. Wow, illusions. It sure is an illusion. Itachi is loyal to the village, and he is absolutely trustworthy as the successor of the Will of Fire. When he said this, it came from his heart. You don't have to let your imagination run wild. Although, it feels disturbing anyway. Itachi Uchiha used the body flicker jutsu and left the Hokage's office. This time, Funen was not drinking tea or carrying a cage with birds but was reading the hands of a beautiful Uchiha Kunoichi. Oh, if you ask me, Shiryu, your palm reading indicates wealth and greatness. Your future is to become the wife of the leader of the Uchiha clan, or even the wife of the village leader. That's amazing. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes but did not withdraw her hand. She let Funen hold her hands, allowing him to continue reading her fate. Swish, Itachi suddenly appeared. The woman took one look at him, withdrew her hand and stood behind Funen. Funen seemed full of reluctance and said, "Itachi, in this situation, if it is not urgent, don't look for me, and if it is, even less so." Itachi Uchiha was obviously stunned for a moment and looked at Funen speechlessly. The woman stretched out her hand and pinched Funen tightly. Okay, Funen said with resignation. "Tell me what happens?" "As you ordered, I just came out of the Hokage's office." Itachi Uchiha nodded to the woman, and then said to Funen, "I don't understand." "What don't you understand?" "You want to leave the village without being noticed at all. Why did you tell the Hokage specifically? Isn't this asking for trouble? A ninja who leaves the village without permission will be judged as a missing nin, depending on who he is. There are not just one or two examples like this in Hidden Leaf Village. Leave discreetly. How can the Hokage and the others send people to assassinate me?" Funen answered. "My purpose has been very simple from beginning to end, to continuously weaken the power of the Hokage faction." There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and he said, "Let them come, the more they come, the better. Moths fly into the flames and will destroy themselves, and..." He looked at the sacred tree in the sea of consciousness. The sacred tree needs to swallow life energy in order to bear stronger fruits. Despite having killed 20 Jonin, he had not absorbed any life energy. Why? Firstly, he was worried that someone would discover that the corpses had been turned into mummies, which would lead to everyone investigating the cause. And secondly, having body parts is even more intimidating. There are so many ninjas in the ninja world, and he is not short of 20. If he wanted to feed the sacred tree, he had plenty of opportunities. Itachi was silent for a moment and said, "What about the last sentence?" Why should I say that sentence at the end? Everything is for Hidden Leaf Village. Haha. Funan couldn't help laughing out loud and said, "Tell me, how do the Hokage and the others react? I'm very intrigued." "You are really twisted." Itachi smiled bitterly and said, "The expressions of the Hokage and the others are, well, very strange, yes, strange. A mix of surprise and annoyance." Funan said and then laughed out loud. This is the phrase that Denzo kept saying all day. However, whether it was himself or the third Hokage and others, they all knew that Denzo's words were just an excuse for himself. Everything is for Hidden Leaf Village? When did Denzo do anything for Hidden Leaf Village? He is simply sacrificing others for his own benefit. When the Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet hear this sentence from another person, especially an Uchiha, what will they think at that moment? Will there be shadows in their hearts? The ninja clan of Hidden Leaf Village, big and small, have been very nervous recently. At the same time, they are angry. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, originally resigned the position of Hokage on his own accord. But when the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, suddenly passed away, he returned to power without further objection. Nine-tailed demon fox's attack put Hidden Leaf Village in chaos. Someone needed to stand up and take charge of the overall situation. It's understandable that the previous Hokage took charge. But it has been several years, and the third Hokage has no intention of selecting the fifth-generation Hokage. Is there no suitable candidate? No one in Hidden Leaf Village reaches this level? Do you think this is Hidden Stone's village? Fortunately, it is now a time of peace, and the aging Sarutobi Hiruzen can barely maintain the situation in Hidden Leaf Village. But at least he should be able to control Denzo and not let him act like a monster all day. They were getting worse, like now, aiming directly at the Uchiha. Many ninjas have noticed the bad blood between Uchiha and Hidden Leaf Village's top brass. It's just that, firstly, they did not have the strength to intervene, and secondly, they simply did not care about the matter because it has nothing to do with them. They were wary of the Uchiha and didn't have much regard for the current Sarutobi Hiruzen either. They prefer that the memory of the third generation be retained before the fourth generation comes to power. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was worthy of the title of ninja. After so many years, one thing after another made them feel more and more disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen. They remained silent. They are also being patient. They thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen was already in his 60s and would definitely choose the fifth Hokage in the next few years. However, they never dreamed that all they would get in return would be repression from the Hokage. Suppress the ninja clan, restrict civilian ninjas, snatch children, and devour resources. This time, it almost ignited a civil war in the entire village. Uchiha's few small actions awakened the almost forgotten memories of the Hidden Leaf Village ninja clan. That is Uchiha, the strongest clan in Hidden Leaf Village. Fugaku Uchiha has suppressed Uchiha for so many years, and the public opinion secretly manipulated by Denzo has put Uchiha on the opposite side of the village. However, even if they are on the opposite side of the entire village, it will not diminish their strength. Just like Funan, this time it roared to the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Even if you think about it with your toes. It's obvious that if the Uchiha clan is cornered and the real commotion breaks out, what kind of fire will be lit in Hidden Leaf Village? Is it Uchiha who is causing trouble? They are more likely to believe that Denzo is causing trouble. Fugaku is quite trustworthy in this regard and will never be merciful when dealing with his clan members who cause trouble. The ninjas are getting angrier the more they think about it. In the few years after his retirement, Funan made many preparations, including recruiting dissidents from various ninja clans. Now, all these dissidents are activated, carefully drawing out the dissatisfaction of a large number of ninjas, luring them to explode bit by bit, and conveying the words of dissatisfaction to the ears of the Hokage. At this time, the Hokage and others did not dare to move. They were just complaints for now, but if they act rashly they could turn into action soon. Even Denzo frowned when facing these large and small ninja clans. If Root's losses were less, Denzo would have dared to counterattack forcefully, but he lost many Jonin-level Root ninjas. If he wanted to do something just by relying on those few ninjas he has left, he would easily be caught and fall into passivity. Chapter 39, The Divide Deepens Hiruzen. Denzo's cold voice sounded. I want to add. No, I want to expand the roots. The third Hokage raised his eyebrows, as he smoked a cigarette. After a long time, he sighed deeply and said, Okay, I will give the order. The logistics department will provide you with the corresponding supplies. Denzo was not surprised. He said slowly, I still need a group of ninjas to join the route. This time, the Hokage did not hesitate and asked directly, Who? Denzo handed over a list of names. After reading it, the third Hokage crossed out a few names with a pen and then returned the list to Denzo. Denzo didn't care, picked up the list and left. He only left one sentence as he left: "I will help you warn the Hyuga clan." Ah. The third Hokage sighed deeply. The root suffered a big loss this time. Of the 20 Jonin and Special Jonin, only 5 belonged to the Anbu, and all the others were from the root. The root had suffered a great blow. Faced with the constant advance of the Uchiha, the power of the root was crucial. But, thinking of that list, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. He knows Denzo's methods. How many ninjas on the list can survive? Ah. The third Hokage stood up, looked out the window at the streets of Hidden Leaf Village, sighed deeply, and said, "Why is this happening?" After Denzo left the Hokage's office, he went directly to the Hyuga family. At the Hyuga clan, Hayashi was furious and almost had a head-on conflict with Denzo. But Denzo stood his ground. Although he came to the Hyuga clan alone, he threw threatening words in front of everyone and did not take the Hyuga clan seriously at all. He was sure that the Hyuga clan would not dare to resist. That's what Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups thought of the Hyuga clan. They had always been like this. Hyuga clan, don't make a mistake, otherwise, only destruction awaits you. Denzo threw these last words and left. Looking at Denzo's back, Hayashi showed a cold look. Over the years, Denzo has also recruited many people from the Hyuga clan to join the root. Although the root also belongs to the Anbu, and it seems glorious, but after joining, you completely lost your dignity. This is why a large number of ninjas reject the root. A member of the Hyuga clan asked with concern, "Leader, what is going on? Why is Denzo targeting the Hyuga clan?" They had always been obedient. They had even expelled and sacrificed the leader of the family branch. What else do you want? The elders of the clan were also a little angry. Hayashi said coldly, "He hints that someone in the Hyuga clan is collaborating with the Uchiha. That's impossible." The Hyuga clan elder exclaimed, "Who would associate with those madmen?" And furthermore, the village leaders had made it clear that they wanted the Hyuga clan to lead the crackdown against the Uchiha. They weren't stupid, they could see it clearly. And they were willing to do it. One of the reasons is to gain the favor of the village's higher-ups, in addition to wanting to become the strongest clan in Hidden Leaf Village. Both clans possessed powerful jujutsu, which is why the Hyuga clan was not willing to be suppressed by the Uchiha clan. How could their two clans that had been holding each other back for years collaborate? Hayashi frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "According to Denzo, it seems that I am collaborating with the Uchiha." This. The Hyuga clan elder was surprised and asked cautiously, "Leader, are you really collaborating with the Uchiha?" Hayashi looked at the Hyuga clan elder, with a mocking smile. "What's wrong, elder? Why do you think I would collaborate with the Uchiha?" The clan elder was embarrassed, but a bit of doubt could still be seen in his eyes. Why? The answer was simple: Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi's younger brother. As the head of the branch family, he was sacrificed by the Hyuga clan for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village. At that time, Hayashi caused a huge stir, which was quelled by the Hokage and the Hyuga clan together. Could it be that he wanted to avenge his brother? "Leader, what should we do?" The clan elder asked. "Denzo is asking us to prove ourselves. Does he want us?" Hayashi said indifferently, "He wants us to take the initiative to deal with the Uchiha clan." "Then what should we do?" The clan elder asked directly. Hayashi looked at him and said coldly, "What? Do you really want to take action against the Uchiha clan?" The clan elder said matter-of-factly, "This is an order from the top, how can we disobey it?" Hayashi's words were even colder. "That is the Uchiha clan." "And what?" The elder of the Hyuga clan didn't care at all. "We are a clan with one of the most powerful jujutsu, how could we be in a worse position than the Uchiha? Plus we have more than 30 Jonin." "Very well said." Hayashi said approvingly, "In that case, how about we let the elder lead the team?" The clan elder showed a hesitant expression and frowned. "Clan leader, I am from the main family. My existence is to protect the Byakugan and promote our lineage. The branch members are the ones who should go into battle and protect the main family. That is their responsibility." "Oh really?" Hayashi responded nonchalantly, "It must be very hard for you to take on such a heavy task, elder." "You." The clan elder waved his sleeves fiercely and said, "And what do you plan to do with the Uchiha?" "Hayashi, don't forget that you are the head of the Hyuga clan. Everything you do must focus on the clan." Hayashi took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Don't worry, I am well aware of my position. Therefore, at this time, the Hyuga clan should remain calm and not provoke the Uchiha." The clan elder frowned and said, "But the higher-ups in the village?" Hayashi said coldly, "The Uchiha clan is already giving them enough trouble. How are they going to have time to cause trouble for the Hyuga clan? Also, compared to that, what I'm most curious about is why Denzo thinks I have an alliance with the Uchiha." Hayashi frowned, his expression filled with confusion. Among all the leaders of the big clans in the village, he was the most dissatisfied with the Hokage and the others. Although Hyuga Hisashi had the responsibility of protecting the clan, it was still his younger brother who was sacrificed like that. Where is the will of fire that the Hokage wrote in the ninja school textbook? The clan elder tried to probe, are you really collaborating with the Uchiha? Hisashi looked at him coldly. The clan elder had a stern expression and whispered, Clan leader, I think we should still obey the village's orders, at least cause some trouble to the Uchiha clan and let the village superiors see our attitude, otherwise. Compared to the Uchiha clan, he seemed to have a greater fear towards the Hokage and the others. Humphrey. Hisashi snorted coldly and said, we don't know what the current strength of the Uchiha clan is. If we act recklessly, do you really think those red eyes are easy to bully? Are Uchiha easy to deal with? Crap. If it were that easy, Denzo would have already taken action. The darkness of the shinobi doesn't understand what it means to be merciful. Oh wait, that's already happened. They simply failed and were harshly counterattacked. Denzo came to visit him, probably because of this. Therefore, the orders of Hidden Leaf Village's leaders meant nothing to Hisashi. Back to the original question again, why do people like Denzo think that he is collaborating with Uchiha? Hisashi instinctively felt that there was something strange. Looking at the clan elder who wanted to say something else, Hisashi sighed. Elder, let me tell you the truth, the Hyuga clan not only cannot be enemies of Uchiha, but to some extent, they must also support Uchiha. Why? The clan elder was dumbfounded. Are you trying to go against the village? Hisashi spoke in a low voice. Do you think, if Uchiha falls, who will be the village's next target? The Hyuga clan. The clan elder responded immediately, but then broke out in cold sweat. No way? They would attack the Hyuga clan. Hisashi said, of all the clans in the village, which one has more than 30 jonin? Only the Hyuga and the Uchiha. That fact alone is enough to make them distrust us. So, we can't touch Uchiha, but we have to help each other secretly, so that the other party can continue to be in front and face the Hokage and others. Watching the clan elder silently, Hisashi said, I know what you mean. That the Hokage and the others wouldn't do something like that. But I will also tell you that I am the leader of the Hyuga clan, and I must consider all possibilities. There is no room to take risks, so maintaining the status quo is best. All right. The clan elder was persuaded. Seeing this, Hisashi breathed a sigh of relief, but secretly complained in his mind. Could the Hyuga clan compete with the Uchiha? That someone believed those words. Devils. Is it a pig perhaps? If the Uchiha take out 15 jonin, that would be enough to take down the 30-odd jonin of the Hyuga clan. Especially in terms of elite forces. In the entire Hyuga clan, there are few elite jonin, including Hisashi. Hisashi who was sacrificed was one of the few high-level fighters in the clan. As for Kage-level shinobi, that was many years ago. On the other hand in the Uchiha clan, Fugaku and Funin are probably all Kage-level. During the chaos earlier, Hisashi had briefly used his Byakugan to secretly watch them. And what he saw left him amazed. There are also Yashiro Uchiha and others, who are proper elite jonin. This is the ninja clan that Hidden Leaf Village's top leaders need to be afraid of. As for the Hyuga clan. He. However, if I really reveal that I want to cooperate with the Uchiha clan, will you be anxious Saratobi Hiruzen? You are forcing me to do this. Who makes Shimura Denzo come to be an eyesore in the Hyuga clan? Hayashi's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Bang, Yamanaka Inoyachi hit the table hard, shattering it instantly. Everything on the table fell to the floor, creating a mess. Nara Shikaku said with evident agony in his voice, that was an excellent tea I bought in the land of tea. Inoyachi looked at him sternly and said angrily, are you still thinking about that tea at a time like this? Shikaku drank his tea calmly and replied, this is something I've thought about for a while. Everything was happening exactly as Shikaku had anticipated. Just now, a list had been sent to them from the route ordering all the people on that list to report immediately. If they asked for just a few people, Inoshikacho wouldn't say anything. This is to be expected, after all, the route losses are huge, and Denzo is in urgent need of personnel replacement. At this time, it was also not possible for the Hokage to abandon the route. However, that list is really too long. Inoyachi couldn't help but lose his composure. Stop talking nonsense. Inoyachi said coldly, it's fine for both of your clans. But my Yamanaka clan is Denzo's main recruiting target. Look at this list. From the juniors to the adults, he doesn't intend to leave anyone. Why don't he take me too? Or better yet, why don't I take the entire Yamanaka clan to the route and let Denzo become the leader of the Yamanaka clan? Shikaku sneered, Denzo is very picky and won't accept ordinary people. Okimeki Choza glanced at the list and shook his head, it's really excessive. If we send the people on the list to the root, the Yamanaka clan will suffer a huge blow and will not recover for decades. Shikaku, this won't work. I know. Shikaku said calmly, let us reject this. Let us sign on behalf of the Inoshikacho clans. In other words, if people from the Inoshikacho clans are needed, there will not be any. If money is required, not a single ryo will be given. Good. They both seem more confident. They all know what this means. The Inoshikacho clans had a gap with the third Hokage. This time, the gap will continue to widen. The two of them couldn't help but feel a little worried. At a time when the conflict between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha is likely to break out, Inoshikacho's behavior is equivalent to a backstab. If the Uchiha clan is destroyed, the Inoshikacho clans will definitely be punished. They might even be eliminated before the Uchiha were eliminated. Shikaku noticed the concerns of both of them, smiled slightly and said, don't worry, this time, Inoshikacho are not the only clans that will reject Denzo. Chapter 40, Denzo's Crazy Criteria. Who is Nara Shikaku? Hidden Leaf Village's greatest genius. The renowned strategist throughout the ninja world. If he has made a decision, then he will surely make it his main action. The power of the Inoshikacho clans is not enough to worry the Hokage and the others. So, they decided to bring a few more families. In Hidden Leaf Village, there are a lot of clans affected by Denzo's actions, that even with your eyes closed you can still find them. In fact, given the current circumstances in Hidden Leaf Village, the power of the Inoshikacho clans is more than enough to give the Hokage a headache. The Aburame clan. Nara Shikaku took Chosa and Inoichi to pay a public visit to the Aburame clan and was warmly welcomed by Aburame Shibi. Although it was difficult to tell from their expressions, except for the Jonin who were on some mission, the remaining Jonin of the Aburame clan came out to greet them. This action was enough to show that the other party valued them. It seems that the Aburame clan has also made a decision. Nara Shikaku has a smile on his face. He originally wanted to come alone, but unexpectedly, Aburame Shibi expressed his hope that the Inoshikacho clans would enter the Aburame clan through the main gate in an open and honest manner. At this, Nara Shikaku was overjoyed. He knew that this was the other party's response. Although Aburame Shibi's expression was expressionless, he handed Nara Shikaku a list. After reading it, Shikaku's brows twitched wildly, and his face twitched. Good guy. Denzo is just a good guy. Inoichi and Chosa also received the list that Denzo gave to the Aburame clan. From the Akimaki clan, Denzo wanted only a few people. From the Nara clan, Denzo loved several of the members with great intellect. From the Yamanaka clan, he practically wanted a group of every age range, from teenagers, young people to middle-aged people. Who makes Denzo really like shinobi who play with minds? Shikaku thought that the Yamanaka clan case was the most truthless example, but after seeing Aburame Shibi's list, Shikaku truly understood that Denzo has no limit to how ruthless he can be. The first name on the list, Aburame Shibi. Damn. He's taking the clan leader. The following names are all Jonin of the Aburame clan. So, are they restructuring the entire Aburame clan so they can merge with the root? Denzo, is he crazy? Inoichi saw it too and was speechless for a while. Then he thought, it turns out there are people worse off than me. What did I say before? Ah, yes. He wanted to resign as clan leader and have Denzo lead the Yamanaka clan. Look, on the side of the Aburame clan, it almost came true. In an instant, Inoichi felt comfortable. No wonder the Aburame clan allowed the Inoshikacho clans to enter through the main gate. No one could hold back in this situation. What is the reason why these ninjas are based in Hidden Leaf Village? The family can thrive and develop in a peaceful environment. What does Denzo want to do? Do you really treat them as tools? Aburame Shibi's calm voice sounded, is he crazy? I don't know. I was close to being crazy. Ahem. Chosa couldn't help but cough repeatedly. Denzo is truly a talent to be able to force the pride of Aburame Shibi, to reach this point. Aburame Shibi is no ordinary shinobi. He is an exceptional ninja in ninjutsu, taijutsu and ganjutsu, as well as having a clear and calm mind in critical situations. He has almost no weak points. He is considered a perfect ninja by many Jonin and his position in Hidden Leaf Village is extremely high. He has completed more S-rank missions than Shikaku, Chosa, and Inoichi combined. If it weren't for his personality, he would be more famous than Kakashi Hatake. Nara Shikaku took a deep breath and said slowly, it seems that our choice is not wrong at all. Denzo has gone crazy. Aburame Shibi nodded slowly and said, with the cooperation of the Aburame clan along with the Inoshikacho clans, Denzo will not dare to make reckless decisions. It's not just 4 clans, it's 5. Nara Shikaku smiled slightly and said, the Inuzuka clan also agreed to join our big family. Shibi, what do you think? Aburame Shibi's fingers trembled slightly. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, Narashikaku could still feel the sharp gaze. Just like the Inoshikacho clans, the relationship between the Aburame clan and the Inuzuka clan is also very good. Although Shibi joined this alliance, he had secret connections with the Inuzuka clan, using them as an ace up his sleeve, a form of mutual protection. Now, Narashikaku has made everything clear. Although I don't know what Narashikaku relied on to persuade Inuzuka, it was obvious that special means were used to make the other party break the agreement with Aburame Shibi. Alright. After a brief silence, Aburame Shibi said calmly, the power of 5 first-class shinobi clans is enough to make the Hokage retreat, but Shikaku, tell me your true purpose. If you say you just want to protect yourself, I won't believe it. Shikaku said jokingly, if I said that I wanted to be Hokage, would you believe it? I believe it. Aburame Shibi said calmly, but you are not worthy of the title. Shikaku's face stiffened slightly, then he smiled and said, okay, let's be honest, I am going to choose a new Hokage, the 5th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is already old. The 5th Hokage? Aburame Shibi nodded slightly and said, who is your candidate? Chosa and Inoyachi also cast curious glances. They knew that Narashikaku was planning to nominate a new Hokage, but they didn't know who it would be. Shikaku smiled slightly and turned his gaze to the burly man next to him. I? Okimeki Chosa pointed at his nose, his eyes full of astonishment. Am I the Hokage? Are you dreaming? Narashikaku rolled his eyes and said, I'm talking about Torafu-sama. Torafu? Everyone was perplexed. Torafu from the Akimeki clan? This is really an unexpected name. They thought Narashikaku would choose Jiraiya or Tsunade. What's happening? Narashikaku said with a smile, do you think Torafu-sama is not qualified? Chosa and Inoyachi were silent. Naturally, they were in complete agreement. The fact that someone from the Inoshikacho clans became Hokage was beneficial for all 3 clans. The tradition of the Hokage lineage monopolizing the position of Hokage seemed to be maintained, but in fact it was interrupted. But, will Aburame Shibi agree? The Aburame clan and the Inuzuka clan have a good relationship, with Aburame Shibi being the dominant one. If he gave his approval, the union of the 5 clans would be feasible. After all, Okimeki Torafu is also a disciple of the 2nd Hokage. Additionally, he has connections with Hiruzen Sarutobi and Enzo, they are from the same generation. Although he is slightly younger than Hiruzen Sarutobi, due to the Akimeki clan's secret techniques, he has maintained his strength until now, and although he is not exceptionally powerful, he is still among Hidden Leaf Village's top 10. Hidden Leaf Village is not Hidden Cloud's village. The Hokage does not need to be the strongest in Hidden Leaf Village. In terms of reputation, Okimeki Torafu is barely qualified. Impossible. Aburame Shibi thought for a moment and said without hesitation, Torafu-sama is indeed qualified to be Hokage, but he is too old. The peak of a ninja is maintained between the age of 40 and 45, and then begins to decline. Even though the Akimeki clan's secret techniques slow that decline, Torafu is close to 60 now and his combat ability should be declining. If he becomes the 5th Hokage, how many years will he be able to do so? 3 to 5 years later, the Hokage will be replaced again, and Hidden Leaf Village will suffer another impact. Aburame Shibi looked at Narashikaku strangely. He can think of all this, but Hidden Leaf Village's military advisor can't think of it? Well, what you said makes sense. Narashikaku smiled slightly and said, so, I changed my mind and recommended Jiraiya or Tsunade, but before that, Torafu-sama became the acting Hokage, how about it? The acting Hokage? Hearing this, the people present were startled again. Aburame Shibi said calmly, Shikaku, is this your purpose? Narashikaku smiled slightly and said, when Torafu-sama becomes the acting Hokage, we will send someone to find Tsunade or Jiraiya, so they can return and take over the true position as the 5th Hokage. Alright. Aburame Shibi agreed decisively after thinking for a while. Narashikaku was not surprised and said with a smile, it will be a pleasure to work together. A pleasure to work together. Becoming Hokage immediately, with the base of the Inoshikacho clans and Akimeki Torafu's age, was absolutely impossible. Unless Torafu was 20 years younger. Therefore, becoming the acting Hokage first would make it easier for other clans in Hidden Leaf Village to accept. As for Tsunade and Jiraiya, whether or not they returned to take over as Hokage, that was their business. Meanwhile, Akimeki Torafu would be in charge of Hidden Leaf Village temporarily. During this period, Narashikaku would have much more power to act. At least, the future 5th generation Hokage will have his shadow by his side. This is his real purpose. The Aburame clan and the Inuzuka clan really don't want much, and they don't need to rely on the 5th Hokage. With Narashikaku's current status, he can help them complete it. What did you say? The third Hokage looked at Funan Uchiha in astonishment. You have accepted the mission and want to leave the village? Seeing Hiruzen's performance, Funan complained in his mind, what the hell, that expression is so authentic that I give you 99 points. She seems so authentic that I started to doubt Itachi. It's no surprise that in the Naruto series you can trick Itachi until he's lame. You were able to trick Denzo into working for you for decades. I am still too young, and sometimes my expressions cannot be so vivid, role-playing, and a bit exaggerated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's the role model to learn from. He fully explained what hypocrisy is. What does it mean to be shameless? I am still too serious. Then Funan started his own show using what he learned from Hiruzen. Although I am the vice leader of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the Hidden Leaf Village police force, I am a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Doing the missions that need to be done, not forgetting to serve Hidden Leaf Village, is what every Hidden Leaf Village ninja must do, without exception. What do you think? How was it? Did my words move your feelings? So, Hokage-sama, I will definitely complete this task seriously and not embarrass Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen looked at Funan, who had a serious look on his face, and then looked at the D-level mission he had accepted. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to ask, can you even cover the travel expenses with the reward? Although we have competed openly, still, you don't have to be so careless. After a moment of silence, he still said, Funan, having an ninja like you in Hidden Leaf Village is a blessing to this village. I'm proud of you. Damn, you can keep acting like this, you're really good. Okay, let's see who can't hold on first. Funan stood at attention and roared, I will serve the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, determined not to admit defeat, and seemed to want to say something else. Boom, a ninja broke through the door and rushed in. What's up? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows frowned instantly. Can the Anbu people be so eager to make the Uchiha rebel? He glanced at Funan without leaving any trace. Chakra had already begun to flow in his body, and he could launch powerful ninjutsu at any time. Who knows? Funan also looked stunned and alert, and said, what's going on? Hokage-sama is here. Could it be that Denzo is dead? Ahem, have other shinobi villages come to attack Hidden Leaf Village? Hearing Funan's comments, Hiruzen scolded him in his mind, what the hell? I understand what you mean. You dream about Denzo and me being dead. The third Hokage had no expression on his face. He looked at the Anbu and said, what's going on? The Anbu came to the Hokage, leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear. In an instant, the third Hokage's body trembled. Funan looked at it with a question mark on his head. What's going on? The Hokage seems to be very angry. Have you encountered anything unhappy? Hurry up and say it to make me happy. Chapter 41, Denzo's List of Lies and Lost Truths. Cough, cough. The Hokage coughed twice, looked at Funan and said, Funan, you still have something to do, go and do your work first. Funan immediately said, it's okay, Hokage-sama, I'm not in a hurry. If you have something urgent, please take care of that first, I'll be waiting. After the Hokage scolded Funan in his mind, he took a deep breath and then looked at him coldly and said, go and come back quickly, Funan. A shinobi as talented as you should be careful outside, it's not safe outside the village now. Alright. Funan looked at the Anbu reluctantly, making him shiver. Although the Hokage frowned, but in the end he didn't say anything. What this Anbu said cannot be hidden at all. The other party will know it sooner or later, just don't know it in front of him. They couldn't afford to lose that person. Furthermore, if Funan finds out, there will be waves again. Damn it, why didn't he leave the village earlier? Denzo. After Funan left, the third Hokage said that word through gritted teeth. He didn't even have to think about it to know that Denzo had done something again. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan, the Inoshikacho clans, the Aburame clan, and the Inuzuka clan would not have such a big reaction. That damn thing, what on earth did he do? Hiruzen scolded in his mind. Go, call Denzo over immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a roar that shook the sky. The Anbu were so frightened that they trembled and hurriedly used the body flicker jutsu to leave. At this time, Denzo had already received the responses from the Inoshikacho, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans. The letter firmly rejected his recruitment request and was accompanied by the signatures of all 5 clans. The threat is self-evident. Denzo was so angry that he tore the letter into pieces on the spot. Denzo with a fierce look said, damn, these selfish guys, they are not worthy of being shinobi at all. They don't have the sacrificial spirit of shinobi. If Hidden Leaf Village trusts them, it will be destroyed. He raised his head and looked at the shinobi in front of him. At this moment, there were quite a few shinobi gathered around Denzo, 40 in total. It's a pity that there are only 3 jonin, and the others are all chunin. That was all the strength left in the root. Too little. Denzo was impatient. In the past, Hiruzen has always restricted the development of the root. He worked secretly for several years before he had nearly 20 jonin. He was about to put his plans into motion when he encountered Funin, and his group was directly wiped out. Funin Uchiha. Denzo gritted his teeth, wishing he could bite Funin alive to death. Now that the 5 clans have united, thwarting their recruitment plan, he was anxious. Swish, an Anbu appeared in front of him. Denzo-sama, Hokage-sama is waiting for you in the office. Hiruzen is looking for me? Denzo's heart moved. Just in time, since the 5 clans have rejected him, he will now look for a way to get some people from Saratobi Hiruzen. Immediately, Denzo arrived at the Hokage's office, his staff clanging along his path. What the hell have you done? Denzo had just approached the office when he was greeted by a roar. It was so sudden that it almost made him drop his crutches. Hiruzen, what are you doing? Denzo looked annoyed. What am I doing? That's what I want to ask you. The 3rd Hokage pointed at Denzo and shouted angrily, tell me, what did you do to those 5 clans to arouse so much resistance in them? What can I do? Denzo said coldly, I just wanted to recruit some members of their clans. Didn't I show you the list? That's it? The 3rd Hokage looked suspicious. What else can I do? Denzo continued to say coldly, Hiruzen, let me tell you, these disobedient clans, we must suppress them forcefully and let them know the consequences of resistance. Absurd. The 3rd Hokage categorically rejected Denzo's proposal. Dealing with a shinobi clan like the Uchiha, who everyone dislikes, has already caused the entire village to be shocked. Do you still want to deal with the Inoshikacho clans and the others? You're thinking too highly of yourself. Especially since those particular shinobi clans enjoy a good reputation within the village. Thinking of this, the Hokage became more impatient. The Inoshikacho clans were not like other shinobi clans, they were not only very influential, but also fervent followers of the Hokage. How could they choose to be against the Hokage at such a critical time? Seeing this, other shinobi clans might wonder, what's wrong with the Hokage? Why have the Inoshikacho clans betrayed him? This would raise doubts about the Hokage. It was a tremendous blow for the Hokage. He was walking back and forth in the office. The Uchiha were probably very happy right now. It wouldn't be strange, after all the division of the Inoshikacho clans with the Hokage faction was like the prelude to the fall of the castle. Now, Hiruzen's main concern was not how to deal with the Uchiha but stabilizing his own position. Suddenly, the Hokage stopped, looked at Denzo coldly and said, Denzo, are the people you want from the Inoshikacho clans really just those on the list you showed me? Denzo said decisively, correct. You bastard. The Hokage shouted angrily, pointed at Denzo's nose, and shouted, Denzo, I know you too well, you're lying. Get it out. Get the real list out. Hiruzen. In the name of the Hokage, I order you to take it out immediately. Denzo moved his lips several times and, under the Hokage's indifferent gaze, handed over the real list. Unsurprisingly, after seeing it, the Hokage was dazzled and almost fainted. In the original list, there were only a few people from the Inoshikacho clans, and the 3 clans combined did not exceed 10 people. The Hokage did some calculations and as his staunch supporter, Narashikaku should be able to agree to do him this favor, so he agreed. For this reason, he also deliberately crossed out several more sensitive names. But what about Denzo's real list? In total, the number of members of the Inoshikacho clans exceeded 50, and the weakest were all Chunin. Hokage is in tears after reading this list. How many Jonin and Chunin would the Inoshikacho clans have left in total? Denzo had practically taken the entire elite from them. Denzo, you should simply become the Hokage. You're also taking away the leader of the Aburame clan. Denzo, you are a ruthless person. The Hokage, with his lips trembling, looked at Denzo and said, what are you thinking? Do you have any enmity with me? What the hell, Denzo, tell the truth, when did you betray me and join the Uchiha side? Do you dare to say that Inoshikacho and the other clans were not forced by you to change sides? Narashikaku still has a very good temperament. If it were me, she would have come and punched you in the eye. Denzo's voice was low, but extremely determined, and said, Hiruzen, everything I do is for Hidden Leaf Village. Hokage sat helplessly at his desk, his expression a little dull. For Hidden Leaf Village again. Let me thank you on behalf of Hidden Leaf Village. I thank your mother. Shimura Denzo, why are you so good? As a Hokage, I feel ashamed around you. After a long time, Hiruzen said in a hoarse voice, you will be relieved of all your duties, Denzo. From today on, you will stay at home and think about your mistakes. Hiruzen. Denzo said angrily, you can't treat me like that. Also, what about the root? What are you going to do with it? The root was subordinate to the Anbu but was now completely independent and had become a massive entity that no one could ignore. Now, it was in the process of reorganization and strengthening. Without Denzo, what would happen to the root? Hiruzen said calmly, I'll let Koharu and Hamura lead the root. Those two? Denzo laughed angrily. Hiruzen, have you gone crazy? They will ruin the root. Denzo always ignored those two losers, he didn't even bother to belittle them. That's better than Hidden Leaf Village being destroyed by you. Denzo opened his eyes wide, what did you say? The Hokage said coldly, Denzo, due to your reckless actions, the root has lost many talented ninjas. Furthermore, you have created rifts between the Hyuga, Inoshikacho, Aburame, Inuzuka clans, and the Hokage faction. That's all you've done, isn't that destroying Hidden Leaf Village? Haha. Denzo couldn't help but laugh out loud and growled, now, all the mistakes are because of me, right? It is not like this? Yes, you are correct, Hiruzen. Denzo nodded slightly, looked deeply at the third Hokage, and said, what the Hokage said is correct. Didn't Hiruzen know everything he had done? Of course he knows. He also gave a lot of help, including assassinating Funin. Now that things are out of control, everything becomes my responsibility. Denzo complained in her mind. It's all because I'm not the Hokage. If I were the Hokage. Denzo turned around and walked out of the Hokage's office. When he saw the oncoming person, he paused slightly and showed a weird smile. Denzo-sama. When the visitor saw Denzo, he quickly lowered his head. Denzo was about to speak when the Hokage's voice came from the office behind him. Shizui. Come in. Yes. Shizui Uchiha hurriedly walked into the office. Denzo looked at Shizui's back thoughtfully, then turned and left. Hokage-sama. Shizui Uchiha knelt on one knee in front of the Hokage and looked at the Hokage with respect. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he said, Hokage-sama, you. To his eyes, Saratobe Hiruzen looked tired, his face was pale, and his wrinkles were deeper than the last time he saw him a week ago. Compared to then, he looked 10 years older. What's wrong? The third Hokage smiled slightly, you don't recognize me anymore? No, it's just. Shizui lowered his head, his voice was extremely low, a little sad. You are such a good boy, Shizui. The third Hokage rubbed his brows, sighed softly, and said, too many things have happened recently, alas. Shizui slowly clenched his fists and said, all these things that happened are because of Uchiha and are our fault. Yes. The Hokage said directly, everything that happened was the fault of the Uchiha clan, but can only the Uchiha be blamed for all this? Denzo is to blame, and I am also to blame. How can we blame you? Because I am the Hokage. That is the Hokage's responsibility. Saratobe Hiruzen said that sentence with a firm expression. Looking at Saratobe Hiruzen like this, Shizui closed his eyes and said slowly, we will not blame you, Hokage-sama. All of this is ultimately due to Uchiha Funin. Hokage-sama, I will kill him with my own hands. Oh, is there such a thing? Funin was happy, and he looked at the people in front of him and said, the Inoshikacho clans, are they actually causing trouble right now? And did they also involve the Aburame and Inuzuka clans? Tetsui said in a deep voice, this is a good opportunity, should we do something? No, we won't do anything. Funin said directly without hesitation, we will proceed as planned and ignore them. Uchiha Shiryu frowned and said, what about the Inoshikacho clans? Don't you care about them? Why should they matter to me? Funin said nonchalantly, we originally considered the Inoshikacho clans as enemies, but now, they have chosen another path. They can join us, which only benefits us. Worst case scenario, they'll just go back to the way they were before. Shiryu said in an unhappy tone, are you going out at a time like this? Correct. Funin lifted Shiryu's chin gently, and said smilingly, I said it, the original plan does not change, no one is allowed to have objections. Tetsui and others looked at each other and nodded, yes. Yashiro sighed at the side and said, this is really a good opportunity. If we can take advantage of it. There are plenty of opportunities. Funin directly interrupted Yashiro's words and said, it is better to proceed steadily. The Uchiha clan cannot afford any mistakes now. No one is sure whether the incident with the Inoshikacho clans is a trap. Understood. Where is the news I asked you to find out? Here. Yashiro handed over a scroll and said curiously, sir, the evil god sect is just a small evil sect. Why are you interested in them? Chapter 42, Uchiha Dynamics You Don't Understand. Funin looked at the scroll, chuckled, and said, there may be an opportunity for me to become stronger. The immortal body of the evil god cult. Would devouring it change my sacred tree? Also, I should go to the land of grass. I remember that there is a member of the Uzumaki clan there, His vital energy should satisfy the sacred tree. She alone could heal at least 10 or 8 jonin and might even have unexpected surprises. Sir, do you need us to go with you? Tetsui said in a deep voice, when I come out this time, Denzo and the others. This is also the purpose, isn't it? Funan said with a smile, I hope they will send people to hunt me down. The more the better. Funan turned his gaze towards the Hokage rock. The opponent's energy has not been exhausted yet. Although the Inoshikacho clans began to oppose the Hokage and the senior leadership, that did not mean that Hidden Leaf Village could tolerate the Uchiha clan becoming stronger. If it were just an individual battle between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage, Funan would not pay attention to the clans that the Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet belonged to. Even if they had the Sarutobi clan's army of 3,000 shinobi. The 4 Susanoo, leading a large number of Uchiha shinobi, will rampage and become invincible. Especially with Funan's Mangekyo Jutsu, which is perfect for group battles. Funan covered one of his eyes. However, there are more than 10,000 shinobi in Hidden Leaf Village. Funan is not a high-level person in the village. He doesn't know the specific number of shinobi that Hidden Leaf Village can pull out. It is at least 20,000, and the possibility of 30,000 is very high. After all, it was a shinobi village that faced 4-on-1 attacks several times and had recovered for several years. The title of the strongest shinobi village is well deserved. There are a lot of powerful shinobi among them, and elite jonin like a Burameshibi. Even Funan will feel a headache when facing them. He still has to figure it out slowly. Bang! At this time, the door of the office was opened, and Fugaku walked in, and said, Funan, this expense of supplies. Fugaku was startled and looked at the 8 people in the office blankly. Tetsui and Komi are here. I won't say anything. The question is, why are you here? Noboru Uchiha. The Dove faction elder who publicly questioned Funan at the clan meeting and was punished by Funan. He was appointed captain of the Hidden Leaf Village police force. The police force team's tasks were different from the Dove faction's philosophy. Although Funan had ordered the Uchiha to stay out of trouble, they couldn't ignore everything. No matter what happens, under Denzo's long-term management, the villagers will hate them. Furthermore, many people believe that once Noboru Uchiha joins the police force, Funan will definitely take care of him. Who knows? Fugaku said with a playful smile. Elder Noboru, why are you here? Noboru Uchiha, however, had a calm expression on his face and said, I am the captain of the Hidden Leaf Village police force. I am reporting to the minister on my mission. Isn't this normal? Fugaku snorted and looked directly at Funan. It turns out that Noboru Uchiha has long been loyal to Funan. Mission report, really? What a nonsense. Look at who are the people gathered in Funan's office now. All of them are core members of Funan's staff. Looking at Funan with a smile on his face, Fugaku murmured in his heart. How much power does this boy hide? Moreover, he hid it deeper than he thought. Clan leader, is there anything I can help you with? Funan smiled slightly. The situation in Hidden Leaf Village was becoming clearer and more tense. It was necessary for him to expose more power and prove his dominance over Uchiha, lest anyone have inappropriate thoughts. So, with Funan's strength, even though he noticed Fugaku's approach, he still ignored him. Just want you to see it. Fugaku came to his senses and calmly approached, saying, does this expense have your signature? Isn't the amount excessive? Funan Uchiha, although he serves as deputy leader of the Uchiha clan and head of the Hidden Leaf Village police force, is also now the representative of the largest faction of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku Uchiha, still the leader of the clan, also possessed considerable power. There were many decisions that could not be made without his consent. Of course, Funan didn't want to avoid him. Fugaku Uchiha turns just 40 this year and is at the peak of his power as a shinobi. Even without using the Mangekyo, his strength has reached the Kage level. With the Mangekyo, he can definitely beat the current Sarutobi Hiruzen. With such an important combat power, Funan naturally wanted to win over him. He covered his left eye. He also had the confidence to win over the other party. Yes. Funan glanced at the report Fugaku threw over and said, this is what I signed. Fugaku frowned and said, Funan, you want to improve the quality of life of the Uchiha and improve the strength of the shinobi of the Uchiha clan. I can understand this, but you can't waste time. This massive movement of resources may be effective in the short term, but what happens afterward? Oh, the clan leader really thinks about the future. It's funny. A mocking voice sounded. You never thought about how the Uchiha clan fell to this level, and whose fault is it? Fugaku's face darkened as he directed his cold gaze towards the source of the voice. Shin Uchiha, a renowned jonin and loyal follower of Funan, was one of the first Uchiha to join him. Facing Fugaku's gaze, Shin did not back away at all and looked back at him with even colder eyes. You're worried now. Why weren't you before? Shin said coldly. If it weren't for the clan's relocation, how would the Uchiha clan have gotten to this point? After the Night of the Ninetales, the Uchiha clan was not only forced to abandon its original territory, but also lost a large part of its industries. Originally the two richest shinobi clans in Hidden Leaf Village were the Senju and the Uchiha. Now, the Senju had practically disappeared, leaving only a few plots of land. The Uchiha clan's industry had also suffered serious damage and could only maintain the clan's internal operation with difficulty. Where did those industries go? It was divided up by people from the Hokage faction. Every time he thinks of this, the radical Shin Uchiha is driven crazy with hatred. He is also the person most hostile to Fugaku Uchiha. At that moment, he claimed that he would fight to the death with the village. Even if all the Uchiha were killed, they could not leave their original territory. In the end, he was arrested on Fugaku's orders. He didn't know that if Funin hadn't appeared, the Uchiha clan would have been exterminated, and the treasured ninjutsu would also be added to the Sarutobi clan. Funin, your subordinates are quite undisciplined. Fugaku said coldly. Do you need me to help you teach them? Haha. Shin Uchiha sneered disdainfully and said, teach me? Just you? Shin Uchiha's violent chakra erupted, crashing heavily into Fugaku. Bang, Fugaku was hit and took a step back. You, elite Jonin? Fugaku blurted out. He looked at the others in shock. They all looked normal. An incredible thought appeared in Fugaku's mind. Could it be that these 7 people are all elite Jonin? This thought made Fugaku feel dizzy. What the hell, are you kidding me? There are probably more than 300 Jonin in Hidden Leaf Village. Counting those Jonin hidden by the shinobi clans, there are definitely less than 30 elite Jonin among them. Most are leaders of the various shinobi clans, and many leaders of the smaller shinobi clans are not elite Jonin. Although elite Jonin and Jonin belong to the same level, there is a big difference in power. If elite Jonin have enough information, they can even defeat a Kage-level shinobi. In the 5 great shinobi villages, the position of elite Jonin is extraordinary. Simply put, you don't know which of the elite Jonin is actually Kage level. It's enough. Funin scolded Shin and said, you must not be disrespectful to the clan leader. Yes. Shin also immediately restrained his breath and stayed aside. Fugaku looked at the shinobi present one by one, and finally stared at Funin. Are they all elite Jonin? Correct. Funin did not hide it and said, in my hands, I only have these 7. Does it still seem too little to you? Fugaku smiled bitterly. Right now, he wasn't angry at Shin's disrespect, he was simply happy. Although Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Soji are older and their strength has declined, they still have the strength of elite Jonin. Not to mention Uchiha Fugaku, and besides, Kiroko next to him was also close to that level. Itachi, Shisui. Are there really that many elite Jonin in the Uchiha clan? Fugaku breathed heavily and said, Funin, you did very well. As the leader of the clan, there is nothing that makes him happier than seeing his family prosper. As for the family not being under his leadership, he is the leader now, that's enough. What made him even more happy, and even a little chilling, was that Funin always remained calm. This is really weird. To have such great power in his hands and still keep a low profile. A calm mind, overwhelming power, massive influence. These 3 points are enough for Funin to become the clan leader. How did he achieve that? Although he was extremely curious, Fugaku did not ask. What shinobi doesn't have some secrets? Especially those with a bad temper, they have even more secrets. The more elite Jonin, the better. Funin smiled slightly and said, as for the supplies this time, don't worry, clan leader, I have a way to get the supplies. Fugaku looked at the elite Jonin present, then nodded and said, okay, I won't say much more. I will continue to be responsible for the safety of the family, and I will leave the outside to you. The distribution of power in the Uchiha clan is now gradually becoming clearer. Funin is responsible for foreign affairs and controls the Hidden Leaf Village police force. Fugaku is responsible for the internal affairs and controls Uchiha's patrols, secret sentries and barriers. Setsuna and Soji assisted Fugaku and also planned to check and balance each other. The Division of Rights has determined that Funin will become the leader of the Uchiha clan in the near future. If Fugaku wants to save the last bit of dignity, he must obediently cooperate with Funin and complete the transition. Shin Uchiha snorted coldly and said, I'll take that as sensible. Funin rolled his eyes at him and said, don't overdo it. In a real fight, the two of you couldn't beat him. Noboru Uchiha was also surprised and said, is he so strong? Nonsense. Funin said angrily, even if he doesn't use the Mengekyo's forbidden power, he has Kage-level power. Once he desperately uses Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiruzen will probably only be able to jump in front of him like a monkey. The faces of those present changed slightly. Ever since their strength continued to increase with the help of Funan, they really looked down upon Fugaku. In other words, there are very few people in Hidden Leaf Village who deserve their attention. This is classic Uchiha nature. In Funan's words, it is necessary to hit them frequently. Of course. An elite Jonin, or an elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan, is heavy no matter where you put it. The reason why Shin and others misunderstood Fugaku's strength was related to Funan. They have witnessed the fight between Fugaku and Funan and feel that Fugaku is not particularly strong. They think that if it were them, the result would not be very different. Funan said seriously, "The last battle between the clan leader and I was not serious. Because we are both famous shinobi in the shinobi world. After testing the opponent's strength, in order to avoid a prolonged fight, we have to use one or two trump cards, and that is the Mengekyo. Since we both have the Mengekyo, there is no need to continue the fight. We are both Uchiha, we are not facing Saratobe Hiruzen and the others." Noboru Uchiha smiled and said, "Of course, there is another most important reason. Fugaku understands that he cannot defeat the minister." Funan was not modest and said, "This is also the truth, but..." His eyes narrowed slightly. Just as Fugaku did not know his Mengekyo Sharingan jutsus, he also did not know Fugaku's Mengekyo Sharingan jutsus. Funan knows all the Mengekyo Sharingan jutsus that appeared in the Naruto series, but Fugaku is the only question mark. Is it an illusion or space-time jutsu? Or something else? Funan covered his eyes as he thought, no matter what kind of jutsu it is, he must bow his head in front of my own jutsus. Chapter 43, Mengekyo Showdown. After simply packing a few things, Funan was ready to leave the village. At the entrance of the village, Yashiro stopped him again. "Narashikaku wants to see you." "I won't see anyone." Funan refused without even thinking and said, "Just tell him I already left, and we'll talk about it when I get back. I'm about to leave the village, why would I want to see you? What are you thinking? Do you want everyone in the village to see that the Uchiha clan is connected to you?" "Yes." Yashiro left in an instant. Just as Funan was about to leave the village, another person appeared. Denzo. He was leaning on a cane and looking at Funan with cold eyes. A cold and gloomy atmosphere hung in the air. Funan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Hey, isn't this Denzo? I heard that you have been very unhappy recently." "Asshole." A root member who was beside Denzo became furious and exclaimed, "How dare you disrespect Elder Denzo?" "Elder Denzo." Funan touched his chin and said, "I remember that the Hokage already removed Denzo from all his positions, right? This elder, where did he come from? At least, can you hold that title in front of me, the head of the Hidden Leaf Village Police Force? What do you think, young Denzo? You. Okay, step back." Denzo's hoarse voice sounded. He looked at Funan and sneered, "You are so courageous that you dare to leave the village at this time." Funan chuckled and said, "My guts are bigger than you imagine. If you plan to do something, you should hurry up, young Denzo. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. The third Hokage would never do it." After saying that, he turned and left. Looking at his back, Denzo's eyes were cold, and his body was trembling slightly. Funan's words hurt his heart. That was something he didn't want to remember in his whole life. Until he disappeared, Denzo said in a low voice, "Act as planned." "Yeah." A root member glared at Funan's back and nodded vigorously. As Funan walked forward, he had a strange smile on his lips. Denzo, don't let me down. Both sides have made their plans clear, and it's just a matter of head-on confrontation." At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the void and slowly reached towards Funan's back. Funan didn't seem to notice and kept moving forward. Hand touched Funan's back. "It's done." The owner of the hand felt happy, and the next moment, a dangerous aura rushed towards his face. Boom, huge explosion swept across. Funan Uchiha. A roar rang out as Obito emerged battered from the explosion, his three tomui spinning in his eye. "Do you need something from me?" A deep voice echoed behind Obito. "Fire style, great fireball jutsu." The bloody fireball surrounded Obito, but Funan frowned imperceptibly, stepped back quickly with force on his feet. As if he had traveled through the void, Obito stepped out of the flames and looked at Funan coldly. "Did you know I'd be waiting for you here?" "I didn't know." Funan spread his hands and said, "But I know that when I leave the village this time, I am destined not to be at peace. Therefore, I have prepared many gifts for those who will come after me." Thinking of the shadow clone and the detonating talisman just now, Obito's lungs almost exploded with anger. The other party grasped the timing very well, it was exactly the moment when he relaxed. He was almost blown to pieces by the dozens of detonating talismans. This is not like the Sharingan at all, but more like a Mengekyo. Obito's pupil shrank, He quickly calmed down and looked at Funan with his one eye. At this time, Funan was no longer using the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, he had changed to the Mangekyo. Obito narrowed his eye and looked at Funan, as he spoke in his gloomy voice. Mangekyo? Have you been using the Mangekyo Sharingan this whole time? What's wrong? Isn't it okay? Funan said playfully. You dodged my flames and explosives using a strange jutsu. Isn't it all thanks to the power of the Mangekyo? Humphrey. Obito snorted coldly and stopped talking to avoid leaking his own information. He took out 2 chains and stuck them on his left and right wrists respectively. Funan Uchiha, I will give you a chance to surrender to me. Funan sneered, an Uchiha with only one eye and you already think you're amazing. Obito rushed towards Funan fiercely. Funan waved his hand, a kunai flew out and continued to approach Obito. Obito's body became hollow, letting the kunai pass through his head. He just stretched out his hand and grabbed Funan. Facing the oncoming Obito, a ball of blood flames spurted out from Funan's mouth and passed through Obito's body again. His hand also passed through Funan's body. The bodies of the 2 people cross each other. The chains behind Obito were wrapped around Funan. Funan just took a look and spat out a flame of blood, causing the chains to melt. Looking at the melted chains, Obito frowned slightly. Blood flames? Is this a bloodline? In addition to the Sharingan, Uchiha has given birth to other Kekkai Genkai? The already powerful clan is really going to become a clan of monsters. Funan laughed triumphantly, hands on his hips. You have envy? Envy? What would I be envious of? Obito sneered and said, Funan, why do you only use fire style? Could it be that you focus on fire style, and don't know any other ninjutsu? He narrowed his eyes. This possibility was not non-existent. Funan has been famous for a long time, but no one has seen him use other ninjutsu. Funan sneered disdainfully and said, to deal with you, fire style, is more than enough. Also, do you mind that I only use fire style? Do you have what it takes to show me a powerful fire style? Stop always relying on the Mangekyo, who doesn't have something like that. Obito wearing a mask. Funan sighed and said, it's not wrong to say that you are a traitor of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha are the best at fire style. You don't know how to do it at all. Don't be dissatisfied. Just blow a flame and show it to me. Come on, show it to me. Obito took a deep breath. Funan's expression was really annoying. He had the urge to crush the mask and hit him with a fire style. Let me show you if I can't use fire style. Obito was startled and hurriedly suppressed his impulse. With chakra flowing violently in his body, he stared at Funan and shouted, what did you do to me? Ganjutsu? Funan looked confused, what? So that's it. Obito's eyes were no longer the 3 Tomoe, but the shape of the Mangekyo. Funan Uchiha, is this your Mangekyo jutsu? In fact, you can influence me with mental suggestions. If it weren't for the power of Hashirama cells in his body, perhaps he could have been influenced at this moment. You think so much? Funan smiled slightly and asked curiously, to go through objects. Is that your Mangekyo's jutsu? And by the way, why do you always wear a mask? Do you have any strange preferences, like throwing fire in your face while using fire style? Fire style, fire style, fire style, again. The Mangekyo in Obito's eyes began to rotate rapidly, and finally, in the distorted space, countless shuriken were shot towards Funan. Funan's figure moved back and forth, avoiding all attacks. In the next instant, Obito's body appeared behind Funan, reaching out to catch him. Funan's face changed slightly, a kunai appeared in his hand, and he waved his hand towards Obito's head. Obito's hand reached through Funan's arm, turning deftly to grab Funan's hand. I caught you, I win. Obito hasn't had time to be happy yet. Funan stared at him, the Mangekyo in his eyes starting to spin slightly. Obito's body suddenly stiffened. Bang, Funan hit Obito's abdomen hard with a punch. Ugh. Obito opened his eyes in surprise. I'm not the 4th Hokage. We're both Mangekyo users, who do you underestimate? Funan's light voice sounded in Obito's ears. He formed a seal with one hand, and a large amount of chakra began to gather. It's fire style, again. It's too late to activate the Kamui. Obito looked frightened and angry, he felt the threat of death. Just when Funan was about to launch a fatal blow, trees blocked him. Wood style? Funan's expression moved slightly, and he backed away like lightning. Obito gritted his teeth and looked at Funan coldly, you're not surprised by my wood style. Damn, do you know me that well? Even thinking about the battle just now, his heart suddenly sank. Arguably. Funan smiled and said, on the night of the Nine Tails attack, I was a spectator and saw several interesting performances. Oh, I see. Obito's heart sank. No wonder the other party would say that he is not the fourth Hokage. If Funen saw the whole battle between him and the fourth Hokage, the other party should be quite familiar with his abilities. Why? What? Obito said in a deep voice, since you were present at the time, why didn't you save the fourth Hokage? With your strength, if you had taken action at that time, the fourth Hokage might not have died. The way you say it. Funen shook his head and said with a smile, it seems that I am to blame for the death of the fourth Hokage. Don't forget that the third Hokage didn't take action, Denzo didn't intervene either. No one should find me, I am an Uchiha who was ordered by the Hokage not to leave the clan. If I appear there, what would that mean? Perhaps, I will be regarded as your companion and be besieged. Or maybe you could say that I controlled the Nine Tails. At that time, I couldn't even explain what was happening clearly. After all, Hidden Leaf Village's top management is very experienced in this area. A name appeared in Obito's mind. Hidden Leaf Village White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. That ninja who, because of his companions, abandoned the mission. Funen gave up his companions for the sake of the mission. Both were scorned by the village. No matter what they do, it will always be wrong. From another point of view, those with power can bend the truth. The fourth Hokage only had initial control of the power at that time, and the power was still in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. If Hiruzen and the others were determined to kill Funen, would the fourth Hokage have risked stopping them? This is really a big question mark. After all, the fourth Hokage also had his concerns, and his relationship with Funen was not so friendly. On the eve of the victory of the Third Shinobi World War, Funen was knocked off the altar and became the object of everyone's disgust, which is enough to show the ill will of Hidden Leaf Village's senior officials towards him. After the Third Ninja War, I became the object of disgust to everyone in the village. Funen smiled and said, at that time, Minato no Mikaze didn't take action. At that time, he was already designated as the fourth Hokage. It's impossible for him to not understand my affairs. Regardless of whether he had the power to decide or not, at least he didn't speak for me. As the heir of the Will of Fire, can he watch me be slandered and attacked? Then why can't I watch him die? Minato no Mikaze had no great prejudices against the Uchiha. After taking over as Hokage, he even eased tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village. However, the other party will not pay too much for Uchiha. He just chose to do what a Hokage should do. Funen understood that logic. So there is also no reason to blame him for not intervening and rescuing him. This is all mutual, and the relationship between Funen and Minato no Mikaze wasn't that close either. Although the two had collaborated many times during the Third Shinobi World War. If Minato no Mikaze had spoken up for him when he was defamed, would he have gotten involved in the Night of the Nine Tails attack? It is not known. There is no need to speculate about events that did not happen. Ha ha ha. Obito laughed out loud suddenly. He seemed very happy, as if he had thought of something, and seemed to understand something. Funen looked at him with a smile, but his fingers trembled slightly. He just said so much, mainly because he felt that Obito was actually unhappy. That's outrageous. You killed Minato no Mikaze and his wife with your bare hands and now he's resentful? Obito's laughter stopped instantly, and he stared at Funen with a wary look on his face, saying, Funen Uchiha, you are indeed very interesting, do you want to join me? Okay. Before Obito finished speaking, Funen interrupted him. Chapter 44, Obito's Parental Predicament, Evil God and Fanatic Fools Obito. And cooperate. What's happening? Funen asks in surprise, didn't you say you want to cooperate? Obito took a deep breath and said, do you know who I am? What the hell, besides knowing that the Night of Nine Tails started because of me, what else do you know? You don't know anything, but you actually agreed to cooperate with me? For a strong man like you, you agreed too quickly, which made me panic. Funen looked disdainful and said, whoever I, Madara Uchiha, want to cooperate with, I don't need to know who he is. Of course, I need to know your name. I can't call you the masked man, right? You're pretending to be cool in front of me. You want to dance? What the hell? Obito took a deep breath to calm himself. Don't mention that name. Obito gritted his teeth and said, as for me, you can call me Obi. Originally, he should call himself Madara Uchiha. Dobi? Funen muttered again, giving a thumbs up, his teeth shining. Good name. Don't use this posture. What the hell, are you so hard to please? Funen frowned and said, not this, not that, who do you think you are? I'm Madara Uchiha, how dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I'll let you continue dancing. Humphrey, it's just a wood style. Do you think you are Senju Hashirama? Huh? Funen suddenly thought of something, touched his chin, looked at Obito and said, don't say it. It's really possible. First the Sharingan and then the wood style. Could it be that you are the union of Senju and Uchiha? Obito's expression was indescribably cold and the Mangekyo was spinning in his eye. It seems that Senju Hashirama is the only one who knows how. Funan looked at Obito in shock and said, could it be that you are the child of Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha? Obito took a deep breath and said coldly, didn't you just say you were Madara Uchiha? My baby. Funan opened his arms and rushed towards Obito with tears streaming down his face. Daddy, I miss you so much. Wood style, cutting jutsu. Obito roared, and countless thin branches shot towards Funan. Funan was penetrated in an instant. Bang, then a cloud of smoke exploded, and a block of wood appeared. Body replacement jutsu. Funan appeared not far away, looking at Obito pitifully. My baby, how can you be so cruel, comparable to your damn father. Mom, I'm so stupid, it back then also stabbed me hard from behind in the Valley of the End. Funan Uchiha, do you want to fight to the death? Obito's voice was so cold that it seemed as if the earth was frozen. Funan curled his lips and said, you still want to cooperate. You can't even make jokes. You are not a person who can achieve great things. Swoosh. 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 Under Obito's feet, the trees grew steadily. I'm going to kill this bastard. Funan forms a seal with his hands. Shadow clone jutsu. 4 clouds of smoke rose around them and 4 Funan appeared. Do you want to fight again? Obito looked at Funan coldly and said, Funan Uchiha, don't force me to kill you. Do you think you can kill me at any time? Funan laughed and said, you just use the time and space ninjutsu, right? Intangibility, teleport and then materialize. So, here's the question, have you heard of the fire style, Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenix's technique? Obito didn't answer, still staring at Funan coldly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he is also an expert in fire style. Looks like you've heard about it. Funan smiled slightly and said, it is a cleaval ninjutsu that has average power and does not consume much chakra. However, it has an advantage. It has a wide range. Tell me, what will happen if these 4 shadow clones point in all directions and use the Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenix's jutsu? Obito was silent. Funan chuckled and said, can you use your time and space ninjutsu all the time? Can you stay in the intangible state? Obito's eyes were cold. If it was an ordinary sea-level ninjutsu, he would naturally not pay attention to it, but the opponent was Bloody Flame Funan. That blood-colored flame is famous for its extremely high temperature and can even melt steel. With the blessing of the blood flame, sea-level ninjutsu will be upgraded to B-level, or even higher. Even Obito, who had been transformed by Hashirama cells, would never want to try the taste of blood flames. The other party's meaning is very clear. Your time and space ninjutsu cannot be used all the time. My Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenix's technique consumes less, so I can use it all the time. This does not mean that Funan has defeated Obito. Funan simply told him that he understands his abilities and has prepared corresponding measures. Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenix's jutsu is just one of them. If a fight breaks out, Obito will suffer. At least, Obito didn't know anything about Funan's abilities, except for bloody flames. If you think it works, we can try it. Why bother? Funan showed a bright smile and said, don't you and I want to cooperate? Why do we have to continue to confront each other? Humphrey, that's the best. Obito threw a list to Funan. After Funan took it with his shadow clone, he read it and then released the clone. The clone brought the information to Funan's body. The list of root members? Funan smiled and said, it's amazing, this list is harder to obtain than the Anbu one, right? To me, it's nothing. Obito said calmly, this is my sincerity. Then what sincerity do I need to pay? Obito's body slowly sank into the soil, that is up to you. Funan stared at the place where he disappeared, smiled slightly, turned his head and looked to one side, do you like my appearance? Swish, Funan disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was holding a pale corpse in his hand. White Zetsu. Although it blends almost perfectly with the surrounding trees, I'm so sorry, Funan, can spot you. Funan's golden finger is a god tree. Although he doesn't have wood style, he has a special sense of trees. Creatures like White Zetsu that merge with trees and hide in trees are like lights in the dark. And Funan looked at the White Zetsu in his hand, activated his golden finger, and slowly absorbed it. Suddenly, the god tree began to change. Crack. 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 With a violent trembling, the god tree in Funan's body seemed to suddenly grow taller. A cloud of blood mist exploded on the top of the tree, and a new fruit appeared between the 2 fruits of Ijutsus and fire style. As I expected. A smile appeared on Funan's lips. White Zetsu's effect on the god tree is surprisingly good. The fruit that originally had to absorb the life energy of several jonin before it could take shape was completed in just one White Zetsu. Thinking about 100,000 White Zetsu, Funan felt that the day was not far away when he would step on Madara Uchiha and punch Senju Hashirama. As for the configuration of this fruit, Funan had already planned it. Sage Mode. Before, he had considered the Shadow Clone Jutsu. By raising the level of the cloning jutsu to the maximum, he could create clones to fight or train in his place. For example, Naruto in the Naruto series had a large number of shadow clones during his training, which was simply a bug. Or even Madara Uchiha, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, by splitting and using the Susanoo on his clones, then beating the 5 shadows until they doubted their lives. However, his current clones seemed to not be weak in combat, and as his strength continued to increase, no doubt, the strength of his clones would also increase. Using a fruit is a waste. Once configured, the fruit could not be changed. As for the amount of chakra, with the god tree, his constitution had also been modified, and although it could not be compared to the Uzumaki clan, it would certainly not be inferior to the Senju clan. He also considered the sealing jutsu. With the appearance of so many strongmen in the later period who were revived through the impure world reincarnation, he could not do without the sealing jutsu. However, every time he saw Itachi Uchiha, he thought of the sword of Totsuka. As for the sealing jutsu, the sword of Totsuka's effectiveness was not bad. That was the sword of Kusanagi that he needed to obtain at all costs. Although he didn't know how Itachi Uchiha obtained it, simply following the same path should be enough. If you can't get it, then think of other ways. He also considered the Rinnegan, but at that moment, he realized that the god tree was not omnipotent. He can possess the fruit of the Ijutsus because he himself has the Sharingan. The same goes for fire style. What he did not possess, he could not obtain with the fruit. The fruit's abilities only served to improve, stabilize or perfect what it already had. Now, his options were limited. Sage Mode is undoubtedly the strongest and most useful among them. Strength improvement is also the most direct. As for who he learned Sage Mode from. Haha. Funan smiled slightly. The fruit setting was completed quickly. LV1, Sage Mode, the rest is the nutritional products coming to my doorstep. Brother Denzo, don't let me down. Funan looked in the direction indicated by Yashiro's information and headed there. Lord Evil God. We are your devout believers. Now, we will sacrifice for you. In a dark underground place, a group of ragged people were performing strange rituals. They cut their bodies and let the blood flow out. The blood of dozens of people filled the space with a smell of blood. The loss of blood made these people dizzy, and their expressions became more and more fanatical. Some people's wounds have scabbed over and no longer bleed, so they just use their mouths to tear the wounds brutally open again. As long as they successfully please the evil god they believe in, they can become official members and achieve happiness. Not enough, not enough. A sharp and evil voice sounded. These are not enough to satisfy Lord Evil God. Ha ha ha, you all go to hell, all of you go to hell. Cultists dressed in weird clothes appeared all around. They brandished fierce weapons of different shapes of black and red color, and rushed into the crowd, like a meat grinder, setting off a bloody storm. Blood. Screams. Mutilated limbs. They became the main melody here. This was hell. The people in ragged clothes are just a group of ordinary people. They are no match for these shinobi. What's more, they didn't intend to resist and allowed these cultists to kill them. Until death, their faces were full of fanaticism. It was as if what greeted them was not death, but the embrace of God. When it was all over, the executioner stood silently to the side. The sound of footsteps came. It was a child, 14 or 15 years old, with a smile on his face. Even in the face of hell, he is still smiling. He inhaled deeply and spoke fanatically, "What a delicious food, what a joyful killing, ha ha ha, evil god, Lord Evil God." The tone at the end became sharp. Lord Evil God. Those people in strange clothes also called out one after another. This scene made several people standing far away smile with satisfaction. Hidan, you are worthy of being chosen by the evil god. Yes. He was born entirely for the evil god. Several people were talking in low voices, their expressions full of enthusiasm. They were very satisfied with the young man's performance. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. Damn, you bunch of bastards, don't you understand the shameful extravagance of your actions? Boom, someone appeared out of nowhere, landing heavily on the ground. He looked at the hell-like scene with a grim expression. Funan Uchiha. At this moment, his heart hurts. So many people were killed. They were killed in vain. If he had killed them himself, absorbing the life energy, he didn't dare say that he would have 2 high-level fruits, but the newborn Sage Mode fruit would surely have been improved. It should be known that Funan only learned a little about Sage Mode through an exchange. He is still waiting for the fruit to reach a higher level. After absorbing it, he will completely control Sage Mode and have natural energy. At that time, Susanoo had the sword of Totsuka in one hand, the Yata mirror in the other, and tattoos on his body. Who dared to mess with him? So, he traveled quickly and finally arrived at the location of the evil god cult given by Yashiro. Who knows, it was still a step too late, and so many people died in vain. I knew that you bunch of crazy people would surely waste people's lives, but I never thought that you would do it more than I imagined. Chapter 45, Funan's Farm and Profitable Assassinations. Who are you? The people of the evil god cult shouted loudly. Don't make any noise, let me feel sad for a while. Funan covered his chest and looked at the dead people distressedly. Then, he turned his head and stared at the people of the evil god cult with anger. Damn bastards, how dare you kill another one of my food sources? The people of the evil god cult looked at each other in confusion. The young man came over with a smile, looked Funan up and down, and murmured, Did you come here at this time because the great evil god wanted it? Are you a sacrifice for the great evil god? Lord evil god. Hidan was about to scream again but was interrupted by a slap. Funan slapped him so hard that Hidan flew and hit the wall. You. Die. When other members of the evil god cult saw this, they were furious and rushed towards Funan with a roar of rage. The cultists took out their strange weapons as they rushed towards Funan. The three Tomui rotated in Funan's eyes and chakra instantly flowed throughout his body. Swoosh, before the strange weapons approached, and Funan had already disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of a cultist. He waved the kunai and the cultist with a fanatical expression had his throat cut. But it seemed as if he hadn't been hurt at all, his expression only became more fanatical. Completely ignoring his injuries, he continued to swing his weapon at Funan. Immortality. Funan continues attacking the other people, then releases a cloud of bloody flames from his mouth. Although he suppressed the power of the blood flames, he still roasted several cultists to half-cooked state. The smell of roast meat filled the air. Any ordinary person would have died long ago. But these cultists kept shouting. The Sharingan recorded everything. While fighting, Funan reflected. He couldn't be sure of the reason behind their immortality, but judging from the area attack he had just performed, he could assure that not all of these cultists' immortalities were the same. There were some stronger than others. Some received fatal injuries as if they felt nothing. Others were clearly suffering, weakened, but still trying to attack him, albeit with less force. And some even died directly at his hands. This was not perfect immortality. So, Funan looked at the young man on the side. This was Hidan. He is considered someone who truly possesses an immortal body. At this moment, he was looking at him fanatically, and had a malicious and crazy smile on his face. He was also holding one of those strange weapons as he approached Funan. This guy's immortal body is really powerful, but I don't know how powerful it is now before it reaches its peak. Funan frowned slightly. When he had slapped Hidan, he hadn't held back at all, he had used all his power. He thought he could blow Hidan's head off with one slap, but who knew that after being sent flying, he embedded himself in the wall and slowly slid down. Then he staggered to his feet. Funan appeared in front of Hidan in an instant, gently placing his hand on Hidan's chest. Bang, with a dull sound, Hidan's chest suddenly expanded, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. When he screamed, a lot of internal organs spurted out of his mouth. I can't believe you're still alive after all your internal organs were destroyed. Funan muttered, then rushed to another cultist and pushed him into the ground. It hurts me to death, you, the guy who dares to offend Lord Evil God. Hidan's scream started again. Looking at Hidan jumping towards him, Funan was convinced. With this vitality, the cockroaches knelt down and will call him Big Brother when they see him. Okay, that's it for the experiment on immortality. It's time for me to harvest the fruits. You are not allowed to cause trouble. Funan smiled and looked at the cultists rushing towards him. Funan activated the body flicker jutsu. He then appeared in front of a cultist and grabbed his head. Absorb it. The god tree suddenly became abnormal. It seemed very excited, as if they were about to wake up. A huge suction force came over. Ah! The cultist suddenly let out a shrill scream. The cultists had never made this type of scream until now. Then, at a speed with the naked eye, the cultist was absorbed by Funan and turned into a dry corpse. Funan could clearly feel that there was really no trace of life in this corpse. But even so, the god tree seemed to be not satisfied yet, as the great suction force was still active. A powerful and pure life energy entered Funan's body. Well. Funan growled as he used the body flicker jutsu to dodge the multiple attacks before beginning to check his body. All the life energy was accumulated in the fruit and the size of the sage mode fruit became significantly larger. Funan was really surprised. This effect is simply better than with Zetsu. White Zetsu's case can be explained because he possesses Hashirama cells. So what do these cultists depend on? How could they attract the god tree so much? Funan originally doubted that these guys could be absorbed into the god tree since they couldn't be killed. That they cannot die could mean that their lives are tied to someone else. Funan now understands that the god tree may have forcibly plundered the life force. Swoosh, Funan disappeared again and appeared in front of another cultist. He stretched out his hand to grab the opponent and began to absorb it. This time, the Sage Mode fruit directly evolved. LV2, Sage Mode, the effect is even better than the previous cultist. Because the immortal body varies in strength, this last cultist is clearly stronger. In an instant, Funan's gaze towards the cultists changed. This will be my home-raised pigs. No one can take them from me, or I will kill them. At the same time, Funan's thoughts changed. These cultists cannot be killed. The better the effect of the immortal body, the greater the effect on the fruit after absorption. Pigs must be fattened before being slaughtered. For Lord Evil God. Kill him. Cultists are not afraid of death at all. Even if they see Funan suck their companions into dry corpses, they would still rush over while screaming feverishly. The three Tomui rotate in Funan's eyes, forming a triangular symbol. Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. A giant blood-red skeleton appeared and then muscles began to appear on the skeleton. This. What is this? Even the crazy cultists were stunned when they saw the huge and evil Susanoo. Many people's weapons fell to the ground. Faced with such an existence, having or not having weapons was meaningless. Even Hidan was stunned and murmured unconsciously, "Damn it, Lord Evil God." Funan forms a seal with his hands. Huge chakra filled the entire space, so powerful that it was suffocating. Ganjutsu, Mangekyo Sharingan. All the cultists present suddenly went blank, freezing in place. Huff, huff. Funan panted slightly, and the corners of his eyes began to slowly bleed. It had been a long time since he had been so strenuous. This time, there are too many targets for the illusion, and the coverage is too wide. Fortunately there are no Jonin among the cultists. For the sake of his pigs, he would give his best. Huh? Funan was shocked and looked suspiciously at the cultists trapped in his Ganjutsu. The effect of illusion is better than imagined. These cultists are not good at resisting illusions? This is really surprising and unexpected, but it saves a lot of trouble. Funan formed another seal as the triangle symbol rotated in his eyes. Crack. 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 All the cultists caught in the Ganjutsu were sealed. Huff. Funan exhaled heavily. Okay, the last step, pack it up and take it away. In a quiet bathroom, a tall ninja wearing a suit with red fire clouds and dark green eyes was carrying a body to a secret door. Inside, a completely different panorama was revealed. Busy people were carrying corpses one after another and carrying out various tasks. There were also many people arguing in low voices. Some seemed happy. Others frowned with concern. And others emanated pure hostility. This was a black market exchange point. Kakazu-sama is here. When the person in charge saw Kakazu, his eyes lit up and he came over with a smile on his face. The surrounding shinobi also backed down after discovering Kakazu. They knew he was someone ruthless. He is one of the greatest powers of the black market. Kakazu hummed, threw the body in his hand to the person in charge, and said, 5 million ryo, hurry up. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. The person in charge knew Kakazu's temperament and immediately stepped forward to check on the body. Shortly after, he exclaimed in astonishment, as expected from Kakazu-sama, this is an S-class missing nin from Hidden Mist Village. For 2 years, no one could find his whereabouts. But Kakazu-sama received the mission and in just 1 month he eliminated him. Kakazu didn't seem to hear the person in charge's praise, and just said indifferently, where's the money? The person in charge ran quickly and respectfully handed a box of money to Kakazu. Kakazu checked it on the spot, and then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, the amount is correct. At this moment he showed a hint of emotion for the first time. The air around him seemed to change. The person in charge breathed a long sigh of relief. He looked at Kakazu who was picking up the box and about to turn around and leave. He couldn't help but said, Kakazu-sama, there is a large assignment waiting for you, specifically requesting your participation. Kakazu stopped and looked at the person in charge expressionlessly. A big order of 100 million ryo. Swoosh, instantly, Kakazu appeared in front of the manager, his voice deep and urgent, who should I kill? The amount was too high. Only the Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages, or extremely important figures, are worth this price. The mention of a contract of this magnitude at this time clearly indicated that the target was someone who is still unknown. And indeed, it's someone from the Uchiha clan. Kakazu's brows frowned slightly. The most powerful clan in Hidden Leaf Village, and one could even say that it is the most powerful clan in the entire shinobi world. On the black market, there will always be orders related to this clan, from murders to requests for eyes or blood. But few dared to accept them. One of the reasons was the strength of the Uchiha clan and Hidden Leaf village. The other is that the price and performance ratio is not consistent. Kakazu is not afraid of the Uchiha clan, but he is serious about money. If the payment was not enough, he would not take the job, no matter who the target was. But this wasn't the worst. What really bothered him was that the mention of the Uchiha reminded him of someone. Someone he had tried to assassinate before, only to be chased by a clone of the other party. If the other party had not been careless, he would have died at the hands of the other party's clone. That man is a mortal enemy of the Uchiha clan, but he has a good relationship with the strongest Uchiha, and the two are inseparable. Who is it? Kakazu asked. It's Funen Uchiha. Kakazu was confused. Who is he? Is he so strong? I dare not hide it from Kakazu-sama. The person in charge said. He is currently known as the second Shura of the shinobi world, the vice leader of the Uchiha clan, the commander of the Hidden Leaf village police force, and the person with the greatest influence within the Uchiha clan. Oh. Kakazu chuckled and said, no wonder it's worth 100 million ryo. Okay, I'll take care of this task. Then you have to hurry up. The person in charge said with a smile. Uchiha Funen is said to have left the village recently due to a mission, so it is unclear when he will return. Oh, that's great. The Uchiha clan. Ha ha ha. Kakazu turned around and left the black market exchange point. Chapter 46, Funen and Kakazu's battle begins. Is there anyone there? Funen was walking in the woods and couldn't help shouting. Denzo, that unsatisfactory thing. And that beast of a Hiruzen Saratobi. I'm too lazy to talk about Mitakato Hamura and Utatane Koharu. Besides being disgusting, those two things are useless. The Hidden Leaf village corrupt quartet, when I, your great enemy, leave the village, you guys don't even make a move. Are you still human? You are worse than pigs and dogs. Funen hummed angrily. 3 years already. No, I should say almost 4 years. I had never left the village. Now I only go out once. Shouldn't they take advantage of the opportunity? Shouldn't there be constant murders coming my way? Happily after he left the village, except for a fight with the unfilial son Obito, everything was fine. That's outrageous. Where are your ubiquitous Anbu? I trust that you would help me increase the level of my fruit. You who are not grateful, I will kill you sooner or later. Funen frowned and headed towards Hidden Grass Village with a grim expression. Karen's mother was there. Karen is probably about 4 or 5 years old at this point. Will the two women of the Uzumaki clan be able to increase the power of the fruit? No, maybe it would be better to stay with them. Thinking of the abilities of those two women, Funen touched his chin. They could play a key role when the Uchiha clan fights the village in the future. In the Naruto series, when Sasuke fought Denzo he was definitely on Kage's level. When he was exhausted, he took a bite out of Karen and immediately recovered some of his combat power. Funen, Shisui, Itachi and Fugaku. The top combat powers of the Uchiha clan, if they took a bite after exhausting their power, even if they only recovered a small part of their power, they could also influence the battle situation. Forget it, I won't think too much. I must secure those women first. Those two special members of the Uzumaki clan must be controlled by the Uchiha clan. Funen shook his head and continued to move forward. Suddenly, a surprised expression appeared on his face. He turned around and ran to the side. There, a green-eyed ninja carrying a black suitcase was slowly walking from a distance. Ah! Funen's eyes widened. Is this guy human? No. This is a moving mountain of gold. He leads to the heaven of wealth. He is a great ninja. He once fought against the first Hokage. He has lived for almost 100 years. He has an unswerving pursuit. He became famous in the dark world. In the Naruto series, thanks to him, Akatsuki's financial pressure was resolved. Because of him, the son of the third Hokage became the unit of measurement of money. Thanks to him, the little boss behind the scenes of the shinobi world, he was almost eliminated by 600 billion detonating talismans, and his soul almost exploded. He is Kikuto. This time, Funen had gone out in hopes of finding this person in his dreams. With him, all problems are no longer problems. Funen immediately took out a scroll. Kakazu immediately became alert, entering combat mode. He hadn't even thought that Funen would discover him so soon, much less that he would come straight at him. His original plan was to track Funen first, look for the right opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and resolve the battle instantly. Kakazu greatly respected someone worth 100 million. I should give it my all. Who knows, the other party seemed to know him and found him first. Moreover, what was that look in his eyes? What does he want to do? While Kakazu was alert, Funin opened the scroll and released the sealed person. Kakazu? What the hell is going on? A human? How can a human being be sealed in a scroll? Is he really human? Funin slapped a stunned Hidan, pointed at Kakazu, and said loudly, "That's your long-lost brother. Big brother. Aren't you excited?" Kakazu looked coldly at Funin, not understanding what was happening. Hidan looked confused. What the hell is going on? Eldest brother? I have an older brother I don't even know. And also, how is he like me? Don't try to cheat me. With the help of Funin, the zombie combo met 5 or 6 years in advance and Funin decided to let the lovers unite as soon as possible. Funin Uchiha. Kakazu stared at Funin with his dark green eyes and said calmly, "Your head is worth 100 million ryo. Done deal." When Funin heard this, he took off his head on the spot and handed it to Kakazu. "Pay the money with one hand and deliver the goods with the other hand," Funin said as he advanced towards Kakazu. Kakazu's pupils shrank sharply, and his figure suddenly retreated. At the same time, the chakra in his body began to become chaotic. However, Funin held his head and followed him like a shadow, always approaching him unhurriedly. Inverted question mark Ganjutsu? Since when? Dispel. With a loud shout, the scene in Kakazu's eyes began to change. Countless Funin disappeared, and another Funin appeared in front of him, holding a kunai in his hand and preparing to stab him. Earth style, earth spear. Kakazu's arm turned black, and he punched Funin's kunai. Clang. Bang, the sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. The kunai broke with the blow of the fist. Funin was also punched away by Kakazu. With a muffled sound, blood sprayed in the air. Kakazu sneered and said, "Funin Uchiha, the uncrowned king of the Uchiha clan, do you only have this little strength?" To be honest, Funin's Ganjutsu skills are pretty good, but unfortunately, what affected Kakazu the least is Ganjutsu. PFFT, as soon as he finished speaking, a hand pierced Kakazu's chest. He turned his head in horror and looked at Funin who was standing behind him. How? Ganjutsu? Impossible, I had already dispelled it. Funin said with a smile, "You only thought you had dispelled my Ganjutsu, but in reality, you were still trapped in it." Kakazu's expression became more and more frightened. Those eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. As the oldest monster in the shinobi world, he naturally knows the forbidden power of the Uchiha clan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. He has also seen Uchiha Madara's suffocating power. At this moment, Kakazu understood. No wonder it's worth 100 million ryo. This is the second generation of the Shura shinobi. What a mistake. It should be worth at least 200 million. PFFT, Funin took back his hand. In his hand, there was a beating heart. The power of the god tree is activated. The heart was devoured, and a large amount of life energy poured into Funin's body. He closed his eyes in satisfaction. It is richer than the life energy of an ordinary Jonin. Kakazu possesses the earth grudge fear, so he has several hearts that are stored in various masks: fire mask, lightning mask, water mask and wind mask. Moreover, this is probably a common problem of strong people. They look down upon the hearts of ordinary people. Like Orochimaru's reincarnation, ordinary people cannot enter his eyes. Kakazu is also very strict in the selection of hearts. The owner of the heart must be at least a Jonin, and most of them have reached the level of elite Jonin. After absorbing a heart, Funin lowered his head and silently looked at Kakazu who was pretending to be dead. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Hidan was still sealed and couldn't move. He couldn't help shouting when he saw Funin still staring at the enemy after killing him. Funin ignored him and continued to stare at Kakazu. Kakazu is still pretending to be dead. Time passes slowly. Funin thought for a moment and asked in a low voice, "What are you thinking now? You should know that I found out that you are not dead, and you are still lying on the ground. Aren't you ashamed?" Wind style, pressure damage. Boom, a high-pressure wind ball erupted, forming a whirlwind that swept everything away. Kakazu stood up slowly and stared at Funin, who was dozens of meters away, with a solemn gaze. "Hey, you're not dead?" Hidan shouted, "Hey, that one over there, why aren't you dead?" Kakazu gave him a disgusted look. What he hates the most is people who talk too much. After dealing with Funin, he was definitely going to kill him. "Hey, I'm talking to you, why don't you answer? Why aren't you dead? They took out your heart, you know. Could it be that you are also immortal? Then save me quickly. We are the same class. Even if we are not the same class, you should save me. If you save me, I will help you kill this guy. Did you hear what I said? Damn it, Lord Evil God will not forgive you. I'm going to kill you later." Kakazu ignored Hidan, stared at Funin coldly, and said, "You seem to know me very well." He is over 80 years old. During his long years, he often encountered strong enemies. Especially due to his profession and his status as a missing nin, he is destined to be unable to have peace. On some occasions his heart was also destroyed sometimes, and each time he pretended to be dead, and then made a sneak attack. Funan seemed to know his information beforehand. From the beginning, he aimed for the heart, and then he was sure that he was not dead. Why is he so familiar with me? Everyone who has seen me take action should be dead. How could my information be leaked? Unless it's Akatsuki. Of course. Funan laughed loudly and said, "You once threw a shuriken at my friend from hundreds of meters away, forcing my friend to send a clone to chase you, but you actually ran away, which is really amazing." Kakazu's expression changed. "Your friend?" Funan laughed loudly. "Exactly, he is Senju Hashirama." Kakazu's expression changed drastically. He stared at Funan and shouted sternly, "You are talking nonsense, how brave." Funan sneered and said, "You dare to say that I, Madara Uchiha, am talking nonsense? Sure enough, it seems like you want to dance. Are you Madara Uchiha?" Kakazu sneered. "Do you really think I haven't seen Madara Uchiha? Is there anything about you that resembles Madara Uchiha at all?" The next moment, Funan's words caused the sneer to freeze on his face. "Kakazu, we have met before, don't you remember?" You. Kakazu was really confused. "How do you know my name?" "It is true that I have met Madara Uchiha before, although at that time he showed no interest in me." "Could be. It's not possible." Kakazu quickly calmed down and shouted, "Although I don't know how you got my information, there is absolutely no way you are Madara Uchiha." "Oh." Funan sneered, "So sure? If with your power you have lived for more than 80 years, why not me? Do you think I really died at the hands of my brother?" Kakazu's cold voice sounded, "Who knows? Maybe, it's who told you." In his mind, a series of figures appeared. They all had one characteristic in common: they wore a cloak with images of red clouds. However, there was information that not even they knew. "Then let's stop talking." Funan waved his hand and shouted, "Let's talk about our actions. I, Madara Uchiha, will let you dance in front of me. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet." The bloody fire dragon roared towards Kakazu. "Come on." Kakazu gritted his teeth. The man in front of him, although he spoke incoherently, knew his information very well. Furthermore, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan could not be fake. If he doesn't use his full strength, he will really die here. The cloak with red clouds fell away, revealing the sutured body full of fine threads. Then, 4 figures walked out of it, and after landing, 4 masked monsters formed. Water style, water bowl. The compressed water cannon met the bloody flames and created a large amount of fog. "Now, let's have a good fight, Uchiha's Mangekyo." Kakazu's cold voice sounded. Chapter 4, Fruit Sage Mode Level 3-0, not bad. Funan looked at Kakazu, then at the several masked monsters, and said with a smile, "It's quite majestic, but why is one of them dead?" Bang! Following Funan's words, a masked monster fell to the ground and turned into a ball of black water. That is the Earth-style, heart mask monster that was just poached by Funan. Kakazu, without even looking, said coldly, "Since you have my information, you naturally know the reason. Besides, losing a heart is nothing." He stared at Funan's chest and said, "I'll just add another one." Hee, well said, brat, I really appreciate your trust." Funan threw out a shuriken, and then formed a seal with both hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, the shuriken split into countless clones, surrounding Kakazu. Has no sense. Kakazu waved his hand gently. Lightning style, false darkness. Fire style, intelligent hard work. Wind style, pressure damage. Although there were many shuriken, they were wiped away by the 3 ninjutsus, leaving a large blank space. Then, these 3 ninjutsus flew directly towards Funan. Hee. Funan smiled slightly, activated the body flicker jutsu continuously, avoided the attacks, and continued to form seals with his hands. That seal. Kakazu was startled. Did he see it wrong? It wasn't until Funan completed the seal that Kakazu was sure that he was right. Transformation? In a duel of his level, use this basic ninjutsu? He was mad. Bang. 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 After Funan completed the ninja jutsu, Kakazu felt chills. The shuriken that had filled the sky left 3 blank spaces, but there were still many shuriken left. These shuriken can't attack Kakazu, so he won't have any trouble dealing with them. As a result, Funan's transformation jutsu was actually used on these shuriken. The shuriken transformed into Funan, as if they were countless shadow clones, surrounding Kakazu. Is it any use? Kakazu said coldly. Even if they look like you on the outside, the essence of these you are still that of shuriken, only the appearance is different. Funan's body was still smiling and said, "It is correct to think so, But I kindly tell you that among these me, are my real shadow clones. How many are there exactly? Guess it. Kakazu frowned. Attack. Funan waved his hand, and all the Funan ran towards Kakazu. Looking at Funan's Mangekyo, Kakazu gritted his teeth. He didn't dare to bet. He had seen Madara Uchiha's terrifying power from afar. He also saw a battle between Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha. He has an instinctive fear of Mangekyo. Then, he ordered several of the masked monsters to deal with all the Funan clones. He had to be careful with the shadow clones mixed in among them. With the Earth Grudge fear, after losing the Earth Mask, he preferred a long-range fight. The masked monster's attack is very single, but its range is definitely not small. Soon, all the transformed shuriken were dealt with. There is no real shadow clone. Kakazu stared at Funan angrily. Had he been deceived? However, Funan repeated his old trick and transformed a group of shadow clone shuriken into himself and rushed towards Kakazu. Kakazu's gaze cooled as he destroyed the clones and turned his gaze towards the real Funan. If this continues, there will be no end. He had to find a way to attack the real Funan. But, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakazu was reluctant to admit that he had a huge psychological shadow on those two people. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind came. Kakazu turned slightly to avoid the attack, staring coldly at the two shadow clones attacking him. He had confirmed that these two were true shadow clones. If that was the case. Not good. Boom, huge explosion struck. Kakazu rushed out of the explosion, a little embarrassed, but angrier. Last time, you didn't organize the shadow clones. This time, you let the shadow clones attack me. I don't have time to think. Furthermore, the purpose of shadow clones is to simply get close and then explode. Damn beast. What a rich battle experience. That's how the Earth Mask died. He used the Earth style, Earth Spear to strengthen his body, repelling Funan in an instant, but at that moment, Funan reached out and tore out his heart. Damn. At this moment, Funan's true body appeared next to Kakazu, having completed the seals, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A huge blood-colored fireball rushed towards Kakazu. The water mask monster rushed in and sprayed out a large amount of water, which cancelled out the powerful fireball jutsu. It must be admitted that these monsters with masks had a large amount of chakra. Even if the quality is not as good as the bloody flame, it can still block it. Fire Style, Intelligent Hard Work. The fire mask monster followed closely behind and launched the most violent attack on Funan. Funan retreated continuously, and the fire mask monster chased him and launched attacks continuously. Kakazu was about to follow with the other two masked monsters but was surrounded by a large number of clones of Funan. It will take a certain amount of time to clean up these clones. Not good. Seeing the monster with the fire mask chasing Funan alone, Kakazu was horrified and was about to give an order, but it was too late. Funan looked at the monster with the fire mask and the Mangekyo turned slightly. In an instant, the body of the fire mask monster became stiff for a moment. Funan instantly stood in front of the masked monster, thrust his hand into the mask, and pulled out a living heart. The masked monster whose heart was taken out fell directly to the ground and turned into a ball of black water. Only 3 left. Funan looked at Kakazu with a smile on his lips, but his smile made Kakazu feel the urge to hit him hard. At this moment, the sage mode fruit in Funan's body changed again. The color became more intense, and the fruit became larger. Although he had not promoted a level, he was very close to reaching level 3. The effect is very good. Funan looked at the other masked monsters and muttered, after absorbing them, the sage mode fruit will definitely become level 3. That level of fruit was already suitable for consumption. Boom. 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 Right at that moment, violent booms rang out, causing the ground to shake. Funan's other shadow clones were detonated. Each of the clones carried hundreds of explosive tags. After they exploded together, the power was absolutely astonishing. Kakazu was blown to pieces and roared in anger. Funan smiled slightly, created a shadow clone, and used Fire Style to attack the explosion areas, while his main body instantly moved towards the explosion. Poof, Funan Uchiha. Kakazu's roar sounded again. Funan held a heart in one hand, looking at Kakazu with a kind smile and saying, "Do you need something?" "Oh, forget it, I don't want to hear it." The god tree burst out, absorbing the life energy of the heart. The fruit finally advanced and became level 3. This level of fruit is enough for him to absorb and use. Each level of the fruit is a threshold. The level 3 fruit should allow him to use Sage Mode to a state similar to that of Naruto when he faced pain in the Naruto series. Of course, to reach the level of someone like Hashirama Senju, who could enter Sage Mode in an instant and had terrifying power, he would need at least level 6. How about it? Kakazu, Madara Uchiha, will give you a chance, surrender. Funan pointed at Kakazu. Otherwise, you will only have the last chance to dance. Damn it. Pikachu felt like he was going crazy. If he knew that Funan was asking for something like this, he would not appear in front of this guy even if he were beaten to death or even gave him 1,000,000,000 ryo for free. This guy is so strong, but he has no temper at all after beating him. Even though he summoned so many masked monsters, he looked very strong, and he had a lot of fights with the guy in front of him. That's because this guy isn't serious at all. The opponent had a certain purpose from the beginning, otherwise, the battle would have been over long ago. His eyes saw through his every move, and his body flicker jutsu was ridiculously fast, almost like Minato no Mikeji. What is this? The bloody flash of the Uchiha family? As if that were not enough, his fire style is extremely powerful, and it completely suppressed him. What left him speechless the most was that every time this guy opened his mouth, he pretended to be Madara Uchiha. Does Madara Uchiha have a mental disorder like yours? If he had been so crazy, he would have been killed in minutes during the Warring States period. Then, Pikachu gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you and what do you want?" Funan folded his hands on his chest and said coldly, "Didn't I tell you? My name is Madara Uchiha. As for what I want to do? Just give up, Kakazu. You want me to surrender?" Kakazu's expression changed. "No need to die." "Exactly." Funan said with a proud look on his face, as if he were the real Madara Uchiha. "With your strength, you are barely qualified to be my subordinate." Pikachu remained silent for a moment and then said slowly, "If you want me to surrender, your strength just now is not enough." "Is that so?" Funan laughed loudly and said, "Then I will let you see the true power of Madara Uchiha." Ahahaha. The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. Susanoo emerged. Muscles began to appear on the skeleton, and it was still changing. This is. Pikachu's body was stiff, and his expression was frightened. It was as if he was seeing the person who fought Senju Hashirama at that time. At that time, facing that majestic power, he only felt suffocated. Like now. Finally an armor covered the Susanoo. Susanoo armored form. This is also the strongest state that Funan can use. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan had not yet evolved into the eternal Mangekyo and could not yet create the terrifying complete body giant of more than 100 meters. However, at a height of more than 50 meters, his body was burning with blazing bloody flames, and he was still looking down at the world like a high-altitude god. The earth was trembling slightly, and cracks appeared on the ground beneath your feet. Facing this kind of existence, even Kakazu was left with silence and trembling. "What do you say? Do you submit to my feet?" Inside the Susanoo, Funan crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Kakazu proudly. "I submit." Kakazu responded after a brief moment of silence, her voice becoming respectful, and he lowered his head, though he murmured in his mind, "You're definitely not Madara Uchiha." He was arrogant and cold, not as cheerful and self-centered as you. You are not a serious person. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Ha 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 ha. Funan suddenly laughed wildly. "Don't worry, following me will bring you riches and fame, we will conquer the shinobi world together." Looking at Funan laughing wildly, Pikachu felt a chill in his heart. This maniacal laughter is so terrifying. Funan took back Susanoo. The Mangekyo Sharingan is a forbidden power, and every use was a drain on the eyes. Even if he didn't use the Susanoo, just using the Mangekyo Sharingan was a huge drain. Since leaving the village, he had been in several fights, which had caused great damage to his eyes. Suddenly, Funan narrowed his eyes. Along the way, there were almost no decent attacks. Except for Obito, there was only one Kakazu. Could it be that this is the real purpose of Hidden Leaf Village Corrupt Quartet? "Kakazu, why did you come looking for me?" Kakazu was startled and said, "Because someone put a bounty of 100 million ryo on your head on the black market." "Sure enough." Funan smiled. Chapter 48, Madara or not? Zetsu's doubts. Funan smiled as he realized the Hidden Leaf Village Corrupt Quartet's plans. They want to use the Mangekyo's weak point. If used too many times, it will lose its light. Are they going to consume it with a great reward? People on the black market know that a task of 100 million ryo is equivalent to taking the head of one of the Kage of the great shinobi villages. Only a madman would take on such a task. Funan raised his head and looked at Kakazu. Kakazu quickly lowered his head, not wanting to look at the Mangekyo. "You've already surrendered to me. Don't worry, I won't kill you," Funan said with a smile. "After all, you are still of great use to me." Kakazu felt relieved. As long as I was useful, I could stay alive. Although Funan was a little deranged, as long as I could stay alive, it's no big deal to obey him. Furthermore, a man as strong as him deserves that I am willing to follow him and serve him. Wait. Why am I thinking like that? Kakazu frowned slightly. It's strange? It doesn't seem so strange. After all, if one is defeated, one should obey the victor. Kakazu's eyebrows furrowed for a moment, then relaxed. Funan kept staring at Kakazu. After seeing his expression, He smiled slightly and said, Kakazu, I will give you a task now. Funan's Mangekyo is still activated and little by little emits a strange energy. Silently. Without being able to be seen. Please continue. Kakazu looked serious. Form a two-person team with him to hunt down those who try to kill me and exchange their heads for money. Funan said, pointing out to Hidan that he was still trapped. Kakazu frowned and said in a deep voice, I can do it myself, I don't want this brat. No. Funan flatly refused. Just kidding, how can the celebrity couple, better known as the famous zombie combo, disappear? Readers wouldn't allow it. With the zombie combo, many things would be much easier to do. Kakazu was clearly an elite Kage-level shinobi, and although Hidan's strength is slightly inferior, he still reached the level of elite Jonin at his peak. Of course, he is only 14 or 15 years old now, and his strength has barely reached the Jonin stage. It doesn't matter. Just let Kakazu train him a bit. Kakazu frowned and said, this brat will only slow me down. Hey, who are you calling a brat? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Hidan heard Kakazu's words and shouted angrily. The evil god will never forgive you. His ability is quite good. Funan walked up to Hidan with a smile and looked directly into his eyes. What do you want to do? As Kakazu watched, Hidan's head was cut off by Funan. Because? Didn't I just say to take this brat with me? Why did he kill him the next moment? Kakazu's gaze became more cautious. This guy is a little fickle. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you chop off my head? It hurts. Do you know? Hidan was still yelling as Funan held his head in his hand. Kakazu murmured, immortal? What do you think? Funan looked at Kakazu. Kakazu looked at Hidan with strange eyes and nodded slightly. He has no objection. Immortality? It's worth studying. Although Kakazu is not a scientific researcher like Orochimaru, he is equally interested in immortality. Who wouldn't want to have a trump card like immortality? Otherwise, why did he become a traitor? When he first obtained the Earth Grudge Fear, he also paid a huge price. As for Hidan's blathering, how convenient, killing him wouldn't even require an excuse. Manually research immortality. And you? Funan raised Hidan's head in front of him, looking him directly in the eyes with his Mangekyo. Hidan opened his mouth, feeling an inexplicable chill in his heart, and curled his lips and said. Humphrey, okay, I will obey your orders for the time being. I also need to find a sacrifice for the evil god. Very good. Funan threw Hidan's head to Kakazu and said, I'll leave him to you. Sew his head up. If he doesn't obey, take it off and teach him a lesson. Understood. Kakazu, hunting down those who have received the mission is only a secondary task. Your main mission is in the country of fire. Kakazu was startled. What are you going to do there? Funan whispered a few words, and Kakazu's eyes immediately lit up. Understood. After I replenish my heart, I will immediately set off for the land of fire. Kakazu's excitement was barely contained in his voice. There is only one reason that can make him so excited, money. I'm optimistic about you. Funan patted Kakazu on the shoulder, handed him a token, and said with a smile, I think this is the only way to maximize its value. You can be sure. Kakazu's words were full of respect. Never underestimate the charm of money, it is an eternal truth. Go. Yeah. Kakazu stepped forward, quickly connected Hidan's head with a black thread, and pulled him away quickly. From the beginning to the end, Funan was with his Mangekyo active the entire time. He waited until their figures were completely out of sight before deactivating his Mangekyo. It consumes a lot of pupil power, and in such a short time, even the power of the Mangekyo has a very limited impact on these two people. He had been manipulating the Uchiha, employing his Mangekyo Sharingan, for 3 full years. Funan reflected, but what Kakazu is doing coincides with his interests, indirectly strengthening the influence of the Mangekyo. As for Hidan, with Kakazu by his side, he won't be able to do tricks, and furthermore, the resistance of his immortal body against my Mangekyo technique is extremely poor. Perhaps he is the one who is trapped the most. After thinking about it, Funan decided to meet Kakazu and Hidan again in a month, to further reinforce the influence of the Mangekyo Sharingan technique. Shishui, can your Kodo Matsukami compare to my Mangekyo Jutsu? You're a one-time deal, but I'm taking the path of sustainable development. Funan covered one eye, chuckled, and headed back towards Hidden Grass Village. This time, Funan's trip would not be smooth at all. The reward of 100 million ryo had not been awarded to Kakazu alone, he had simply been appointed to have priority, but others also had the right to accept the reward. 100 million ryo was enough to tempt numerous shinobi from the 5 great villages, including the Kage. It is precisely because of this reward that Funan Uchiha officially entered everyone's sight. Although he has served as chief of the Hidden Lee Village police force, He is also the deputy leader of the enormous Uchiha clan and a high-level official in Hidden Leaf Village. However, all his news was deliberately concealed. Until now, when his information could no longer be hidden. The senior officials of several villages were thoughtful when looking at Uchiha Funan's information. Has the bloody flame Funan Uchiha finally come out? How strong is he now? Adolescence is a period of skill expansion. He must be stronger than 3 years ago, and even now, he still has not reached his peak. In addition, he and Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage have had a head-on conflict. Based on this information, they also started some actions. 3 or 4 years have passed since the Great Ninja War, and every village has recovered a certain amount of vitality. Otherwise, Hidden Cloud's village would not have dared to force Hidden Leaf Village so much last year, which ultimately led to the sacrifice of Hyuga Hisashi of the Hyuga clan. Although Hidden Cloud's village had more elements to scare Hidden Leaf Village at that time, if Hidden Leaf Village really chose to confront the enemy head-on, what would Hidden Cloud's village choose? The Raikage is not a good-tempered person. In comparison, the Hokage is a person with too good a temper. PFFFT, ah. With a miserable scream, a shinobi was absorbed by Funan, turning him into a dry corpse. His whole life was absorbed by the fruit. On his body, the Aijutsu fruit trembled. The Sage Mode fruit has already been absorbed by Funan, and now he has one more trump card. The power of Senjutsu. In other words, he can already give Susanoo a tattoo. Funan, already powerful in itself, had now acquired the power of Senjutsu. Who should he fear? At this moment, as he walked, Funan felt quite detached, as if he had no rival in the world. Now I have my tattoos, because I should be afraid of the Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet. If they don't agree, I just have to hit them. Funan took a cigarette and lit it. The Uchiha gang's performance begins. The next thing is to improve the level of the Aijutsu and Fire Style, fruits. Level 3, Fire Style, Level 4, Aijutsu, mainly, focused on the fruit of the Aijutsu. Funan's goal is to obtain the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's close. I hope that before I return, my Mangekyo will rise to the Eternal Mangekyo. Although the possibilities are slim. The higher the level of the fruit, the more life energy is needed. If Funan's skills are converted to fruit level, his Fire Style and Aijutsu would have reached level 6. Wanting to advance to level is not an easy task. The life energy required is really huge. Come. Funan looked at the few ninjas who were getting closer, laughed wildly, and said, "You are the prey that came to me on your own initiative. I, Madara Uchiha, will make you dance to death under my power." Boom, bloody flames rose into the sky. Ha. Funan laughed wildly and attacked extremely violently. In the darkness, a pair of eyes stared dumbly. Hey, Black Zetsu, did I see it wrong? Is he really Madara Uchiha? Nonsense, you and I handled Madara Uchiha's body, how could he be Uchiha Madara? A gloomy voice sounded, but there was a hint of obvious doubt in the voice. He looks a lot alike. His behavior, especially this crazy attitude, are exactly like Madara Uchiha's. Black Zetsu himself didn't believe it when he said that the two had nothing to do with each other. Could it be that he is another backup of Madara Uchiha? This. After hearing White Zetsu's words, Black Zetsu also hesitated. What kind of backup plan could it be? Madara's son? This. Black Zetsu was completely shocked. Is it possible that Madara left a son before he died? And he wasn't a virgin? What the hell, who took away his first time? Black Zetsu felt angry. Madara really hid such a thing from me. No, what am I thinking about? Black Zetsu glared at White Zetsu. This idiot is trying to influence me with his ideas. Funan Uchiha only looks like Madara Uchiha, but he definitely can't be Madara's son. He trusts Madara, who was an arrogant man. And he just believed that women only slow down his seal formation speed. Careful. Suddenly, White Zetsu screamed and quickly merged with the earth. Funan glanced in the direction where Zetsu disappeared, feeling a little suspicious. That was Zetsu, right? I'll let it go this time. Next time we meet, I'll capture you alive. 100,000 White Zetsu, TSK. Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo was dismissed from all his positions by the Hokage due to the incident involving the 5 shinobi clans of Inoshikacho, Aburame, and Inuzuka. Although he still retains his freedom, his influence has been considerably reduced. Due to the conflict between Inoshikacho and the Hokage faction, the Hokage's prestige in the village was further affected. Many shinobi in the village began to question Hiruzen. Koharu and Hamura took charge of reorganizing the route. From this point of view, the Uchiha clan seems to be the winner, but no one cares. Because the Uchiha clan, like Denzo, is extremely unpopular in the village. How many people hate them so much that their teeth itch? When Funan left, many eyes fell on the Uchiha. They wanted to see if there was anything unusual about them. If the Uchiha clan has any intention of ascending to the position of Hokage, it is estimated that Inoshikacho and the Hokage faction will join forces again to attack the Uchiha clan. Denzo is terrible, but he needs to trust the Hokage. He is a lackey of the Hokage. Just like now, if he is fired he will lose all of his rights. But the Uchiha clan is powerful on its own. Therefore, before leaving, Funin gave an order to Yashiro and the others to keep an eye on everyone and not allow any abnormal behavior. Anyone who violates the rules will be arrested directly. Everyone is treated equally, with no exceptions for anyone. Chapter 49, The Uchiha, the Uzumaki, and the unwanted dance partners. Now that most of the Jonin and Chunin of the Uchiha clan strictly follow the orders left by Funin before leaving. They maintain the status quo, not interfering in anything, concentrating on their training and helping the weak members of the clan. The Uchiha clan seems to have become another world, independent of Hidden Leaf Village. Only members of the Hidden Leaf Village police force, as part of the worker gang, leave the clan area and wander around several times a day. Let alone ambition, they don't seem to want to do the current job. As a result, others began to feel relieved and took action. For example, Narashikaku. Secretly, he has begun to win over small shinobi clans and civilian shinobi to strengthen his own influence. He had ambitions but acted with extreme discretion. Even when he recruited civilian shinobi, he mostly sought out those dissatisfied with Denzo. And there were many of those. Narashikaku carefully built his own network of influence. On the surface, Yutain Koharu and Mitakato Hamura, who were ordered by the Hokage to reorganize the route, seemed to be the real winners. They already had considerable power and were now in charge of the route. The route was a branch of Anbu that, thanks to Denzo's efforts, now had autonomy and powers equivalent to that of Anbu. As a result, these two people suddenly became the most powerful people under the Hokage. But Koharu and Hamura were feeling growing anxiety. Why did the Hokage want to reorganize the route and what did he want to achieve with it? That's because the route will inevitably become a weapon against the Uchiha clan. The two, who were now in charge of the route, would inevitably have to face the Uchiha clan in the future. They hate Uchiha and think that Uchiha is evil. They believe that it is their mission to inherit their teacher's will and reject Uchiha. At the same time, they are even more afraid of Uchiha's power. Different from Shimura Denzo and Saratobi Hiruzen. The two of them were afraid of the instability of Uchiha's power and the size of their family. Koharu and Hamura were simply afraid of the Uchiha. While they openly felt disgust and hatred, they secretly felt fear and trepidation. Letting such people build the route and confront the Uchiha clan, the result was foreseeable. Especially Narashikaku, he is causing trouble in secret and does not want the power of Hokage to expand again. In this situation, Hidden Leaf Village, as a whole, strangely became calm. It was a kind of suffocating tranquility. It was the prelude to a storm. The third Hokage was sitting in his office. Throughout the day, apart from missions and some routine tasks, nothing had happened. The empty desktop made him feel uneasy. He kept smoking, his brows furrowed. Something was wrong. Everything was too quiet. The third Hokage realized that Hidden Leaf Village in the recent period of time had begun to escape his control. Uchiha, Hyuga, Inoshikacho, Inuzuka, Aburame. These shinobi clans in Hidden Leaf Village each have their own agendas, and many have conflicts with each other. However, on certain things, they can join forces in an instant. As in the case of the Uchiha clan. After returning from the Forest of Death, the third Hokage clearly noticed that there was unrest among the village's shinobi clans. Obviously they also hate Uchiha. Thanks to Denzo, Inoshikacho publicly protested and Akimaki Torafu also emerged from his seclusion, further complicating things. That is his teammate and disciple of the second Hokage, and he also has the support of the Inoshikacho clans, so the situation will become more complicated, no matter how you look at it. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and said in a deep voice, "Bring Koharu and Hamura." "Yes, sir." After answering, an Anbu rushed to carry out the orders. "It doesn't matter what they do." The third Hokage stood up, looked out the window, and muttered, "I'm still Hokage, and as long as I'm still Hokage, don't you guys think you can cause trouble?" His words are full of determination. "What do you say? Are you willing to come with me?" In a hidden room in Hidden Grass Village, Funin spoke for half an hour explaining the current situation before looking with a smile at the two red-haired women in front of him, whom he had kidnapped. One was older and the other was younger. Mother and daughter. They were both beautiful but marked by bite scars. They were Uzumaki Karen and her mother, Uzumaki Yoko. The two looked at Funin in horror. No matter what he said, the two women still trembled in front of him. "Hey, could you guys be a little nicer?" Funin looked down at the two women helplessly and said, "I saved you, But you two are hugging each other like this, looking frightened, making me look like a weirdo. You're not a weirdo, you're a pervert. And the kind of pervert we didn't want to mess with. Recalling the bloody scene she just witnessed, Uzumaki Yoko, who was protecting her daughter, twitched the corner of her mouth and said, "My lord, what on earth are you?" Good question. On a sunny morning, I suddenly accepted the mission given by God. Funan interrupted, carrying out an elaborate explanation about his recent epiphany and his divine calling. In the end, he extended his hand towards the two women of the Uzumaki clan. "You have been chosen to join me to save the world." Yoko hesitated. "Are you from the Uchiha clan?" Funan was wearing clothes with the Uchiha clan logo and had just used the Sharingan. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Yoko still knows these things. "Yes." Funan smiled and said, "Do you believe me now? It is indeed an Uchiha." "That's not surprising. No matter what the Uchiha clan does, no one will find it strange." Yoko, who has one of the purest bloodlines of the Uzumaki clan, understood this perfectly. She knew that there were some shinobi clans that should never be provoked. The Uchiha clan is definitely at the top of that list, or in other words, they were second only to the Kaguya clan. They are all a bunch of crazy people. "Sir," Yoko began. "Don't you want to come with me?" Funan looked at Yoko with a smile, tilted his head, and said softly, "Think carefully before you speak, and I will give you a chance to rearrange your words." The words contained a strong threat. He clenched his fist, making a crisp sound. "The Uchiha bully appears." Yoko trembled. "I just escaped from a difficult situation to find myself in an equally difficult situation. No, with the person in front of me the situation can only be worse. We'll follow you." A childish voice sounded. "Karen!" Yoko shouted, grabbing the girl's arm eagerly. "Mom, if we don't leave now, you will die." Karen lifted her mother's arm, which was covered in bite marks. Her eyes were full of sadness. Yoko had more bites, not just on her arm, but all over her body. She barely had a single place unscathed. Seeing it made Funan angry. Biting a woman like that was too cruel. Yoko pursed her lips, her eyes filled with hesitation. Hidden Grass Village is very hostile towards them. They are just tools here. And it's the kind of tool that's destined to be chewed. She already knew what her end would be, and it would come soon. But Karen can't. She doesn't have to end up like her. She had already made a deal with Hidden Grass Village. After her death, Karen would not be treated the same. She would be considered a fellow shinobi and would live in the village. The Uchiha in front of her was too dangerous. There was no way they could go with him. How to reject him? She remembered what had happened recently. A group of Kusa shinobi were attacking her. Suddenly, the Uchiha appeared in front of her and massacred the Kusa shinobi. The last of them was dismembered. Those who survived wished they were dead. How could she allow Karen to follow such a dangerous man? Ha. Funan suddenly laughed. The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes, and he looked directly at Yoko. "The girl doesn't trust the words of a Kusa shinobi, and you do? You're probably the only person in the shinobi world who trusts Hidden Grass Village." "No, it won't be." Yoko became stimulated and shouted, "I reached an agreement with the leader of Hidden Grass Village, and he promised me." "Do you trust him?" Funan stared at Yoko, as if he could see through her heart and blocked all her words. "Look at her arms and legs." Funan pointed at Karen and said, "They already started treating her like this while you're still alive. Do you really think the other party will honor the agreement after your death? Was your agreement sealed by the god of shinobi? Let me tell you, the best ending for her is to die quickly." Yoko collapsed, lowered his head and started to cry. What can she do? Even if she knew that what lay ahead was an illusion, she had to force herself to believe. Because she has no choice. Karen suddenly separated from her mother and approached Funan. She turned to look at Yoko before saying, "Even if you don't come, I'll leave. Karen. I want you to live, even if there is only a slight possibility." The childish but firm words broke Yoko's persistence. She seemed to have lost all her strength and remained sitting on the ground. "Good girl." Funan looked at Karen with a smile, took out a lollipop and said, "Come, girl, uncle treats you to a sweet. Follow me and you will have everything you want." Karen took the candy in a daze. Originally, she trusted him completely, but after seeing the expression on his face, she felt as if her brain had stopped working. "Hey, woman, stand up." Funan looked at Yoko. Yoko was really desperate, her eyes were empty, she struggled a few times, but couldn't stand up. Karen wanted to help, but Funan scolded her. "Don't touch her." Funan looked directly at Yoko and shouted coldly, "Are you desperate? Feel the pain. Accept the pain. Understand the pain. Start now. Let the world feel the pain." Following Funan's words, his Mangekyo emits evil energy, constantly injecting it into Yoko's body, and Karen next to him was also affected. The expressions of both of them gradually began to change. They looked at Funan, their expressions became vivid, and finally turned into fanaticism. Seeing this scene, Funan was startled and thoughtful. So this is it. It seems that the effect of his Mangekyo jutsu is strengthened differently depending on the target's mood. This wasn't especially notable against the Uchiha, as they were an emotional group by nature. This situation first became evident when he used his Mangekyo jutsu on Kakazu. Because the order he gave to Kakazu was related to money, which was Kakazu's obsession, so the effect of the jutsu was strengthened and Kakazu was very obedient. Funan gently covered one eye with his hand. My Mangekyo jutsus are the strongest. Your Shishui is no match for me. Funan thought with a smile as he looked at mother and daughter. Obey my command and stand up in your own strength. Woman, do it yourself. In the end, a mother and daughter stood in front of Funan with difficulty, as if facing the judgment of fate. Very well, now follow me back to Hidden Leaf Village. Welcome to your new life. From now on, you will no longer suffer and let the world feel the pain. Funan smiled slightly. With this pair of mother-daughter flowers, he had 2 more trump cards in his hand. If he ever fought Saratobi Hiruzen, with his speed, he could make a surprise move, grab a bite, and return with full health. I'm going to beat up that old man Saratobi. Hiruzen, you're getting old. Even if I fight hard, I can fight you to death, not to mention, you can't beat me. If you really anger me, I'll make Hidden Leaf Village look like a sieve. Funan pushed open the dilapidated door and walked out first. Outside, there were a large number of Kusa shinobi gathered. Although this is the outer area of Hidden Grass Village, it is impossible for Funan to cause such a massacre without being discovered. A shinobi of about 30 years old, with a majestic expression, came out and fixed his gaze on Funan. Who are you? How dare you kill the shinobi of Hidden Grass Village? Don't you recognize the clan emblem on my body and these eyes? The Sharingan appeared in Funan's eyes. Uchiha. The middle-aged shinobi gritted his teeth. What does Hidden Leaf Village want to do? That's a question for you. Funan sneered and said, your plot against Hidden Leaf Village has been exposed. Your leader, please go to Hidden Leaf Village to apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Absurd. The middle-aged shinobi shouted, I don't understand what you're talking about, but I see that you want to take those 2 members of the Uzumaki clan. They are ours, don't think about it for a second. Funan shook his head and said, it seems that you are going to continue on the wrong path. Then let's dance. Feel the pain. Chapter 50, Uchiha's Unexpected Guest Sahaha. Funan laughed wildly. The Mangekyo in his eyes slowly turning. The huge Susanoo emerged. The giant, who was over 50 meters tall, was holding a huge spear. With a roar, the Kusa shinobi were torn apart one by one. The mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan remained in a safe place, watching the scene with fanatical expressions. The Kusa shinobi who had chased them for years. The shinobi who had treated them like tools. Before this figure, they were as insignificant as ants. All of Hidden Grass Village trembled before this figure. At this point, the battle was long over, what remained were the traces of a pure and simple massacre. The Susanoo was too powerful. The strongest shinobi were nothing more than an ordinary jonin and had no power to defend themselves. Verbal attacks and the use of the Mangekyo jutsu, combined with powerful force, will definitely have the best effect. The impact on the 2 women will be extremely huge. It would mark their souls forever. Finally, all the lives in front of him were slaughtered. Funan released his perception, and aside from a few escaping Kusa shinobi, there were no other shinobi alive around him. He slowly deactivated the Susanoo, turned his head slightly and looked at Yoko and his daughter. His good looks and the Mangekyo that emitted an evil aura made the 2 women feel like they were seeing a god. Uchiha-sama. My name is Funan Uchiha. Funan-sama, we are willing to follow you. The one speaking was Yoko. Recently, she feared the danger that Funan represented. But when a person's danger exceeds the limits, the only thing left is to submit completely. Like her, she was now like the most devoted of followers, looking fanatically at Funan. Follow me and you will never feel pain again. Funan waved his hand and said, let's go back to Hidden Leaf Village. He looked in the direction of Hidden Leaf Village. This time, his profits were abundant. Have made contact with Obito, and the other party should contact him after returning to Hidden Leaf Village. After all, to him, Hidden Leaf Village's barriers were as if they did not exist. All the cultists were captured, and Hidan became his thug. Other cultists will also be controlled by Funan's Mangekyo jutsu, some will become food for the god tree and others will become part of a death squad. Finally, there are the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan. The talents of mother and daughter are quite good, especially Uzumaki Yoko, who already has a solid foundation. As long as she returns to the Uchiha clan, helps heal her wounds, and undergoes specialized training, she could probably become a Jonin. Moreover, he is a Jonin who possesses huge chakra and is good at sealing. Wherever he is placed, these are valuable talents. He did not forget the most prominent role of the Uzumaki clan members is to be a Jinchuriki. Great harvest. Funan stretched lazily and said with a smile, Hidden Leaf Village Corrupt Quartet, don't disappoint me, you should have prepared a surprise for me. He had not hidden his tracks at all during this trip, although he had confirmed that there was no one around him through his perception. But he didn't believe that Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups didn't know anything about him. That would be too incompetent of them. They should be watching him at all times. So, Funan left a trap for them. Look, I, Funan Uchiha, have used the Mangekyo on several occasions, my eyes are almost blind, what are you waiting for? Hidden Leaf Village, in the underground laboratory. Denzo looked at the shinobi in front of him and said solemnly, did he use Susanoo again? Yes. Denzo pondered for a moment and asked, how many times can the Mangekyo withstand that kind of high-intensity combat? With the intensity of Funan Uchiha's battles, according to the information we have, he can fight at full strength 3 times more. 3 times. Denzo's brows furrowed deeply. Funan's power had already reached the Kage level, and after using Susanoo, he became so powerful that it was impossible to resist him. Denzo had seen Funan using the Susanoo in combat, and it reminded him of the Nine Tails. His subordinate was conservative. The number he had mentioned must be Funan's limit, and even Funan might not reach that limit. But even so, this still exceeded Denzo's estimate. Hiruzen. Denzo gritted his teeth, it was all the fault of the third Hokage. If he had accepted their plan from the beginning and acted against the Uchiha clan, they would not be in this passive situation. Furthermore, he had proposed several times that the Nine Tails be controlled by the root and trained to become the most powerful weapon, but each time he was rejected. Time and time again, they passed up opportunities, leading them to their current situation. What right did he, with such a weak will, have to sit in the position of Hokage? Denzo-sama, should we launch an attack to test Funan? The shinobi asked in a deep voice. No need. Denzo flatly refused. The previous 2 attacks had already caused huge losses to his subordinates. There were only a few Jonin and some Chunin left. Use them to confront Funan? It would be like sending sheep to the slaughterhouse. Once these people die, Denzo will really have no one to use. Then how to consume the other party? Denzo paced back and forth impatiently. Unfavorable, too unfavorable. Suddenly, Denzo smiled coldly. Yeah, how could I forget about him? The shinobi looked at Denzo curiously. Is there anyone else who can deal with Funan? To him, only the Kage of the 5 great villages could do it. Denzo had no intention of satisfying the shinobi's curiosity. He turned around and walked away into the darkness with his cane. Funan was very bored. All along the way, everything was surprisingly quiet. Those 4 useless things from the Hidden Leaf Village Corrupt Quartet actually didn't prepare any surprises for him. He could already see Hidden Leaf Village in the distance, and Funan had lost all hope. The whole person was a little decadent and kept muttering, useless things. No wonder Hidden Leaf Village is in such a mess because of you, this is why. You are just 4 pigs. Damn. The fruit still needs a lot of vitality before it can advance to the next level. Where can I find it? I really can't swallow the 2 members of the Uzumaki clan, can I? Those hidden grass village herbs are useless even dead. I have killed so many, devoured so many, and yet I have not raised the level of my fruit. Therefore, Funan had his expectations set on the Hidden Leaf Village Corrupt Quartet. Damn, they let me down. Funan was about to step on the corpses of Enbu or the root, stand at the gate of Hidden Leaf Village with the eternal Mangekyo activated and shout, the Emperor has returned. The mother and daughter behind Funan didn't understand what was happening to their lord. Weren't they supposed to return to Hidden Leaf Village? Were they not near Hidden Leaf Village? Why does she feel that he has lost all his spirit? Is there something in Hidden Leaf Village that scares this man in front of her so much? Swoosh, a group of Hidden Leaf Village patrols appeared in front of Funan. Oh, it's Funan-sama. As soon as the patrol members recognized Funan, they immediately bowed to him. The person leading the way was a special Jonin. He looked at Funan suspiciously and said, Funan-sama, these 2 are. Oh, my friends. Funan replied casually. Friends? Yes, they are visiting my house. Visit. Is there a problem? Funan rolled his eyes. The patrol members stepped back instinctively. The Uchiha clan had friends, and Hidden Leaf Village was not a completely closed place, with so many people coming and going every day, like caravans of merchants. There was nothing wrong with having a few friends visit, they just needed to verify their identities. The key is that both of them have red hair. This feature is too obvious. The relationship between Hidden Leaf Village and the Uzumaki clan, even the students who had not graduated yet knew. The patrol captain hesitated. Lord, these two. What's happening? Funan sneered and said, can't the Uchiha clan have friends? Or is it that Hidden Leaf Village suspects every person around me and needs to interrogate them all? No, it's not that, they're from the Uzumaki clan. What's wrong with the Uzumaki clan? Funan curled his lips and asked, could it be that the Uzumaki clan has enmity with Hidden Leaf Village, so Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi cannot have friends from the Uzumaki clan? No. The special Jonin quickly shook his head. Just kidding. The relationship between the Uzumaki clan and Hidden Leaf Village is that they are staunch allies. The entire shinobi world knows it. But how is it possible that members of the Uzumaki clan are friends of the Uchiha? Aren't they supposed to be allies with the Senju clan and enemies with the Uchiha? Looking at the three people leaving, the special Jonin quickly ordered one of his subordinates to report to the Hokage's office. When Funan crossed the Hidden Leaf Village barrier, the Hidden Leaf Village police force already knew that he had returned. Funan had barely advanced 100 meters before members of the Hidden Leaf Village police force approached him. Minister. Funan nodded slightly. Has there been any trouble in the clan lately? No, everything is calm. Beside him, Yashiro Uchiha whispered, too calm. Being calm is good, so I can rest for a few days. Funan said with a smile. Tell Shiryu to come to my house. Yashiro's expression was strange as he nodded silently. What are you thinking? Funan rolled his eyes and said, I just called Shiryu when I just got back, not for her to do something random, on the contrary. You know what, forget it. He shook his head in resignation. My reputation has been ruined by your random thoughts. Cough. Yashiro coughed twice, looked around, and then whispered, do you have a reputation? Besides, I'm not thinking random things. The main reason is that we have seen different women by your side on too many occasions. Get out. Funan was furious, feeling pain in his teeth. There are many. Absolutely not. There were only 2 women. Well, maybe it's a little more than that, but it's still not double digits. This amount is still far from Funan's goal. Yashiro is also pouting. He was away for a few days. When he returned, he called Shiryu and asked her to take a few days off. It's not like Yashiro was a child who didn't understand anything, he was a man in his 30s, he understood perfectly. In the shinobi world, there were many 30-year-old shinobi who were already grandparents. Minister, these 2. Yashiro looked at Yoko and Karen and frowned slightly. People from the Uzumaki clan. Funan didn't hide anything, and said, they have special abilities, they will become my aces in the hole, so take care of them in the future. It's going to be difficult to explain it to the village. Crap. Funan sneered and said, I, the Uchiha clan, have 2 friends as guests. Do we need to explain to the village? Who do they think they are? The Inoshikacho clans are on the verge of fighting with them. If they dare to provoke the Uchiha clan at a time like this, I will crush them. Yashiro looked at Funan suspiciously. Was it an illusion? How did the minister become so arrogant after being away for a few days? Before he was quite reserved. Funan had been living alone for a long time. Because there were many people who came to visit him frequently, and to facilitate his own activities, he lived only in the peripheral area of the Uchiha clan's territory. Shiryu was already waiting. Seeing Funan returning with 2 women, her expression darkened. Now who are these? She looked at Karen, gritted her teeth, and said, don't you have limits? She's too young for that. Haha. Funan laughed loudly and said, I'll leave them to you. Take care of them and arrange a place for them to stay. They'll stay at my house. I'm going to take a shower, come help me later. Go away. In the bathroom, Funan was lying in a specially designed bathtub, lost in thought. The Uchiha clan was not bad in terms of power, and he himself had increased his strength. On the Hokage's side, the route was damaged and there was a problem with the Inoshikacho clans. The village should be peaceful in a short period of time. But he had to keep an eye on Denzo. He knew very well that he was a radical faction, even more radical than the Uchiha Hawks. If the opportunity presented itself to Denzo, he would attack. It's too quiet, and that's not a good thing. Funan murmured, the Hokage should be busier. He needs to rebuild his relationship with the Hyuga clan, Inoshikacho. If so, then I need to find more things for them to be busy with. The power system of the Uchiha clan is established, we will avoid fighting, but we will not fear one. Okay, let's do it. Next step, make trouble. Creak, the door opened and a slender figure walked in slowly. Funan turned his head, smiled slightly, and said, Shiryu, come here. Chapter 51, Funan's echoing salutations. After some tossing, Funan walked out of the bathroom refreshed. Shiryu followed closely behind. Funan was a little surprised and said, I thought you needed to rest for a while. At the same time, he thought she was worthy of being a kunoichi, and her stamina was impressive. He owns the god tree, and his physique has improved. He thought he could kill everyone, but in the end, he almost fell to pieces. What's going on with those two women? Shiryu asked with a frown. Her tone denoted disgust, with a barely perceptible touch of coldness. With her long black hair and that icy atmosphere, Shiryu looked both noble and dangerous, which made Funan's heart race. He blinked and replied, Don't be jealous, she is not my woman. I know, do you think I would be jealous of you? Shiryu spoke coldly. A big one and a small one, both full of bites. Damn, who was the animal that did it? She didn't care how many women Funan had. After all, there were many. Adding one or two more was no big deal. The important thing was that she couldn't control this man in front of her. Shinobi of Hidden Grass Village. Funan understood why Shiryu was angry. He sighed, hugged Shiryu in his arms and said, But don't be angry. I have avenged them. Hidden Grass Village was almost razed to the ground by me. There must be many Kusa shinobi who fled, including the village leader. However, Funan drove the Susanoo back and forth in Hidden Grass Village several times, and the village was damaged and nearly destroyed. Shiryu frowned and said, Mengekyo is a forbidden force, you should not use it so lightly. Look, you were angry about those two women and now you're worried about me. Nonsense. Shiryu said angrily. I just feel sorry for the two poor women. It's not like I can't tell which one is more important than my own man. Besides, right now, you can't afford any mistakes regarding the whole family. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Funan said with a smile. You don't have to worry about the Mangekyo at all. How can I not worry? Shiryu's delicate and pretty face was full of worry and said, You've been using the Mangekyo in combat many times. This time you went out, I know you used it at least twice. Funan smiled slightly and said, I said don't worry, so don't worry, don't ask too much, and don't think too much. Mangekyo Sharingan. A forbidden power. The evolution of the Sharingan. Only when Uchiha has experienced huge negative emotions, accompanied by strong desire, produces special chakra and stimulates the brain, it can be turned on. In order for the Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve again and possess the eternal Mangekyo, two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan would need to be fused. And let's not talk about the next evolution, the Rinnegan. Due to extreme desire, the Mangekyo Sharingan is also known as the soul-reflecting eye, and eye jutsus vary depending on what one desires in their heart. Shishui's Koto Umatsukami, for example, represented his desire for change, to change the village, to change the Uchiha clan. Itachi's Amaterasu represents his desire to become strong and then protect Hidden Leaf Village. Tsukami is more like a deception hiding behind his strength. He hopes that his cherished younger brother can stay away from pain and live in a happy world. And Obito's Kami, it was an escape. He hopes to escape from this hell without Lin, and at the same time, he wants to create a new world. His ideal world. As for Sasuke, Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi represent that he wants to strengthen himself and control powerful power. If Fugaku's power is really the power of time, then he can see fragments of the future. It means that he, the leader of the Uchiha clan, is confused. He didn't know where the future of the Uchiha clan lay. Before Funan left the village, he briefly communicated with Fugaku, and Fugaku said something very strange to him. The future of the Uchiha clan has changed and I can't see it. That was more or less an insinuation. This is also the reason why Fugaku chose Funan. The same goes for Funan. The reason why he uses the Mangekyo Sharingan without any scruple is because of his Mangekyo Jutsu. Although he relied on fruit to improve, the Mangekyo Jutsus he obtained were very helpful. The power to fight the Koto Umatsukami. Yes. What Funan longed for most, or rather feared, was Shishui's Koto Umatsukami. In this life, upon becoming a Uchiha and possessing the God Tree, every problem became insignificant as long as he moved forward carefully. His only concern was Shishui's Koto Umatsukami. He would be completely overpowered and lose his identity if he were caught by him. A no-win situation. Shishui might not use it against him. What about Denzo? Others could also obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan from Shishui. Unless he killed Shishui or destroyed his Mangekyo Sharingan beforehand. But, with the appearance of Funan, the course of the world deviated from its original trajectory. Who can guarantee that there won't be another Koto Umatsukami? Therefore, with the fear of Koto Umatsukami, the Mangekyo Jutsu of Funan was born. Tsujagai no Kakuo evokes the notion of an initial state of zero, where all influences of the Mangekyo Sharingan dissolve into nothingness. Funan was ecstatic to possess this ocular jutsu. Finally, He wouldn't have to worry about the Kodo Mitsukami anymore. Later, he discovered that Tsujugai no Kakuo could also eliminate the side effects caused by the use of Mangekyo. Susanoo could be used without restrictions. As long as he could endure the pain and weakness, the side effect would gradually disappear after using the jutsu. Since then, Funen began to plan boldly. What the hell, I'm too lazy to ask. Shiryu said angrily. As long as you know what you are doing. Now that the Uchiha clan is at a critical moment, you must not let anything happen to you. Trust me. As they both prepared to snuggle some more. Knock. 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 Knocking was heard on the door. Funen curled his lips and said, Who do you think it is? Yashiro? Tetsui? Opening the door, it turned out to be an Anbu. Funen Uchiha, Hokage-sama is waiting for you in the office. Swish, the Anbu member disappeared after speaking. Shiryu frowned and said, Because of those two Uzumaki clan members? I guess so. Funen was not surprised at all. The Uzumaki clan members are so special. Uchiha brought two of them back. People from the Hokage faction must find a way to get them. However, to steal something from Funen they are simply thinking too highly of themselves. I'm going to the Hokage's office, and I still hadn't turned in the assignment when I came back. Please inform that there will be a clan meeting at night. Understood. Hokage's office. The third Hokage smoked a cigarette. To his left, Denzo was holding a walking stick, looking sinister. Every time Funen saw him, he had the urge to grab him back and slap him against the door. To the Hokage's right, Koharu and Hamura had angry expressions on their faces. Regarding these two, Funen grimaced. He sometimes wonders why creatures like them can become Hidden Leaf Village's elders. Hokage, Hokage-sama, Assistant Denzo, and esteemed elders. Funen formally greets the four. Of course, he stands tall. In front of these four people, he was too lazy to bow, and, with his current state, he did not need to bow. He slightly regrets his previous words. Unfortunately, there was no way to get them back. The Hokage nods with a smile on his face. Denzo snorts in disdain. Only the two elders do not move one bit, as if they had not heard. Seeing this, Funen quickly walked towards the two of them, quite aggressively. The Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet's expressions immediately changed. Could it be that Funen wants to take action? Denzo was overjoyed. If you do it in the Hokage's office, no one can save you. He was already ready to unleash his seal. Together with Hiruzen, they will eliminate Funen with the help of the Anbu. The atmosphere became tense instantly. The Anbu members prepare for combat and keep Funen under surveillance. Funen walked up to the two elders and stared at them coldly. The two elders were very scared, really scared, but they gritted their teeth and did not move. If they back down at this time, it will be a shame for them. How could they still be elders? Furthermore, they believed that Hiruzen would be able to save them. Suddenly, Funen took a deep breath. Fire style? Bloody flames? Or something else? Those present had various thoughts in their minds. But they also had some doubts. Why isn't Funen making stamps? Chakra flow appears normal. This is not like ninjutsu. At this moment, Funen roared out. Hello, two elders. The sound was very deliberate and extremely high-pitched, so it resonated in the room and spread throughout the Hokage building in an instant. Many people were stunned, raised their heads, and looked at the Hokage's office. Those involved are also surprised by the high-pitched sound. That was really a shock. At least, Koharu and Hamura jumped back. One stumbles and falls to the ground. The other hides behind a chair. The Hokage and Denzo also stood up. Chakra began to flow throughout their bodies, ready to attack, and even their hands began to form seals. Anbu members appear everywhere, occupying every corner. The Hokage's office suddenly became a little crowded. Who would have thought that after shouting, Funen would take a few steps back and return to his position as if nothing had happened? That's it? Did you put on that whole show just for a scream? After a brief silence, the Hokage looked helpless and said, Funen, what are you doing? Yes, what are you doing? Hamura and Koharu are shaking with rage. What a shame. What a humiliation. They were scared away by Funen's scream. No need to mention how pathetic that was. Especially hiding behind a chair. What were they thinking? Funen looks at Hamura strangely. What is that chair made of? Can he resist the blood flames? Or can he resist Susanoo? The third Hokage also stared at them angrily. They are pigs. Doing such a stupid thing. Didn't they notice that the other party is calm and not using chakra? Although the sharp scream scared them all for a moment, but they have been idle for too long. They have not only forgotten how to fight, but even the basic skills of a shinobi. What's wrong? What have I done? Funen looks confused. Hearing that answer, Koharu became furious, her blood pressure began to rise. Amid the tense atmosphere, do you really need to ask what happens after that shrill scream? Even if you hide it, it's obvious that it was intentional. It is indeed the evil Uchiha. Funin. The Hokage also looked angry. Funin spread his hands and said, Hokage-sama, the two elders are old and can't hear my greetings, I can only speak louder. This is to express respect for the two elders. Can you blame me? You. Koharu pointed a trembling finger at Funin. Denzo turned to look at the third Hokage and said in a low voice, Hiruzen. His intention is clear. Attack. Kill Funin. If he dares to make such an obvious provocation, we will kill him. There is no need to bury it, the body can be sent directly to me. I have coveted this body for too long. The third Hokage only hesitated for a moment, and then said with a smile, Okay, Funin was just joking. Koharu, Funin greeted you, how can you ignore it? With his words, the Anbu members begin to retreat. The office is empty again. Humphrey. Denzo sat angrily in his chair. He knew that his old friend had withdrawn once again. In the end, he did not make up his mind to take action against Uchiha. Hokage-sama is wise. Funin made a thumbs-up sign, and then glanced at Denzo with provocation in his eyes. Denzo looked cold and said calmly, Funin Uchiha, let's not talk about what happened just now. I just want to ask you, why didn't you report after completing the mission? Don't you know that shinobi must report immediately after completing a mission? Why did you return directly home? What does that mean? Doesn't shinobi discipline mean anything to you? Without even thinking about it, Funin immediately said, it is true that we must follow shinobi discipline, but in my opinion, there is something even greater than that. Oh, I would like to know what is greater than shinobi discipline. A cold smile appeared on Denzo's lips. The third Hokage and others also frowned. They are also shinobi, and the priority for any shinobi is to maintain shinobi discipline. Funin said confidently, of course it's Hokage-sama. Me? The third Hokage was startled. Yes. Funin said with admiration, in my eyes, Hokage is everything and is above everything. A few people's brows were twitching wildly. Is he starting his nonsense again? Does this have anything to do with your failure to report the task? Of course. Funin clenched his fists and said firmly. After working so much outside, when I return, how can I not show respect to our beloved Hokage-sama? I must bathe, change clothes, burn incense, purify myself for 3 days, repent and reflect on my mistakes. Okay, Funin, I understand your sincerity. The Hokage quickly interrupts Funin. He has been Hokage for so many years, but he has never seen such an eloquent Uchiha. Are you really an Uchiha? Moreover, he felt blushing at the words he said. Wait, that sounded like something strange. Hokage looked at the other 3 people. These 3 people either have expressionless faces, either look down at the ground, either look up at the sky. The third Hokage snorted softly and said, Funin, next time, after completing the task, you must report it as soon as possible, do you understand? Yes. Funin responds with a strong voice, although he realized a problem. Mission. Right, what was the mission I went out for this time? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Chapter 52, Funin's Roast and Denzo's Designs. Hokage's office. The third Hokage rubbed his eyebrows. Both Koharu and Hamura were filled with anger. Denzo, as always, continued with his gloomy expression. There was a long silence as the third Hokage gathered his scattered thoughts. For him, Funin, it was a real nuisance. Not only is this guy strong, but he also didn't play according to the script. The Hokage sighed deeply. The most annoying thing is this kind of opponent. He is powerful, but you still don't know what he is thinking, let alone what his next move will be. He is messing around every day, stimulating your heart every day and making you tired. As long as you don't make up your mind to take action, the other party will take the initiative. Funin. After adjusting for a while, the third Hokage said in a deep voice, we are not outsiders, so I will tell you directly. I heard that you brought back 2 Uzumaki clan members? Funin said simply, yes. The third Hokage asked again, do you know the relationship between Hidden Leaf Village and the Uzumaki clan? I know. Funin said, Hidden Leaf Village and the Uzumaki clan are eternal allies. Hidden Leaf Village's ninja costumes are printed with the Uzumaki clan's logo, which represents the deep friendship between the 2 parties. It's good that you know this. The third Hokage smiled, so, the village will take special care of the Uzumaki clan members. Like Naruto Uzumaki? The sudden interruption blocked the third Hokage. Denzo's eyes became sharp. The Uchiha clan definitely should have nothing to do with the Jinchuriki. Mentioning that name is enough to put anyone on alert. Funan said with a smile, Minato and I are also comrades in arms. During the Third Shinobi World War, we fought side by side. To be honest, although he is a Jinchuriki, it is not appropriate to treat him like this, right? He glanced at Denzo and continued, the Uchiha are responsible for the safety and stability of the village. However, as for the Jinchuriki, who are a special and vital presence to the village, the Uchiha have no authority to deal with them. But, as for the Uzumaki clan, isn't Naruto Uzumaki part of that clan? The third Hokage was silent for a while, then sighed, there is nothing we can do about Naruto. On the night of the Nine Tails, too many people were sacrificed, and hatred is spreading. Naruto, he is implicated by the Nine Tails. There is not much we can do. At least, we cannot control other people's thoughts. Moreover, this is also a kind of protection for the Jinchuriki. The third Hokage stared at Funan, with a look that contained some threat, and said, Funan, how much value does a Jinchuriki have? Surely you know. Also, Minato had many enemies during his time. If someone knew that he had a son, there is no guarantee that they would not take action against him. Ha! Go to hell. Is this what you call protection? If I have a chance, I will protect you in this way. These days, who in Hidden Leaf Village doesn't know that Naruto Uzumaki is the Nine Tails? Who are you fooling with this supposed protection? Of course I know. Funan said with admiration on his face, so, Hokage-sama really has good intentions and is admirable. I am so touched. Even Saratobe Hiruzen's face, which was usually so hard, seemed to have trouble hiding his embarrassment at this moment. Everyone in the room knew Saratobe Hiruzen's plans. Being ridiculed like that in front of everyone was a little unbearable. Okay, Funan. The third Hokage said with a gloomy face, since you know the relationship between the Uzumaki clan and Hidden Leaf Village, then give the two Uzumaki clan members in your hand to the village. I don't understand this. Funan asked doubtfully, don't Uchiha belong to the village? The third Hokage spoke indifferently and said, Uchiha is impeccable in terms of fighting, but when it comes to taking care of this, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Funan shook his head and said with a smile, I can't defeat you, so I will just say, I don't have the person you want. You. Bang, the third Hokage stood up with a slap on the table, his expression cold. Denzo also stood up slowly. Funan smiled coldly, and the Mangekyo began to spin in his eyes. He stared at the third Hokage, then at Denzo. His smile finally disappeared, and he said word by word, don't talk so much to me. What you just said was all bullshit. Protecting the Jinchuriki, what do you call protection? You are constantly testing him, probing his bottom line, and keeping him on the edge of collapse. Did Minato kill too many people and make too many enemies? What are you implying? That shinobi shouldn't kill people? Oh, I understand, of course you don't have to worry, Hokage-sama, because you're the only Kage among the 5 great shinobi villages who has never been on the battlefield. Of course you have killed few people. Faced with this sarcasm, the third Hokage's expression turned grim. During the Second Shinobi World War, Saratobe Hiruzen had also fought. However, after he secured his position as Hokage, he stayed at the rear and never took action again. Even if the Kage of the other villages moved, he was still the last line of defense for the village. The office was suddenly silent. The third Hokage looked at Funan coldly. Denzo became quiet instead and sat leisurely aside. Koharu and Hamura, with angry expressions, did not say a word. To be honest, I look down on you. Funan looked up at the third Hokage, sighed, and said, you claim to be the strongest Hokage. This is nonsense. Really, the first Hokage can kill 3 of you with one slap. Excluding strength. The 4th Hokage died in battle, but you treat his son like this. Don't talk about Jinchuriki or Minato's enemies. You know the truth and falsehood yourself. Besides, you don't have any impressive achievements. Funan turned and walked towards the door, saying as he walked, the only thing you should be proud of is probably that you are the Hokage who has been in power the longest and has the longest life. The Hokage watched his figure as he walked away, his fist clenched until he disappeared from sight. Bang, the door slammed shut. Funan left. The Hokage's office was so quiet that it was suffocating. Koharu and Hamura sat in silence, not daring to move. Hiruzen kept a blank expression. Finally, Denzo slowly stood up and said, don't worry, I will deal with Uchiha Funan. Hiruzen remained silent. Koharu and Hamura felt overwhelmed by the situation. My god. Brother Denzo, are you intervening too? You have already intervened twice, and not only that, but you also failed to achieve any results and ended up leaving the route seriously injured. Isn't it just because of you that you are so passive now? Koharu couldn't help herself and said, The Uchiha clan and we are completely at odds. If we can't kill them in one fell swoop this time, they will probably start a war. Hiruzen shuddered slightly at this thought. This is exactly what he is worried about and why he has been patient. What nonsense! Denzo shouted angrily. It's because of thinking that way that we have been constantly pressured by that brat. Doesn't the Uchiha clan fear war? Don't forget that within the Uchiha clan there is a pacifist faction that wishes to coexist with the village. If war breaks out, they could be divided internally. This. Koharu and Hamura looked at each other. It wasn't such an absurd possibility. Denzo said coldly, "Don't worry about this matter. I will handle it. It's time to use Itachi and Shizui." Hiruzen finally spoke, and he said slowly, "Are you sure there are no problems with them? They are also from the Uchiha clan." Koharu and Hamura widened their eyes in surprise. "So you never trusted them? Monkey, you are indeed a ruthless person. You hide it deeper than anyone else." They thought that Hiruzen would give those two people some trust. Denzo was not surprised at all, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I've never trusted them. I have a plan to deal with them." Thud. 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 Denzo tapped his cane as he left the office. Koharu was still hesitant and whispered, "Hiruzen, do you really want Denzo to do it?" The third Hokage glanced at her but said nothing. He almost wanted to curse. "If I don't send Denzo, will I send you too? Would you dare? What can you two do?" Hiruzen had always encouraged Koharu and Hamura to rise in rank because they had no background. It was easier to control them, while someone like Narashikaku would have to stay in the background. Now, he was experiencing the consequences. Apart from Denzo, he had no one else to rely on. Hamura smiled bitterly and said, "Hiruzen, don't blame us for worrying. If it weren't for Denzo, we wouldn't be so passive." "Yes," Koharu said, "thanks to him, the Root have lost many powerful shinobi. The Anbu have also been involved and the problem with the Inoshikacho clans is also thanks to him." "I know," the third Hokage said in a low voice. "I will send the Anbu leader to follow you and help you deal with these matters." "Good." Koharu and Hamura sighed with relief. Anbu leader, Sarutobi Shinosuke, Hiruzen's eldest son and his right-hand man. With him coming forward, it means that Hiruzen is always paying attention to Denzo. Everyone left, and the third Hokage came to the window again and looked outside. The streets of Hidden Leaf Village are full of people coming and going. There are adults who are worried and children who are laughing. It was a picture of prosperity. Suddenly, Hiruzen's expression became fierce. "Funan Uchiha, what do you know? If you don't sit in this position, how can you feel the overwhelming weight of this position? How can you understand what I have done for the village?" Funan naturally couldn't hear what the third Hokage said. If he heard it, he would definitely laugh loudly. "Who asked you to sit in the Hokage's position?" As soon as Funan left the Hokage residence, he was greeted by the brothers Tetsui and Komi. Now that the relationship between Uchiha and the village has been made clear, as the main leader of Uchiha, how could Uchiha let Funan go to the Hokage residence alone? The brothers Tetsui and Komi are visible on the surface, but secretly there are several Uchiha Jonin lurking, ready to fight at any moment. At least they can hold the opponent back and wait for the arrival of the Uchiha army. The will of the Uchiha clan was now unified. They could not allow anything to happen to Funan at this time. Even the most moderates agreed with this. The three returned safely to Uchiha clan territory. Fugaku Uchiha, Uchiha Setsuna and others are already waiting. "What happened?" they asked. "They were testing my limits." Funan sneered and said, "It's all nonsense about the Uzumaki clan. Although the Uzumaki clan has been wiped out, it's not that the Uzumaki clan can't be found outside. If they really wanted to find them, wouldn't it be easy? Isn't Kushina a prime example? When the land of whirlpools created by the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, the third Hokage took people to support it. Unfortunately, they couldn't help. But it brought back many sealing jutsus as well as a candidate for the next Jinchuriki. The biggest prophet among all the villages that attacked the Uzumaki clan." Puha spat contemptuously. They made so much noise with their promises, but in the end they only brought back what they needed most. What kind of help is that? The reason they made the most profit was because they understand our allies better. These words made everyone nod in agreement. It was a secret known to everyone. Shizui was the only one present, with a look of embarrassment on his face. The Hokage he trusted seemed to have too much garbage in his past. He couldn't find a way to defend the Hokage. The Uzumaki clan, which was indeed Hidden Leaf Village's die-hard ally, was just gone. Mido-sama never saw the third Hokage again. She publicly stated that she did not need the third Hokage's visit, and she could not afford it. Well, better to follow Funan's orders. Funan glanced at him and sneered, Now I am becoming more and more suspicious of the cause of death of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Why do you say that? Shishui's voice was very low. Kushina Uzumaki was known for being very impulsive. If she found out, do you think she would take it easy? Shishui said helplessly, Funin, what you said is a bit unreasonable. Kushina was already over 20 years old when she died, wouldn't she have found out sooner? You know nothing. Funin sneered and said, Kushina must have been constantly brainwashed growing up in the village. As soon as she got a little older, she was placed next to the fourth Hokage, flirting all day. Then she got pregnant very young. Did she have time to think about these things? If the fourth Hokage had died, she would have had less to do and more time to think about other things, especially when her son is a Jinchuriki. Therefore, for some people, it was better if the couple went to the Pure Land together. This. Shishui was speechless. According to this point of view, it seemed plausible. Wait a minute. Shishui was suddenly startled and said, what did you say just now? Did they place the fourth Hokage next to Kushina? Were Kushina and Minato together because they were arranged? Chapter 53, Schemes and Shoes You Do Not Know? Funin looked incredulous. Nonsense. Setsuna said angrily, don't talk about him, I don't even know. Fugaku shrugged and said, who has time to take care of these things? Funin said, no matter what, don't you know how Uzumaki Kushina and Minato Namikaze got together? These are two celebrities. A few people shook their heads in unison. Minato was not very famous at the time, but I only vaguely heard that Jiraiya was optimistic about him and intended to accept him as his disciple. Kushina is famous because of the Uzumaki clan. During that period, a Uzumaki clan member appeared in the village, and his purpose was self-evident. Uzumaki Mido, no, it should be said that Senju Mido was already dying at that time. Kushina is the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As for how they ended up together, they were just two brats, who has time to worry about them? By the time the two of them were older and started to become famous, their relationship had already been established. Due to their sensitive identities, a lot of information was blocked, and that's how this situation occurred. Especially since they were all members of the Uchiha clan, any matter related to the Jinchuriki made them retreat and avoid the topic. So, for them, these can only be two names. When Funin mentioned that they were arranged to be together, everyone showed interest, especially Fugaku. Kushina has a good relationship with his wife. The temperaments of Minato and Kushina don't seem to be the kind of people who accept things passively. It was difficult to fix something like that. Ahem. Seeing that everyone was a little interested, Funin couldn't help coughing dryly and said, where's the tea? Go to hell. Are you still bragging? Do you think I won't hit you? Setsuna couldn't help but curse. Itachi, however, quickly brought water to Funin, which made Fugaku's eyes twitch. It seems that this beast has never brought him water. Thinking of the fact that at the last clan meeting, this kid directly sided with Funin and openly opposed him, Fugaku looked at Itachi with an even more unkind look. This unfilial son. He needs a good lesson. Funin looked around, finally took off his shoes, patted the conference table, and said, by the way, back then. Let's get to the point. Uchiha Soji shouted angrily. Stop. Fugaku was speechless. He looked at Funin and said, you were the one who called us to this meeting. If you don't want to talk, we're leaving. All right. Funin curled his lips and said, Minato saved Kushina, you must have heard about it. I've heard of this before. Fugaku thought for a moment and said, it seems like they were still young. Yes. Funin chuckled, looked at Shishui, and said, one day not long after Kushina came to Hidden Leaf Village, several shinobi from Hidden Cloud's village came to Hidden Leaf Village and kidnapped her. Bullshit. Fugaku scoffed. The others also shook their heads. What nonsense was that? Kushina is the #1 candidate for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She has a transcendent status in Hidden Leaf Village. What kind of shinobi can sneak into Hidden Leaf Village and kidnap her? The shinobi of Hidden Cloud's village? Not even their leader, the Raikage, could do it. And there is something even more interesting. Funin chuckled and said, Minato saved her, so she's grateful to him, and since then, their relationship has been close. Funin looked at Shishui, do you feel something is wrong? Shishui shivered. Something is so wrong. Even he found that there were too many problems. After all, he has also been in Anbu, so he is not a fool who doesn't understand anything. Think about it. Funin said, counting on his fingers. First, Hidden Leaf Village has barriers. How could the Kumo shinobi infiltrate? Second, what about the Anbu around Kushina? Did they eat shit when Kushina was kidnapped? And you know what the most ridiculous thing is? Funin's expression was very complicated, and he said, after Hidden Cloud's village abducted Kushina, Minato actually caught up with him and killed them all. Everyone was speechless. If it weren't for what Funin said, They would think he was joking. At that time, Minato had not yet graduated, being at best a Chunin, or even a Genin. Any shinobi who could be killed by him, at most were a Chunin. How big a gap there is between a Jonin and a Chunin, don't I need to tell you this? A group of Chunin infiltrated Hidden Leaf Village and kidnapped the future Jinchuriki. It's ridiculous. Take our Uchiha as an example. Funin said with a smile, but not a smile. In the whole of Hidden Leaf Village, I don't believe that any Chunin can enter the Uchiha clan and capture Sasuke. At that time, Kushina had a position in Hidden Leaf Village that was not inferior to Sasuke's currently. Fugaku said with a headache, maybe Funin is right. The death of the fourth Hokage and his wife is probably related to the third Hokage. Damn, there were too many people plotting. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. Funin chuckled and said, but what is the reality? The third Hokage and the other three, since Hiruzen became Hokage, have never returned to the battlefield. They have always been in the rear, they are the ones who light the fire and watch others burn. Yashiro said calmly on the side, I don't care who they see burning, as long as the fire doesn't burn the Uchiha clan, otherwise, I will burn his Sarutobi clan first, and if anyone challenges me I will finish them off. The Sharingan was reflected in his eyes, sinister and demonic. The brothers Tetsui and Komi exuded an even more violent atmosphere, their murderous aura filling the room. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's talk about today's meeting. Shiryu said in a serious voice. Funin, what should we do next? Okay. Let's officially start the meeting. Funin looked around, especially sliding over Shizue's body. This guy is an important force in Uchiha and cannot cause problems. The previous words had been mainly directed towards him. This innocent guy has a power that makes everyone fear him. This is probably also a kind of fairness in the world. Let's talk about the next steps. Funin's voice became calmer and said, I still say the same thing, Uchiha is also a part of Hidden Leaf Village, an armed coup is absolutely impossible. This sentence made some people present frown, and some relax. Most of them remain expressionless. More than half of these people obey Funin's orders. The Uchiha will not do anything for now, they will maintain the status quo, while the clan members will focus on improving their skills. Funin said calmly. This time I came back, I brought some money, clan leader, I will do my best to obtain resources and improve the skills of the clan members. I know you have the means to do it. This. Fugaku hesitated. I have the means, but the money you brought this time. Don't be anxious. Funin took out a scroll and after opening it, human heads appeared inside. This is. Fugaku looked skeptical. These heads are valuable. Funin smiled and said, these heads together could be worth around 100 million ryo. Clan leader, send someone to exchange them on the black market and then use the money directly. You don't need to consult me. Funin threw down another scroll, this time full of money. This is 50 million ryo. Funin, where did you get so much money? Fugaku took a breath. Last time, when Funin became vice clan leader, he had provided a large amount of funds to help orphans, widows, and the disabled within the clan. Although everyone knew that Funin had not truly retired after the Third Shinobi World War and that he was still active underground, the amount of money he now brought in was surprising. You do not have to worry about that. Funin said. Take out all the money we have in the clan and use it to improve the skills of our members. You never know when a war will break out, why should we keep the money? If we fail, all the money will go to the enemy. This was not an empty statement. In the Naruto series, after the massacre of the Uchiha clan, where had all the clan's wealth and resources gone? According to the Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet's operation, who would believe that they had confiscated everything? Fugaku smiled bitterly and said, I'm worried about the future, if the clan fund runs out, we won't be able to manage the clan. You don't have to worry about it in the future, I will get the money. Funin sneered and said, if it doesn't work, I will throw Sarutobi Hiruzen's head on the black market, and I can get at least 200 million ryo. Fugaku nodded immediately. That'll do. Remembering the past and seeing how Funin had changed things within the clan after ascending, especially hearing the comments of the clan members, Fugaku wished to personally carry out Hiruzen's assassination with the Susanoo. Ahem. Several people from the Dove faction couldn't help coughing. Didn't they just say they wouldn't use violence? Clan leader, how can you lead the way like this? It's okay, don't cough so much anymore, you might end up spitting out your lungs. Funin said without knowing what else to say to these guys. Can I take Shimura Denzo's head? It seems to be 1 or 200 million. The Dove faction was still silent. If you take Denzo's head, won't Hiruzen still fight you to the death? The result is still a war. Fugaku asked, what about the others? Will the Uchiha maintain the status quo? Yes, We will use inactivity as a tactic. Funan chuckled, but his smile was indescribably cold, and said, believe me, the other party will definitely not be able to help but make the first move, and they won't let us wait too long. Funan smiled and said, if I guess correctly, Denzo has already started to take action. Minister, are we really going to sit idly by? The impetuous Tetsui asked. They were the proud Uchiha, and here they were, being passive and waiting. They wanted to attack directly. This is our helplessness. Funan said calmly. The third Hokage does not take action because he fears that his government will be compromised. They do not want to risk the fate of Hidden Leaf Village for a single action, while we do nothing for fear of being eliminated. If the Uchiha act first, the Inoshikacho clans will immediately join the Hokage and all of Hidden Leaf Village will turn against us, trying to exterminate us. Our strength, compared to all of Hidden Leaf Village, is still far away. Funan continued, that's why we must strengthen ourselves, we must be stronger than the village, so that they never think of challenging us. We Uchiha are the strongest. The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. The strongest. The Uchiha stood up one after another, their eyes glowing with the Sharingan. A dark presence filled the room. Good. Funan picked up his shoes, slammed the table, and said, as long as everyone has confidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen is nothing. He is a piece of shit. Fugaku shot him a look. Is it really necessary to hit your shoe when you're excited? At the very least, you should take the situation into account. Furthermore, this meeting table is already old. Funan was startled, hesitated, handed the shoes to Fugaku. The clan leader has been looking at my shoes all the time, do you want to have them? Although it is painful to part with these that I have worn for 3 years. But, if the clan leader wants them. Out. Cough, cough. Being stared at by Fugaku with murderous eyes, Funan couldn't help coughing and looked at Shizue and Itachi. Let's talk about you two. What orders did the Hokage give you? Itachi shook his head and said, too obvious. Same old stuff, for the good of Hidden Leaf Village, blah blah blah. And at the end, he hints at us eliminating you so the village can be at peace. Funan nodded slightly, it was not surprising. Shizue was a little embarrassed and said, I followed what you taught me, but I don't know if they believe it or not. Funan said bluntly, to be honest, your acting skills are hard to believe. I don't believe it anyway. Many Uchiha laughed. In fact, the quality of the performance didn't matter, what they wanted was Shizue's attitude. If something goes wrong with Shizue and he joins the Hokage faction, it will be a huge blow to Uchiha. Fortunately, he chose clan. Funan looked at Shizue thoughtfully. According to the Naruto series, Shizue should have died by now. Because Denzo coveted the power of the Koto Umatsukami. Although, thanks to Funan, Shizue had not died, that did not mean that Denzo did not desire the Koto Umatsukami. If Denzo wanted to take on the Uchiha, where would it be best to start? The Koto Umatsukami. Chapter 54, How the Uchiha clan won over the village as Funan expected. While Uchiha continued to remain quiet, the Hokage group became a little unable to sit still. The calm before the storm made their hearts heavy and suffocating. Because their spies told them that Fugaku had provided a large amount of supplies to enhance Uchiha's power. Even Koharu and Hamura, who originally had little trust in Denzo, were now urging him to act. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Denzo obtained a large amount of funds from Hidden Leaf Village and regained control of Root. Even Hiruzen, although reluctant, realized that, with Koharu and Hamura, the Root could not organize itself in 100 years. They needed Denzo. Uchiha became quieter and quieter. Following Funan's policy, they even smiled and greeted the villagers. Although Uchiha's smile scared many people at first, now everyone has gradually adapted to it and sometimes smiles back. They still don't like Uchiha, but you can't be cold-faced when someone smiles at you, right? The Uchiha's reputation began to improve rapidly. At least they were no longer considered enemies. On the contrary, because Uchiha ignored many things, the villagers got into trouble. The Uchiha clan's position was crucial. Many said that Senjudo Rama, out of fear of the Uchiha clan, had handed over control of the Hidden Leaf Village police force to the Uchiha clan, allowing them to work independently and, what's more, do unpleasant jobs with the goal of completely isolating the Uchiha clan from the village and ultimately forcing them to rebel. However, Funan did not agree with this theory. He had always had a suspicion. Obirama's fear of the Uchiha clan was not unfounded, but would he really use the Hidden Leaf Village police force as a joke to deal with them? Was his political approach so foolish? The Hidden Leaf Village police force was crucial. If the Uchiha clan really wanted to harness its power to do something, the entire Hidden Leaf Village would be in chaos. It wouldn't be much better than a direct rebellion. Therefore, Funan was more inclined to think that Tobirama allowed the Uchiha clan to deal with the village's problems and maintain the safety and stability of the village. They will be appreciated by the villagers and identify with the village. Let them catch criminals and see what happens to those criminals. Let them get in touch with the lowest level and understand life. Integrating into Hidden Leaf Village step by step. Just like the Senju clan, they eventually broke up and completely integrated into Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the huge power given to Uchiha by Tobirama. Funan even believed that if Tobirama had not died, Kagami Uchiha could have been the third Hokage, or even his descendant, Shisui, could have become Hokage. That was the second Hokage's true purpose. It was only after Funan assumed control of the Hidden Leaf Village police force that he realized that the Uchiha clan had the right to make decisions without prior information and to expand the force. How terrible this is. Basically, as the leader of the police force, Funan could mobilize an army and at the same time, he could act against anyone. Of course, if the Uchiha clan became arrogant and overbearing, they would eventually take a different path. Because arrogance and excessive authority, combined with excessive application of the law, would lead to the villagers' contempt and, ultimately, destruction. In this sense, the Hidden Leaf Village Corrupt Quartet also had an important role. Is it really the will of the second Hokage to exclude Uchiha? It is possible that it is because their families need to expand, occupy some village interests, and some shinobi clans have to be eliminated in this process, and they chose the Uchiha clan for this. Anyway, Tobirama is already dead, and no one can ask him personally. Even if someone asked him, it would be meaningless. At this point, who would care so much? There is no turning back. Funan only looks at the present. With such great power, there is no reason not to use it. Being indifferent to what happens is also a strategy. For example, right now, many villagers are fed up. The Uchiha are doing nothing, and the most direct thing is that low-level thieves are acting with impunity. According to Funan's arrangement, the police force only takes care of big things and ignores small things. However, what big things can happen in Hidden Leaf Village? After the thieves tested the Uchiha, many of them, more daring, began to rob homes directly when the villagers were away. God knows how some people feel when they go to work and come home to find their entire house empty. Several of them ran desperately to seek help from the police force. Following Funan's instructions, the police force treated them kindly, questioned them seriously, took notes, and then told them, go back home and wait for news. Smiling all the time. And then? What more is there to say? After 1 or 2 times, many villagers discovered this and accused Uchiha of his inaction. They even slapped the table and almost poked Uchiha's nose with their fingers. The Uchiha still had a good attitude and always had a smile on their face, but the Sharingan appeared in their eyes. At this moment, the villagers suddenly trembled and realized their mistakes. The people they were blaming were Uchiha. The villagers fled in bewilderment. The Uchiha were lazy and disinterested, they didn't want to do anything. Only until the owners begged until they were breathless did they act. After many pleas, they finally recovered the lost items. Looking at the result, the owners were so grateful to the Uchiha that they almost knelt down. As a result, Uchiha's reputation and strength have both improved. The Hidden Leaf Village Corrupt Quartet began to get anxious. Their goal was to isolate the Uchiha and make everyone in the village detest them. Now it seems that the opposite has happened. Many Uchiha of the police force saved time, increased their strength, their reputation improved, the salary remained the same, but the clan was now giving bonuses. Curse. Minister Funan, a person who improved their lives so much, is only the deputy leader of the clan. Because? In just half a month, there were many voices calling for the Fugaku clan leader to abdicate and Funan to take over and become the real Uchiha clan leader. Seeing the changes in Uchiha, the smile on Fugaku's face never disappeared. But when calls were heard for Funan to assume leadership of the Uchiha, he stopped smiling. Fugaku didn't intend to stay in this position for long anyway, but is it appropriate for them to do this? Did they think he had no dignity? Are there any Uchiha who have been forced to relinquish clan leadership? Okay, there really is. That buddy was forced to run away from home and became the greatest missing nin in the shinobi world. But Fugaku definitely can't be like him. At this time, the person who gave him a fatal blow came. Itachi, after finishing his missions and speaking with the clan members, very much agreed with their opinion. Isn't it just a matter of time before Funan becomes clan leader? Furthermore, the sooner he takes office, the easier it will be for him to work for the clan. Regardless, the current situation feels strange and restrictive. Itachi thought that his father was not someone attached to the position of clan leader. So, Itachi returned home excitedly and negotiated with his father to get him to resign. That night, heartrending screams echoed through the central area of the Uchiha clan. Many even thought that Hiruzen had taken action. The tension spread throughout the clan. Hearing the screams, Funan, who was drinking tea, sighed deeply. How can the child be beaten like this when he is older? Get out of here, is this the right thing for you to say? Has your hair grown all the way? Setsuna rolled his eyes and said, Itachi, that little guy is pretty good. He is dedicated to the family. But, you can't approach him like that directly either. Do you think Fugaku has no shame? Funan said angrily. Setsuna said coldly, if it weren't for him, how could Uchiha have reached this point? You. Funan shook his head and said, you can't blame him entirely. Don't you and Elder Soji have any responsibility? Boy, it looks like your skin is itchy. Setsuna looked at Funan with an evil look. A brat like you talking to me like this, you're asking for a beating. Minister. At this time, an Uchiha hurried over and whispered, Nara Shikaku has arrived, he came secretly and wants to talk to you. Has he finally come? Funan stood up and said, old man, do you want to come? No. Setsuna said angrily. I have an allergy to members of the Nara clan. Funan said suspiciously, didn't you only get beaten up by Sarutobi Hiruzen? Could it be that someone from the Nara clan came up with the idea? Go to hell. Setsuna threw his teacup forcefully. This beast keeps saying this all day long. I caused trouble back then and was taken care of by Hiruzen, so what? The two grandsons Soji and Fugaku don't even have the courage to cause trouble. They have allowed themselves to be bullied until now. Can they compare with me? Hey, Scarface, what a long time. I've missed you. Funan yelled, walked over, and gave Shikaku a big hug. The constitution that had been modified by the God Tree was stronger than that of the Senju clan. Shikaku almost fainted from the hug. Okay, Funan, I know you are upset, don't take it out on me. I am also the leader of a clan. I have to consider the family. I can only ask for your forgiveness. Shikaku shook his head and smiled bitterly. During the Third Shinobi World War, Funan and Minato were equally popular. However, the people of the Hokage faction distrusted Funan and were unwilling to completely hand over authority to him, fearing that his fame would make it difficult to suppress him. Therefore, Shikaku, who was next to Minato, was transferred to Funan, euphemistically saying that Funan was too young and lacked experience. As a result, Shikaku became the commander-in-chief of a front, and Funan was the #1 thug. Funan doesn't care about this, as long as he wins. At that time, he had not even awakened the Mengekyo Sharingan, and he had no other options. During the war, he cooperated very well with Shikaku. He was smart and his overall view was hundreds of times better than that of Denzo, who was the original commander-in-chief. The two of them cooperated, but it was awkward at first. After all, they both knew the other's identity and were worried that the other would secretly do something to them. However, as time went by, whether it was forced by the situation or something else, the two shinobi, who were different in age and divided into factions, secretly became friends. When Shikaku mentioned his apology, he was referring to the fact that he had never came to Funan's defense when it was attacked by public opinion just before the end of the war. As a comrade in arms, he had been quite insensitive. How could I blame you? Funan patted Shikaku on the shoulder and said, I am now considered the leader of the Uchiha clan. I understand. I understand you too well. If you hit me again, I'll fall to the ground. If you don't give me 50 million ryo, don't even think I'll get up. Don't think I don't know that you're trying to get back at me. Funan's face twitched, are you blackmailing me? Shikaku sneered, you use this trick to blackmail me for 10 million ryo. Does the ace of the Inoshikacho clans care about 10 million? And the leader of the Uchiha for 50 million? I'm not the clan leader yet. Deputy Chief, I can give you a discount. You are cruel. Funan sat down in front of the table, took a sip of tea, and said, well, did something happen to make you visit me? Shikaku took the tea and drank it in one gulp. Of course I have something, otherwise, how would I dare to come at this time? You are very rude. Funan glanced at Shikaku sideways. You dare to say anything? Being polite to you will only make me appear hypocritical. Shikaku smiled and said, are you really having a good time now? How could I not be? Funan chuckled and said, the Inoshikacho clans and the Hokage faction separated, the root was almost annihilated, the power of the Hokage faction was weakened, and the good days of the Uchiha clan had only just begun. Shikaku shook his head and said, that's what you say. But in reality, you are walking on eggshells with every step you take. Now is the most crucial time for the Uchiha. A single mistake could mean their destruction. Funan smiled slightly and said nothing. But his consciousness sank into his body, looking at the two fruits. Level 3, Fire Style, Level 4, Eye Jutsu. The fruit of the Eye Jutsu is very close to Level 5. He has been collecting death row prisoners through the police force. It wouldn't be long before the fruit advances in level. And also, if he was pressured, he could take the fruit before it advanced to the next level, and it would still increase eye power. With the Tsujagai no Kakuo, he would like to see who in Hidden Leaf Village could stop him. Chapter 55, Denzo's Painful Memories. Great Scar, what do you need? I don't have time for detours. Funan said. Okay. Shikaku said in a deep voice. Saratobe Hiruzen is no longer suitable for the position of Hokage. Not suitable for him, but suitable for you? At least I'm more suitable than Saratobe Hiruzen. Funan looked at Shikaku and said, what? Are you really interested in becoming Hokage? Shikaku looked directly at Funan and said nothing. Let's just talk about it. Who do you want to recommend? Funan said lightly. As for yourself, it's impossible. You won't stand in front of the stage stupidly. Shikaku smiled slightly. It was convenient to talk to smart people. Okimeki Torafu. Funan refused directly. He is too old. Can anyone over 50 become Hokage? How many days can it last? Was Hokage a position that could be changed constantly? Did he really think the other clans had no opinions? Shikaku spread his hands and said, mainly, there are no suitable candidates in Hidden Leaf Village at the moment. What do you think of an interim Hokage? Funan held up the teacup, paused slightly, squinted his eyes, and stared at Shikaku. You are clever. The ideal candidates for Hokage were Tsunade and Jiraiya. Funan looked at Shikaku playfully. Being qualified to be Hokage and being able to be Hokage for many years does not mean that you are willing to be Hokage. Those two had seen too much darkness in Hidden Leaf Village and didn't want to come back at all. If those two people don't return, how long will Torafu act as acting Hokage? It doesn't take much, 2 or 3 years is enough for Shikaku to do a lot of things. If they continue to extend the time, what is the difference between the acting Hokage and the real one? Funan smiled. You are right, Great Scar, you calculated well. Shikaku's brows twitched. Every time he heard Funan call him Big Scar, he felt the urge to beat him up. What did it matter if he had a scar on his face? That was what they called having a masculine nature. Shikaku looked at Funan with an unkind look and said, what's your answer? What can I get in return? Funan asked directly. Hidden Leaf Village will no longer oppose the Uchiha clan. Haha, walk slowly, I won't send you away. Funan pointed outside the door. Shikaku said angrily, you can ask for anything, why end the topic? Haha, what should I say? Funan said sarcastically. Should I thank you for not opposing my Uchiha clan? You are very generous. Does your family know how generous you are? Do you think I won't beat you up if you keep talking like that? Shikaku's face flushed red. Okay then. During the period when Torafu-sama acts as acting Hokage, the Uchiha clan may have a position of Elder of Hidden Leaf Village. What do you think? I'm not interested. Shikaku was helpless. Then what do you want? Funan stretched out a hand. 500 million ryo. You're crazy. Shikaku almost jumped out of his seat. Do you have any idea how much money Hidden Leaf Village's finance department has? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Funan said lazily. Anyway, that's the price if you want the Uchiha clan to support Torafu. Shikaku's expression became more somber. This completely disrupted his plans. Did the Uchiha want money? Didn't they want the Hokage position? Originally, Shikaku had planned to offer an elder position as an incentive, but now the Uchiha didn't want power, only money. Were they really Uchiha? Shikaku felt like he had a severe headache. Funan, as always, doesn't play by the rules. It's not that he didn't want to give them what they asked for. Uchiha doesn't want power, this is better. However, the other party wants too much. Can it be less? Shikaku asked cautiously. Funan rolled his eyes and said, when you go to the club to do that kind of thing, can you still negotiate the price? Shikaku frowned. In one sentence, fixed price, stop talking nonsense. Funan said calmly. Uchiha can manage his small territory, for the rest, do what you want. Bring the 500 million ryo. After Torafu becomes acting Hokage, you can even sell Hidden Leaf Village if you want, we won't mind. Shikaku sighed helplessly and said, since I've known you, I've never come out on top. And you still play smart after getting a lead. Funan said sarcastically. If it weren't for Hidden Leaf Village not allowing an Uchiha to become Hokage, do you think it will be your turn, Inoshikacho? Shikaku smiled slightly, stood up and said, the first deposit, 100 million ryo, will be in your hands tomorrow. I hope you can cooperate with the rest. Of course, after all, we have fought side by side, you should believe in my character. Funan smiled slightly. Shikaku didn't say anything about this. Although Funan is always dishonest, His efficiency and credibility are still quite trustworthy. Shikaku laughed. Looking at his back, Funan curled his lips. Is it everyone's consensus that Uchiha cannot become Hokage? Who are everyone? If all of them die, could Uchiha become Hokage? Funan stood up, looked at the Hokage rock, and smiled coldly. This time, he not only wanted to be Hokage, but also wanted to be the greatest Hokage. It would even change Hidden Leaf Village. Anyone who dared to stop him would be eliminated without mercy. Even if it meant destroying Hidden Leaf Village and rebuilding a new village. Somebody come. Minister. Tetsui approached Funan. How has the clan's strength improved recently? Funan asked while drinking tea. The number of Jonin within the clan has increased to 3 people, but, according to your orders, we have not informed the village. Funan nodded and said with emotion, you have finally corrected yourself, and you will still be good children if you obey. Tetsui were expressionless. If you weren't our leader, based on what you just said, you wouldn't be able to walk out of this house standing. We're 20-something adults, and you're a 15-year-old brat. Who's the kid here? Tetsui said, Minister, according to your request, the clan members have begun to follow a unique path. Therefore, in just 2 weeks, the number of special Jonin has begun to increase, most of them specializing in Ganjutsu. A war may break out at any time, so we must increase our strength as soon as possible. Funan thought for a moment and said, where's Shisui? What's happening with him recently? Tetsui was startled and said, nothing out of the ordinary. Minister, do you think that? No. Funan waved his hand. After so long, although Shisui still has hope in the Hokage faction, he is more disappointed. Than you. Shisui is a very innocent and simple person. Funan smiled. He can't hide many things and his emotions are expressed on his face. Therefore, Itachi probably still has some of the Hokage's trust. Shisui on the other hand, has long since lost his trust. So, it is very likely that the Hokage faction will take action against Shisui. Funan murmured, what's more? The Koto Umatsukami, TSK, even if the Hokage trusts him, they will never allow him to stay in Uchiha with such power. Let Shisui come to my place. Yes. When Shikaku returned to his clan, 2 people were waiting for him. One is Denzo. And the other is Akimeki Torafu, a burly man, or rather, a mountain of flesh. Standing over 8 feet tall, he was covered in grease. Denzo next to him looked like a chick. Seeing Torafu, Shikaku breathed a long sigh of relief. With him around, he felt safe. Shikaku sat calmly next to Torafu. Denzo, what's the matter? Shikaku's first words made Denzo's eyes flash with coldness. Torafu looked surprised, but then smiled evilly. Denzo spoke slowly. Looks like Inoshikacho is ready to go into the darkness with the Uchiha clan. If we don't do this, should we wait to be exterminated? Sometimes walking in the darkness can lead us to the light. Shikaku looked indifferent and directly admitted his relationship with Uchiha. This time, Denzo couldn't sit still. Denzo's cold gaze remained fixed on Shikaku, releasing intense killing intent. Bang, a big hand fell, and the table was suddenly smashed into pieces. The loud noise startled both Denzo and Shikaku. What are you doing? Torafu stared at Denzo with cold eyes, and said with a smile, Denzo, you are very capable. You dare to go to Inoshikacho's territory and threaten the leader of the Nara clan? Who can give you the courage? Hiruzen? Let him try it in front of me. I'll eat monkey brain for dinner tonight. Denzo stared at Torafu with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice, Torafu, are you going to follow Shikaku's mischief? Go to hell. Torafu cursed bluntly. How dare you say that Shikaku is causing trouble? I've seen the list you gave to Inoshikacho, and if it weren't for Shikaku stopping me, I would have already beaten you with my staff. What do you want? Do you want Inoshikacho to be exterminated? The roar echoed as the towering figure approached Denzo. Denzo's eyes twitched, and he felt really timid. When he served as the second-generation Hokage's bodyguard, he was often taught a lesson by the man in front of him. Chapter 56, Denzo was hit. Torafu, don't be ridiculous. Who would want to exterminate the Inoshikacho clans? Inoshikacho are a fundamental pillar of the village, and I know it perfectly. Denzo's expression was angry, but his voice became calm, a bit like whispering, and said, it's not like you don't know what Uchiha's situation is now. Everything I do is for Hidden Leaf Village. Don't give me that. Torafu sneered. What happened to the Uchiha clan was caused by you. Do you really think that after I retired, I can't find out anything? What you've done to the Uchiha clan over the years, if it were me, I would have torn you to pieces by now. Denzo, if you treat others as fools, be careful of becoming a fool yourself. He looked at Denzo sarcastically and said, Why have you always sent Inoshikacho to fight the Uchiha? It's because of me, right? This. Shikaku looked at Torafu in surprise. Uncle Torafu, what's going on? Torafu pointed at Denzo's nose and cursed loudly. This bitch, when I was the guard of the second Hokage, I beat him a lot. This is revenge on me. Shikaku was stunned. Stop talking nonsense. Denzo slammed the table angrily and said, I'm telling you, Torafu. Don't tell me more. Torafu interrupted Denzo's words directly and said coldly, back then, you were a despicable guy. You didn't have much talent, but you had a strong temperament. How many times did I hit you? I can't even remember it. Do you dare to say that you don't hate me? You. Denzo was trembling with anger. What am I? Torafu sneered. I'm telling you, stop trying to attack the Inoshikacho clans, otherwise, I will kill you. Even if Hiruzen is present, I dare to do it. Hokage assistant? Bullshit. Okimaki Torafu, do you really want to ally yourself with the Uchiha clan? Denzo said angrily, everything we do is inherited from the teacher, and you want to go against the teacher's will? Here we go again. Torafu's gaze turned cold. Denzo, tell me, if the teacher came back to life and saw you now, what would the first thing he do? What would our teacher do? Denzo laughed coldly. Of course, I would clean the house. Torafu, you have already completely betrayed our master's will. Fuck you, you are shameless. Amidst a furious roar, Torafu's fist suddenly enlarged. Partial multi-size jutsu. Boom, Denzo was sent flying by a giant fist. He flew very high, and several shinobi had to intervene to save him. Crack, the bong fell on the table and rolled to the floor. Hiruzen looked in amazement at the figure that had been thrown. Denzo, is that you, Denzo? Who dares to bully my Denzo like this? You don't want to hang out in Hidden Leaf Village, do you? Funin Uchiha. Hiruzen changed his expression and said, quickly, go see what's going on with the Hokage's assistant. In addition, the Anbu has gathered and is ready to mobilize the Jonin in the village at any time. Yes. This time, Hiruzen was determined. Instead of leaving through the front door, he followed his disciple Jiraiya's example and jumped out the window. He was really worried that Denzo had done something to anger Funin, causing Uchiha to directly start a coup. Hidden Leaf Village was on the brink of destruction. The Uchiha were prepared and united. Who knows how much it would cost Hidden Leaf Village to eliminate them. However, when he arrived at the place, he was perplexed. It had nothing to do with the Uchiha. In fact, they were helping to calm the situation. A burly man, with a large stick, was chasing Denzo mercilessly. Stop, stop. The third Hokage roared angrily and said, Denzo, Torafu, what are you two doing? After Denzo saw the third Hokage, he said excitedly, Hiruzen, you are finally here. However, Torafu just glanced at the third Hokage, swung his stick, and said coldly. The matter between Denzo and I has nothing to do with you, Hiruzen, I'm warning you, come out or I'll beat you up too. Many people's eyes widened. Torafu, the old man, usually went unnoticed, but when he exploded, he didn't give the Hokage any face. Despite that, the third Hokage smiled with resignation and showed no anger. Stop. The third Hokage stood directly in front of Denzo and said, they are over 60 years old. How can they behave like this? No matter how arrogant Torafu was, he couldn't really attack the Hokage. He snorted coldly, put away his stick, and said, Hiruzen, this time I'll give you a little respect. I won't hold it against you. But if Denzo tries anything against Inoshikacho again, I'll break his legs. Denzo was furious, cursing in his mind. The Hokage smiled bitterly and said, what's wrong with you two? Torafu looked at the Hokage defiantly. Haven't you seen the list? What are you talking about? The third Hokage said with a wry smile, Denzo's performance is indeed lacking. Calm down, let's go and have tea in my office. No need. Torafu refused without hesitation. I'd better go back and eat my barbecue. Looking at the huge body, getting further and further away, the third Hokage sighed. Still the same. Denzo looked angry, Hiruzen. Okay. The Hokage said with a bitter smile, let's talk about it. Back to the Hokage residence. When the two returned, Koharu and Hamura were already waiting. The expressions of the two of them were a little weird. They also saw the scene just now, which reminded them of the past. That fat man with a hot temper was really their nightmare back then. Each of them had suffered at his hands, including Hiruzen. Only Uchiha Kagami, the good man back then, had a good relationship with him. The third Hokage sighed, picked up his pipe from the ground, lit it, and said, Denzo, why did you mess with that fat old man? Haven't you suffered enough for him in the past? Denzo had a sullen face and said nothing. Today, He was really humiliated. Is this the end of it? Denzo looked annoyed. What else do you want? Hiruzen said helplessly, you know very well what Inoshikacho's status is in Hidden Leaf Village. They are not like the Uchiha. They are very loved and, furthermore, if that list becomes public, who will take your side? Denzo said coldly, I also want to complete the formation of the roots as soon as possible so that I can deal with Uchiha. It's not like you don't know that Uchiha is getting stronger and stronger. These words made the rest of the Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet frown. They also discovered the recent changes in Uchiha. Hiruzen, what Denzo said makes sense. Hamura looked at the third Hokage and said, we can't let Uchiha continue to be strong like this. The third Hokage smoked his pipe and said slowly, do you have any ideas? Ideas? Denzo smiled coldly and said, leave this matter to me. As soon as these words came out, everyone including the third Hokage shuddered. Koharu said timidly, Denzo, this. Why do you keep interfering? Haven't you caused enough trouble? If you continue like this, we are worried that we will not be able to maintain security in the central Hidden Leaf Village area, including the Hokage residence. Ahem. The Hokage coughed dryly and said, Denzo, stay calm. The situation is still in our favor. Do not rush. Let's take things calmly. Humphrey, just wait for my good news. Denzo sneered, tapped his cane, and walked away with confidence. Koharu said with a grimace, Hiruzen, this. Is Denzo too confident? We have no other choice. The third Hokage grimaced. He sighed quietly and said, go and call Kakashi. Yes. Hiruzen. Forget it, let's give Denzo one last chance. The third Hokage shook his head and said, actually, we don't have much choice. We will see how far it goes this time. Koharu and Hamura looked at each other, both reflecting their unease. Shikaku had a complicated expression. He looked at Torafu who was eating meat and asked softly. Today, hee, you really scared me, old man. Will there be a problem? What can be the problem? Torafu sneered. Seeing that the new generation of Inoshikacho had arrived, he motioned for them to sit down. Then he started eating the barbecue without any courtesy. Shikaku and Inoichi sat on the side in a dignified manner. What happened today really shocked them. TSK. Torafu made a sound of contempt. Shikaku, haven't you already made a decision? Why do you keep worrying? Shikaku was surprised and asked, do you know? Suddenly, he understood. Everything that happened today was partly due to Torafu's temper problem and partly to give him confidence and defend him. At the same time, he wanted to express his voice and make it clear that Akimeki Torafu was still strong and present. Torafu glanced at him and said, I live in seclusion, but I'm not dead. In the past, he had also dominated the Inoshikacho clans for a time and had undoubtedly left many connections. Shikaku had been doing a lot of things recently, and he had obviously noticed it. Chapter 57, Denzo takes action again. Why? Shikaku didn't understand. After making the decision, he was still hesitating on how to convince Torafu. Who knows, he took the initiative to cooperate. Did Torafu really have intentions about the position of Hokage? Bang, Torafu slammed his chopsticks on the table and said coldly, in these past few years, how many of our Inoshikacho clansmen have been recruited by Denzo? Do you think I haven't noticed? I have retreated, and while Hiruzen and the others were taking advantage, I had no choice but to endure it. But, that list means that they want to destroy the Inoshikacho clans. Also. Torafu hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, there is something you need to know. The three of them straightened up immediately. Torafu said solemnly, on the night of the Ninetales, I may have been plotted. What? Even Shikaku stood up in shock. Torafu grabbed a piece of barbecue, stuffed it into his mouth, and said coldly, you heard it right, on the night of the Ninetales, I was plotted against. How can it be? Shikaku's mind raced, recalling everything that happened during the night of the Ninetales. Then, his expression turned into disbelief. Do you understand? Torafu looked at Shikaku and said coldly, that night, I was undoubtedly attacked by surprise. I don't know the exact details, but what I can assure is that my power only reached 80%. What about Sarutobi Hiruzen? His performance that night was excellent. Shikaku suddenly asked. Excellent? What did he do? Torafu sneered, other than taking the Ninetales out of the central Hidden Leaf Village area, did he actually fight? 4 or 5 years ago, Hiruzen was in his early 50s, and his strength was just that? Minato used the dead demon-consuming seal to seal the Ninetales. Do you think Hiruzen, who boasts of being an expert in all ninjutsu, couldn't do it? Why did the fourth Hokage and his wife die instead of the elderly third Hokage? The most ridiculous thing is that the entire route mobilized and kept an eye on the Uchiha clan, and they were not allowed to act. Choza said suspiciously, Uncle, There doesn't seem to be any problem? After all, the Ninetales was being controlled by the Sharingan, so the Uchiha are the prime suspects, right? Torafu looked at him speechlessly. Shikaku smiled bitterly and explained. Choza. If it really was the Uchiha clan who did it, do you think Denzo and his roots can stop them? There are over 30 Jonin in the Uchiha clan, and there are hundreds of elite Chunin. They would be more than enough to take down the root twice. This. Choza understood and couldn't help but said, are they going for the fourth Hokage? Who knows? Torafu sneered. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others cannot be trusted. Look at the current Jinchuriki, what that brat Naruto has suffered in the village. That's the son of the fourth Hokage, a hero, and now he doesn't even dare to use the surname Namikaze. What are they trying to do? Protect him? That's silly. Hiruzen is trying to be the Jinchuriki's only emotional attachment. If Kushina comes back to life, the first thing she will do is probably kill Hiruzen. Well, then let's continue with the plan. Shikaku made a decision simply and said in a deep voice, Uncle Torafu, you have to do more activities recently. Don't worry. Torafu sneered. When I saw that list, I knew I had to take action. What did that brat Uchiha say? They don't want power, they want money. Shikaku told him about a deal with Funin, and Torafu was speechless. Okay then. Torafu was very straightforward and said. First, the Inoshikacho clans will contribute 50 million ryo each. After I become Hokage, I will take the money from the finance department. If there is not enough, I will go to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. This. Shikaku finally saw how domineering this uncle was. He had probably been suppressing his anger all these years. Late at night. A black shadow slid past quickly, like a phantom, flickering on the trees outside Hidden Leaf Village. At this moment, Shisui was deep in thought. Recently, he had been researching a lot of things related to the Hokage. As his investigation progressed, his doubts about the Hokage only grew. The third Hokage, that kind grandfather, didn't seem like that kind of person. He wanted to say it, but there were too many things he couldn't explain. He didn't know what was going on today, but Funin directly gave him a task. It was a small task, but for someone who specialized in Ganjutsu like him, this task was quite suitable. Moreover, Funin probably also wanted to let him relax. Suddenly, Shisui stopped his steps, crouching down on a tree with his Sharingan activated. The shadows of several people appeared, surrounding him. Shisui's eyes narrowed. Anbu? The leader looked at Shisui and said in a deep voice, Shisui Uchiha, Hokage-sama wants to see you. Come with us. Hokage-sama? Shisui sneered and said, since when does the root take care of the Hokage's orders? The tone of the root shinobi turned cold. Are you defying the Hokage's orders? Shisui slowly pulled out the Kodachi from his back and said calmly, I will not challenge the Hokage, but if you do not act in the Hokage's name, I have no reason to obey you. The atmosphere became tense instantly. Thud. Thud. Thud, the sound of a stick hitting the ground echoed. Shisui's expression changed drastically as he recognized the sound. Denzo. Shisui looked back, seeing Denzo with a grim expression, leaning on his staff, slowly advancing. Shisui Uchiha. Denzo-sama, what does this mean? Shisui stared at Denzo with the last bit of hope in his heart. Shisui Uchiha. Denzo looked at Shisui with his one eye and said solemnly. Are you still loyal to Hidden Leaf Village? Of course. I will always be a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Denzo nodded slowly. Very good. Can you lure Funin out of the Uchiha clan's territory? Shisui stared at Denzo without speaking. It seemed that Denzo was not expecting an answer from Shisui. Funin has joined the Inoshikacho clans and is planning an armed coup d'etat. Shisui, if you are truly loyal to Hidden Leaf Village, you should have the sacrificial spirit of a true shinobi. Bring Funin Uchiha out of the Uchiha clan and give us a chance to kill him. Shisui stared at Denzo, shook his head slowly, and said, Denzo-sama, if you think a shinobi should have a spirit of sacrifice and not have too many emotions, what about you? Are you a real shinobi? Denzo stared at Shisui without speaking. Isn't your hatred and fear of the Uchiha a display of excessive emotions? Denzo's gaze turned cold. Shisui said calmly, Denzo-sama, you say you are doing it for Hidden Leaf Village, but in fact, it is all for yourself. The only one you really care about is yourself. Otherwise the second Hokage would have chosen you. The last sentence completely broke Denzo's defense. He never dreamed that Shisui, who had always been honest, would actually say such sharp and vicious words. Kill him. Denzo yelled out of control. That was the eternal pain in his heart, and Shisui dared to poke his wound. The root shinobi pounced on Shisui. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Shisui used the body flicker technique to avoid the attack. A root shinobi had already arrived behind him, wielding a sharp sword aimed at Shizui. Swish, the blade cut only his shadow. Bang, Shizui appeared behind the root shinobi, kicking him. Before he could counterattack, numerous shuriken and kunai flew towards him. Shizui ducked out of the way and stood on the big tree, leaving behind a row of shuriken and kunai. He sheathed the kodachi. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball rushed towards the root shinobi. The root shinobi scattered to avoid the attack. Boom, the fireball hit the ground, creating an explosion of flames. Wind style, great breakthrough. A cold voice echoed nearby. Shizui was startled. How could he approach without making noise? Without thinking, Shizui filled his kodachi with chakra and slashed it back. The wind and the blade collided, knocking Shizui back. At the same time, Shizui also saw his attacker. Denzo. Shizui was surprised to see the bandages around Denzo's arm. Why is there familiar chakra there? Shizui's gaze was filled with doubts. Suddenly, chains appeared from above, trying to trap Shizui. At the same time, she felt a flow of chakra under her feet. Shizui was moving and dodging quickly. "You're dead." A low shout sounded, and a shinobi suddenly appeared in front of Shizui. Shizui's eyes glowed with the Sharingan. The shinobi was instantly paralyzed. Blood gushed out as the shinobi's head was severed by the kodachi. Faced with such a siege, Shizui did not dare to hold back any longer, otherwise, he would be the one who would die. In fact, if Funan had seen his performance just now, he would have scolded him long ago. In the face of so many elite shinobi attacks, you still hold back and are not willing to kill? If it was Funan, he would have killed everyone with his Susanoo. Chapter 58, Denzo's eye-popping adventure. Keep attacking. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Denzo's voice was icy, as he gently touched his bandaged right eye. The look in his single eye became sharp. Fire style. Just as Shizui was about to cast another ninjutsu, Denzo exploded. He materialized in front of Shizui like a ghost, stretched out his hand, and went straight into Shizui's eyes. "Shizui Uchiha, your Sharingan belongs to me." Shizui's eyes narrowed and, without thinking, he brandished the kodachi. Denzo showed a cold smile and grabbed Shizui's eyes without taking a step back. A piercing scream echoed through the forest. In the woods, there was the sound of blood dripping on the ground. Shizui covered his right eye and knelt on one knee, looking painful. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Not far in front of him, Denzo let out a deep laugh. One of his arms was cut off, but his expression was full of fanaticism, not caring about his injury at all. "Shizui, you didn't expect that, did you?" Denzo's voice was cold and playful. "Izanagi." Shizui muttered under his breath. Denzo's smile stopped abruptly. He frowned and looked at Shizui coldly. "You actually know?" Shizui had a bitter taste in his mouth as he looked at Denzo's arm, which had grown back without any damage, showing regret and pain on his face. Even though Funan had told him that Denzo was conducting human experiments and might have transplanted Uchiha's eyes, yet he was still careless and made such an unforgivable mistake. It should be said that in his heart he was still unwilling to admit that the people from the Hokage faction were the kind of people he imagined. He didn't believe that Denzo was conducting human experiments. Denzo is the Hokage's assistant. He conducts human experiments, and it is impossible for the Hokage not to know about it. That was the only light left for Shizui. Now, all of that was completely destroyed. Shizui was angry and scared. "Haha, one is not enough." Denzo put Shizui's eye into a glass vessel and looked greedily at Shizui's other eye. "I want that eye too." "Yes." The root members appeared around Shizui in an instant, using various ninjutsu and weapons to attack Shizui. Boom, a huge green skeletal giant appeared, and all the shinobi who were close to Shizui were knocked away. "This is..." Denzo was horrified. At that moment, Shizui's only remaining eye showed the Mangekyo. Blood was constantly flowing from his eye socket. Shizui's expression was cold. "You all, go to hell." Boom, the skeleton giant waved his arm and slapped a shinobi hard. The shinobi didn't even have time to react before he was beaten to pieces. Immediately afterwards, the skeleton giant waved his arm again and smashed a shinobi that rushed forward. As soon as his hands were put together, a shinobi who was still in midair turned into a meat pie. How is it possible? Denzo stepped back and stared at Shizui. There was greed and fire in his eyes. Such power can only belong to him. He would use it to change the entire shinobi world. The Uchiha, such a limited race, do not deserve to have it. He won't last long, kill him. Denzo gave orders to the root members. Yes. The roots rushed forward without hesitation. Boom, seeing the root shinobi approaching quickly, Shizui showed a cold smile filled with murderous intent. He controlled the Susanoo and charged towards them. He made a mistake and now he had to find a way to fix it. The Kodo Matsukami could not fall into Denzo's hands. What Funan said was true. Denzo is selfish and always said that everything he did was for Hidden Leaf Village, but seeing his actions, it was clear that he only cared about himself. Shizue looked grim as he controlled Suzuno and attacked the roots crazily. One after another, the shinobi were torn apart by him. His eyes were bleeding, and he didn't care. He just stared at Denzo and gradually moved towards him. Denzo's expression changed slightly. Using Suzuno's forbidden technique with one eye, even if Denzo didn't understand Suzuno, he could tell that something was wrong with Shizue's current state. Shizue, you better die. I will maximize the value of your eyes. Denzo muttered to himself. At this time, a cold voice sounded in Denzo's ears. You don't have to worry about Uchiha's eyes. The next moment, everything in front of Denzo changed. Shizue, without Denzo realizing it, was already in front of him. A gigantic skeleton glared at him fiercely, swinging its arm to crush him. When did you arrive in front of me? This is not okay. Is this a Genjutsu? Denzo's pupils constricted and he quickly undid the Genjutsu. He had many Sharingan, in addition to Hashirama cells in his body, so the Genjutsu did not affect him as much. But when he dispelled the Genjutsu, the giant skeleton disappeared, and a very familiar person was already cutting off its arm with a sword. Damn! Blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, there were several fingers flying in the air. Denzo groaned and retreated, staring at his attacker with murderous intent in his eyes. He had avoided the fatal blows but had lost several fingers and Shizue's eyes. Uchiha. Fugaku. Fugaku was also a little surprised, glanced at Denzo, and tossed the glass vessel containing Shizue's eyes twice in his hand. Want this eye? Then come and get it. Damn Uchiha. Denzo looked at Fugaku with a ferocious look. That Sharingan caused him inexplicable disgust. Just now, those eyes had cast a Genjutsu at him, taking advantage of him. Uchiha, you guys really plan to betray the village? Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter. One Uchiha after another appeared around, looking at Denzo coldly, surrounding all the root members. Fugaku spoke indifferently. Shimura Denzo, under the name of the Hidden Leaf Village Police Force, we arrest you for wantonly attacking the Jonin of Hidden Leaf Village, Shizue Uchiha. Denzo stared at the many Uchiha with an ugly look on his face. Attack. Fugaku waved his hand heavily. The Uchiha began to act. The battle became a one-sided massacre. This time, more than a dozen elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan had mobilized, led by Tetsui and Komi. Not to mention the Kage-level Fugaku Uchiha. Don't think about running away. Fugaku stared at Denzo coldly and quickly formed seals with his hands. Summoning technique. Denzo shouted coldly. A summon beast appears that looks a bit like an elephant. This is... Fugaku's expression changed, and he murmured, the legendary dream and nightmare devouring beast, Baku. Baku opened his mouth wide in Fugaku's direction, a massive suction appearing that devoured the surrounding trees and rocks. Everything disappeared in his mouth, but the end was not in sight, as if he wanted to swallow everything in his stomach. Fugaku snorted coldly and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom, the large fireball rushed into Baku's mouth. Instead of being swallowed, it exploded inside his mouth. Baku screamed in pain, undoing the summons and disappearing from the place. Fugaku's expression was cold. In front of him, Denzo had disappeared. Did you run away? Humphrey, damn Denzo, let you live a few more days. He turned to look at the other battles and said, resolve them as soon as possible and bring the bodies back. Yes. Tetsui and the others were excited. In the past, the Uchiha had only been bullied by Roots members. The entire Uchiha clan was under constant enemy surveillance. Now, it's their turn to fight back. Damn Root, go to hell. The Uchiha shouted excitedly, eliminating the Root shinobi in just a few moves. After finishing everything, many Uchiha turned their gazes towards Shizue, who was panting heavily. Some were angry. Some sighed. Others were amazed. Being so powerful but reduced to this pitiful situation. Fugaku walked up to Shizue and looked at him slumped on the ground with cold eyes. Shizue smiled bitterly and said, are you Itachi? Fugaku frowned, then released the transformation. It turned out to be Itachi. Denzo didn't notice it just now, but Shizue could see the difference in Itachi at a glance. Itachi couldn't help but sigh. Brother Shizue, you have let down Brother Funan. Shizue said weakly, I'm even disappointed in myself. Itachi glanced at him, took out a scroll, and sealed the Sharingan in the glass vessel. This. Shizue was startled, a bad premonition just surged in his heart. The next moment, he suffered a heavy blow and was knocked unconscious. You deserve it. Hidden Leaf Village is already a battlefield now, Don't you understand this? Shiryu snorted coldly. Itachi grabbed Shizui, carried him on his shoulders, and said, I'll take him back, and I'll leave the rest to you. Yashiro nodded and said, leave everything to us. Swoosh, Itachi disappeared on the spot with Shizui. Shiryu looked at the two disappearing people and suddenly smiled. What's wrong? Yashiro looked at her curiously. I suddenly remembered what Funan calls Itachi. The filial son. Many thought about it and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Itachi really thought about transforming into Fugaku-sama. This is really. Chapter 59, Denzo's bad day gets worse. Denzo probably hates Fugaku-sama to death, but what does all this have to do with Itachi? You're right. Who would have thought that the person who would lead us to stop Denzo this time would be Fugaku-sama's son, Itachi Uchiha. They probably still firmly believe that Itachi is the heir to the Will of Fire. It's Fugaku-sama's side. Haha, the next time Denzo sees Fugaku-sama and curses him, Fugaku-sama is probably still confused and doesn't know what's going on. More than a dozen Uchiha stayed on the spot and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, sounds of breaking the air could be heard. The Uchiha immediately prepared for battle. Yashiro took a step forward, directly facing the newcomers. There were quite a few of them, and the leader was none other than the third Hokage. Torafu also came. At least half of Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi clan, big and small, were here. Koharu immediately shouted, Uchiha, are you really planning to betray the village? Yashiro sneered. Damn old lady, what do you mean by that? When did the Uchiha betray the village? If you want to tar the Uchiha with that, and try some of your tricks, then try it, see if the Uchiha clan is easy to bully. What did you call me? Koharu almost fainted from rage. Since becoming an elder, who dares to disrespect her? The other shinobi also looked stunned. The Uchiha's expressions were indifferent, with a Sharingan appearing in their eyes. Several of them even took out signal bombs, ready to launch at any time, asking for help from the clan. Looking at the posture of the Uchiha, everyone knows that once the signals are released, it will mean that the village and the Uchiha clan have officially started the war. Ahem. Everyone, calm down. Torafu stood up at this time, glared at Koharu, and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Which eye did you see that Uchiha was betraying the village? Koharu, as an elder, you should be careful about what you say. You. Koharu was surprised. She also felt a little regretful after seeing Uchiha's violent reaction. Hiruzen, who was about to speak, was also stunned for a moment. He took a deep look at Torafu, turned to Yashiro and the others and said, Yashiro Uchiha, calm down. We have always been calm, Hokage-sama. Yashiro said calmly. But someone here doesn't ask what's happening and immediately accuses the Uchiha of betraying the village. I wonder, where do you get this idea that the Uchiha is planning to betray the village? Or has someone always wanted the Uchiha to betray the village? Many looked at Koharu curiously, while others remained silent. Everyone knew that this was another confrontation between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan. Well, let's put aside the false accusations for now and discuss this later. The third Hokage said with a softer tone. Talk, what happened here? The censor-type shinobi reported an intense battle. Besides, the third Hokage looked at the corpses on the ground and said in a deep voice, don't blame the elders for being outspoken. In fact, I also want to know why there are Anbu corpses here? You Uchiha are fighting against Anbu? How brave you are. We are indeed fighting the Anbu. Yashiro said without hesitation. Because Shizue Uchiha was attacked by the Hokage's assistant, Shimura Denzo, together with the Anbu, I want to ask the Hokage if this was ordered by you, or if Denzo acted on his own. These words left everyone present breathless. The atmosphere became even more tense. The third Hokage was furious with Denzo. How dare Denzo do something like that? Hokage-sama. Yashiro said in a deep voice. This is already obvious. Denzo led the Anbu to besiege Uchiha Shizue for no reason, resulting in Shizue being seriously injured. He is now being treated in the clan, so I ask the Hokage to give us an explanation. After all, Shizue is not only a high-ranking shinobi of the Uchiha clan, but also a prominent shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village, a hero of the Third Shinobi World War. There is no reason for an unprovoked attack, and the shinobi of the village will not accept it. Don't worry, the Hokage will definitely give you an explanation. Before the third Hokage could speak, Torafu had already spoken. His words were cold, and he said, Shizue Uchiha is a jonin and a hero of Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo is nothing but a stinky rat, and he actually dares to bare his teeth. Torafu. The third Hokage's mouth was full of bitterness. Koharu was also stunned. Did Torafu openly side with the Uchiha clan? This is very dangerous. In an instant, Koharu and the others felt cold and were sweating profusely. Hiruzen. Torafu looked at Hiruzen and said slowly, "Don't forget that you are the Hokage. If you can't execute Denzo because of the old relationship, then let me do it, let me kill that bastard." Torafu. The third Hokage's words became stern. He said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense. We don't know what is going on in this matter. We cannot listen to Uchiha's one-sided words." The third Hokage looked at Yashiro Uchiha and others, his eyes flashing coldly, and said, "Anbu will intervene in the investigation of this matter and announce the truth." "No." Yashiro refused without hesitation. "What did you say?" The third Hokage's eyes were cold, and his thin body was like a towering mountain in an instant. His palms were sweating, but Yashiro's expression remained calm, and he said, "We don't trust the Anbu, because the people who just besieged Shizue were Anbu. Hokage-sama, it's not that we doubt you, but Denzo is too cunning. It's obvious that he has put his people inside the Anbu. If the Anbu investigate, the shinobi of the village will likely be dissatisfied." "Really?" The third Hokage's words were icy cold, causing chills to those who heard them. "Damn, how is it possible that Denzo can move the Anbu to the root?" Koharu complained in her mind. "Denzo is also a waste, and he actually made such a big fuss. Hiruzen, there is a problem with the Anbu, and it is indeed your responsibility." Torafu spoke indifferently from the side. The third Hokage looked at his old friend in silence, his eyes so deep that it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Hamura couldn't help herself. "Torafu, why are you? What's wrong with me?" Torafu looked at him coldly and said, "Don't you let me talk about Denzo's involvement in Anbu?" Hamura wanted to say something else, but Koharu gestured for her to shut up. She looked at Yashiro and asked, "You don't agree with the Anbu investigation? Do you want the Uchiha to handle it?" "Of course not." Yashiro raised his hand and said, "I propose that the Jonin commander, Narashikaku, investigate. What do you think?" "All right." Before anyone else could speak, the third Hokage was the first to agree. He turned to look at Shikaku in the crowd and said, "Uchiha, Anbu, and Denzo are all extremely important parts of the village. Shikaku, you must investigate carefully, do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Shikaku quickly agreed. Swoosh, the third Hokage was the first to leave. The others quickly followed him. In the blink of an eye, only Uchiha was left here again. Yashiro looked at the others and smiled lightly. "All went well." Shiryu looked towards the horizon and said, "How will the situation be there?" "Haha, if Minister Funen takes action personally, there will definitely be no problem." The Uchiha were full of confidence in Funen, a confidence that no one could question. The sound of blood dripping onto the ground was heard. This time, the target changed from Shizue to Denzo. He ran disheveled, his wounds were barely treated, and because of his sudden movements, blood was gushing out again. But his expression was wild and malevolent. "Damn Uchiha. Evil Uchiha. Just wait, I will definitely deal with you next time." "Huh? Who?" Suddenly, a shinobi who was following Denzo gave a cold shout. His eyes were looking straight to the left, and his whole body was tense. Denzo also became nervous. He was injured and only had 3 guards around him. "Pills for sale. The little blue pill." With a high-pitched voice, Funen pushed a cart, shouting as he walked. When he saw Denzo, his eyes lit up, he smiled, and said, "Oh, if it's not Denzo-sama. How about it? Do you want to buy some blue pills? They're good for your physical and mental health." Uchiha. Funen. Denzo's heart sank. "Denzo-sama, are you interested? They are of good quality and fair price, no tricks." Funen actually took out a small blue pill, smiled and said, "Denzo-sama, I see that you are usually weak, and you've lost so much blood, you absolutely need my pills to help you stand up again." Chapter 60, Bugs, Blades, and the Hokage's Fury. Denzo stared at Funen coldly and winked at the root shinobi on the side. Swoosh, before the root shinobi could move, a blood-colored flame descended on him, making him retreat. "Don't go," Funen said with a smile. "Wind style, vacuum sphere." Denzo launched an attack on Funen without hesitation. The moment Funen avoided it, Denzo waved his hand, pointed at Funen, and shouted, "Attack!" Secret technique, insect sphere. A root shinobi shouted coldly, and numerous insects flew from all directions towards Funen. "Huh?" Funen looked surprised and murmured, "Why are there still Jonin from the Aburame clan? By the way, you are Aburame Yoji?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Yoji and Denzo changed drastically. "How do you know?" Denzo's voice was filled with anger and some fear. Yoji is a trump card in his hand, and his status is even higher than Aburame Shikaro. Everything about him is also a secret. Not many people know about it. Why would Funan know about it? Who could it be? Who had betrayed him? No wonder he failed every time he faced Funan. There is a big traitor behind him, constantly ruining his affairs. Fire style, dragon flame release song technique. Several huge dragon heads roared towards Yoji. Boom. Boom. Boom, Yoji was sent flying by the explosion. Insects were also burned in mass. Blood flames, an extremely high temperature. Fire style, majestic flame annihilation jutsu. A pillar of bloody fire rose into the sky, enveloping Yoji, about to engulf him. Dance of the crescent moon. A root shinobi rushed towards Funan, turned into 3 figures in the air, and swung his long sword from 3 directions, slashing at Funan with unrivaled power. Huh? Funan's expression changed slightly. From this move, Funan actually felt a dangerous aura. In Funan's pupils, the 3 Magatama rotated and turned into the Mengekyo. Under the Mengekyo, he unraveled all of his opponent's movements. Funan suddenly disappeared. Bang, the shinobi was sent flying by the kick, rolling on the ground in a sorry state. Ugh! She groaned. Furthermore, her long purple hair was scattered everywhere. The mask on her face also fell off, revealing a delicate and pretty face. Funan's eyes lit up. Yuzuki Yujao. Why is this woman at the root? Isn't she a member of Anbu? The strength is not right either. She was obviously a special Jonin, so why did she become a Jonin? Denzo looked at Funan gloomily. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of fear. Funan, he is too strong. Denzo looked hesitantly at his arm. Should he release the seal on his arm? But, if he did, and others from Hidden Leaf Village arrived, how would he explain that? Also, could Funan already know the secret of his arm? If this is the case, then his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Denzo felt bitter when he thought of Shishui mentioning the Izanagi. Denzo-sama, please leave first. Yoji stood in front of Denzo, with her back to him, and said in a deep voice, I will cover you. Denzo looked deeply at Yoji and said, I appreciate it, Yoji. Please do not worry. Yoji stretched out his hands, and countless insects quickly covered his hands. Funan looked at him, tilting his head, the Mengekyo turning slightly in his eyes. Boom, the gigantic Susanoo stood up. In addition, it directly has an armored form. More than 50 meters tall, he coldly looked at Yoji. Funan waved his hand and said generously, I'll let you attack first. Yoji looked at the imposing figure, then at the insects in his hands, his expression somewhat confused. Boom, the next moment, a huge arm slammed down hard. Curse. Yoji avoided the blow with difficulty and looked at Funan angrily. You actually avoided my sneak attack. It's really impressive. Funan gave a thumbs up to Yoji. You. Let's continue. Boom, the armored Susanoo continued to attack. The roar was constant. Meanwhile, Denzo escaped in a disorderly manner with the last root shinobi. After running for a while, he suddenly stopped and stared ahead. I can only fight to the death in this battle. Denzo put his hand on his sealed arm. He had already made his decision. After this was over, he would fully investigate the route to see who sold the information. Bang, a figure fell in front of Denzo. Denzo, what's going on? Denzo said nothing, looking at the person in front of him. He felt tears filling his eyes. Hiruzen. The 3rd Hokage shivered and looked at Denzo strangely. What's going on? Hiruzen asked angrily. In one night, the sensor-type shinobi detected 2 fights, both involving Denzo. It didn't matter. Hiruzen knew what Denzo was doing. But what about the results? I failed. Denzo said bitterly. There was a problem with the route, the information was leaked and Funan deceived me again. You. The 3rd Hokage pointed at Denzo's nose and was so angry that he almost wanted to curse. Boom, there was another roar behind him, Denzo's body trembled, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. He felt that Yoji was dead. Damn it, that's his right-hand man, one of his most important subordinates. Damn Funan. What's wrong? The 3rd Hokage keenly noticed something strange about Denzo. Let's go quickly. Denzo doesn't respond, he just spoke in a deep voice, Funan will catch up in a moment. You don't want to fight with him, do you? Of course not. The 3rd Hokage snorted coldly and left quickly with Denzo. After the two left, Funan quickly walked over with a person on his shoulders and holding a severed head in his hand. The head belongs to a Burimyoji. Although Funan was not sure how he would affect the cursed tongue eradication seal if he wanted to extract information. However, Funan didn't care. If he could get something, great. If not, it didn't matter either. As for the person he was carrying, it was naturally Yuzuki Yujao. You ran very fast, but why so fast? I have no intention of killing you, Denzo. Funan laughed softly and left. He was never prepared to kill Denzo. If Denzo is killed, Hiruzen will definitely become violent, and he might even fight him directly. The relationship between these two cannot be underestimated, it is really strong. Funen is not yet ready for a full-scale war with the Hokage faction. There are tens of thousands of shinobi in Hidden Leaf Village, and who knows how many of them would mindlessly obey the Hokage's orders. Funen's goal was to weaken the power of the Hokage faction. Among Hidden Leaf Village's numerous clans, there are those who understand the situation. They do not blindly follow the Hokage, but rather fear his power. For many, does it really matter if the Hokage or the Uchiha are in power? Uchiha is not a good thing, but the Hokage faction is a good thing? Last but not least, Shisui was taught a lesson, so that this brainless guy would fall for it this time, right? Denzo gouged out one of his eyes. If she still has hope in the Hokage faction, she can't blame Funen later. Funen has already decided. If Shisui continues to be stubborn, next time, he will confront him himself and resolve the situation. There is no place for dangerous forbidden powers like the Koto Umatsukami. If it cannot be controlled, it must be eliminated. Bang! Hiruzen, who returned to the Hokage's office, slammed the table and looked at Denzo coldly. At this moment, Denzo regained his composure and sat calmly on the chair. As long as he goes to the Hokage's office, he is not afraid of anything. Denzo, give me an explanation. There was uncontrollable anger in Hiruzen's words. Do you know how much trouble you've caused this time? Yes, Denzo. Koharu said in a deep voice. Torafu has clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with you and publicly expressed his intention to deal with you. Torafu? A gloomy look flashed across Denzo's face. I should have eliminated the Inoshikacho clans when I had the chance. That's nonsense. Hiruzen yelled angrily and said, eliminate Inoshikacho? I'll eliminate you first. Who do you think you are? Is your value greater than Inoshikacho? Denzo smiled sarcastically and said, Uchiha are more valuable. How many people in the entire shinobi world can match them? You. Okay. Hamura stood up quickly and said, why are you still arguing? Don't forget that our enemy is Uchiha. Hiruzen snorted, took out his pipe and started smoking. Koharu asked in confusion, what's wrong with Torafu? Why does he appear now and challenge our position? What else could be going on? Hiruzen said, Torafu no longer wants to stay in the shadows. Why? Koharu was even more confused. When he was young, Hiruzen invited him many times to come out and become an elder of Hidden Leaf Village, but he rejected them all. Chapter 61, Dealing with Denzo's Folly. This is all thanks to our Hokage assistant, Denzo-sama. Hiruzen said sarcastically. He has attacked Inoshikacho many times, and in the end he even tried to dig up his roots. How could Torafu just sit back and wait for death? Koharu and Hamura glared at Denzo. In response, Denzo looked at them with a cruel look, and in an instant, Koharu and Hamura immediately shrank their necks. Humphrey. Denzo snorted. The next moment, he felt Hiruzen's cold gaze. Denzo. After Denzo lowered his head, Hiruzen sighed deeply, with a sad look on his face. The Hyuga clan has a problem. The Inoshikacho clans almost openly opposed us, the Aburame and Inuzuka clans are on Torafu's side. How can we face the Uchiha clan? Humphrey. Denzo slapped his cane hard, and then his body froze. Damn it. His fingers had been cut off by that Fugaku beast. He had just bandaged it, but this time it seemed that he applied too much force and the wound split open. Looking at the wound that was bleeding continuously, Hiruzen and the others were dumbfounded. Where's the medical nin? Hiruzen called a Nanbu. The other party immediately went out and called in the waiting medical nin to treat Denzo. However, medical nin can heal injuries, but they cannot regenerate severed limbs. Just stop the bleeding. Denzo drove the medical nin out impatiently, waved his hand and said boldly, leave it to me, Hiruzen, I will definitely let Uchiha. Stop. The third Hokage quickly called a halt. He rubbed his eyebrows with a headache and felt his heart beating fast. He was getting older and couldn't handle such stimulating words. Both Koharu and Hamura had expressions that almost looked like they were about to cry. What do you mean? Denzo said angrily. Don't they trust me? The third Hokage took a deep breath and said slowly, Denzo, how many trustworthy subordinates do you think we have? Look how many have been sacrificed. Denzo looked disdainful. Of course he knew that many had been sacrificed. The root were almost destroyed. There were 2 or 3 kittens left at the base of Hidden Leaf Village. Don't worry, Hiruzen. Denzo said coldly. This time I will not enter into direct conflict with them. I will make them understand that Hidden Leaf Village is our Hidden Leaf Village, and the Uchiha only deserve to hide like mice in a corner. Denzo left in a majestic and determined manner. Koharu frowned and said, Hiruzen, you are so brave. He actually believed in Denzo again and just ordered the Anbu to assist Denzo, which was considered a kind of surveillance. Although the person taking the order was Shinosuke, Hiruzen's son, this was still too dangerous. Hamura also nodded repeatedly. In fact, the Anbu leader Shinosuke was dispatched last time, and he was just monitoring Denzo secretly. This time, everything was clear, the supervision was public. But does it make sense? If Denzo wants to act recklessly, who can stop him except Hiruzen himself? Don't worry. Hiruzen said calmly. You have to believe in Denzo, he is our trustworthy companion. Damn it, that hand was trembling, and the pipe almost stuck in his eye. Do you also want to imitate Denzo and wear a bandage on your face? Okay. Koharu sighed. However, Hiruzen, we still need your help with the Funin issue. This is natural. Hiruzen sighed deeply. What are we going to do with Shikaku? Hamura suddenly said. The assassination of Shizue Uchiha especially involves Denzo. The village is still waiting for the result. If Shikaku really talks nonsense, we will be very passive. Aren't we passive enough now? Hiruzen looked indifferent and said, don't worry, when I see Torafu, no, when I see Funin, Shikaku will naturally know what to do. Shizue woke up from his deep sleep, and the stinging pain in his eyes made him groan. He came to his senses and stood up in a hurry. Where I am? With just a glance with his one eye, he confirmed that he was in his room. Not far away from him, Funin was writing something with his head down. Next to him, Itachi was sitting quietly, but his expression was a little strange. Funin, Itachi? Shizue breathed a sigh of relief. How do you feel? Funin didn't even raise his head. Denzo ripped out your eye. In the end, did you think Itachi was plotting against you? Shizue smiled bitterly. I'm very disappointed, Shizue. Funin wrote something calmly and said. I've warned you several times, told you the methods they could use, and they still ripped out your eye. If it weren't for Itachi, you probably would have died there. Stupid. You are so stupid. Shizue sighed and said, if I told you that I wanted to die together with Denzo, would you believe it? Of course I believe that, but that disappoints me even more. Funin sighed and said. Who is Denzo? If I wanted to, I would have killed him a long time ago. The reason I kept him was only because I was worried that I would completely anger the Hokage faction, and they would fight us to the death. You can also see my purpose. I just want to weaken the power of the Hokage faction step by step, and finally drive them out and let Uchiha stand firm in the village. Why don't you use your brain? Shizue was silent and said, how did you know that Denzo would attack me? It's obvious. Funin said indifferently. As long as you tell the Hokage faction about the Koto Umatsukami, they will definitely attack you. They will never allow Uchiha to have such power. No, except for themselves, they would not allow anyone else to have such power. Shizue, everyone is afraid. Who wants to be someone else's puppet? How about you? Shizue suddenly said. Are you afraid of the power of the Koto Umatsukami? At first yes, but after awakening the Mengekyo as well, I'm no longer afraid. Funin raised his head, and the Mengekyo flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Shizue. They communicated in the space of illusion, transmitting the secret of the Tsujugai no Kakuo to Shizue. I understand. Shizue suddenly realized. I remember there was a time when you rejected me a lot, then you went back to normal. Turns out it was because of Tsujugai no Kakuo, this technique that neutralizes my Koto Umatsukami. Now he understood why Funin dared to use Susanoo non-stop. Funin smiled, took out a glass vessel and put it aside. Inside was Shizue's eye. Today we will schedule surgery to give you this eye back. Seeing his recovered eye, Shizue felt surprisingly calm and said, I don't need this eye. Funin was surprised by Shizue's attitude. The clan must still have other spare eyes, right? Shizue said calmly. Give me a pair of ordinary Sharingan. The Koto Umatsukami will remain in your hands from today. No. Funin shook his head and said, a good child has a long memory, but a naughty child who is afraid is a child who refuses to change despite repeated admonitions. The corners of Shizue's eyes twitched. After staring at Funin for a few times, he said helplessly, I really don't want this eye anymore. Keep it, only you can make the most of this eye. Funin said nonchalantly. With it, you are one of the most powerful people in Hidden Leaf Village. Without him, no one knows who you are. Shizue said unconvinced, is it possible that I have become Shizue of the body flicker because of my eyes? When he became famous in the shinobi world, he had not yet awakened the Mengekyo. Funin smiled slightly and said nothing. Shizue is indeed very strong, but without the help of the Hokage faction, how could he become so famous? To put it bluntly, the situation at that time was largely to suppress Funin. Shizue also reacted quickly, and he understood when he saw Funin smile. He grunted angrily, stood up and walked to Funin, What are you doing? Ugh. Shishui opened his eyes wide. Funan is not writing anything, but painting. An abstract painting. Shishui and Denzo, one on the left and one on the right, kneeling on the ground, begging for their lives. When did he, Shishui, become equal to Denzo? The two of them were still kneeling together. Also, why do both of them in the drawing only have one eye? One left and one right, very symmetrical. Shishui sighed feebly. Itachi was laughing on the side, looking at Shishui strangely, then looked at the drawing, nodding his head vigorously as if in agreement, which angered Shishui. Just at that moment. Minister. What's wrong? Funan didn't look back. Hokage-sama invites you. Shishui and Itachi immediately became nervous. Funan waved his hand, smiled, and said, I'm going to be rich again. What's the meaning? Shishui said nervously, if I call you at this time, is the Hokage going to attack you? Funan, you have to be careful. Even though Shishui was unconscious, he knew that something terrible was definitely happening outside. When Itachi rescued him, he had a head-on conflict with Denzo. With Funan's temper, it might be a head-on conflict with the Hokage. Chapter 62, Hokage haggling. Don't worry. Funan waved his hand and said, Itachi, call the medical nin and have them put Shishui's eye back in. That's a transplant. Itachi chuckled and said, don't worry, brother Funan, you also have to be careful. The Hokage faction will not let go of any opportunity. Funan left. Shishui looked at Itachi and said with a little envy, Itachi, you really trust Funan? Itachi suddenly became serious and said, brother Shishui, this time, you disappointed brother Funan. We weren't originally planning to act, but we ended up on the brink of a direct confrontation with the Hokage faction. This is all your fault. Suddenly hearing this accusation, Shishui couldn't help but be startled, speechless, or rather a little ashamed. Itachi was his friend, and the relationship between the two was originally very close. The honest man Shishui was really angry this time. How much did he trust the Hokage and Denzo? The third Hokage sat alone in the Hokage's office, smoking a cigarette. Koharu and Hamura were gone. They really didn't want to see Funan. What kind of actions has he taken? Is that what a person does? Furthermore, not only is he evil himself, he has also corrupted the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan of the past was so good. They gritted their teeth and looked at them, but they didn't dare to go further in the slightest. Now, Yashiro even directly insulted Koharu. This is unbearable. Hiruzen was also thinking about how to deal with this matter. The negotiation with Akimaki Torafu just ended. The conditions offered were vague and not as easy as I expected. At this time, an exaggerated laugh sounded. Zahaha. The voice was extremely arrogant and harsh, and Hiruzen couldn't help but shudder. The other people in the Hokage residence also looked at each other. Torafu, who had just walked out of the Hokage building, heard Funan's laughter for the first time. His fat body trembled, and he turned to look at Shikaku who was following behind him. How about we consider cooperating with the Hokage? This laugh is absolutely that of a villain. He is too shameless. Shikaku smiled bitterly and whispered, Uncle, the first tranche of funds has been sent to Uchiha. Do you think they will withdraw it? Forget it then. Torafu immediately shook his head. Funan strutted into the Hokage's office. Hiruzen was smoking, his expression no longer as kind as before. Anyway, everyone had already crossed the line, and the only thing missing was a direct confrontation. The third Hokage no longer bothered to hide his true feelings from him. He frowned slightly, seemingly deep in thought, completely ignoring Funan. Show off your power? Funan smiled slightly and let the third Hokage break his guard with one sentence. Hiruzen, what are you thinking about? The third Hokage's eyes snapped open, then he looked coldly at Funan. Funan continued his verbal attack. He raised a finger to the third Hokage and said, 100 million ryo. The third Hokage was startled at first, then understood and said flatly, impossible. Goodbye then. Funan turned around and was about to leave. Stop. The third Hokage shouted sharply. Swoosh, several figures appeared around Funan, staring at him coldly. The Hokage also stood up slowly, his thin body bursting with amazing momentum. Funan smiled slightly as he activated the Sharingan. What's wrong, Hiruzen? Are you sure you want to find me? Here at the Hokage residence. How are you going to explain afterwards? I'll give you two excuses, Uchiha Rebellion, or Funan Uchiha assassinating Hokage. Then you must be prepared, not only to face the doubts from the outside world, but also to get rid of me at once, otherwise. The third Hokage's face darkened, and he waved his hand, signaling the Anbu to retreat. 100 million ryo, it's impossible. He understood what the 100 million ryo meant, that's what Funan wanted as compensation for the silence. It's too much, At most 20 million ryo. 120 million ryo. The third Hokage choked and said under his breath, 40 million ryo. Funan smiled evilly and replied, 140 million ryo. The third Hokage looked at Funan with cold eyes. What? Funan looked at Hiruzen, who had a gloomy and uncertain face, and suddenly smiled and said, it seems that you have made a decision. Well then, let's fight openly. The three Mangekyo Sharingan of my Uchiha clan fear no one. If you want to fight, I'll be happy to. No, Hiruzen. A cry of surprise came. Koharu and Hamura pushed the door open, their expressions nervous but determined. Even more surprising was the last person to enter. Denzo. The darkness of the shinobi, the only member of the Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet who was truly tough. Judging from his appearance, he actually came to stop the third Hokage. This time, let alone the third Hokage, Funan was stunned. For the first time, he felt that something was unexpected. Hiruzen, you have to calm down. Hamura said in a deep voice. Consider the consequences. The third Hokage looked at Koharu and Hamura before turning his gaze towards Denzo. Denzo, is this what you think too? Yes. Why? The third Hokage's words were filled with anger. He felt betrayed. Denzo, you don't support me. Obviously I support you so much. The third Hokage was panting heavily, looking annoyed. It was evident that he had no intention of giving in easily. Denzo's objection made his anger burn even more intensely. Stop making trouble, Hiruzen. Denzo's words became calmer and said, I have a way to deal with Uchiha, don't use this method of mutual destruction. At least, the Hokage faction couldn't be the first to attack. What method? Denzo looked at Funan, who asked curiously, and snorted coldly. It's okay to say that I want to deal with you in front of you. Everyone is already at odds with each other. But do you also want to know my action plan? What a crazy dream. Tell me, come on, tell me. Good Denzo, good Denzo. Hiruzen and others looked at Funan and were speechless. Humphrey. Facing the four people who rolled their eyes, Funan snorted and said, even if you don't tell me, I will know. Denzo said coldly, by the time you know it, it will be too late. Tell you, I'm angry. Funan snorted. Denzo, you are not good at all, I don't like you anymore. Denzo gritted his teeth and shouted, Funan Uchiha. Forget it, 140 million ryo, can you get it today? Funan waved his hand impatiently. This. Koharu seemed hesitant. Hidden Leaf Village's financial management was under her control. Taking out such a large sum of money suddenly meant stopping many important plans related to their clans. Give it to him. Denzo said coldly. Anyway, I can get it back sooner or later. Do you have the final say? Koharu was on the verge of exploding. Is Uchiha your property? You said you'd get it back, so you'll get it back. What about previous losses? I haven't came to collect them from you yet. She looked towards Hiruzen. The third Hokage also hesitated. Hiruzen, trust me. Hearing Denzo say this, Hiruzen froze. Koharu and Hamura were speechless. The last thing they want to hear right now is Denzo saying, trust me. The more he says that, the less likely they are to believe him and the less safe they will feel. Well. Finally, Hiruzen sighed and said, Koharu, send 100 million ryo to Uchiha today. Only 100 million ryo. Funan was still a little dissatisfied. However, the Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet glared at him at the same time. The power of their gaze was quite astonishing and the Mangekyo couldn't help but blink. Forget it. Funan said dissatisfied. Hiruzen, you are already old, so I will take pity on you. The veins on Hiruzen's forehead were throbbing. Thank you, Funan. Hiruzen's words sounded low and threatening, as if he was going to devour someone. Even Denzo couldn't help but tremble. Hiruzen was really angry, and if it wasn't for him and the other two, they probably would have fought today. You're welcome. Funan showed a bright smile and said, as a good young man in Hidden Leaf Village, helping the old, weak, sick and disabled is what I should do. After saying that, Funan left. However, the Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet felt a pain in their hearts, especially Hiruzen, who was so angry that he almost choked on the smoke and couldn't stop coughing. A simple sentence from Funan made the tormented Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet begin to identify themselves unconsciously. The old people were clear, none of them were young. Weak. Koharu and Hamura said that they were very aware. Disabled. Denzo just wanted to swear. Sick. The three of them subconsciously looked at Hiruzen who was coughing. Receiving 3 glances, Hiruzen understood immediately. Suddenly his face turned red with anger, and he roared, get out of here, all of you. The 3 of them were kicked out. Chapter 63, Uchiha Blues and Pub News. Humphrey. Denzo snorted, turned and walked away. Hamura looked at Koharu and asked, What do you think Funan is doing? Koharu was surprised. What do you mean? I always feel. Hamura said hesitantly. Through contact with this guy, we seem to have started to become less serious. After sighing, Koharu said, You mean he manipulated us with the Kodo Amatsukami? Hamura nodded and said, Let's find some sensor-type shinobi to take a look. I always feel that something is wrong. He took Koharu to look for a sensor-type shinobi. After much fussing, naturally nothing was found. On the contrary, several shinobi looked at them with strange expressions. They are idiots? In broad daylight, they suddenly appear and ask to be checked if they were under Ganjutsu. The shinobi became nervous, thinking that the two elders had been manipulated. That would be a big problem. After some simple inspection, they realized something was wrong. Although the chakra flow of the two people in front of them was very normal. But they were too weak. If they remembered correctly, these two are also disciples of the second Hokage. Although they are older, it is still surprising that they are so weak. No wonder the two elders never go to the battlefield. Are you satisfied now? Koharu looked at Hamura angrily and left. The strange looks from the sensor-type shinobi left her furious. Hamura looked helpless. He really felt that something is wrong. Could it be that it's not them who are affected, but Hiruzen and Denzo? Thinking of this, Hamura was frightened and hurriedly went to find Hiruzen. That afternoon, an Anbu quietly came to the Uchiha clan, took out a scroll, and handed 100 million ryo to Funan. Fugaku's eyes almost popped out of his head as he watched. In his mind, he only had one idea: let's get rich. Fugaku rubbed his hands in excitement, and his eyes softened when he looked at Shishui. Thank you, Shishui and Denzo. Several jonin on the side burst into laughter on the spot. Is this still the evil-eyed Fugaku? Shishui's expression turned grim. Fugaku couldn't help but said, I'm serious, one assassination of Shishui costs 100 million ryo. If Shishui is assassinated a few more times, Uchiha won't have to worry about his finances in the next 10 years. Shishui couldn't hold back any longer and said, Why don't they kill you, clan leader? Okay. Fugaku has now completely become a money slave. Looking at the piles of money, he said, I also have the Mangekyo, and I am the leader of the Uchiha clan. How about I act alone a few more times? Then let Funan go and bite. No, go blackmail them. I'm not asking for much, just 50 million ryo at a time. The Uchiha jonin laughed even more. Fugaku had also learned to accept things. Funan led the Uchiha armored car on a rampage but gained the upper hand. This level is definitely better than him. Funan smiled. Everyone should be careful during this period of time. Don't act alone. If you take advantage several times in a row, the people of the Hokage faction will probably become impatient. Maybe they are holding back some bad moves. Don't worry. Yashiro and the others laughed. If the current situation continues, the Hokage and the others won't last long, so we all decided not to go anywhere for a while and just do our jobs honestly. Also, we will never act alone, no matter what the Hokage wants to do, we will not give them the chance. A very correct idea. Funan was very satisfied. The Uchiha had truly changed. Before they only knew how to be tough, no matter who the opponent was, they always attacked. Now it was much better, they could find answers for themselves. Funan looked at the Uchiha jonin with tears in his eyes. Children, you have finally grown up. The smiles of the Uchiha jonin suddenly froze. Bang, the door was pushed open suddenly, and a figure walked in angrily. Daughter, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Funan asked. Shirayu's body stiffened suddenly, and he glared at Funan fiercely. What did you call me? The invincible and beautiful Miss Shirayu. Funan chose to answer from the bottom of his heart. Humphrey. Shirayu snorted heavily, looked at the Uchihas who were suppressing their laughter, and said, Shimura Denzo has taken action. These words immediately shocked the Uchihas present, then they released an overwhelming killing intent. What did he do? Funan asked curiously. It's the same old routine. Shirayu said coldly. As you mentioned before, Funan. He has begun to manipulate public opinion so that the people see us as enemies. The Uchiha jonin suddenly looked at each other and laughed. Funan had warned them a long time ago. The Hokage faction would attack them in several ways, and one of the most direct was through defamation. Making the Uchiha again scapegoats within the village, fomenting hostility towards them, and possibly inciting the Uchiha clan to act or the village to unite against the Uchiha. Funan clapped his hands and said, well, since they have entered the scene, let's not be left behind. Let's do what we must do and let them see the power of the Uchiha. Don't worry. 3 Magatama appeared in Yashiro's eyes. I've long disliked some of the villagers, they act like the Uchiha should serve them. This time, I'll try my new Ganjutsu. The other Uchihas also revealed their Sharingan. Be careful. Funan reminded. If you are discovered, you will have changed from active to passive. You shouldn't make such a low-level mistake, right? Of course. We will proceed carefully. Okay. Go. Yes. The Jonin of the Uchiha clan shouted loudly and left immediately. There were only Fugaku, Shiryu, Shisui and Funan in the original place. Is it starting again? What a bummer. Fugaku muttered to himself. Uchiha has never been the proactive one. Surprisingly, the person who said this was actually Shisui. Facing the stunned looks of several people, Shisui smiled bitterly, pointed at his eyes that were still bandaged, and said, even with this, how could I not learn my lesson? Am I an idiot? That's true. Fugaku nodded and said, as long as he corrects himself, he will still be a good boy. The naughty boy in the past was just less aggressive. Shisui. Shiryu did not hold back and said bluntly. Shisui, you used to be so careless. When the Uchiha Jonin saw you, they all wanted to hit you. Unfortunately you were stronger, otherwise they would have found you lying in a ditch one of these days. Shisui went to find the medical nin with a hurt look on his face. He wants to speed up his recovery. Denzo, I'm going to kill you. Uchiha, aloof and arrogant, does not recognize his identity as a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Funan Uchiha, for the sake of the mission, gave up his companions and violated the will of fire. Uchiha, prepare to ignite the war and seize power in the village. Discussions gradually arose throughout the village and became more and more intense. Therefore, conflicts gradually began to point to Uchiha. In particular, some people said that Uchiha was preparing to reignite the war and carry out an armed coup, which disgusted the villagers even more. The Uchiha, already with a bad reputation, gradually became a target for everyone. If the top executives don't stand up to explain, that means it's probably true. Damn Uchiha. Seeing this situation, Denzo smiled with satisfaction. This is just the first step. Uchiha, don't worry, the second step will begin soon. You will definitely be finished. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Funan had already made full preparations for this. As long as Funan is not mentally ill, he will prepare for this situation and fight back. An unprecedented storm of public opinion is about to hit. Hidden Leaf Village, inside the tavern. Ha ha ha. A sturdy, middle-aged man with a headband that said oil and long white hair was hugging two scantily dressed women while drinking non-stop. It was Jiraiya. How refreshing. Jiraiya drank all the wine in one gulp, slammed the glass on the table and screamed. You have great stamina. The two women laughed and poured another glass of wine for the man. At the same time, they offered him a snack and said, don't just drink, eat something too. Jiraiya opened his mouth and ate the food in one bite. He let out a strange scream and kept moving his hands, making the two women squeal. He was about to speak when suddenly, there was a sound of discussion in his ears. These damn Uchiha. The expression on Jiraiya's face became stiff, and his interest in drinking suddenly disappeared. Even the arms holding the two women were dropped. Master, what's wrong? The two women looked at Jiraiya in confusion. Haha, it's nothing. Jiraiya smiled slightly but sighed helplessly in his heart. Chapter 64, The Uchiha Uproar and Hokage Hysterics. It starts again. When will the village be truly peaceful? Is the target this time Uchiha? In his mind, Jiraiya recalled that boy. Funan Uchiha. Jiraiya, even if you are naive and unrealistic, and your dreams are like illusions, you are a person of great perseverance. I admire you for that. Forget it this time. You can think it's because I respect you, or you can think that I still love this village, or that I'm afraid of the power of Hidden Leaf Village. Think what you want. This time, I choose to step back and endure the slander, but this will be the last time. Next time, I will make them regret it. Jiraiya, do not come before me, because I will crush anyone who stands in front of me. He never thought that there would be such an interesting Uchiha. He has a way of thinking that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. His vision of the big picture is amazing. His talent also shocked Jiraiya, one of the Sannin of course, they also have the same ideas and interests. There was a time when Jiraiya thought that Funan was the person he was looking for, the child of destiny he had in mind. Jiraiya mocked himself for thinking an Uchiha was the child of destiny. It's not that he was prejudiced against the Uchiha, but their sharp nature and source of power make them difficult for people to like. Funan is an exception. Jiraiya felt like his breath was stuck in his chest and he couldn't let it out. Can't they keep calm? Hatake Sakamo was also his partner, and now he's dead. Orochimaru was also his partner, and he left. Minato was his disciple and also died. He and Tsunade also left Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village is almost running out of successors, and they are still fighting? Jiraiya drank the wine in one gulp, his face gloomy. The surrounding discussions continued. Always so restless. These Uchiha should disappear completely. Exactly, the people gave them a second chance, they entrusted them with the police force, and what have they done? Security? Is there still security in the village? What kind of chaos has it become? By the way, there is another theory. Have you heard about it? What? It is said that the reason why Uchiha keeps causing trouble is because of the Hokage's assistant, Shimura Denzo. What does this have to do with the Hokage assistant? Uchiha wants to cause trouble, and the Hokage assistant keeps an eye on them. How normal is this? No, it's not normal at all. The starting point of their conflict lies with one person. What person? Kagami Uchiha. Hearing this, Jiraiya, who had been drinking silently, choked. A bad feeling began to grow in Jiraiya. The conversations around him gave him some answers. It is said that the Kagami Uchiha is related to the death of the second Hokage. Is that also related to the second Hokage? You don't know? Do you remember how the second Hokage died? He was negotiating with Hidden Cloud's village and was attacked by the Kumo missing nin. It is also said that the Raikage of the time died in that incident. That's true, but someone came back alive. The third Hokage-sama and Hokage assistant Denzo-sama and the others? Exact. What does that have to do with this? Haha, it has a lot to do with it. Did you forget who the third Hokage and the others were at that time? The second Hokage's bodyguards and disciples. Huh? Do you understand now? The person speaking could not hide his satisfaction as he said this. They were the Hokage guards. Don't you think it's outrageous? The Hokage died, but all the Hokage guards survived and even returned with orders. And what is that order? The second Hokage passed the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As soon as these words came out, there was silence in the entire tavern. Jiraiya was even more distracted when he heard it, his whole body felt cold, and his heart was beating crazily. What does this have to do with the Kagami Uchiha? How does it not have to do with it? The Hokage's Anpu found that just a few days after Kagami returned with Hiruzen and the others, he died suddenly. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Strange? The Uchiha are annoying, but they also have a virtue. A virtue? They almost never lie. They don't lie? What would they lie about? Or maybe, someone is worried that Kagami Uchiha will say something he shouldn't say, and Jiraiya completely lost interest in drinking. She stood up with a pale face and strode out. Jiraiya knew without even thinking that the mastermind behind this incident must be Funin. If it weren't for him acting in the shadows, who would dare to speak so freely about the Hokage position in the tavern? Should I say you are amazing, or should I say you are terrible? Jiraiya smiled bitterly. The most critical point is that the death of Kagami Uchiha is really unclear. As a disciple of the second Hokage and a liaison between the Uchiha and the village, the Kagami Uchiha's position was special and crucial. Many people in Hidden Leaf Village know it. However, he died inexplicably. Even Jiraiya didn't know how he died. He only vaguely heard that it had something to do with Denzo. Jiraiya looked towards the Hokage residence and muttered, "Old man, how are you going to handle this?" Bang! In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen overturned the desk he had used for decades for the first time. He stared at Denzo with blood-red eyes and roared loudly and angrily, "Denzo, tell the truth, are you under the control of Koto Mitsukami? Are you taking sides with the Uchiha? Damn, you're always causing trouble. The previous dangers have not passed yet, and their impact has not gone away. This time it's even more ruthless, you want to dig out my roots. One moment ago, I was the Hokage, and the next, I betrayed the will of fire." Hiruzen simply couldn't imagine what the people in the village would say about them. Now the whole village was on fire. There were too many people, and Anbu couldn't stop them even if they wanted to. And it is Denzo's followers who provoked public opinion first, questioning Funin's will of fire, and the others simply followed suit. You don't care when discussing Uchiha. Now that you're in charge, you have a guilty conscience, right? What is being said in the village now? No one really knows if Funin ever abandoned a companion for a mission, because there is no evidence. But what is an undeniable fact is that Hiruzen and the others abandoned the second Hokage. Yes, they were acting on orders given by the second Hokage. But what about will of fire? How could you go against the will of fire for the sake of your mission? What is the difference between you and Funin Uchiha? Even in terms of value, Hiruzen and the rest don't compare to the second Hokage. This statement is now recognized by many people in the village. Denzo moved his lips for a moment but didn't say a word. He was speechless. Bang! The office door opened, and Koharu and Hamura hurried in. "Hiruzen, we can't go on like this. Do you know what the village is talking about now?" "What are you talking about?" Hiruzen looked annoyed. He had just received the message from the Anbu about the rumors in the village. What Hamura said let him know that things were getting even worse. They said that Obirama-sensei developed the fastest ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Why is he still dying? Even if he can't be beaten, can't he run away? Hiruzen's expression was dull, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. He stood up suddenly and shouted, "What do you mean by this?" Hamura had a bitter taste in his mouth as he said, "You still don't understand? Now they suspect that Obirama-sensei was killed by us." Hiruzen sat down on the ground, his expression dull. This accusation was too severe. Denzo also felt cold. Absurd, ridiculous. Hiruzen jumped angrily. How dare they? The whole of Hidden Leaf Village began to become chaotic. What began as a series of criticisms towards the Uchiha was cleverly directed to take aim directly at the Hokage. Moreover, it is well-founded, and the public opinion is one-sided. Not even Denzo and the others have escaped. After taking power, the Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet faced their greatest challenge to date. Hamura was irritated. We have nothing to be ashamed of, why don't we tell the truth? What does the second Hokage's death have to do with them? At that moment, the second Hokage actually ordered them to leave, while he attracted the pursuers. Hiruzen sighed softly and sat in the Hokage's seat, silent. Chapter 65, The Verbal Vendetta. Hamura said angrily, "Do we have to die in battle for it to be okay?" Koharu asked anxiously, "What should we do now?" Hiruzen inhaled deeply, keeping his face calm, and said, "Don't worry. In the end, rumors are just that, rumors. It's not that hard to disprove them, we just have to." "Do you think Funan Uchiha will give you a chance?" Denzo suddenly interrupted. "Damn it." Hiruzen glared at Denzo fiercely and shouted angrily, "How dare you speak? Who do you think is responsible for the current situation?" "I." Denzo admitted it shamelessly. "Then you are still talking nonsense?" "No, Hiruzen." Denzo said solemnly. "I see that you are hesitating. You probably don't have a good plan. It would be better to hand everything over to me. I will make sure that Funan Uchiha regrets his actions today." As he spoke those words, a dead silence fell over the Hokage's office. Hiruzen had tears in his eyes and his body was shaking. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. Thoughts of dying ran through his mind. Of course, before he dies, he must kill Denzo. Koharu and Hamura clutched their chests. "What's happening?" Denzo frowned and asked, "Don't you trust me?" Hiruzen sighed and said calmly, "Denzo, now I just want to kill you, so please shut up, otherwise, I will really do it." Relaxed Funan was lying under a tree, swinging his chair. He took the cup of tea and began to sip. In the distance, a tall figure was slowly approaching. Funan was surprised and said, "Jiraiya. When did you come back?" Jiraiya sat down next to Funan and said, "The third generation sent a message that something big happened and asked me to return to Hidden Leaf Village immediately. Who knew that I saw a big show just after I came back? It's a free show. We don't charge you any money. Aren't you happy?" Funan laughed playfully. "Funan." Jiraiya's words were serious, and he said, "Stop it, the matter has become big, if it continues like this. Don't fuck with me." Funan said coldly. The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes, with cold killing intent. "You. Your eyes." Jiraiya looked at Funan in shock. "Mangekyo? You actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Swoosh. 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 Sensing Funan's killing intent, his guards rushed over one after another and surrounded Jiraiya. "Back off!" Funan shouted sharply. The Uchiha guards retreated silently and disappeared. Jiraiya was shocked again. The 10 people who had just appeared were all Jonin Uchiha. Has Funan's control over Uchiha reached this level? Funan said calmly, "With these eyes, the Uchiha clan now has 3 pairs, and that is only what can be seen with the naked eye. I don't know how many more there are in the shadows." Jiraiya clenched his fists instinctively, feeling a heaviness in his heart. The Uchiha clan is so powerful, it's no wonder Denzo wants to take action. "Jiraiya, I should have told you that after you leave, don't go back to Hidden Leaf Village, let alone show up in front of me." Funan's words were calm. "Funan." "Jiraiya, tell me, why can't a Hokage appear in the Uchiha clan?" Funan asked calmly. "If they have that wish, is it wrong? There have been many recent events, there have even been 2 assassination attempts against me, why? Have I done something wrong? They say the Uchiha are planning a coup, do you think I would do it?" Jiraiya was deeply worried, he couldn't say anything, but he was full of anger towards Denzo. The third Hokage is also wrong, allowing Denzo to act that way. "Are you coming here to tell me to stop?" Funan asked calmly. "Isn't that too much? Am I the one who acted first?" He looked at Jiraiya and said coldly, They think the Uchiha clan is dangerous, so they come and beat us up a bit, boasting that the Uchiha should kneel and not stand up. Who do they think they are? Jiraiya could feel Funan's anger. Funan, isn't peace good? Haha, don't say this to me, does it make sense to me? I just said that the one who struck first was not Uchiha. Even if a war breaks out, don't blame Uchiha. Jiraiya, the fun has just begun. You can't stop it or prevent it. Wouldn't it be better if you went and found the Child of Destiny? Maybe he can change all this. Funan picked up the teacup. If Jiraiya and Tsunade also return to Hidden Leaf Village and side with the Hokage, it will really be a blow to Uchiha. But, Funan has to apologize. Not to mention that these two people may not be on the Hokage's side. Even if they are really on the opposite side of Funan, Funan has a way to deal with them. Jiraiya sighed quietly, turned and left. He couldn't persuade Funan. Jiraiya. Looking at Jiraiya's retreating figure, Funan spoke. Now that you have returned, go see Minato's son. As an Uchiha, I can't help him. Help? Jiraiya was startled, and his pace of leaving suddenly accelerated. At this moment, the Inoshikacho clans were not calm either. Shikaku has been acting secretly, carefully wooing some strong people. Now he is forced to stop too. Even the trusty Torafu has also been attacked. At this time, many people looked at him with doubts. Uncle, what exactly happened back then? Shikaku was sitting across from Torafu, watching the fat old man curse and couldn't help but ask. What's happening? Torafu said with narrowed eyes. Do you also think that we harmed Obirama-sensei? No, no, no. Shikaku waved his hands repeatedly and said, I'm just curious. What are you curious about? Shikaku was obviously hesitant. Say it already. Okay. Shikaku smiled bitterly. A lot of things don't make sense. Don't bother with outside rumors. The truth is that the Hokage died, and the Hokage guard returned and became the new Hokage and the elders. Torafu was choked. Staring at Shikaku, Torafu said helplessly, in fact, it was Obirama-sensei who ordered us to retreat first, and he was responsible for defending the rear. Looking at the silent Shikaku, Torafu shook his head and said, Obirama-sensei's death can only be said to be an accident. Accident? Yes. Torafu said helplessly, we all thought that Obirama-sensei could come back alive because he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Now most people within the village also talk about that technique. Shikaku said. Everyone doubts the Hokage guard precisely because the second Hokage mastered that technique. How could he die, even if he was at a disadvantage? He could have retreated unscathed. Yes, we thought so at the time. Torafu sighed and said, who knew that Obirama-sensei would be like this? Ugh. Why? Treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths. What? Shikaku stood up in shock. Yes. Does Hidden Cloud's village have those things? Who would have thought? Torafu said calmly. No wonder Hidden Cloud's village has been competing with Hidden Leaf Village to take the position of the #1 shinobi village. It must be said that, apart from Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Cloud's village is indeed the strongest. He was vaguely worried. Hidden Leaf Village has been experiencing problems in recent years. What about Hidden Cloud's village? It has almost no missing nin. The development of the entire village is also relatively stable. If another war broke out, could Hidden Leaf Village remain as before? But now no one can stop. The sword has been unsheathed, we can only move forward. Then what should we do now? Shikaku also had a headache and said, it's incredible that we've gotten to this point. We must find a way to stop it. Torafu said in a deep voice. If this continues to escalate, there will inevitably be a war, and Hidden Cloud's village will likely not let this opportunity pass. How to stop it? Shikaku was speechless and said, I'm sure Funan Uchiha's killer move is still to come. Isn't this a killer move? That kid is a beast. Even now, I'm so scared that I've lost weight. Torafu's tone changed. It is not. Shikaku shook his head firmly. If it ends now, it shows that Funan doesn't have many trump cards. However, according to my understanding of him, if he doesn't have enough trump cards, it won't cause any trouble. Torafu rubbed his brows with a headache. Swoosh, a shinobi appeared in front of them. Shikaku looked tense and said, what's wrong? The latest information. The shinobi said respectfully as he handed in a report. After everyone finished reading, they were startled. Funan Uchiha, is he crazy? The report contained intelligence about rumors from outside. Funan Uchiha, for his mission, abandoned his companions. But have they forgotten that there was a man named Hatake Sakumo, who abandoned his mission for his companions? The people also criticized him and in the end, he died. So which one of them is right? Chapter 66, Hokage Havoc. As the villagers debated whether the Hokage had the will of fire, Funan was placed next to Sakamo for the villagers to choose from. Who did the right thing and who did the wrong thing? Hatake Sakamo was not like the others. In his time, to follow his own will of fire, he chose to sacrifice himself. When his story spread throughout the village, the reaction of the villagers was unexpectedly great. Even his actions became a measure to evaluate people like Saratobe Hiruzen. The villagers' faith was greatly affected. Is everything that is done wrong? The rumors about Hatake Sakamo caused all of Hidden Leaf Village to teeter on the brink of collapse. The Hokage residence was surrounded by many people demanding an explanation. It seemed that if they didn't get a satisfactory explanation they would destroy the building. Hiruzen's face turned pale. He had never imagined anything like this. That man who had been dead for years, was suddenly remembered this way by everyone. Sakamo and Funan seemed to be telling everyone that they would always be wrong, that they could never be right. Hiruzen. Koharu's voice trembled. Hamura almost collapsed in his chair. Even Denzo had cold sweat on his forehead. The Hokage's office was filled with smoke. Hiruzen smoked cigarette after cigarette. The four people sitting in the office could hardly see each other. What are we going to do about the external situation? Koharu took the initiative to continue. The number of people around the Hokage residence continues to increase, we must resolve this as soon as possible. Denzo said coldly, how to solve it? How do I know? Koharu jumped up, furious. But if we don't solve it as soon as possible, Hidden Leaf Village will be destroyed. Do you know how many pairs of eyes are looking at us now? Hamura was completely silent, huddled to one side like an ostrich. Denzo also remained silent. No matter how domineering he was, he wouldn't dare to act against the people outside. Otherwise, he would have no place in Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage suddenly sighed and said, the matter has reached this point and must be resolved. He stood up and walked outside. Hiruzen. Hamura exclaimed. What do you want to do? Apologize. What? Hamura stood up immediately and said, no, you are the Hokage. The third Hokage sighed and said, right now, we have no choice. Denzo looked at his back and gritted his teeth. Funan Uchiha. Standing on the platform of the Hokage residence, Hiruzen looked at the crowd below, with complicated and stunned faces. Hiruzen sighed deeply, then said, I was wrong. The Hokage's first words made everyone fall silent. Many people looked at the old third Hokage with complex looks. He looked even older. I am not a qualified Hokage. I am not a qualified disciple. I am not a qualified implementer of the will of fire. But the will of fire must exist and continue. With a calm but extremely serious tone, Hiruzen continued. I will resign as Hokage and propose that Hidden Leaf Village officially starts the campaign for the 5th Hokage. Wow! The villagers could no longer keep quiet. These events dispersed his original anger and questions. They could question the will of fire, they could be angry and curse the third Hokage, but they couldn't stop the rise of a new Hokage. The chaos seemed to have been calmed momentarily. However, the third Hokage and the others knew that if they didn't handle this well, during the elections for the 5th Hokage, if any problem arose, then it would be a huge disaster. Hiruzen sighed and decided to contact Funan. Oh, Saratobe Hiruzen is going to step down? Funan looked at the excited Uchiha, smiled, and said, what are you excited about? This is just the beginning, and besides, hasn't he stepped down yet? He is still the Hokage. Yes. Tetsui still couldn't hide his happiness. Hiruzen has definitely stepped down. This is Uchiha's victory. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is so powerful that the 5th Hokage can only be them. It must be Funan. Nobody else. This was not just Tetsui's thinking, but the general thinking of the Uchiha clan. Funan looked at the excited Tetsui and said calmly, Tetsui. Here. Tetsui looked at Funan excitedly and almost said, what are your orders, Hokage-sama? However, after coming into contact with Funan's cold eyes, he shivered violently. Funan said calmly, notify all jonin of the clan that they are summoned to a meeting. Yes. Tetsui hurriedly left. At this moment, Funan's momentum was too strong. Tetsui, full of doubts, prepared to notify the jonin of the Uchiha clan. We, the Uchiha clan, will finally have a Hokage. Correct. Other than us Uchiha, who else has the qualification to become Hokage? Ha ha ha, how exciting. Due to Hiruzen's imminent resignation, the jonin of the Uchiha clan also met to discuss. As soon as Tetsui approached, he heard those words and was puzzled. Originally, he also thought like this. But thinking about Funan's cold gaze and seeing his clanmates so excited, he suddenly realized. Damn it, are they a little too arrogant? Hiruzen hadn't stepped down yet, so he might have been plotting something bad against the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha are not only not preparing but are also considering how to become the 5th Hokage. Have they forgotten how the village rejected them? Do you think this is a victory? Damn. Tetsui understood. The Uchiha's old habits started again. Tetsui walked toward the Uchiha angrily. An Uchiha who had been with Tetsui couldn't help but smile when he saw him. Brother Tetsui, come on, we are discussing. Tetsui slapped him hard on the face. Brother Tetsui. The Uchiha were stunned. Tetsui, what are you doing? You're crazy? The Uchiha shouted angrily. Tetsui looked coldly at the Uchiha in front of him and said in an icy voice, tell me, what will you do if Anbu attacks Uchiha now? The Uchiha were stunned, and their anger suddenly began to drop. Meanwhile, Tetsui's anger increased. Chief Funin has warned us time and again not to relax at critical moments, especially on the eve of victory. Because the enemy is waiting for that moment. And what do? You are awesome. Now you are starting to think about the 5th Hokage. Do we win? Has the 3rd Hokage abdicated? Even if he abdicates, will we win? Don't forget, he already abdicated once. Can any of you guarantee that he won't return? The Uchiha Jonin looked at each other, silent. Humphrey, the clan is having a meeting. Tetsui snorted coldly and said, let me tell you, Minister Funin is very dissatisfied with this matter. Be prepared. Wait. A cold sweat ran through the Uchiha Jonin. Is Minister Funin going to call a clan meeting? Just because of this, because of what we've done? Humphrey. Tetsui snorted coldly and said, good luck. More than 80 shinobi gathered in the Uchiha clan. Right now, the Uchiha clan is full of talent. Since the founding of Hidden Leaf Village, there has only been one time when the Uchiha were this strong, during the time of Naruto Uchiha. However, the powerful Uchiha at this time did not show any signs of arrogance. They lowered their heads slightly, looking uneasy. Just because of the man sitting on the main seat. Funin Uchiha. He sipped the tea and looked calm. The calmer he was, the more uneasy the Uchiha became. After a while, Funin finally opened his mouth, his first sentence making everyone in the room jump. Don't think about it, Uchiha will not take the initiative to sit in the Hokage's chair. What did you say? Setsuna couldn't help it anymore and jumped out first. Funin, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Funin was very calm. Looking at the commotion of the Uchiha Jonin, he said calmly, what makes you think the Uchiha can be Hokage? Our current strength is strong enough. The person who said these words was Shiryu. She spoke at this time, which played a guiding role and spoke out the inner thoughts of many Uchiha Jonin. Funin took a sip of tea and said calmly, what's wrong? Now you doubt me? Are you questioning me? You wouldn't obey my orders, would you? There was a sudden silence all around. The Uchihas looked at each other. Yashiro immediately said, no, Minister Funin, you will always be the leader of our Uchiha, and we will absolutely obey your orders. However, we have doubts in our hearts, and we hope you can clear them up for us. Funin looked at each Uchiha. The Uchiha Jonin all bowed their heads to show respect. Finally, Funin's gaze fell on a gloomy face. Fugaku Uchiha. He shot a fierce look at Yashiro. I am still the clan leader now. What you just said, where did you put me? I am the supreme leader of Uchiha. Chapter 67, Hidden Leaf Village needs to beg us. Okay, I'll tell you a little bit about what I think. Funin placed the teacup on the table. His expression changed and his aura became extremely sharp. The Uchiha Jonin became excited. This is their leader. Although he is usually not serious, he is absolutely reliable and worthy of all of them dying for. It is almost the consensus of the entire Hidden Leaf Village that Uchiha will not be the Hokage. Funin shouted coldly. I just want to ask, why? Why can't Uchiha become the Hokage? Because we are strong? Because they think we're dangerous? Because they think our Uchiha's personality is extreme? Shit. Funin shouted firmly, each shinobi clan in the village has its own problems. Let's take the Sarutobi clan. Decades ago it was a small, insignificant shinobi clan. If the second Hokage hadn't advocated supporting civilian shinobi, what would become of them? Nowadays, they have become thousands, more than 3,000 shinobi. This is what makes Hiruzen the great third Hokage? These words surprised the Uchiha Jonin, even Fugaku's jaw almost dropped. Wait a minute. Setsuna directly interrupted Funin. The old man's eyes almost popped out of his head. You said there are more than 3,000 shinobi in the Sarutobi clan? Yes. Funin said decisively. In terms of the number of shinobi alone, the Uchiha and Senju at their peak combined cannot compare to the Sarutobi clan. How is that possible? Setsuna sat on the chair absent-mindedly. How is it impossible? Funin sneered and said, Hiruzen has been Hokage for decades, constantly sucking blood from the village to replenish it for the Sarutobi clan, and the Sarutobi clan has always held a key position in the village. The biggest problem is that they have never been to the battlefield and have rarely shed blood. Is it difficult to raise thousands of pigs after decades? The Uchiha were all speechless. Oh, by the way, you don't know, Funan said with a smile. But there are many things in Hidden Leaf Village that you don't know. At the last sentence, Funan's voice suddenly rose. The expressions of the Uchihas at this moment were extremely ugly, as if someone had poured cold water on them. No matter how arrogant they are, they can't ignore one thing. The Uchiha clan is small in number. The total number of all shinobi does not exceed 1,000. The number of enemies suddenly increased by 3,000. No matter how proud they were, they would feel tremendous pressure. What's more, they are not stupid. They all thought that the Sarutobi clan has more than 3,000 shinobi, but what about the Shimura clan? What about the Utain clan? And the Mitokado clan? Even if the other three clans are not as strong, couldn't they gather 1,000 or 2,000 shinobi? Funan said nothing and continued to drink tea. At the same time, he silently observed the expressions of the Uchihas. When he noticed that the Uchihas were gradually returning to calm, he couldn't help but smile. Too arrogant for their own good. Facing all enemies calmly and confidently, this kind of calmness was the Uchiha he wanted. After a while, the Uchiha gradually recovered. Okay, Funan, now can you tell me why Uchiha can't be Hokage? Fugaku looked at the Uchiha, and after confirming their status, he said in a deep voice to Funan. Bang, Funan slapped the table hard. With a bang, the table shattered. The loud sound startled the Uchihas, who were still a little confused and trembled all over. Including Fugaku, who almost performed a fire style, from shock. He glared at Funan fiercely. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you breaking the table like that? Why? Why else? Funan said angrily, the whole of Hidden Leaf Village is rejecting Uchiha. They don't want Uchiha to be Hokage. This is the reason. What kind of reason is this? Fugaku said dissatisfied. Is it possible that I, Uchiha, am still afraid of them? Of course not. Funan looked at the Uchiha and said, but are they willing to accept it? Anyway, I'm very unhappy. Funan said coldly, how much contribution has Uchiha made to Hidden Leaf Village? How many sacrifices have been made? We are one of the oldest families in the shinobi world. The establishment of Hidden Leaf Village has us as the core. Now, those bastards have grown up and are excluding us. Why? Who do they think they are? In comparison of strength and heritage, how are they better than us? The Uchiha's eyes turned red again. Seeing that the atmosphere calmed down, Funan stood up suddenly and shouted, so, I have made a decision, Uchiha will never take the initiative to fight for the position of Hokage. Everyone looked at Funan, waiting for the rest of his words. I want everyone in Hidden Leaf Village to beg the Uchiha to accept the position of Hokage. The Uchiha couldn't help but be stunned. Yes. Funan said loudly. When we are strong enough. When we can despise everything. Even if we put the Hokage's position in front of them, would they dare to sit down? Does a genin dare to sit in the king's position and give orders while being watched by a group of jonin? My clanmates, work hard to increase your strength and obey my call. Funan said loudly, when the opportunity is right, I will let you see what the true glory of Uchiha is. We don't want to fight for it, we want them to take the initiative to come to us and beg us to sit on the position of Hokage. Shiryu stood up immediately and said, Minister, do you want the Uchiha to be above Hidden Leaf Village? That's how it is. Funan said loudly, Uchiha, do you have the confidence to do it? Long live the minister. Minister. The Uchiha were completely crazy. The clan meeting ended and the Uchiha returned to their normal state. Of course, the secret rumors have not stopped. After Hiruzen publicly apologized and expressed his intention to abdicate, the village was briefly quiet for a while, and then the discussion resumed. The villagers were shocked when Hiruzen announced his retirement as Hokage, but once they recovered from the shock, they continued talking, although not with as much emotion. Under the guidance of Funan, several new versions of the rumors appeared. Kagami Uchiha was killed by Denzo. He was one of the best disciples of the second generation. Why was Okimiki Torafu forced to retire? After he returned to Hidden Leaf Village, he was only in his early 30s, which was the peak period of a shinobi. Hatake Sakamo was forced to die by Denzo. He was the best candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage, but he died like this. There is also Orochimaru. It is said that he betrayed Hidden Leaf Village because of Denzo's frame-up. When the fourth Hokage died in battle, where was Denzo? Wasn't he the Hokage's advisor? His strength couldn't be bad, right? By the way, there are also elders Koharu and Hamura, because they didn't appear during the battle. Also, where were the elders Koharu and Hamura during the Third Shinobi World War? It seems that they did not appear on the battlefield. How come they didn't appear during the war but are so arrogant in peacetime? There is also the third Hokage. Why haven't I seen him on the battlefield? Isn't he the strongest Hokage? Does the Hokage need to be in charge of the overall situation? Shit, all the Kages from other villages have appeared on the battlefield. It is said that the Sushi Kage is older than the third Hokage. Isn't he still going to the battlefield? A new round of rumors has begun. This left Denzo and the others vomiting blood. Especially Denzo. Shit, as long as there's someone famous in Hidden Leaf Village, they've been wronged by him in one way or another. Denzo doesn't know if it's an illusion, but he feels that the people around him look at him differently. He also noticed that Koharu and Hamura were looking at him with a slightly unpleasant smile on their faces. What's the meaning? Denzo glared at them. To his surprise, Hamura turned around and quickly left, while Koharu looked like she was about to faint. What are you two doing? Denzo looked unhappy. No, nothing at all. Koharu looked nervously and tried to smile. Damn, if it weren't for these rumors, they wouldn't have known that Denzo had done so many things. Now the two of them are also scared, lest Denzo one day doesn't like the two of them and kills them casually. Didn't you see that Hiruzen looked wrong when he looked at Denzo today? Chapter 68, Itachi's surprise and Denzo's displeasure. That's enough for you. Denzo looked angry and yelled, what are you guys up to? Ahem. Hiruzen coughed dryly and said a little sarcastically, Denzo, I don't know, but I'm shocked that you have done so many earth-shattering things. Damn. Denzo glared at Hiruzen. Monkey, doesn't it hurt you to say those things? Have you thrown your conscience to the dogs? Who do you think I did all that for? I did it. For Hidden Leaf Village. And also, is there anything I did that you don't know? Don't act oblivious now. Don't be so despicable. Ahem, okay. Hiruzen straightened his expression and said, Uchiha's rumor offensive has begun again. We need to choose the 5th generation Hokage as soon as possible. Once the 5th Hokage is elected, the Hidden Leaf Village corrupt quartet will be able to evade attention and wait for things to calm down. However, this 5th generation Hokage must be theirs, and must not be Uchiha, otherwise, they will be liquidated. Denzo's face was gloomy, because of the rumors in the past few days, he was destined to miss the 5th generation Hokage. Damn Uchiha. This would force her to consider the 6th or even the 7th Hokage. What will we do with the Uchiha clan? Denzo asked angrily. Will they recognize the 5th generation Hokage we elected? They may be up to something else. You are wrong. Hiruzen thought about the latest information he received, his eyes couldn't help but look strange, and said, Itachi has conveyed a piece of information, please take a look. Hiruzen handed the three a piece of information. It was the content of the last meeting of the Uchiha clan. It not only included the number and names of the participants, but also completely recorded the words that Funin said. After reading it, the three of them were stunned. Koharu said, Hiruzen, is this information true? There was some surprise in her words. If this information is true, they won't have to worry about Uchiha for a short time. Moreover, this proves that they still have a very important chess piece buried in Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha, what a good boy. It shouldn't be fake. Hiruzen said solemnly. With Uchiha's temperament, they can indeed do such a thing. Let the village take the initiative to give up the position of Hokage to them. Besides, I still have a secret weapon in my hand that I haven't used in many years. The content he sent back is not as detailed as Itachi's. Itachi, you are worthy of our trust. To be honest, he had doubts about Itachi before. Including Shizui. Who knew, Itachi actually gave him a surprise. He is indeed a man with the will of fire. Denzo murmured to himself, Itachi Uchiha. He suddenly raised his head, looked at Hiruzen, and said, Hiruzen, hand over Itachi to me. What do you want to do? I've thought of a way to deal with Uchiha. Denzo said excitedly. Hiruzen, believe me, as long as... Bang, Hiruzen threw his pipe directly at Denzo. Denzo subconsciously avoided it and shouted angrily, what are you doing? Ugh. He saw Koharu and Hamura raise their chairs and prepare to attack him. Hiruzen took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, Denzo, remember, you are not allowed to attack Uchiha again, do you hear me? Denzo snorted coldly. Did you hear me? Hiruzen slammed the table. The loud noise surprised Denzo and the others. Okay. Faced with that aggressive gaze, Denzo reluctantly responded. By the way, Hiruzen said again, the Sensor Shinobi and Ganjutsu Specialist Shinobi will be arriving soon. What do you mean? Denzo refused. It doesn't matter. Hiruzen said coldly. Just checking to see if you've been affected by a Ganjutsu. How dare you insult me? Denzo was shaking with anger. However, in the face of Hiruzen's increasingly fierce gaze, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. After a thorough inspection, it was confirmed that Denzo did not have any problems. Denzo felt relieved, but his face was full of anger, and he was about to get angry, but when he saw the expressions of Hiruzen and the others, he couldn't help but feel a chill. "What's your expression?" "Ahem, it's nothing." The three of them coughed awkwardly, but their expressions were ugly. Didn't Denzo fall into a Ganjutsu? Wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Thinking about their recent losses, they were uneasy. So this is Denzo. It's not that he is causing trouble on purpose, but he is useless. Hiruzen calmed down his agitated mood and said in a deep voice. "For now, we will leave the Uchiha aside. Itachi will keep an eye on them. Besides, Funin has also said that the village should beg the Uchiha clan to take the position of Hokage." Ha! Hiruzen couldn't contain his anger. The other three also had faces full of mockery. "Hiruzen, the fifth Hokage, who are you going to choose?" "This is a top priority," Koharu asked. "Is it Jiraiya?" Jiraiya had recently returned to the village, and this could not be hidden. They all believed that Hiruzen called Jiraiya back at this time in order to take over the position of Hokage. However, Hiruzen remained silent. Jiraiya, unlike the others, was too naive and stubborn. If he became Hokage? No. Hiruzen shook his head decisively and said, "My choice is not Jiraiya, but Kakashi." "What?" Denzo and others were shocked. "Kakashi? He is too young, and his strength and prestige are not enough to support him to become Hokage." However, in an instant, they understood why Hiruzen chose Kakashi. They couldn't help but fell silent. Kakashi was indeed more in their interest. Hiruzen sighed and said, "If it is Jiraiya, it is actually just right, but he has a loose personality, and he himself is not willing to become Hokage." Denzo couldn't help but shook his head and said, "The village will not accept Kakashi." Hiruzen obviously understood, and couldn't help but feel a little irritated, saying, "Then, what are we going to do?" "Actually, we still have one candidate," Koharu suddenly said. "Who?" The others were surprised. After hesitating for a moment, Koharu whispered, "Akimeki Torafu." "He?" Hiruzen was also stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, he's already quite old. Even if he becomes Hokage, how long can he last?" Koharu continued, "So how about we appoint him as acting Hokage?" Koharu said in a deep voice. "Sarutobi Hiruzen has made mistakes and resigns the position of Hokage. However, since Hidden Leaf Village is not stable and we need someone to handle the situation, in the absence of suitable candidates, I propose that Akimeki Torafu be the acting fifth Hokage." Hiruzen began to consider it. Denzo looked at Koharu in surprise. This old woman actually has a brain? What a surprise. Aren't you responsible only for trivial matters and meaningless things together with Hamura? How did you get involved in high-level issues? Torafu. Hiruzen was still hesitant. Koharu said helplessly, "We have no choice. Let's let Torafu take charge for a while. We'll wait for Kakashi or someone else. Don't forget that behind Torafu will be us." "Okay." Hiruzen finally made up his mind, called the Anbu, and ordered him to find Torafu. "You will soon be the acting Hokage, how do you feel?" Shikaku looked at the depressed old fat man with a smile. Torafu glared at him and said, "In this situation, is this something worth being happy about?" Shikaku smiled and said, "If it weren't for this situation, how could Hiruzen and the others be willing to give up their rights?" Torafu frowned, looked at Shikaku, and said, "Boy, could it be said that besides Uchiha, you also had a hand in what happened recently?" "That's right." Shikaku didn't hide anything and said, "I'm collaborating with Funin and the Uchiha." "You know that?" Torafu was stunned. "When did they plan this?" Shikaku smiled slightly but did not answer. Based on the changes in the village, one can deduce what the other party is planning. Acting accordingly is the key. If possible, it would be best for the position of Hokage to remain in the hands of the Inoshikacho clans. Shikaku thought for a moment and sighed again. Inoshikacho's power is still insufficient. After arranging everything, Funin slowly walked towards the Forest of Death. After Denzo's many sacrifices and using the power of Uchiha to gather the life energy of a large number of death row prisoners and many animals, the fruit in Funin's body finally advanced. Level 5, Eye Technique. In fact, the 5th level fruit can't even reach the Kage level. However, the situation in the village has changed too much, and Funin can't wait to improve his eye power. As Funin was pondering, an arm slowly rose from the ground and headed towards his back. Chapter 69, Funin vs Obito. Swish, Funin turned around fiercely, a shuriken appeared in his hand, and he swung it quickly. A masked eye looked at him. The shuriken missed any entity and passed across the masked man's face. Obito Uchiha. Funan's eyes were deep, and he quickly retreated, keeping distance from the other party. How brave you are to attack me, Madara Uchiha. Funan sneered and said, in that case, let's dance until death. Shadow clone technique. Bang, 4 Funan's shadow clones appeared and began to form seals at the same time. Fire style, Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenix's Jutsu. Boom, countless crimson fireballs, like bullets, began to bombard everything around them. Obito coldly watched Funan, neither dodging nor moving, staying in place and letting his opponent attack him. You have guts. Funan's original body couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Boy, keep it up. If you hide, you will be my grandson. Oh, you also have the Sharingan, maybe I, Madara Uchiha, will be your grandfather. Obito's eyes became increasingly gloomy. He is obviously Madara Uchiha. This damn bastard was always talking about being Madara Uchiha, and he always did it in front of him. However, Obito still didn't speak, his eyes locked on Funan. He wanted to know how much chakra Funan had. Today, he definitely had to test each other's limits. Hee. Funan seemed to know what he was thinking and changed his tactics. Only one clone used the Phoenix Sage Fire technique on Obito, while the other 3 clones stared at him. Obito snorted disdainfully and said indifferently, with such little ability, how dare you? The rest of the words stuck in his throat. He stared blankly at the huge Susanoo. I originally wanted my clones to entertain you one by one, but you dare to make fun of me, Madara Uchiha. Funan, inside the Susanoo, crossed his arms and smiled arrogantly. Don't you know that I, Madara Uchiha, that's what I hate the most? Susanoo stared at Obito coldly. A muscle in the corner of Obito's eye twitched. Dance on my hand, you bastard. Funan shouted, the huge palm lunged out fiercely. Boom, there was a loud noise and a huge pit appeared. Obito slowly walked out of Susanoo's palm, looking calm. Funan stared at Obito with his Mangekyo. He would have to admit that the Kamyu was really powerful. However, there is no invincible technique. Kamyu also has a time limit. Boom, another slap came down. Obito used Kamyu to avoid it again, maintaining his calm posture. Hee. Funan smiled. He began to attack non-stop, one slap after another. Obito looked relaxed and carefree, as if he didn't care about anything, but as time passed, his expression changed. That's enough, Funan Uchiha. Obito stood on Susanoo's palm and said coldly, I'm not here to declare war. It doesn't matter if it's war or not, we will fight first. Funan laughed and Susanoo continued to attack. Finally, Obito couldn't hold on any longer, disappearing hundreds of meters away with several flashes. Uchiha Funan, have you had enough? Do you really want to fight me to the death? He shouted angrily, with an expression of surprise and fury. Facing Susanoo, he really had no choice but to run for his life. Hee. Funan sneered and slowly raised his left hand. A blood-red sphere appeared in Susanoo's palm, and the sphere was burning with liquid-like flames. Damn it. Obito's pupils contracted violently. He was finally frightened, and his voice changed a bit, and he shouted, Funan Uchiha, stop. What did you say? I can't hear you. Funan pricked up his ears, seemed to be listening, and then sighed helplessly. I'm getting older, I can't do it anymore, alas. Swish, the huge blood-red ball flew towards Obito. Boom, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A huge wave spread in all directions. Even Funan, using the Susanoo, was affected by the shock wave, being pushed back repeatedly. But, he was smiling. I had wanted to try this trick for a long time. In fact, it was not bad at all, almost at the level of a tailed beast ball. All he needed was to give it an impressive name. Drip. Drip. Drip, drops of blood flowed down Funan's face. He was taken aback for a moment, smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes. TSK, little one, not bad, you survived. Funan looked at the embarrassed Obito with interest and said, the time and space ninjutsu saved you. Otherwise, there would be nothing left of you. All of Obito's clothes were covered with holes and the mask on his face was torn into pieces. Funan, don't forget that there is still cooperation between you and me. Do you want to kill me? Haha, do you still remember the cooperation? Funan said lightly, then why did you attack me just now? I was testing you. Obito said angrily. What a coincidence. Funan chuckled and said, I was testing you just now. Obito's body was trembling slightly, partly because of fear, and partly because of overuse of Kamui. At that moment a series of presences approached. Although they were in the forest of death, they were still within Hidden Leaf Village's range. Such a huge movement, As long as the people in Hidden Leaf Village are not dead, they will definitely notice it. Funan looked at it and smiled. It seems that our cooperation can only wait until next time. He was happy to work with Obito. Last time, he had obtained a list about Anbu members and route from Obito. Thanks to that, he was able to eliminate many troublesome people within the Uchiha clan, allowing his rumors plan to go smoothly. In addition, he also wants to get the secret of Obito's body. Obito snorted coldly and glared at Funan fiercely. Funan also glared at Obito fiercely. What? You're still not convinced? What I like most, Madara Uchiha, is that violent little personality of yours. If I defeat you, I'll feel quite accomplished. Obito's mouth twitched, and he left quickly. Humphrey. Funan curled his lips and said, next time, if you dare to attack me again, I will beat you up, you disrespectful brat towards elders. After thinking for a moment, he also left. When the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi arrived, they only saw a huge crater. Fallen trees, broken rocks. The surrounding terrain had changed drastically. Oh my god. A shinobi murmured, what caused this? A natural disaster? The third Hokage's expression darkened slightly. The complications seemed endless. How could such a fierce battle break out so close to Hidden Leaf Village? Hiruzen was very irritable. He was about to give an order, but after seeing the shinobi present, he couldn't help but swallow it back. At this moment, Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi are clearly divided into 4 factions. One faction was the Uchiha. Another was the Hokages. The third was that of the Inoshikacho clans. The rest were neutral factions that did not get involved. Hiruzen's face looked horribly ugly. A village is actually divided into so many factions. Is this an attempt to divide the village? Everything is because of these selfish Uchiha. If it weren't for them, how could it be like this? The Anbu will stay behind to investigate, while others will step up patrols of the village. Don't give the enemy a chance. In the end, Hiruzen gave the order. Yes. There was no problem with this order, and the shinobi chose to accept it. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen felt distressed again. No, he wants to elect the 5th Hokage as soon as possible. His prestige has been hit to the limit and is not enough to support him to continue to be Hokage. With that in mind, after returning to the village, he headed straight to the Inoshikacho clans. Me, the acting Hokage? Torafu pointed at his nose with a look of surprise on his face. Yes. Hiruzen said solemnly, you are the only one suitable. No, no, no. Torafu shook his head and said, I'm only a few years younger than you, how can I be Hokage? I'm too old, no way. Damn, did you do it on purpose? This means that after the real Hokage takes control, I'll still have to go out. The corner of Hiruzen's mouth twitched and he said, Torafu, you are indeed not young anymore, so I decided to recommend you to be the acting Hokage. Take some time and let's cultivate the real 5th generation Hokage together. Torafu shook his head faster, and he said disdainfully, I don't even want to be the real Hokage, much less an acting one. Who do you think I am? Anyway, I'm not doing it. Hiruzen took a deep breath and patiently persuaded the other party. Finally, when the third Hokage's mouth was dry, Torafu finally nodded. Hiruzen breathed a huge sigh of relief, and after discussing some details, he stood up and left. Remember. Torafu said seriously to Hiruzen, I will be the acting Hokage, I cannot take over permanently, or you will face me. Hiruzen. Even if I die and have nowhere to be buried, I won't let you take over permanently. Also. Torafu said seriously again, as acting Hokage, I will work for 10 years at most. I will not work any longer. Hiruzen. Don't say 10 years, if you can work for 5 years, I will take your last name. Finally, Hiruzen left the mansion with his hand on his heart. He always suspected that Torafu was conspiring with Funan. Chapter 70, The strange calm after the battle with Obito, Funan needed to rest. The Tsujugai no Kakuo could reverse all the side effects of the Mangekyo, but it required time, it was not instantaneous. At the same time, because of this battle, the entire Hidden Leaf village has undergone tremendous changes. The biggest change was the disappearance of the rumors. How could Hidden Leaf village remain calm after what happened in front of its gates? Who knew when the enemy would attack again? No matter how dissatisfied the villagers of Hidden Leaf village are with the Hokage and others, what matters more is their own lives. At this time, they will definitely not dare to make trouble. After Funan knew this, he was slightly startled and then smiled. Is this considered the Hokage's last struggle? It seemed that these people were not yet willing to give up their power. Ha ha ha, Hiruzen, the battle was caused by me. Don't dream of taking advantage of me. At least, you should pay me for it. Immediately, another rumor feast began. Did you know? There are shinobi fighting in the Forest of Death. Yes, it is said that it caused great destruction. With all the things happening in the village recently, it is as if there is no peace at all. You're wrong. What do you mean? It is said that what happened in the Death Forest was done by the Hokage and others. No way? Why not? Haven't you noticed that the village has been peaceful in the past 2 days? This. They were originally supposed to elect the 5th Hokage, but that was cancelled too. Now they say to be careful of enemy attacks. Humphrey, that must be their strategy. This. You can't think like this. What if something happens? Hokage-sama must consider the overall situation. Then if this continues, we will never choose the 5th Hokage? Let the 3rd Hokage do it for another 100 years? Many people were confused. They said there were enemies. Where are they? They can't just say something and expect everyone to believe it, right? 2 days have passed and there is still no sign of enemies, but the Hokage is acting as usual. Are they being fooled again? The villagers' anger was gradually aroused again, and it was even more intense than last time. The Hokage residence was once again besieged. Hiruzen and others felt dizzy for a while. Hiruzen was really angry this time. He looked at Denzo and the other two, gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't I ask you to send all your men? Why aren't the rumors under control yet?" Last time, Uchiha dominated public opinion, which could be explained by lack of preparation. This time, when Hiruzen was preparing to continue ruling, he had sent all the members of the 4 clans because he was worried about the problems. Hiruzen felt that his anger could not be suppressed at all. The corner of Denzo's mouth twitched, and he said with difficulty, "I didn't know it would be like this. I have obviously sent out all the people who can be sent out." Koharu suddenly asked, "Could it be a Ganjutsu? Whether it is true or not, we can't confirm it." Hiruzen sighed. Denzo said unwillingly, "I have clearly ordered that anyone spreading rumors be caught and the spread controlled to the extent possible. However, rumors have exploded overnight." Hiruzen said impatiently, "Okay, let's announce." Bang, an Anbu hurriedly broke into the office. "Shinosuke, what are you doing?" Hiruzen looked at the Anbu angrily. The leader of the Anbu, Saratobi Shinosuke. If she weren't his son, he would have already hit him with a stick. "Hokage-sama." Shinosuke looked nervous and shouted, "The rumors outside have changed." "What do you mean?" Hiruzen suddenly became nervous and shouted loudly, "What are they spreading now? Did you know? Not only did Denzo harm many people, but in fact, Hokage-sama harmed even more people." "What do you mean by this? Who did Hokage-sama harm? Think about it. After the 2nd Hokage died in battle, why did Saratobi Hiruzen become Hokage? Is it really the will of the 2nd generation Hokage? After becoming Hokage, why did Kagami Uchiha die? At that time, Uchiha was the strongest clan in Hidden Leaf Village, right? Kagami Uchiha is also the most popular candidate for the position of Hokage, right? Second, there is Hatake Sakimo, the most respected among the candidates for the 4th Hokage, even surpassing the 3 Sannin. But what happened? He also died. These are things from the past that have already been mentioned before. The other person had a skeptical expression. "Haha, really? Don't worry, I have the 3rd one here." "Third?" "The 4th Hokage, Minato no Mikaze." "What?" After Minato no Mikaze became Hokage, the Anbu did not change, and the positions of the elders did not change. You must understand what this means. It means that the 3rd Hokage and the elders still have power. However, Minato no Mikaze is the Hokage after all, and he gradually took power into his hands. Just then, he died. This. The man stammered, "Didn't the 4th generation die to seal the demon fox?" This is what the 3rd Hokage said. Who knows the real situation? Why do you say that? Because the 3rd Hokage just said 2 days ago that he would choose the 5th Hokage, and now he has disappeared. To put it bluntly, he doesn't want to delegate power. Whoever dares to touch his rights will die. Kagami Uchiha is like this, Hatake Sumo is like this, Minato no Mikaze is like this too. This conversation spread throughout Hidden Leaf Village like the wind. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, the Will of Fire was mentioned again. During the 2nd generation, the old 2nd generation died in battle. During the 4th generation, the younger 4th generation died in battle. Regardless, the 3rd Hokage is still alive and in power. Is this a coincidence or luck? Also, there is one more person. Orochimaru. He is the most likely person to become the 4th Hokage after Hatake Sakimo. However, at that time he began to disappear from everyone's attention and was later rumored to be doing human experiments, being declared a renegade. Is this true or false? One moment he was the Hokage candidate and the next he was a missing nin. Isn't the contrast a bit big? And Jiraiya and Tsunade, why haven't these 2 Sannin returned to Hidden Leaf Village? Many people feel more and more horrified the more they think about it. Many people even came to think of one person. Senju Nawaki. The heir of the Senju clan, the most orthodox successor to the position of Hokage, died unexpectedly on the battlefield. It's not a big deal if a shinobi dies on the battlefield. But, damn it. Many people wanted to scold him. How come none of your Sarutobi Hiruzen's children died on the battlefield? Moreover, Senju Nawaki, as a disciple of Orochimaru and the grandson of Senju Hashirama, many people are paying attention to him and secretly helping him. It's crazy that he died in front of Orochimaru. All of Hidden Leaf Village fell into a strange silence. The people surrounding the Hokage residence actually slowly dispersed. The rumors also disappeared. However, it was only now that the third Hokage and others truly understood that something bad was going to happen. Sometimes causing a little chaos isn't so bad. Venting internal anger can help calm things down. But, this silence means despair. Damn Uchiha, damn Uchiha. Hiruzen was like a defeated dog at this moment, roaring crazily in the office. The entire office had been smashed into rubble by him. He had just gone out, and even the staff in the Hokage residence had extremely strange eyes when they saw him. That look made his heart almost stop beating. Denzo suddenly said, Hiruzen, give the order to let Akimeki Torafu become the agent of the 5th Hokage. After that, we will choose a truly qualified 5th Hokage. Hiruzen nodded heavily. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He raised his head sharply and looked at Denzo and the others, shouting, what looks are those? What do they mean? No, nothing. Denzo and the others quickly avoided his gaze, but in their minds, they were secretly muttering. Good guy, I never knew you had done so much, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey, you made us understand what it means to be ruthless and don't talk much. It's so scary. I will definitely be obedient from now on. Denzo was shouting loudly in his mind. Hiruzen, 2 days ago, you were looking at me like this. Now you understand how I felt at that time. That's right. How can it be just me? Only you can. Hiruzen glared at the others, snorted loudly, and said, notify all the Jonin, and have them prepare for a high-ranking meeting. Yes. The Anbu in the dark quickly went to convey the order. Where's Kakashi? Hiruzen asked, let him come to see me. Yes. Another Anbu laughed. Denzo frowned and said, Hiruzen, do you still want to promote Kakashi? Who else can I promote besides him? Hiruzen snorted. He wanted to promote his own son. He was even prepared for it, since the new generation of Inoshikacho was about to graduate from the Ninja Academy. He wanted to arrange for Asuma to become the Jonin leader of the Inoshikacho team and gain their support. The Anbu captain was his eldest son, so it was impossible not to support his younger brother. In a few years, Asuma will be eligible to become the 5th Hokage. Now, all plans have been disrupted. It's better to let Kakashi test the attitude of others. However, Hiruzen was no longer thinking about the 5th Hokage, but about having someone from his clan try to become the 6th Hokage. Hiruzen's gaze was deep. But Denzo couldn't help it anymore and shouted directly, Hiruzen, have you never considered me? Chapter 71, Kakashi Hatake. Hiruzen glanced at Denzo with a faint look but said nothing. Considering you? I just want to kill you now. From the moment he became the darkness of the shinobi, Denzo is destined not to become Hokage. Can't he understand something so simple? Unless there really is no one left in Hidden Leaf Village, otherwise, let him remain the dark shinobi. Being stared at like this by Hiruzen, how could Denzo not understand what the other person was thinking? He gritted his teeth. Just wait, Hiruzen, I will definitely become Hokage. Definitely. The Mangekyo appeared in Funin's eyes. The powerful pupillary power surprised both Itachi and Shizui. Although they both also had the Mangekyo, when they faced Funin, they were easily defeated. Fugaku's forehead was also sweating. He looked at Funin in disbelief and said, we all have the Mangekyo, why are you so strong? Funin was satisfied with the test results. Although due to the fight with Obito, he failed to consume the fruit in the forest of death. But now he is very satisfied with the results after consuming it. Does this need to be explained? Funin ran his hand through his hair and said, because I am a genius. The three in the room rolled their eyes. Funin. Fugaku hesitated slightly and said, could it be that your Dujutsu has surpassed the Mangekyo? Oh. Funin raised his eyebrows and said, you mean there is a level above Mangekyo? There should be. Fugaku hesitated. I've reviewed family records, and some suggest that there is a Dujutsu beyond the Mangekyo Sharingan, something even more powerful, but I don't know what it is. The Rinnegan? What? Fugaku was stunned and exclaimed, what did you say? Rinnegan? Funin smiled softly and said, clan leader, you are right. Above the Mangekyo, there is a higher level Dujutsu, which is the Rinnegan. But evolving the Mangekyo into the Rinnegan is not a simple thing. Since the Uchiha clan has existed, it seems that only Madara Uchiha has achieved it. Fugaku's expression was dull, his breathing was a little short, and he murmured, "Does the Mangekyo Sharingan evolve into the Rinnegan? Is that true, Funan?" Fugaku suffered an unprecedented impact. "Is true or false?" Funan asked back, "Do you have a method to evolve your Dujutsu?" "This. You don't have it, do you?" "There's not even a clue." Funan chuckled and said, "Just like many Uchiha now know of the existence of Mangekyo but have no way to develop it. In this case, why bother thinking so much?" Fugaku had a gloomy expression, gritted his teeth and said, "Then why did you tell me? Wouldn't it be better if you didn't tell me?" Funan spread his hands and said, "I see you want to know so much, how can I bear not to tell you? So you're basically telling me I can't do it?" "Exactly. You want to fight?" Funan looked at Fugaku with a smile and said playfully, "I don't mind, how about we let Itachi go out and we can try?" "Humphrey." Fugaku snorted coldly and said, "It's not like you don't know the side effects of Mangekyo. At this time, how can you consume it internally? Besides, even if we fight for real, why would I take my son out? In a real fight, he should be by my side."